and on a map like this, it could be quite devastating, but it looks like Totem can make a run for it regardless. Midfield, and Mara scores it as quickly as Harper, bringing Motem towards the score side, but it might not be enough. Well, Tesla will get the stars, they do. It's GG match, and they're standing is literally shaking.
Sergeant is finally here. That Revenant that you see all year long where they take number one in LPL Brawl Stars, they only drop a single final game. That is with Sergeant. Now they finally get to play with him at LAN.
Nebius, the final one standing from Inner Circle, and Revenant X-Stars just need to take him down here. The shield pop, but he cannot be the hero to save them.
Now the defensive super by the Ollie gets it to the right hand side, but it's not moving on the north, and the push through is there from BC.
It's only Valentine though, Chu-Chan's been taken down, and 10K got picked up on defense. It looks like Upcore have done enough here. One last push to end Chapter of Happiness. NXT need to get across the map, and there's the dive coming in from the body, down to 4%. Experience NXT haven't done enough as Rival outlasted. Team Gems played 5, and New Heights are on the precipice of elimination here. There is no chance. Inner Circle, it's been a tumultuous year. It's been a rough day.
Welcome to day 2 of the Last Chance qualifier. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 4 of the 16 teams. Today, 4 more will see their World Final streams come to an end.
The Cordiers didn't get it off. Diego Gaming going in. Can Livy get the damage? 5 seconds. It's knock on the jump. Gets it, but it doesn't find it. He's got no super. He's dashed to the left. He's got support. The Pride Totem all sticking together. Angel will rip the pick up. And this one is done. The boys in green. The sun's there. The side is forced in a fake right. Doritos comes in left. And gets it done.
For the very first time, Tensai is here at the LCQ. It's a lot of pressure. He has to prove his skill and has to prove that he still belongs on the main stage.
This might be the last push needed. Here comes the super, along with the hypercharge, and Sergeant still unsafe. The support from Beyond's there too, and Revenant X-Pac.
Crazy Raccoon up next against Inner Circle. Navi versus Upcore Esports later. One of the two will drop out today. Toxic Lotus or Rival Esports will have to say goodbye to the Dream of Earth finals, as well as Team Electros and BC Gaming.
Jubilee has a tough decision to make. They gotta go for Diego Gamer and Rafiki at the same time. Down to 0. Team Electros. He's got the super. The Agile right under him. A little bit more damage is all it's gonna take. A gadget popped, and now
Team who have had some real difficult years, and especially just the region in general. But after Brawl Cup, nobody's underestimating them anymore.
IC still has a red. OU trying to reposition, but he of course triggers that super from Doug. It's on OU. Run Gray against the world. The Rival Esports.
Inside is pushing forward, looking for the kill. It's dodged. Could that be a kill? Just a few seconds to go. Inner Circle looking for anything possible, but it's just not there. Crazy Raccoon.
16 teams began this journey, 8 still stand, but only 4 golden tickets remain. And today, we'll find out who earns their place on the biggest stage of them all, the BSC World Finals.
Perry comes straight in with the hot look. Feisty connects in just the nick of time. Sergeant in a precarious position for these fire on poisons. And X9J going straight down the storm. He gets through. Sergeant says go. He's connected with Hypnosis there as well, but Rescue will fall. X9J bringing response forward. The ball in the corner. Peter passing through. It's gonna be there. Robert have already gone and done it. It only took a spark to ignite the feud.
The White Totem are the only team left in this competition that have been able to get to this stage on sweeps.
On the Black Totem side of the map, Maru low, but Vicky's there, but does get stunned up, still able to pick him off. Criminal Frostbitten is in play, and Diego Gamer doesn't care about the stands. Team Electros finally reach critical mass and start the countdown.
There is time for Electros to bring this back. Angel, he's running through it. The ISP running for the save. He should be able to get it. Oh, he's going to go for it. Didn't know that Peck was on the left side. Oh, hyper-charge ready. Going to snag Milkwail as well. It is a double kill. Tensai has the swap into the assassin. What have they got? They don't have the body super to get in anymore. Doritos having to go round. Pekka trying to pinch around the side. There's the Morgan Katie's marked him as well. Can they get the damage in? They're all pinned, but they can't get caught down at all. There it is. The crazy raccoon. The second reverse sweep of the day.
It's crazy how much time and rage is burned at the back there. Oh, he gets 2-1 down as well. Ryohei pops into that dragon form and starts breathing fire, but Enraged crashes sharply into the realm, and Tomsy strikes down.
Get the defense with Enraged here as well, and this is going to be a huge turnaround. Tomsy's going to be able to pass this one forward, fully post super, and Enraged there for the shot. Can he get the goal? And he's there! A super massive. That's the last golden ticket.
So you survived our 6U. Alright guys, the real challenge starts now.
New here? Good luck.
How'd you do, fellow kids? You must be the new guys here. Welcome to World Finals. Let me show you around. Over here, the regional cool kids. And over here, we have the mechanics. Oh, they're here. So good looking. I mean, he plays a mean game too, but anyway. Oh, latecomers. Oh, they took the elevator? He's here. Well, that's my cue. Peace out, fellow kids. See you on stage.
2025 has been an explosive year for Brawl Stars Esports, from regional showdowns at the Brawl Cup to the last chance qualifier in the sensational Sao Paulo. But right here is where the journey must come to an end. 3 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a legacy that will forever be forged into the Brawl Stars Esports history books. Make no mistake, the best and only the best have made it this far. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and whether you are at home or right here live at DreamHack Stockholm, welcome everybody. That's right, let's get out. This is going to be the most phenomenal weekend of esports, and welcome to the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals.
Do you know that feeling? When you get the perfect random?
You're my only trophy.
Stop! The player who never misses. The one who pulls off the impossible 1v3.
Wow! In close range, 1, 2!
The genius that makes all the right decisions.
Yoshi, able to take boss down, but how are you going to stop this now? Push it, he's got the goal anyway!
That's what it takes to get here. 12 teams emerged from the monthly finals. 4 more won the golden tickets at LCQ. For 16 teams, a year of battles comes down to this. 1 stage, 1 trophy, 1 chance to make history. From every corner of the world, the best randoms gather in Stockholm. Who will lift a golden trophy? Who will be crowned the Brawl Stars World Champions? Welcome to the World Finals.
DreamHack Stockholm, the birthplace of a basement land turned global festival. And now our arena for the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. 16 teams step onto the stage. titans, underdogs, rookies, legends, all crammed into one arena, all chasing one crown. And in the end, only one team leaves Stockholm as the world champion. My name's Sunny, and I'm here with the velvet-voiced Uber and Trev. And gentlemen, as we all know, first impressions matter. So which teams are you going to be watching most closely as we kick off day one?
Is there any way to frame this World Finals other than EMEA versus the world? You guys have got the biggest field, the most teams, and also probably with some of the most dominant LAN performances over the course of the year. That's kind of the storyline I'm following, but we have some dark horse teams from up-and-coming regions that I'm going to be looking for, especially teams like Revenant X Spark. Those guys had to qualify through LCQ, but they definitely deserve to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm echoing everything that you've just said. I have to back my home region in the EMEA.
It's self-serving though, isn't it?
It is. It's tough to go against anything you've just said, but I think NA have got a point to prove at this World Finals.
We have 16 teams here today over the course of the weekend. We're going to lose a few, Uber.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a GSL-style group format to start us off. So we have 16 teams, but from each group, we lose 2 of them after 2 days of play. There'll be a second chance, though, for teams that lose their opener games in their groups, but then we take a top 8 into a single elimination bracket, and then, of course, for all the marbles, we get through to our final.
Yeah, it's a lot of money on the line here, $1 million. First place going to take home the lion's share, 400,000. Second getting 200,000, and then we slowly get less and less as the teams get eliminated earlier.
We have players from all across the globe here. 5 different regions are with us here today. EMEA with the most since Humble won Brawl Cup. They have 1 additional slot. Some of them, as we already called them, the latecomers, came through LCQ. But in the end, all of those regions still have at least 1 competitor to fight for glory.
Absolutely. They've got a lot of teams have got teams from their own regions to thank for being here at this point. But here are the groups A, B, C, and D. All eyes on Group C, in my opinion, there as the one that's been labelled the group of death for this year's World Finals. The rest of the groups, I feel like they have those 2 real strong teams at the top, and then the 2 underdogs fighting for those places in the later phases.
And as some of you said on socials, Group C is the group of death. We weren't really sure what to vote on that one. The other ones seem to be pretty even. Uber, we all agree, apart from that Group C match 1.
I think Group A match 1 is pretty dangerous. We'll get onto that in just a moment here, but all of us behind Humble. It's the Broman Empire or it's Team Heretics, right? Los Niños. I'm not too sure on that one. It's a tough one to call, and this reject team's looking very, very good. But Loud, it's hard to count them out. They're really veterans on the world stage by this point, and I think their region expects them to deliver here in Stockholm.
And now that we have discussed which teams we're going to be watching today, we also want to look at the brawlers that we could see today. The meta is ever shifting. We see a different meta throughout the year, but some of the brawlers have just been strong all year long. Like the Ruffs, for example, the hypercharges have been blanket nerfs, so maybe not as strong this World Finals as last year. But since Meeple and Mina just received their hypercharge now, they're super strong, catapulted them immediately to top 3.
Yeah, I think Ziggy's also going to see some play as the sort of newest brawler to hit the competitive scene. And Ruffs deserves a spot in this picture because he's the engine room. He really feeds these kind of strategies. His hypercharge will feed that of a teammate. Meeples now allows teammates as well as Meeple to walk through these walls, to walk across water, really unlock some avenues of play that never really were available before. I mean, even his super did the same thing, right? But that hypercharge takes to another level.
You know, already saw our predictions. I'm also curious about what you think, so make sure to go over to eventtheBrawlstars.com, lock your predictions in, and whilst you do that, we had a little chat with Barney and Reddy.
Oh, he came to play. Ready, set. Welcome to Stockholm. How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great, dude. We're in the Brawl Stars capital of the world right now. I could not be more excited.
We are indeed. Now, Ready, set, you're going to be taking part and covering these backstage matches that we've got, right? Which one are you most excited for?
We're front-loaded on this broadcast. It's got to be Novo versus SSG. That is the top one for me. We've got 3 North American teams on the backstage teams. I think it's going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. I cannot wait to get this show on the road. You know what I mean? The energy is palpable here in the arena, and it's going to be a good one. See you there.
Now that the stage is set, and yes, the other matches are also going to be stream powered. They're ready. We are ready for our very first match here in this stream. And it's none other than SK Gaming versus Revenant X Spark. SK Gaming as the first seed of EMEA, looking mighty strong. Many have them down as winning this whole World Finals.
It's the same every year for these guys. There's always a weight of expectation on SK Gaming's shoulders, and to date they haven't quite been able to land the plane at these big tournaments, but they are purpose-built for victory. Minimum expectation, I think, is honestly top 2 for these guys, so it's time to stand and deliver.
Absolutely. So many people have got those guys winning the whole thing in their predictions. On the other side, though, we're looking at Revenant X-Spark fresh off the back of an incredible LCQ run. And let's not forget, they had to go through LCQ, so it's not like they could have catapulted themselves straight to World Finals. So this is a team that cannot be underestimated here. The front man in the middle there, Sargent, making some of the most incredible plays we've seen all year long at LCQ. And his teammates, if they hold their nerve, they're going to be a real thorn in the side for SK.
Their opponents, SK Gaming, looking very strong in their own region this year again, first seed in EMEA, but they've only ever made top 4 in the World Finals.
It's the land showings for SK Gaming that honestly leave a little bit to be desired, at least in contrast with how they play online. They're so good online, but at land, they've fallen short so far this year. They've got to be clean as a whistle.
And now it's time to bring in the teams. Stay ready. I hope, Barney, you are too.
The Brawl Stars World Finals begins with a banger. The dominant force versus the dark horse. DreamHack, make some noise for SK Gaming and Revenant X-Spark. SK Gaming have Ope, Yoshi, and Joker. And Revenant X-Spark has X9J, Response, and Sargent.
Three things in life are constant: death, taxes, and SK Gaming at the World Finals. This is already their 6th participation at the World Finals. For Revenant X-Spark, it's also another showing. We have seen them before at LCQ. They've been looking mighty strong, and they came through since they couldn't qualify through the monthly finals itself. They only had one chance and they took it.
Now, super easy to underestimate them for that reason, but they were so dominant in the home region. And let's not forget, Inner Circle, Crazy Raccoon, and Rival all fell to this Revenant X-Spark team. And talking to SK, they're not underestimating them. They know how good they are. Response has been around for a while, previous champion. And he and X9J also found great success in that East Asia region, when they were combined with that one. So no one's sleeping on these guys. You shouldn't either at home.
Absolutely. I mean, SK Gaming, they need to come to these kind of competitions. Yes, they've got high expectations for themselves, but that doesn't mean they can just go and underestimate others, because that's when the upsets will happen. If you get a bit of an overconfidence going, a person like Sargent and a team like Revenant will just take advantage of that and beat you down. It's going to be a close one, this. I think, the majority of people will have their money on SK Gaming, but that doesn't mean that Revenant aren't here to fight.
Super lovely, by the way, that we also get some voices in from the community. We see it here on screen. We also saw the crowd. They flew in here or came over to Stockholm just to root for their favorite teams. We're going to kick things off here. This is going to be our match 1 of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025.
And you can see the family of Pedro there in the crowd, and many of the SK supporters always turning up in numbers. Pedro's been coaching this SK team for quite some time now, still looking for that, that golden trophy to hold aloft. There's been so many variations of this SK team, but Pedro's been that main constant. This year, Ope joins the lineup, comes in alongside Joker, definitely to assist a little bit in terms of the draft, but also bring his signature aggressive style to the team. The Frenchman last year was competing with Eternal Fire, a team that definitely had explosive moments. I remember at LCQ, they managed to qualify for Worlds. Ope throws his jersey into the crowd. There's a lot of emotion there, but then they fall flat in Helsinki. This time, Ope is hoping for a much smoother sailing here through the World's group stage.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of energy is what we love at the Brawl Stars Championship. Throwing your jersey into the crowd, even if you don't have a replacement. They're the kind of vibes we like. And they're the kind of vibes that Ope brings as well. And he, as you mentioned, he brings that aggressive play style. And SK for so long have been known as a team who play defensively. Through that documentary we saw of Pedro, which was incredible, by the way. They're talking about, that pocket in the ball strategy. And Ope kind of brings a different light to this roster.
He's playing super aggressively. Also, who needs a jersey when you have a trophy, right? 91% of you voted that SK Gaming is going to win this one. We also said they might take it. Again, many people have them down to win it all, to take home that golden trophy. You see in the center of the stage, but Revenant X-Spark definitely has a chance here. We're the dark horses already at LCQ. nobody really believed in them to take it, but they rushed through their competition, and now they're standing here rightfully on this stage today. We're heading over to our first map of the day. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine, an old classic. And Trev, I see an old classic pick here as well, quite early, I might add, but Lily is going to be so strong to get those gems away. If the opponents have all the gems already, you can just sweep in with Hypercharge at the end.
Absolutely. Lily's a bold one to take early on, but I like it. You've got to question whether they go this aggressive stance and take the aggression to Revenant X-Spark, or play this defensive stance against them. And both ways can be a big risk, so it's just about managing that risk that's the difference. Nita's going to come rolling on here as well, and I wouldn't have said that's a pick that I'd have expected.
I think on the Lily note, she was a brawler that benefited the most from the raw stats that Hypercharge gave. That's where the blanket nerf was sort of aimed at now. You only get 20% move speed, 5% damage and shield. So she's still very powerful, of course. Her Hypercharge still very effective, allowing her to close the gap. And also, it now drags the opponent that you hit into the Shadow Realm with you, as opposed to Lily just popping down there herself with the gadget. So very, very powerful still. Important to wrest those gems out of the gem carrier's hands. We see Chester start to make his way back in now. Really powerful mid-range brawler with great damage output and ways to mitigate the randomness of those supers.
You said he made his way back. Yes, Chester and Nita had some showings, but not that often, honestly. Yeah. It's a super niche pick here from Revenant X-Spark. Sometimes you have to go with comfort picks, not just meta picks. And those two can certainly be strong. They shot some damage, especially against that Pam now, picked up as gem carrier from the side of SK Gaming, Trev.
Yeah, I've always liked Pam. Even before the Hypercharge came in, it slipped out the meta massively for such a long period of time, but it was a real staple in those gem grab maps, in those hot zone maps for a long period of time prior to those Hypercharges being introduced. But being one of the late receivers of this kind of buff has put it out of the game for such a long period, and I'm so excited to see it back.
SK Gaming are playing a ton of Pam right now. I mean, Joker with a really high win rate sort of in scrims. Yoshi's playing a ton of Pam. On gem grab, primarily SK Gaming are trying to bring this in. It's also kind of wild to see the Maisie make her way back in. When Hyperchargers were first added to the game, Maisie was used extensively because of how powerful hers was, but she is really effective at those longer ranges, has good mobility in terms of her disengage gadget, and of course the slowing capacity on her super. Definitely things you want to look towards. Kit here, though, to round things out. Obviously, very potent brawler. If you want someone who can fill that same role as Lily does in diving on the gem carrier, getting that assassination, and just abusing bushes and sort of map control, that's a great way to go here to round a strafe out.
Absolutely. Well, as we are getting into the first game of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025, will it be SK Gaming kicking off well, or will Revenant X-Spark show up with a massive upset early on in this competition? Getting into the game now, into Hard Rock Mine we go.
It's going to be Yoshi on the Pam here, of course, wants to be pretty oppressive through mid. That Scrap Sucker gadget, if that's the way they go. Being able to limit enemies' ammunition reserves is very powerful. Joker already wants to be the aggressor. Ope's going to try and split the map diagonally and find some of these connections on towards Response, but he's already been able to garner himself a couple of gems, and Sergeant's on the hunt. Has built that Kid super up now, is looking for someone to jump on. Yoshi gets popped instantly, gems drop down. Response a little bit low. Joker's managed to find his way into the back line, and he pops out of the Shadow Realm. Flourish connects onto Jade, and that is an SK team wipe.
Well, there was a bit of a turnaround in gems and a turnaround again. Sergeant's going to go aggressive, and that's going to be a wasted jump as Joker just going to retreat back to his home line. But that's a good kill from Sergeant and over-aggression from Joker. This is a tough situation for them now. Nita Bear coming in with a faux fur as well, and Pam not going to be able to deal with that too quickly.
That's going to give you map control. That Nita super essentially allows you to move a bit further forward like Sergeant wants to now. Looking at Yoshi, he already has super, but takes a couple slashes and lays the Pam low. Here's Joker there with a hypercharge. Sergeant getting dragged into the Shadow Realm. It's an easy pick up for the Lily, and Joker's looking for more now. Pops up, sees Jay in his sights, but in the background, Ope is forced Response right up to the top of the map, allowing Yoshi now to get up to 6 gems. There's 8 in total for SK.
I mean, incredible from Joker to be able to get them out of that real sticky situation in the back spawn. 8 gems and make that 9 as Yoshi picks this up one that's just spawned on his side. Response still playing through the mid. Got a super to work with as well, but you've got to question what it is going to be. Round the side, X9J trying to make a move. Sergeant along with him as well, playing the bait. Going in, has the stun, but goes for Ope instead, and he'll be dealt with quickly. Jay trying to refrag, but the Hyper Super's there, and the kill as well. Joker going aggressive, and the 10th is collected by SK.
SK now happy to give up some space. Joker carrying no gems can simply run interference here with a super. Being able to connect onto potentially Response. Whoever wants to try and go after Yoshi, it's a very tanky gem carrier. Ope gets hit by Sergeant, but they're going to be able to shrug this off, and here comes a healing turret. Jay simply ceases to exist, and that defensive last pick of the Maisie in SK's draft makes it so dangerous to dive on them with the kit.
Absolutely, super scrappy game there. A lot of it was spent in SK spawn, to be honest with you, but a few gems flipped here and there allowed them to get the win on the board. Revenant starting okay, you know, they maybe take a little bit of a while to sink into their seats and get going, but SK Gaming off to a flying start with the first game on the board.
I think Sergeant has to think really hard about where he's trying to go with these kit supers. On the Ope, all well and good. Yoshi actually not in a position to help out. That could have been dangerous, but Sergeant picks his target very effectively. Joker into the Shadow Realm and has that Flourish super at the ready. They collapse on Jade, but Sergeant is still a problem. Cycling those supers, and Yoshi's not able to dig the Feline Menace out of the bushes. Again, it's Ope being dove on, and a super from Response of the bomb variety will secure the elimination.
Yeah, nice little combo plays here from Sergeant and Response, playing an incredible good game. Joker in the back of the spawn, need to try and push her out, plus Kit still in the back line, so got to be really cautious about this stun, but Sergeant can't over-aggress at this point because his teammates aren't in a position to help him out. Now coming out of this left-hand side, just retreating to the back spawn, as Joker has the hyper charge and they need to defend Response.
It's a game of chicken between Joker and Sergeant here. It feels like whoever blinks first loses in terms of those gap-closing, hard-initiating supers. It's got to be dodged away from. Ope's able to use that disengage gadget to get enough distance away from Sergeant. So the Kid now will have to head back to base with his tail between his legs. Tries to come forward underneath the cardboard box, but Joker found that first kill, and Sergeant now is in an awkward spot. Ope, flashing super, knows that there's no point for Revenant to dive him right now, as all the gems are sat on the Pam, and there's a healing turret, well protected. In goes Joker. Nice super connection onto the gem carrier. Sergeant gonna try and trade out, but Joker simply ducks down into the Shadow Realm. And this Nita Bear, Bruce doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of garnering map control for Revenant X Spark.
I mean, if you've asked Revenant who they didn't want the gems on, Sergeant would be that man forced to go aggressive now. Joker trying to get some work done on the defense. Has the super of his own again to be able to go in. 7 to 8, make that 9 to 7 now as Yoshi picks up that one. Sergeant going to go aggressive here as well. Response with the reach. Should be able to get the shots in. A little TP forward and a little duck into the Shadow Realm from Joker keeps these gems on their side. Yoshi in the healing turret and Revenant just trying to get something going.
Sergeant has hyper, but no super just yet, and not close enough, frankly, to get that damage in. He pops it for the raw stats anyway, but Ope's got a hyper super, and there it is. The slow is devastating, cycling them one after another, and SK Gaming snatch up our first set.
I mean, you can't ask for a better set for SK Gaming there. There was a few hiccups, but they dealt with it incredibly well. Revenant X Spark, just having those gems land on the wrong person towards the late portions of those games kind of ties the knot and allows SK to get that first set on the board. They know they have to aggress, but can't with the person they'd want to.
Both teams' compositions are trying to do a similar thing, right? Both Joker and Sergeant making a beeline for the enemy gem carrier. But things get a little bit complex when the enemy gem carrier is Pam, who not only has a really large health pool, but also has a lot of passive healing thanks to the super turret that can be put down. It's really hard to dive them, and so time and time again, we see Sergeant going after Ope, right? Maisie, in theory, squishier, especially if she's stunned up by the Kid super. She can't super and get that slow herself. But that's not the gem carrier. So it gives Sergeant some more map control, but eventually the Kid is overwhelmed with this target-rich environment.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a tough one. It really is, with the Pam having so much health, as you mentioned. They don't have the opportunity to be able to just dive in and flip this game, so they have to be in control of it for the most part, and they just don't have a composition that allows them to do that. It's a flip, it's a comp that flips around, and you've got to question whether or not it's kind of been won in the draft phase by SK Gamer before the game's even started, or if they're just being the team that they're supposed to be in this competition.
And obviously the Chester, powerful, good damage, can combo quite nicely with the Kid if the super lines up adequately, but there were only a couple of opportunities there for Revenant to really put pressure down on Yoshi, who's completely unperturbed. And that game plan there for SK Gaming is one you're going to see come up in many of their matches, is try and pick the Pam, a safe gem grab pick. They also like to work Kit and Chester into their comps when they can. Those three brawlers are seeing a lot of play right now in that game mode. But we're going to move ahead, of course. This is a first to three, a best of 5 series. And SK have already snatched up that all-important first set. And last time these two teams played was a Brawl Cup. It was a sweep for SK Gaming, but that was a Revenant X Spark without star player Sergeant. Guy's got his visa now. He's ready to play. But we have to see now how these guys work from behind.
Yeah, it comes with a point to prove as well. If this team's been beaten in the past, and I'm not saying it's an excuse, but their excuse was the fact that they didn't have the star man. He's got to come in and show some work now, and I think this is a great place for them to start. These game modes, like Brawl Ball, are the ones that Revenant desperately need to win. They're the ones that get the aggression going, and that's on their side.
Brawl, of course, a little bit famous for SK Gaming, as they were the team that pioneered the corner the ball strat. Once they get ahead by a goal, you'll often see them not look to take any further risks, just try and tuck the ball away and play safe, park the bus in football terms. We'll see our bans come in now. Cordelius, B, and Shade banned out by Revenant X Spark. The Meeple taken away by SK Gaming. And Gale makes an early appearance here on Super Beach. Always a premium option when it comes to Brawl Ball.
Absolutely. Gale, it's a, with the hypercharge, it makes it okay. It's a decent brawler, very good defensively, but it's not something that I'd have expected Revenant to be lunging towards on a map like this. Super defensive, which kind of doesn't resonate with them too much, but they've banned the Shade out the way. The Cordelius, 2 really solid picks. B's going to have a bit of range through the mid, and the players that SK Gaming have are going to be able to champion that brawler super well, so it might be a little bit more targeted along with still being decent. SK Gaming then bringing in the Willow as their first pick, probably the best thrower there is in Brawl Ball. Got the capability of diving down, ducking out the way of shots, and the mind control in these kind of influential moments is huge.
Otis, though, so powerful right now. Still a consummate duelist. One of the best one-on-one brawlers if you can land that super and basically knock someone out of the game for a brief time. That's very important on maps like Super Beach. That's why Cordelius is so highly valued, and in this case is ultimately banned out. Willow, obviously we know all about what mind control can do for you on Brawl Ball, causing you to score own goals. Revenant X Spark want to respond with a thrower of their own. They go for their next best option on a map that has good bush coverage. Juju is going to outrange this Willow in those situations.
Well, we talked on the hypercharges a little bit, and Juju is one that has been thrown heavily into the meta thanks to that. Big buff in HP, damage, and if you pair that with the slow star power, if you get hit by it, it's a 1 second slow with that star power, so it's pretty much guaranteed death if there's brawlers there to be able to help that Gree out. So huge pick for them, and it'll help Primo to round things out. They're going big, they're going bold, and I love it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here on the back line. El Primo is going to offer wall break, and also the ability to strip possession of the ball with that suplex gadget. So ton of options, and always a very popular pick, especially in a match where Cordelius is not going to be an option, right? I think Otis is still dangerous for Primo, still a very powerful duelist. But I do think having that level of mobility to be able to threaten backline. You've also got an anti-tank option already. SK Gaming just go in for the Shelly. They say, with the Gale in play, we don't feel confident bringing tanks in. Maybe another tank buster for ourselves here in the Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. They've got the Otis, which is good against tanks already.
Yep.
Willow's going to be the best thrower you can have against tanks. It's probably not the dream, but it's better than most against these tankier units, so just being able to mind control that, move him away, waste some ammo, and possibly even put him on top of the brawlers like the Shelly, move him towards that can be a real difficult situation. Both teams going very bold here, I feel.
Obviously, Otis Hypercharge now allows a stun on top of the previous mute, so fantastic stopping power in Joker's hands here, or rather in Yoshi's, pardon. Ope, they're going to be able to take down the Primo. That is exactly where Shelly is going to shine. It's a lane assignment Ope was looking for, and the Frenchman gets his just desserts. Now he looks to pressure Jay's position. This is good for SK. Yoshi in no hurry here, but response is a bit of a pain in the neck for him, as collecting the ball safely is going to be an issue.
Yeah, gonna have to be cautious of this Primo jump, and he is just sticking on that right-hand side as well. He's like, all right, Ope, you've got me here in the draft, but I'm gonna try out skill you just a little bit more. Jay coming in with a pitch here as well. Jump comes in, not gonna find the connection, but the stun's there with Jay.
Yoshi
Joker in the goal, Yoshi low, he has the mute, but they're getting so many kills, and the Fat Splatter just ticking down that health, stopping him from healing up, and that is a very good defense from SK.
Great zone control off that Otis gadget. It's really a small thing you don't often get a chance to scrutinize. And I believe Response has not taken the Acupuncture star power. Has gone for the extra shielding on Grigory with that super. Really favouring the durability in a pinch. Here's Ope. Look at that mobility, though. Hypercharge super at the ready. Jay, of course, corners the ball behind one of those twisted gadget activations. But SK Gaming have full map control. They are laying it on thick.
Yeah, well, Willow here is going to be a big issue for them. Sergeant going in with a big jump here as well. Ope low, and Response just sitting behind this wall, knowing they have to play this defensive game for a while now. Will have this range advantage while swatting in this bush, so it's something that SK might want to get broken up quite quickly. Here comes the Hypercharge Ryu with the shield behind it as well, and Sergeant has a Hypercharge ready to go, and that's the goal scoring ability you want.
Ope trying to dodge away from it. Sergeant's still going to connect, but mind controlled up by the Willow, and to add insult to injury, big bad bustling El Primo scores an own goal.
I mean, a huge hypercharge super coming in there from Joker as well, making him vulnerable and stopping the rest of Revenant from getting him out of that position. Response now on the left-hand side being aggressed by Yoshi, who will collect that mid-kill. and Response knows he needs to make a push, but he's got nobody to help him.
Joker's just tapping down too many of these nice thrower shots, cleaned up the El Primo. Now Joker gonna use the dive gadget, but it's timed perfectly by Response. He sees the Willow emerge and gets a shot on this straight away. Ope here is going to look to close the gap in almost all situations, but now has his hands full in that 1 versus 2. Sergeant No busy trying to collect the ball because time is short, and SK Gaming have that goal lead. Sergeant knows with that mind control active, there's nothing he can really do. Time will tick down, and SK Gaming are going to take this first game of Brawl Ball.
I mean, I must say Response is playing an incredible juju in this Brawl Ball, but there's just nobody else there to help him. The Gale's being dealt with by the Otis, the Shelly's absolutely decimating the Primo, and Sergeant's doing what he can, but he's had no opportunities to score on the Primo yet.
Once again, it's the last pick here for SK in this draft that's kind of dismantled the game plan for Revenant X Spark. The Shelly coming up here with SK seeing the anti-tank presence on Revenant X Spark. They choose not to opt in to that trap or to walk headlong into the game plan. And it's worked out beautifully. Sergeant again is going to get crushed here. Between Otis and Shelly, there's so much to shut down that El Primo, and Jay is going to bleed out from that poison. Easiest goal here. Ope thought he could walk it in. Does get collected up by Sergeant, but SK have drawn a very deep battle line now, and Sergeant, I mean, can't even get towards the Shelly, who simply dashes away from the super.
The gadget has been a huge help to Ope as well in these situations, just getting away from the Primo jumps and forcing him to waste an ability that it takes so long for him to care. And that's going to be the game changer. If he keeps on missing those, he's not going to have them to score the goals that Revenant need, and they've got no other means of scoring. Ope back on the right-hand side. Yoshi with a super, same with Joker on the left here. So what can Revenant do to break through? And he's going to have to pass the ball to the left and just try to stay away from Ope. Does as well as he can, but it's still nothing.
It just feels almost impossible for Ope to lose that matchup against the Primo. Just the perfect answer to that brawler. Jay can only hide here behind this barrier and try and heal up. But Sergeant once again walks into a hail of shotgun shots, and he knows if Ope hits that super and he's close enough, he will simply disintegrate. There it is, wall going to be blown up. Ope is playing with his food right now. And SK Gaming happy to walk up, take some space. Joker here with that super, uses Response to collect the ball from the corner. Ope, that's classy! Break open the left side of the goal and slot it through.
Really nice there as well. Sergeant jump in hand. Jay needs to get a stun here and try and combo it. There's the stun. OP might be able to go down here, and Sergeant might have a chance, but the shots from Otis are so pungent. The pass is there to the Juju. Joker's diving down, and Revenant finally find a response to the SK domination.
Finally able to corner SK and get a nice El Primo super off. Sergeant now with a hypercharge, hoping to collect. Yoshi gonna get caught inside that, but Joker gets clear of it. Sergeant gonna get mind controlled. He'll back up though as a result, but simply creates a bit more space for SK to breathe.
That's fine. The super was required for the defense, but I don't think Revenant will mind that situation. Jump comes in now, and Joker might be caught out. Forced to dive down, but will surely still die in that situation. OP trying to just go it himself. The hypercharge is there, and he'll just run him down. But Grigory's still alive to do some of the dirty work.
Now Yoshi on his own here, but healthy enough and with enough rope at least to deal with Grigory. SK Gaming in no hurry. Happy actually to go to overtime here. Sergeant hit with the mute button and will be completely nullified. Now Ope gets to move up the middle of the field. It's going to get opened up a lot more. No more bushes here for Response to get that range bonus, and SK Gaming do not want to mince words with their opponents here. Very quickly converting as overtime comes up. And that's a second set for the EMEA #1.
I mean, it was on the tip of my tongue saying, oh, you know, Shelly's probably not going to be as good in overtime because there's no Clay Pigeon. He's obviously using that dash. But they didn't even, well, they did get to overtime, but barely for a millisecond as he times that shot perfectly with the walls breaking down. Joshy's sitting there with 12 kills and a lot of DPS. Ope doing a really good job. And it's just 4-2-4 for Revenant. Really disappointing, but there's not a lot they can do with the draft again.
I mean, the first pick, Gale, though, is pretty telegraphed. Revenant X Spark make it very clear that they're hoping to counter tanks. And SK have absolutely been known for that tank play, but more so in the Lanai era. These days, there's so many more options available to them, especially a meta that doesn't favor tanks, like we mentioned, with the blanket hypercharge nerf. The brawlers that benefited from those raw stats don't find quite as much success here. And SK realize we do not have to pick a tank, even if they have Primo. So what, we can't play Cordelius. There are tons of other options to counter Sergeant out, and they found 2 of them at once.
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think Revenant played that bad by any means. They did what they could with the composition that they'd picked.
But what is Gale supposed to do here?
That's the phase they're losing. They're losing this draft. Really nice stuff from OP here, as you mentioned, a really classy play, and even gets rid of that gadget as well that the Primo would have liked to save for a later date. But SK Gaming, it really is being won in the draft phase here. I can't fault Revenant's gameplay, but you can't fault SK's either, and they're winning every single draft.
Yeah, very, very solid. And it's been these sneaky little last picks that they've opted to bring in. And Joker's been pretty vocal about this. He said, you know, we feel like the draft is an area where we can get an edge. And that was a reason why we brought Joker into this team. Obviously, Joker was previously on this SK roster, and OPE rather, and found great success with them, you know, back in 2023. But a big part of his inclusion here has been another voice in the drafts. Confident, that's his thing. The claw, that's his kind of thing. I'm not sure.
I don't know what it is, but
it's not quite having the impact for me. You know, it's more like a kitten than
a bit more intimidation.
Exactly,
back, you know?
yeah. I think it's really, it's all about attitude there. OPE has got plenty of it. Revenant X Spark are staring down the barrel of a sweep again at the hands of SK Gaming. This time, though, there's no excuses. They are at full strength at LAN, the great equalizer, and they are still struggling to stay in step with this EMEA Juggernaut squad.
Absolutely. This is where nerves are at the highest, and you've got to question if that's kind of coming into play, as well as this draft not being what I'm sure they want it to be. Real tough situation for them to get anything on the board so far, but this is where they need to lock in and focus. Bans are there already with the Mina, the Gene, and the Squeak from the side of Revenant X Spark. Over the flip side, we're going to see a Meeple selected early on, as we mentioned at the start of the show, with the Hypercharge. Really, really solid. Hank, Jae-Young and Gray going to be banned out from the SK Gaming side.
Yeah, so Jae-Young is a very much a go-to pick for Revenant X Spark on this map. This is RNT's best map in scrims in the lead up to this tournament. It's honestly been a really good one for SK Gaming though, and these two teams go for very different styles. SK prefer the Squeak and RT stance on this map, whereas we see Jae-Young max and Gus brought in quite often. Gus is definitely going to be a contested brawler on this map. Kaze picked up. That's Joker's most played brawler. But Jay, of course, a dab hand with that one in his back pocket, and Ollie will be the second pick here for Revenant X Spark.
Well, Ollie's solid. It's bringing in the aggression that they probably wanted to do with the Hank, I imagine. SK probably looked at what they've been drafting in scrims, what they've been, choosing to go, and the Hank might be that brawler. Revenant might, bring in this other tanky unit for a bit of a different play. But Kaze should be able to slide in for that blue star, get that early control. But I feel with these two brawlers, you need to keep that aggression going rather than let the opponents come to you.
But I mean, Kaze's been Response's best brawler in the lead up here, and the Ollie is definitely a Sergeant Clash. I hope we get the OPE Mortis. Bro is 80% win rate in the scrims in the lead up to this tournament on that brawler. And it doesn't seem like there's any glaring opportunity for Mortis to sort of abuse a matchup advantage, but again, sees like this other assassin type brawler in the Kaze, and OPE's always going to back himself, I think, in the head-to-head.
Absolutely. I mean, OPE just seems to be getting every single brawler that he wants to play and loves to play. Shelly, we've seen him champion that before. Same with the Mortis in these big competitions. Even when he's picking the brawlers that aren't really in the meta, he makes them work into the matchups, and Revenant leaving themselves completely open to that. Gus going to be coming in as the last pick then, giving themselves a bit of a balance for that comp. Have the shield, might be able to provide it to the Mortis and give him some help as well, but it definitely rounds it out very nice.
Yeah, I really thought that would be the most contested brawler between these two teams here. And in fact, SK really opted to try and lock down the Meeple earlier on. And in the pre-show, we talked about how Meeple's shot back up into ubiquity in Brawl Stars now. That Hypercharge really allows you to do some things that previously were impossible. SK want to get big map control, come and play forward behind that Meeple Hypercharge. But Ziggy finally makes his appearance here for Revenant X Spark.
Well, we discussed this at the start. The new brawler coming in comes fresh with a Hypercharge as well, where that super returns to the same position. But I wouldn't have expected to see it come in this early. And, we especially with, SK Gaming having these brawlers that they've got, it's not like they don't have the aggression to go after a Ziggy. That's what he can't deal with, and they've got a Mortis.
Obviously, there is a gadget that allows Ziggy to teleport away, but it's still dangerous. Look at OPE. He gets that blue star priority, but Response was ready to fight for it. So you can see how much of the game plan that is for SK Gaming to get that early lead. And look at Sergeant getting tapped down already. Yoshi connecting a lot of these Meeple shots as well. Joker and OPE ready to collapse the map. Revenant X Spark looked pretty uncomfortable early.
Absolutely, with SK back in their spawn. Revenant going aggressive, but not looking too convincing just yet. Ziggy needs to find a few connections and have that real heavily pinning super come out. Gadget being popped now as well. Joker taking a few shots to the face. OPE goes in just to relieve a bit of that pressure and does just that. Keeps Joker alive and in the mix.
Yellow card awarded here for Revenant X Spark. Not quite sure why, but it's important to remember that these Meeple shots are target seeking to some degree. They will veer in the direction of that target, kind of like a mini homemade recipe. So easy to connect those one after another. And SK can use that Meeple super behind some of this cover to get an inherent advantage. It's actually not the teleport gadget picked up here for the Ziggy. It's the lightning strikes that follow a target. So Sergeant looking for that extra damage here, but SK are finding plenty of that themselves now. Meeple under pressure in the back corner. What a clutch gust super though to keep Yoshi hale and hardy.
Really nice, but Ope left on his own on the right-hand side, and Response trying to take advantage of that, clipping him out here. But Yoshi's going to got a hypercharge of his own, going aggressive through the wall. And in the back lines, they get the kill as well. Sergeant, the only one surviving, and what can he do other than run away?
Not a damn thing. That was sick from Yoshi. He splits Revenant X-Spark in half with that super and is able to fight their backline in an unfair fashion. He's got yet another super to work with now as well. Allow them to hide behind these trash cans and also take some shots themselves. Ope fancies a bit of a fight, and the lifeblood's got to be enough to clean up Response. Dangerous here for Revenant X-Spark. 7-0 in terms of stars. Here comes the fantastical storm, but Ope completely ignores it. No Sergeant doesn't have an escape gadget built in, and that is a devastating stun. Beautifully done as Jay will fall, and Revenant are only going to have 4 stars out of this round.
I mean, I can't help but feel the same way again. The draft is deciding these games massively. Not that SK are playing bad, they've had incredible moments. Ope going aggressive, wonderful gush shields. They're playing incredible as a team and incredible mechanically. But Revenant don't feel like they're in this.
Where's the Ollie super? We've been looking for Revenant X-Spark to be able to make a play behind that high mobility brawler, but there was no opportunity for that in that earlier round. Again, an easy blue star pickup for Ope. Response doesn't bother going for it this time.
Well, it is the 1-star lead, and that is the blue one on the side of SK Gaming. Revenant need to mount this massive comeback and start it now. SK just one away from moving on to the next round of this competition. Ope just evading these shots nicely. Joker will come across, gets a shield of his own here, might be able to provide it to Ope and let him go in, but just choosing to wait. Now gives it to him, and Revenant just going to retreat and try and make him waste it.
Ope here benefits from the shield in that it allows him to play more aggressively for that map control. So SK have given themselves a little bit more room in which to work, but these Ziggy gadgets are a bit of a nuisance, and the shots coming in from Sergeant have been pretty close to the mark. Jay getting tapped low. That otherwise pretty healthy Ollie down below 4,000 means that Revenant have to continue to give some ground.
Hypercharge is ready to go for Joker. Can be used offensively or defensively at the same time. Sergeant still raining down this lightning, but not finding the desired connections. Needs to get a super to pin them back in the spawn in these later phases. There it is, but Ope's going aggressive, chooses to go up, misses one of the shots, but still gets the kill. Meeple super's there, and Yoshi just staying aggressively, has the super off Joker as well, but goes down. It's still 1 star between them.
Good answer there from Sergeant Clash to throw the storm down with that Meeple super in play. There was nowhere safely for Yoshi to be able to operate. And so he ends up getting chewed up by it. Still a star lead for SK Gaming. It's of the blue variety as well, but Ope's the one holding onto it here. Joker wants to come forward, and that gadget from Sergeant is being spammed on cooldown.
I mean, I just love the fact Ope knows when to go in and knows when to stop. He goes back, forwards, and wastes so much of that kit that Revenant X-Spark are trying to hold for these later phases. Ollie Super's there, and that's what you wanted to see in the last one. We'll see if he makes use of it this time. Response trying to get something done with the shield.
Dominated.
The kill, and Ope just slinging these supers out like nobody's business. Can they get the kill? They do, but it's traded! An SK hold! They get it done in a quick 3-0 sweep.
Tough pill to swallow there for Revenant X-Spark. Not the debut they were hoping for here in Stockholm. We finally got to see an Ollie super, but it was used defensively to try and trap Ope. A strategy that might have worked if that elimination wasn't traded out instantly. You've got to do more than that if you are going to put pressure on SK Gaming. They come here with a mandate, a very simple mission to prove themselves as the best in the world. And so far, they're off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats. 4, 3, and 2. And only a collection of 3 kills total picked up by Revenant X-Spark. And they were all in that scrappy end phase there that almost got them that game. But SK Gaming stood firm, got the kills when it mattered, and took the series along with it as well. Here's the bracket, SK Gaming moving on. Not too much action other than that. SSG, and Novo Esports. Revenant moved down to the lower bracket and only have 1 life left now.
I do think it's important to point out here that this was supposed to be a potential trap game for SK Gaming, Sonny. This was supposed to be dangerous for them, but this Revenant X-Spark team just can't put a scratch on them.
They were meant to be the dark horses yet again. They already were at the LCQ, but today it's sadly a 3-0 for them. Regardless though, this was truly a worthy match, a worthy one to kick us off for day 1. The next one is Can we say even more exciting?
Yes, I think this next one, there's a lot of history behind this game. I'm super excited to bring us in.
The next one is going to be Humble versus Crazy Raccoon, the 2024 World Finals, Grand Finals yet again. We give you 30 seconds to lock in your predictions. See you then.
Crazy Raccoon got me. Just kidding, of course. I'm looking forward to facing them. It's literally Tensai, Valkyrio, Moyaguku. They're insane players, and I'm just looking forward to face them. And just be on stage against them again. Maybe have some rematch of the last year's World Finals. Hopefully it goes Norway again, but yeah, we will see.
Very easy.
Welcome back to day one of the World Finals here live at DreamHack Stockholm. It's now the stage 2025 that we've chosen to show off the players today. We already have one match out of the way. It was a quick 3-0, something we did not quite expect.
A little too quick, I think. I was hoping to see more from Revenant X Spark, but look, a hallmark of this GSL format is that you have a second chance in that group if things don't go great for you off the rip, but you've got to find success against the rest of that Group A, which is scary. This is Group B, though, which is by no means any less terrifying for any team trying to make it out.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this next game, Humble and Crazy Raccoon. As we already mentioned, it's where we ended 2024. So what a great place to have the second game in 2025. It really is going to be an incredible matchup. Humble, off the back of, I'm sure they didn't get as many wins as they'd hoped in multi-finals, but they've taken the Brawl Cup, and they had a very good season nonetheless.
They just do it at LAN. Like, it just doesn't matter what happens online. The fact that they win Brawl Cup and then fail to qualify for the next monthly finals is probably the most humble-coded thing that you could do.
It's what vacation does to you, though.
But no one doubts these guys. No one for a second doubts that these guys are still top tier.
To be fair, neither of those two teams need any introduction. On the one hand side, we have Humble, the most recent world champions. On the other side, we have Tensai, one of the only 2 times world champions we have in all of Brawl Stars. And honestly, nobody expected Crazy Raccoon not to be the #1 seed this year also in East Asia, but they had to come through LCQ, and even there, they looked a little shaky.
And I don't know, like, these guys are usually so jovial, so upbeat, but at LCQ, they were tense. They looked nervous. Milkrow was normally such a clown. Like, he's always just running about, like, pulling faces and dancing. He was stone cold for the entirety of that Sao Paulo event. Could see how important it was for Crazy Raccoon to have an opportunity like this to take down the team that toppled them very close to the totem pole during that Worlds run in 24.
And we were, of course, just looking at the result of the World Finals 2024, where Humble came out on top in a quick 3-0.
That was an underwhelming
Now, finally, Crazy Raccoon has a chance to get revenge.
I mean, I can't wait to see them brought out. I am hyped to see them head to the stage.
It is a cool 8 degrees Celsius in Stockholm, but DreamHack is already starting to heat up because our second match is on the horizon. And it's our 2024 Grand Finals rematch. Go crazy for Humble and Crazy Raccoon! On the side of Humble, we have Boss, Lukey, and Semantic. And for Crazy Raccoon, it's Milkrio, Moya, and Tensai!
Crazy Raccoon with a bit of a shaky year, but they still have time to bounce back today. I feel like the match and shift that we had recently favors them quite well.
Yeah, look, I think this team is pretty well positioned, but like I said, what are you supposed to do after losing a player like Statampo? That's been like the narrative we've rolled out about Crazy Raccoon all through this year. And honestly, these guys lost to Revenant X Spark at LCQ. They did win their golden ticket match, but not without being battered and bruised. Whereas Humble got to sit back, watch it all unfold, plan their next move, and they've got to be feeling confident coming into this game. Milcrio is saying it's going to be an easy game. It's ridiculous. It's bravado of the highest level.
Yeah, I maybe did try and drag that out of him a little bit.
You did?
Like, with those Japanese teams, it's trying to kind of like draw blood from a stone, getting them to talk a bit more smack, but we got there eventually, and I'm
impressed. I could not get anything out of Semantic. He said the nicest stuff about it. I'm like, come on, everyone's talking smack on you guys.
You know, do something a bit more, but, you know, I think that, you know, it's kind of the hints in the name, right? Humble, but, yeah, you're kind of expecting them to come into this one as the favourites. Crazy Raccoon taking a bit of a difficult route through LCQ, didn't have the performances they would have liked. He said it's tough to replace Chitampo, but they've done the best that they can.
They had to reverse Casa Brawl, reverse sweep Casa Brawl in front of a Brazilian crowd, which might be one of the hardest things you could hope to do in Brawl Stars. So that earns my respect. Not that I didn't already expect great things off this team, but Crazy Raccoon are definitely got the caliber of champions. They need to prove it here, though.
They have that definitely going for them. Crazy Raccoon can stay calm and collected, even with the greatest pressure. And if this is not pressure, I don't know what is. Facing off against the most recent world champion in your first round on day one, that's not an easy task. And yes, Humble, you mentioned, Semantic didn't really want to talk smack about them. He's a nice guy, but they play some mean game.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking to them about what they expected from this game, it was quiet confidence from them. I mean, you know, Semantic says he's the kind of player that's felt like he's always able to adapt to those meta changes really quickly, right? He's so passionate about the game, he's so immersed in it constantly that he feels like his team always have the edge on these new developments. So even though we might feel like this is a meta game that could favor Crazy Raccoon, Humble have probably solved the meta quicker than any other team.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're the team who can do it if any, right? Crazy Raccoon, I think they've got a bit of a hill to climb here. You know, they're taking losses against a team that we've just been absolutely destroyed, dismantled by SK Gaming, and Humble are usually the team who takes that SK Gaming on the big stage. So you've got to question how this game's going to go. Crazy Raccoon going to have to lock in, going to have to get the mechanics right, most importantly the draft, because that's usually where this region falters, and that's where they're going to be the most open at Humble.
And that's where Humble usually shines in.
Yeah.
Humble are the ones to set the meta often, very often. They are the ones to try out new comps, and more often than not they work out. They were the ones that made Barry as good as he is. Actually one of the only teams that have played him, and yeah, it seems to work out for them. Let's see if they're going to bring him back today as well.
Yeah, I think these teams have some really interesting like pocket brawlers on a couple of their players. Like Boss, for example, like his best brawler in the lead-up has been Penny, for example. You often see him take the Mo. He wants to make those plays most sort of all-in scenarios. And, you know, talking about Milcreo's role in the team, Tensai says, look, you know, we're not expecting a one-to-one plug-and-play replacement for someone like Statampo, but, you know, this guy is really experienced. I've got experience with him going back to Jupiter in those early days of East Asian Brawl Stars. And more importantly, Milcreo's attitude allows us to still have optimism when playing from behind, have resilience as a team, just mentally, being able to bounce back from, you know, slow starts in these series. And if Crazy Raccoon are expecting things to go remotely like last year, they will be playing from behind. They will have to dig their heels in it against this world champion squad.
I mean, surely that's exactly what we saw at the LCQ, right? They're falling behind against these teams they shouldn't be. And that's the kind of massive optimism that will get you back into a game like that, as you say. You know, he's not Chitampo. Nobody is. You know, he's probably the best player that Brawl Stars has ever seen. But you've got to do the best you can at replacing him. And if you can't do it through those mechanics, you've got to do it in other ways.
We talked so much about draft already. I feel like Humble feels really comfortable against Crazy Raccoon as well, as they, Crazy Raccoon, play very similar to SK. The match that we just saw, SK likes to play those control comps. Maybe they have some wham with Ope on the Mortis, for example. But other than that, very calm, collected, a good control comp, whereas Humble really just picks those all-or-nothing combos that either work out or they're going to lose 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect from Crazy Raccoon like those old-school comps. We saw a lot of Gene and Max from them on those sort of bounty maps. Jaeyong is a brawler they like to bring in a lot. Tensai really favors Finks, for example. These guys do not necessarily want to be flashy. They kind of let the mechanics speak more for the flashiness than the drafts. So these guys have a very stable approach to the game, but it sometimes means that their ceiling is a little bit lower. And at this level, you do want to kind of have that X factor in your drafts, you know, a very high ceiling brawler that allows for great depth of skill expression to try and find advantages over teams like Humble. And off stream, this is crazy. Yeah, SSG 1-1 up against that Novo Esports squad, one of the best squads coming out of North America, grappling here with one of the many EMEA representatives.
That's another Group A match. We're now in Group B, though, here on stage. Humble versus Crazy Raccoon, and just looking at those faces as well. You see Crazy Raccoon locked in, Magrea with some smirk, but that's about it. On the side of Humble,
can't be serious.
They're just all super happy. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're playing with the fans down below, so they seem to be super confident on that stage.
I mean, Semantic was opening star drops on stage last.
That's true. Trev, do you think it's going to bite him later to be a bit too confident right now?
I don't know. I feel like it's good to be, to a certain extent, loose on stage. You don't want to be too, tight, uptight, because that's gonna hurt you just equally as much as well. But it's who Milcrow is, to be this kind of animated, smiley character. And if that's how he plays his best Brawl Stars, then so be it. You look over the other side of the stage as well. We see some smiles on Semantic's face, on Humble's face. I mean, they've got the right to be confident because they are the current world champions and probably the favourites for most people come into this competition. But it's nice to see those smiles across the board, and we should be having a really solid game.
I love the comparison you actually made between Crazy Raccoon and SK Gaming, because I can't think of two teams that have more similar philosophies on the game. And obviously Humble has handled SK Gaming at LAN pretty well, but always feels like they're formidable competition. So this is a great warm-up if Humble are thinking ahead towards that sort of regional rivalry.
I mean, that's going to be a match that could potentially happen tomorrow between SK Gaming and Humble. Looking forward to that as well, since, as we already mentioned, Humble tends to win at LAN, but then in every single monthly final, SK Gaming came out on top. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon truly is the SK Gaming of East Asia. If they can beat Humble today, they would at least get their revenge for last year World Finals.
Absolutely, it's been a long time coming as well. When you have to wait a year to be able to, try and get revenge against the team, you've got so much time to kind of think about what to do, how to draft. And we've mentioned that, they're not a team who or a region who knows how to draft. But I'm excited to see how this one's going to play.
Whilst we get the players situated, let's listen in once more into our teams.
Let's talk about your choice of favorite brawler here.
Normally I have a Mortis there for the Mortis skin, because Nightwitch Mortis is such a bad skin that I love it, and it's my favorite skin because it's so awful. Right now I chose Leon because it's Worlds, and it's of course the World Final skin of last year, not our skin unfortunately. And of course the Humble icons, Humble's pin that we recently got partnered with, which I'm really, really happy about.
Where are your trophies at, bro?
My trophies are sitting at 0. I've been playing the game for a long time. Somewhere around Genie release, I stopped playing my brawlers in ladder, to prove to people that in tournaments that trophies do not equal skill. Because back then, after every set, you can still see the trophies of the brawlers. Nowadays, that's not a thing anymore. So I got like 1,000 screenshots with my Genie 0 trophies against the Genie rank 35, which back then was hard. Who I beat them, and I basically was proving ladder is no skill. I'm better than you. Stop saying ladder is skill. And then I just kept it up until now, since 2020 basically.
You heard it here, folks. You don't have to be a leather warrior just to make it to the big stage. Semantic was able to do it as well. I'm pretty sure, though, he has like 80,000 on his mini.
Yeah, he does have. He definitely does have a lot of trophies.
You've got to keep those kind of facts quiet. Let him flex his 0 trophies when
Nobody
he's probably got
that.
it like 2,000 on a different.
You know, my favorite part of that whole interview is that obviously they were showing us Semantic's player card on a laptop across the room, and Lukey turns to me and he goes, what are we looking at? I said, what do you mean? It's his player card. He's like, no, I can't see it. Like, he's like, I don't have my lenses or glasses.
You're leaking everything.
The guy's blind as a bat if he doesn't have his lenses in.
I hope he has them in today, though.
We're live, right? We can't just cut.
No, I mean, what am I going to do? I tell everyone he's got bad eyesight. Sorry, bro.
He has been wearing glasses for the majority of his Brawl Stars career, to be honest.
And still, he managed to win with the World Finals 2024.
Visually
Let's see if he can do
people
it again.
too.
Heading to this match now, Crazy Raccoon once again still looking happy, still ready. Let's see if we're going to head into our first draft soon. I'm super excited for this one. As already mentioned, those two, they had to wait so long to finally play up against each other again. Crazy Raccoon unfortunately did not make it to Brawl Cup, so those two could not possibly face this year yet.
So something in keeping with how you compared Crazy Raccoon to SK Gaming, I'm always looking at like the last pick for these guys in drafts, right? They always try and save something a little bit spicy, a bit special for that last slot. And they can just contest the more, commonly, broadly powerful brawlers early on in those drafts. Like we saw Ope kind of get counter picks in so many of those games. Crazy Raccoon are going to try and do that, but Humble are going to be aware of this, right? So it's when we get into the drafts, it's going to be a matter of not opening yourself up to some of those last picks, and also not telegraphing what your intent is too much with these drafts, because in this era of Brawl Stars, you can go for those tank-heavy comps, but like we saw from SK, on that Brawl Ball set, you can almost imply that and then go in a completely different direction. So I'm looking very closely at Coach Kanan here to see what the strategy is going to be through that pick and ban.
You say that now, and now they're going to go with something like Ruff's last pick. Super exciting. Wow, never seen before. But yeah, I do think this kind of meta is really, really in a good place. Favors Crazy Raccoon as well as Humble. Both have their the brawlers that they want to play are good in the current meta. It's not a too tank-heavy, assassin-heavy, or I don't know what, thrower-heavy meta overall. It's really balanced. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to this match.
I mean, that's the good thing for the game and for all the teams as well. Yes, certain teams are going to want the tankier metas or throwers, that kind of thing. They want the meta to be catered to them, but having a really well-balanced meta for World Finals makes it about as even as it can be. So it's just a question of whether or not teams have adapted. And you said earlier that Humble are probably the best at doing that, and they're the ones who define the meta most of the time because of how capable they are at drafting. So intrigued to see if, as you say, Crazy Raccoon having this meta that's going to be, they're going to be pretty happy about, does well for them, or if we're going to see another Revenant situation where they just get outdrafted and dismantled by an EU team.
We've kind of, beaten a dead horse a lot talking about some of the drafting issues from the East Asian region, but back in 2020, 2021, they were undisputably the kings of Brawl Stars. There was no better region. And as time has gone on, and as the game has evolved, MEA has not only caught up, but they've completely eclipsed them, I think, in terms of what they bring as an overall package to their game. And so, yeah, it became a bit of a meme somehow, like, East Asian drafting, yada, yada. But in the past, that wasn't as much of a focus for them. They were so mechanically good that they could cheese their way through drafts, even if, like, on paper, they didn't have comp. That now is an issue for them because they're going up against equally talented, mechanically skilled players where they do need to set themselves up with the best run rate possible in that pick and ban phase. So that's only really why it's emerged as an issue for them over the last couple of years. But even like teams like SK Gaming also face that challenge as well. Like they talk about how they brought players in specifically to help that sort of Megamind develop good drafts. Pedro obviously is getting involved, but Ope and Joker really like to focus on that aspect of their game, and we kind of saw it showcased in that previous match.
We're going to kick things off on Brawl Ball here. I'm a bit scared for Crazy Raccoon on that mode specifically. We have seen in the past that even though all three of them are alive, sometimes they let ult shot slide through. I think it's a region issue as well. I feel like Brawl Ball is just not their mode usually, but let's see how they prepared coming into this today. Humble on the other side, well balanced. But again, sometimes they tend to pick something a bit too risky. Either it's a very good comp or it makes no sense and they're just going to lose within 30 seconds.
Fun fact, Crazy Raccoon's best map in the lead up to this tournament, which is, unlike in the past, is actually a Brawl Ball map. It's been pinhole punch where they look really good. They play a lot of these Chester and Ruffs comps, right? Again, pretty well-behaved drafts, but just executing really quite well. So they've managed to bring that into their portfolio as like a pretty strong part of the game. We know like MEA teams generally are quite good on Brawl Ball. Humble, one of their best maps, Super Beach. That's obviously, they will try and bring some throwers in there, and they play a lot of Charlie. So if we see that come up, Lukey is quite a prolific Charlie player. Obviously another brawler really good at just taking brawlers off the map entirely.
Yeah, really good against those kind of aggressive units that are coming towards you, and that's kind of what we expect from this East Asia region as well. Crazy Raccoon, though, with 17% is not something I would have expected in the majority of matchups. They are against the world champions, so 8.
That is.
Listen, before you say it, I know it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot towards them, but they are the world champions. People are going to be pressing that logo just because of the history that it has.
Exactly. I think this is just recency bias. We have to keep in mind that Tensai has won more World Finals than Humble. But yes, the crowd thinks Humble is going to repeat what they already did last year. Meeple is left open, immediately picked up here by Crazy Raccoon. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show, how Meeple was catapulted into top 3 in the meta just because of his hypercharge. He's super strong also thanks to his gadget on a map like Pinhole Punt. And as you said, Uber, even though I gave them some bad words about maybe they're not the best in Brawl Ball, Pinhole Punt is actually quite a good map for them.
Yeah, it's been one of their better ones in the lead up here, so ignore that sort of knockout Bell's Rock. As far as we understand, it is Brawl Ball, it is Pinhole Punt to start off the series. Chester picked up here by Humble. This is really heads up. This is one of Crazy Raccoon's go-tos, just very powerful. I really think that Chester's just a DPS monster in general, right? Especially now with that first shot getting empowered so much more by that selection of star power. And also a hypercharge that combines basically all of the kinds of supers you can get from Chester. It's kind of devastating no matter where it gets put down on the map. Byron here to round out, give you some sharpshooter pressure, some thrower capacity in a pinch can also be game-changing.
Absolutely. The hypercharge that comes along with Byron, if all teammates are kind of bunched up on the opposing side, is going to get a lot of connections and a lot of value as well. Ruff's going to come in then as well. Kind of expected at this point, I feel, with a lot of brawlers, especially ones who have really good hypercharges like Meeple. It's going to be a common brawler to see slide in.
Yeah, I'm going to say Milcreo often be on Ruff's duty here. Very powerful. Sandbags against those non-cleave or non-penetrative shots can be really powerful. And of course, being able to just instantly give hypercharge over to one of your teammates can be massive. We already saw Meeple get abused pretty heavily in that previous series. And here's the mode for Crazy Raccoon. Again, this is like a go-to for Boss. It's like one of his favorite brawlers to bring into some of these maps. So both of these teams are trying to take away some of their opponents' comfort picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the kind of versatility that the Mo brings to the table as well. The goal-scoring ability that brawler has is really, really solid. Hypercharge, speeding up that drop, like drilling into the ground and coming up really nice as well. So good to have. Ziggy's going to come through then. Going to be playing this thrower capability, shooting over some walls. We'll see how it plays out. I do like it. The Super's obviously going to be kind of covering a lot of the map, but I feel like it can be overwhelmed so easily.
Crazy Raccoon's comp, though, doesn't have a lot of hard all-in potential outside of the Mo, so if you are looking for the more mobile build of Ziggy with the teleport gadget, then you can probably stay safe from that super.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't leave the ball in a tough position if he's got that teleport as well, because he's just going to go for it, try play for that as well. Into the second game we go. It's Humble versus Crazy Raccoon rematch from the Grand Finals of 2024, and a good start for Humble as they get a player off the ball.
Yeah, you already saw that Mantis and Meeple gadget pop straight away, but Humble were pretty unbothered by it in general. And Luki, mechanical genius that he is going to be able to push up and pressure Moya, who at mid-range in this mini-Mo form is not really much of a threat. So Luki going to be very annoying and basically just babysit this Mo at base, throw that gadget down and make it very hard for him to get out of his own goal.
Yeah, well, wall's broken on the right-hand side here. I'm not sure who that's actually favouring. They've got, Ziggy on this side, but Byron should be able to thrive in that situation. Chester not bad out in the open as well. A little pass forward, it bounces off that wall. I think they knew they couldn't score, but I think now they can. He's gone down. Semantic trying to get the damage in and does. Few shots from Luki will keep them in the mix, and a super there as well from both of them, as Tensai trying to escape, but can't.
Yeah, no escape from there. He also got hit by one of those Chester supers. It was the gas version of it, so he's going to tick down inside that Ziggy super one way or another. So again, Luki's looking for that aggressive, oppressive map control, but Tensai Super is going to allow him to fire through these indestructible boxes, and that Ruff's gadget is also going to clear a little bit of space. Mantis of Meeple means that Boss can't recover the ball right now either, so Humble need to be patient. Semantic's losing in the longer fight here against Moya and can't take him out of that left side corner. Crazy Raccoon are looking pretty scary here, and Tensai's going to send the ball forward. Luki's going to give up his life to try and clear it. He can't even touch.
I mean, that's a great defense from Humble there again. Once more, CR on this aggressive stance and doing a really good job of keeping them back in spawn and not letting this thrower get a hold on their side of the map. Hypercharge availed from Ruffs as well, but he's just choosing to go for a wall break. Making Ziggy play out in the open is not where Luki will want to be.
Now the Mantis of Meeple, this one is not going to be able to ensconce Boss. He'll be safe outside of it. Now he's going to pop that hypercharge super. Moya does get hit by one of those shots. He's going to tick down for the time being. This should allow Semantic to play that much more aggressively. What super does Chester have? That's the question. Semantic wants to surge forward now. Luki's going to have a super ideally to give him some map control, but Milcreo is able to sidestep it for the most part. There's Tensai down. It was a hyper super, so it comes straight on back to Luki. And Semantic slowly starts to inch forward. Still no score yet in this round, and down to the last 10 seconds.
Milcreo grasping at straws there, just popping a hypercharge, trying to keep them in the mix in the mid here before this overtime hits. Luki going to be out in the open, but Tensai throwing down the super, trying to get some work done. Knows he can't get any use of it when all these walls go down anyway. So just playing it slow. Luki super available, and that's going to be huge for zoning people in this situation. Boss finds a connection there as well onto the Meeple in the back. Moya is trying to defend the right. Boss here in the middle, not going to have an opportunity just yet. But Chester's still shooting out shots, trying to find the opening Meeple, throwing this mansion down, stopping the ball in its tracks.
and allowing them to get back in the mix.
Moya, though, clipped there by Semantic. He's in a bit of trouble. Very, very low stat in the back of the goals. There's going to be an opportunity if Semantic pops that hypercharge. Tensai hit with the gas. It's too much to handle. Humble throw everything, including the kitchen sink at Crazy Raccoon, and finally break through.
I mean, that was really nice there from Humble. It was a 50-50 match, and this is the kind of thing we'd love to see after seeing domination from SK Gaming. I want to see Crazy Raccoon push back more, and I think the argument is there to say that they were in a much better position for the majority of that game, in a dominant position on Humble's side of the map. But we'll see if that can remain once more. Semantic trying to get the job done here on the right-hand side. He'll keep Milkreo out of the way. And some good taps from Boss. We'll have Tensai burning all the way down.
Yeah, he's just going to tick down. There's not much he can do. Boss connecting multiple of those shots basically renders the enemy useless. Oh, nice clip on Milkreo. This is looking dangerous. Boss with a super. Clips onto Moya as well. That's going to keep the Mo out of the fight for even longer. Massive amounts of map control now for Humble, but it's a matter of converting this. And Boss wanting to dance as that rough gadget makes him move away from that ball's position.
I mean, this is where Ziggy wants to be in this position. They need to stop him from getting super on Moya, and Milkreo in those defensive lines will be affected by it. But Tensai boxing up Semantic and making him position that a little bit better on the right-hand side, but a good splash from Boss comes in and he'll get the kill. Luki still raining down lightning on Milkreo in the back lines, but he switches his focus to Tensai in the super. Will be clipping Milkreo. Narrow is surviving, but pinned into the corner away from the action.
And he's low. It's taken him so long to get back into fighting form, and if he keeps taking this damage, it's going to be longer until the regeneration is actually able to kick in. Luki's making him dance, and Milkreo's got nowhere to go. A shocking reception there for the Ruffs as another super's thrown goalward. And all Tensai can do is wait for it to expire. Moya's been a bit of a thorn in the side here, but ought to be cleared in a few moments now as those Byron shots have been connecting, dropping the Mo low. He'll tick down to 60, and Semantic's looking for a finish now. Moya's got to play safe and still gets the elimination. Semantic getting ahead of himself.
Yeah, they need to get out now whilst one of Humble's players is down, but Luki's still pinning Milkreo back in spawn. Hypercharge available as well. Might be able to get good use on both of them here. Pops it, and that's going to be coming straight back to him as well. Milkreo just in the corner, might be able to survive. Stays there for now. Luki going to find it anyway, and the push forwards is there. A pass to the middle. Open goal for Semantic. 35 seconds for an answer.
As time goes on, this pressure just gets too much for Crazy Raccoon to handle. Luki cycling these supers, constantly forcing whoever's on the left side away. Milkreo's had to make a lane switch here with Moya, but I don't think that the Mo is any better positioned against this Ziggy. He's going to have the dance as well.
Well, pushing forwards now, Meeple's Mansion comes in, Boss going to be boxed out, and they can wait on this right-hand side. Surely, but the Ziggy shot's over the top, he passes it to Milkreo, he will find the goal. Crazy Raccoon get the goal within 30 seconds, and as overtime hits, Ziggy should be struggling.
Here's that overtime now. The supers, though, available for Humble are pretty important. Luki's able to send that one in and just force Tensai away. Boss also has his super, one of the most favored brawlers in this endgame scenario. And Tensai's going to go for a hyper here. Just try and empower his shots a little bit more, but Semantic's able to dodge away from them. Mantis of Meeple keeps Boss out of the game, but nice clip with that gadget shot onto Tensai will continue to lay him low. Moya trying to feign a level of aggressiveness here as Luki has got to have his wits about him. As soon as that Mo dive comes in, he's cooked.
Yeah, Moya wanting to try and get a super here, but over-aggresses a little bit. Gets hit by a couple of those shots from Luki and forced to retreat all the way. Meeple's Mansion on the right-hand side once more. Can't find anybody inside, and Tensai getting hit hard by Boss, who now has a hypercharge. Milkreo's going to put a super and a hypercharge of his own over to Moya, who wants to work so hard for this super now as he can get the game done. Semantic bouncing back and forward, but his hypercharge gets the kill, and Tensai moves the ball up, plays for the draw, and there's no time for a Humble answer. Semantic will throw the ball forwards, but nowhere near the goal, and Crazy Raccoon hold on.
Predator is due. Trav, Crazy Raccoon fighting very well from the back foot in so many of those situations. Moya's been put down to 60 health, has Semantic looming and still able to fall back and find that elimination on the Chester. Moments like that in sequence have kept Crazy Raccoon in this game, but now they've got to get on the front foot. They've got to start to dictate the pace of this game. Semantic there gets juggled around by Tensai and Milkreo's gadget.
I mean, that's one way to start getting the pace on your side. Milkreo will get a nice gadget, as he said, and bounce Semantic towards themselves. Nice shots as well coming around the side from him, but they are forced to back off so fast. They were in a really good position off the start, and now back to this even playing field. Stalemate in the mid and a good few taps from Boss to keep them in the mix even more.
Semantic's got to be wary of these bouncing shots from the Ruffs. Milkreo's had his number in much of this lane assignment. There's Boss with another gadget, catching on to Tensai now. Luki trying to open up the map a little bit more with another super. But Moya's been good at dodging a lot of these lightning shots. Boss, though, has to respect just the incidental splash damage from Mo. Doesn't want to feed super for no reason, but here it is. Maple Super and Mansion's combo gonna account for Boss. Short work made of Humble here as Crazy Raccoon now become the aggressor.
Much better from them. I couldn't really fault them in the last couple of games. Managed to drag a draw in the last one, and now fighting for a victory in this. 1-0 with 1:20 on the clock. Semantic trying to get some work done, but that Super's doing nothing in that situation. Just trying to cycle it out. Boss finds the kill and helps out Semantic through that mid lane. And now looking for a flank around the right-hand side of Milcreo.
Luki switching over towards the right side a little bit more, hoping to harass Milcreo down, and does catch him out. Here's Tensai though, pop super, and even in a gadget just to give a bit of breathing room, but that's very expensive use of resources for Crazy Raccoon to stay on even footing. They have the goal advantage though, and have no reason to rush.
Well, a surprise in the top right as well, with Nova winning 3-1 against Space Station, but in this game, Tensai getting pushed down, and Luki trying to throw the super out, try to get the scoreline back to 1-1. Moya's still got a super in hand. That power-up's going to be wasted now, and Milcreo will have to work to provide him with another. Hypercharge popped, trying to get a super in the meantime, but can't find the shots just yet. Gets it, and will make use.
Gonna be able to give a hyper over to potentially, okay, Milcreo is just gonna eat that one back up yet again. Fair enough, needs the supply drop bonus stats and catches Luki with one of those shots. 20 seconds left in the round now for Humble to equalize, otherwise we are heading to a decider round in this first set. Semantics able to get wide of all those shots coming in from Milcreo, but there it is, another hypercharge super comes in from the rush. Moya climbs into Boss's, I don't know, oral cavity and cleans him up. 5 seconds left in the round here. Crazy Raccoon, nothing more to be done. They've gotten themselves an even game on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them in this one. Started a bit faster and didn't fall behind, which is seeming what they were doing in the last few. Humble, not looking as good. Had their moment, no opportunities to score in that one though, as Crazy Raccoon managed that a lot better this time round. And this one now will decide who wins the first set.
The way these comps interact is pretty complex and technical when you throw Meeple into the mix. Boss has to be very careful not to get caught in those gadgets, but they're really hard to dodge. Boss though sees it coming this time and is able to avoid it. Once again, it's going to be Semantic versus Milcreo on that right lane, but Tensai ultimately falls to the Byron in mid, and Luki has shoved Moya out of the map entirely. Now in possession of the ball, the healing super there from Boss keeps him topped up.
Absolute overkill there from Boss, but got to make sure that goal goes in. They want this lead early on again, and honestly, with how he's hitting shots, he'll be having it back in no time. Milcreo once more in a good position around the right-hand side, in the flank, and the bounces onto Semantic, and a bit of help from Boss goes a long way in keeping him back for a bit longer. Milcreo now has the break available. Might just take his side out, as it seems to be working when he breaks up that map that little bit more.
Get another Mansions of Meeple there from Tensai, once again dodged out by Boss, who's been able to win this mid matchup more often than not, and has created the opening for Humble to surge forward on the field. Semantic finds a window here to pepper Milcreo down, taking quite low. Semantic healed up there by Boss in a pinch, and now the shots from the Byron will keep the Roughs quiet on the right side.
Milcreo absolutely taking a risk there and gambling against the super of Semantic, hoping he doesn't have the bomb as he stayed aggressive and has healed up now. Gadget going to force Semantic back a little bit more, and the power-up is there for Milcreo to pick up, but he gets tapped by Boss a couple of times and forced to stand his ground. Moira on the left-hand side is just taking the shots of Luki, dodging them, and not getting much back himself.
Boss having big impact on this game, really leading the charge on the center of the map. Tensai's flattened by the Hyper Super. Gotta be tough for him to get out of this one alive. Does survive the last tick of that Byron damage, but Humble are surging forward. Milcreo goes a little bit low, and Moya's being kept quiet as per usual by Luki here. Mo's looking for a way in, but these shots are forcing him to sidestep and serpentine his way towards the middle part of the map. Milcreo pops Hyper, throws a super in. Mantis a Meeple though will make it hard for Semantic to advance, but Boss again wins that mid lane matchup, and Moya is one shot away from being taken down. 28 seconds left of the round, and Humble here have found a way into enemy territory. Now they just need to hold this space.
The hypercharge goes down, and that's going to be coming back as well. Milcreo's going to fall. Moya, the last man standing here. Semantic gets the bomb, but Moya catches the ball. 15 seconds to get all the way up the other side, and they're going to concede as well. Humble take the first set.
Not a bad start for Crazy Raccoon here, but they knew this was going to be an uphill battle against the world champions. And Humble displayed that champion's resilience, being able to bounce back after a lost round here on Brawl Ball. Like I mentioned, Trav, it's a very technical matchup. You've got the Byron, who needs to balance doing damage with keeping people like Semantic healed up on that right side lane. Luki on the Ziggy, though, looks really oppressive here.
Absolutely. I mean, Moya is a brawler who needs supers, and just having Ziggy just stopping him getting them entirely, we maybe saw a couple throughout that entire game, and a few of them were used offensively. So not mounting the attacks that he wants, not getting the goal scoring opportunities. And CR, they honestly played it well. I can't fault too much of the gameplay, but again, the suppressive nature of this Humble comp, the range of boss in the mid that Tensai couldn't compete with, Humble sitting, Luki sitting behind walls and dealing damage like that. There's not a lot they can do. And
there's a lot expected, I think, of your Byron player, right, who definitely needs to collapse onto those side lanes and sort of push your teammates to advantage there as well. I think Semantic at times was struggling a little bit dealing with Milcrea, right? The Ruffs is quite powerful now, especially the state that Brawler's in, especially with his shots that are able to bounce. And when Semantic finds the right super, he's really able to clean up. But you noticed a couple times he has to cycle him, right? He throws down like the area of effect slow on himself, just like, get rid of that super, I need to find myself another one. There is an element of variance that still is baked into Chester's kit that can make it feast or famine sometimes for that Brawler.
Yeah, like I said during it, it's kind of like Milcrea was gambling with his super, just trying to hope that he doesn't have the bomb or stun in certain situations.
Because you don't know.
For him, he didn't, exactly. There's no way of knowing what super Chester has, so why not gamble against it a few times to try and take a risk against the world champions who, you know, I think it was 87% of people thought you were going to lose against.
I mean, that was a pretty wild vote difference. But, you know, Crazy Raccoon, we were hoping last year in those World Finals to see a crazy performance from them, a really close game. We just didn't get that. It ended up being really underwhelming. Humble just had so much momentum built up and were able to bring it home. We're heading over to Hideout, though, here. Of course, a pretty iconic bounty map, I'd like to say. You want those longer-range sharpshooters to operate the side lanes, and you do want to invest in a brawler that can let you take that blue star off the rip. Kaze, Carl, Mortis, like we saw from SK Gaming, all pretty common picks.
Absolutely. Well, Hideout got to balance your comp really well, have a bit of long range, possibly a throw, and instead that aggression as well that comes in is really solid. Bans are there, the Grey, the Gene, and the Mina from the side of Crazy Raccoon don't want that aggression from the Mina, and who can blame him with that brawler at the moment? Jae Young, Ruffs, and Grey on the other side, so double ban for that really strong brawler. Obviously the Walking Cane's so good, the TP, the Hypercharge, all pieces of kit that can be used so well in Bounty.
Potential. But Gene taken away is pretty important here. Crazy Raccoon actually, bounced that one out here. They don't want to see that. Byron straight away opted for by Humble. We just saw what Boss was able to do on that brawler. Obviously, really benefits from these longer side lines. Might actually be playing a side lane here instead. We've seen brawlers like Bell also picked up because those nest eggs are really potent. Once you can get map control, anyone who walks into those basically instantly getting taken down. And the Jaeyong ban, I think, is very heads up. I think that one's very much aimed at Crazy Raccoon. It's been a very popular pick, but for Milcrea, it's one of his favorite brawlers to bring onto this map.
Yeah, I mean, Humble obviously have that Byron and how well they played it last game. Makes me a little bit scared once more for Crazy Raccoon. The Gus, again, really solid long-range brawler, has the capability of knocking people back in certain situations and staying alive. Kaze comes through again. It should be, as I said in the last one, it should be guaranteed first star for them, unless the opponents pick up a Mortis, which is kind of a bit of a jinx from me in the previous one, but in reality, that's what you kind of expect.
Is Flying Hook Carl faster than
I actually
Kaze?
don't know. It might well be, but I'd be surprised to see that come through.
Yeah, that would be pretty surprising. Seeing that kind of all-in brawler against a Gus comp would probably be a bad idea, but Humble are not above going for some of these crazy picks throughout the drafts. So far, though, these have been very standard brawlers, very broadly powerful. Needful here is fantastic on the Hideout, especially because those two sort of symmetrical bushes on either side of the blue star are a real feature of this map that is often played around. And Crazy Raccoon don't have any wall break here. It's unlikely you see that invested heavily in on this map, outside maybe the occasional Brock gets in here. I don't think that's a brawler that's been in vogue on Hideout for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the Meeple. The ability to shoot through walls is one thing. Now being able to walk through them with the Hypercharge as well is another. So you can, reach kills, get kills that you wouldn't have been able to before. So really nice piece of kit, and then Nanny to go along with it as well. That
just
long
classic.
range. It's just the long-range brawler that trumps every other long-range brawler.
Yeah, I think obviously, Return to Sender as a gadget meant that Nani was a counter to sharpshooters in general for quite some time. There's ways to work around that ability, but you've got to be careful, especially if you're trying to do something cheeky like, hit a Kooky Popper, explosion onto the Nani. Luki's always going to have that gadget option to prevent that damage and send it straight back. But Return to Send is only good against those single large hits. So against Angelo, it's very, very good. It's actually one of the best things you could have. Angelo, a brawler with basically the highest single shot damage in the game, has to be very wary of that Nani gadget.
Absolutely. We've talked about that Nani at long range, but let's not forget against Kaze as well, the burst damage that brawler can bring in at close range is very good as well. So Kaze are going to have to manage those matchups. They should be getting the blue star here, so they'll be playing on the defensive for the most part. But you know, if Humble manage to get a Meatball Super in those offensive lines, it's going to be so hard to defend.
Yeah, against two sharpshooters, that is terrifying. So, Blue Star not contested at all by Humble, as Trav alluded to earlier. Tensai's already taken up in the bushes, and Boss wants to play a bit more aggressively in Milcreo's position. Look at this from Humble. They are absolutely adopting the role of aggressor as necessitated by a Blue Star on the red side. So much so they want to collapse the map and play the diagonal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tensai just sitting in here. It's going to be difficult to get him out unless Boss can find some connections elsewhere. So this matchup at the moment, heavily relying on that Semantic versus, well, I'm going to say it's Moya up top on the Angelo. Yep. And Luki now in a position to try and help his teammate out, provide some heals and get Tensai out that bush. He seems to be pivoting over left-hand side. Milcreo has a super, so found a lot more shots than anybody on Humble. Yeah, the return to sender on the left will do a lot of work.
Boss almost fell to a cookie popper there. Thankfully, Luki's healing was absolutely on point. Really nicely done by the Byron so far, but Tensai doesn't want to leave this bush. Here's Moya with a super. Okay, peep time, Moya has to jump away from it, and he's not able to regenerate health in time. Semantic knows that matchup like the back of his hand.
That was so nice from Semantic, knowing he could eat that shot, pop that, obviously it's the star power that puts him in that shield, so knew he could win that matchup and time that to perfection as well with the jump away from Milcreo. He's just going to be able to have this lane on lock now, or at least he should with the range advantage.
Moya's done. He does not want to go up against the Nani. It is such a bad matchup for the Angelo. And so Semantic here is going to try and pepper Milcreo down. Moya, though, a bit more of a threat to Boss. That is not really where Meeple wants to find himself normally. Boss is flashing super. I like that aggressive moment. Alongside the PP, Moya's in deep trouble. Great eat there by Tensai. Keeps Moya alive, but Humble still have this star lead.
Well, Semantic forced to use a return to sender there to stay alive against Milcreo. And they're going to start aggressing now. We see another super come down from Tensai, and they both get out of it quite nicely, so not in too much jeopardy just yet. But backs against the wall and nowhere to go. Hypercharge there from Semantic, trying to get Milcreo down. Finds the connection, but he's not going to die. 3 seconds on the clock and trying to pinch. But a great Meeple gadget will keep them in the lead and bring the win back to their side once more.
And even though Humble's comp does not have the ability to sneak an early blue star, they abuse a very much winning matchup for Semantic to get that initial lead and then fall back. Tensai was virtually out in the open against that Meeple Super. Even though he was trying to slowly take map control with Fanstorm, the Meeple Super meant that everybody could shoot at the Kaze through the wall.
I mean, they don't have that aggression on the left-hand side at the moment they had in the last one. Not playing the diagonal game they once were, but a lot more evenly spread here. Boss going to require some heals, and Tensai going really aggressive. And feeding the lead straight back. Slight misstep from him, but needs to make up for it in the late game.
Yeah, not the kind of mistake you can afford to make at this level, though. Giving that blue star over, the Humble don't really have to work for it. Luki definitely dodging these shots coming in from the Angelo, but still needs to respect that high burst damage from the sharpshooter brawler. Tensai has to go invis for a time. Semantic definitely gets his boots quaking. And now is able to move back in position with a peep at the ready. He is just waiting for one of those Crazy Raccoon brawlers to be taken low enough for the insta-kill.
Well, it's tough to question the two-time champ, but still waiting for him to get some work done here.
Oh, it's time.
And that's a great connection as well. Brings both of them into the grasp.
Good night.
Can he get a heal off in time? Oh, just manages to dodge out the way. Luki forced to splash himself on the right-hand side. Will still be taking a few burning shots thanks to Moya's super there as well. And Boss has the super. Doesn't really want to use it here. Knows Tensai's in there. Slips out through in that invisibility. Gets hit hard. Will be brought down. And yet again, it's Tensai's over-aggression.
And Boss places that super so both of those walls can be shot through. That is nicely located. Tensai here has to look in the direction of Semantic, but I would not want to challenge out the Nani. He just flattens Milcreo, old-fashioned style. Beautifully done. Good gadget there by Boss, and nothing that could be done when Luki throws that super in.
I mean, this is so tough. It really is for Tensai to get anything done. And now the hypercharge is ready to roll for Semantic and Boss. Obviously, they're going to be buffing those base stats a bit less, but still able to get stuff like this done as Boss runs through the walls and can pinch pretty much all 3 lanes. Tensai goes down again. Milcreo's going to join him, and this is surely going to be the set. Moya got a mountain to climb all alone. Tensai trying to get there, but nowhere near stopping this Humble roster as they make it 2.
I think once again, we've got to turn around and reacquaint ourselves with the draft phase of this second set, because Humble put together a strategy that is very, very hard to answer. They have great sustain, long-range pressure with the Byron, the king of sharpshooters in Nani, and of course this Meeple that can flip all of those engagements on their heads with well-timed supers. Semantic though, frankly, styling on every matchup he got himself.
0-0-0. I mean, there's not a lot you can really say about that. Tensai fed a lot in that last one. And being, as I said during it, the two-time champ, we don't expect this kind of thing from him. But so tough to be able to do anything against three brawlers who it's really difficult to get within range of in the first place. And then to be able to secure the kills against, you know, Byron Splash and Nani at close range and Meeple who's able to kind of maneuver so well around these walls and use them to his advantage. It's so hard. I mean, you know, you're putting yourself in a situation like that, which you shouldn't be. But you've got to kind of feel for him at the same time. And yeah, it's their draft. It's their fault they're playing this way. But we need to see more from them.
I think, like, you know, Moya made the correct decision opting out of the Nani matchup and going up against Luki. But Boss, much the same way he did on Brawl Ball, is able to pop super and collapse onto a side lane. Right? He's very, very good at just creating a virtual 2v1 with one of his side laners in order to give his team the edge. It's really a matter of time until that happens. Previously, it was with Byron supers. This time it's with those Meeple supers. The idea is much the same. And Luki didn't have to overextend into the Angelo matchup. Try and trade some shots. Don't get picked off. Use that super on himself when he had to. And let Semantic be a bully on the left.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Pit Stop's up next. We're going to go back to some not that, to be fair, that was quite aggressive for a game of Hideout, but we're going back to some aggression on Pit Stop, bit of heist along the way, and Milcreo's still somehow all smiles, even though he's 2-0 down in a really tough match here against Humble. But, you know, as I said, you know, they're a team who require this uplift that he brings with his happy attitude, and that's exactly what you need at 2-0 down.
I think Crazy Raccoon are also thinking a little bit about the rest of their group, right? This is definitely the most formidable opponent that they could be running into. Outside of that, it's Tribe Gaming and SK Kalala, so you know, I think they're probably feeling pretty decent about the rest of this sort of Group B assignment. And they knew that Humble would be a difficult team to push over early. Heist, very interesting game type, and Pit Stop is probably the most compelling of those maps. It's one where we see more of those all-in strategies drafted than any other Heist arena.
Yeah, and I love it so much as well. We see Lily banned out, Miko banned out, no surprise on those two. Ruffs along with it as well. A brawler that can bounce shots just like a Rico, round walls, break up the map, power up his teammates. Really nice to see that out of the way. Kaze, I'm sure actually after the previous performance, I'm sure Crazy Raccoon will like to see that banned out of the way, along with the Miko and Berry over the other side. We're going to see Cordelius picked up first, so they're not going to go for that all-in. They want to play the defensive stance on it.
Yeah, very reasonable, of course. And even, you know, the jump gadget, the replant, you know, for Cordelius allows him to get around the map fairly well. But this basically says, do not play Chuck against us. Don't bother going for, you know, that cheese, any sort of all-in strat. And there are also, if you try and take like Bull, for example, he can struggle against these Cordelius-based setups. Cordelius got a slight nerf in Super. He actually had his move speed reduced a little bit, so harder for him to chase people down. But when used defensively, I think it's still a very effective tool. The Meeple can't argue with this. And if you can get in an aggressive position and invalidate those natural walls on the map, it's going to be hard for Crazy Raccoon to prevent safe damage from coming in.
I mean, I genuinely do think it might be a bit hard to make work for the rest of the game. You're going to need your super to be cycled, constantly have that ability to shoot through these walls, walk through them as well. For the rest of the game, I don't know if the angles or range is too good for him, to be honest with you. So we'll see what Crazy Raccoon do choose to pick afterwards. We see the Carl come in here as well. I've got no complaints about that. Love to see that Brawl. The heat ejector onto the safe is a great thing to deal some damage as well. So something that Crazy Raccoon are going to have to be cautious about.
Yeah, I feel like Humble give themselves a all-in option without, you know, picking a brawler that has to play that way all the time. Carl's still very reasonable at, you know, mid-range as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for Crazy Raccoon to win. They've kind of veered away from this really aggressive stance that they seem to be going on. So Cordelius is going to be kind of sat in a defensive position trying to get some work done. Buzz is on the flip side, the complete opposite. That's absolute aggression and good against the Carl, which I like to see.
I mean, having that raw stopping power against Carl is very, very important. And obviously with Hypercharge, Buzz can cross the map in a pinch. You often see those supers chained together one after another to cover great distance and give yourself some pretty terrifying potential in those team fights. Crazy Raccoon now needs it. Yeah, oh, they go for the Chuck themselves. They take away the counter pick, and then they pick the Brawler that Cordelius is designed to counteract. I'm not sure if Humble would have seen this coming.
Yeah, okay, what do you have to go now? You know, you're looking at the other things that can kind of delay it a little bit. Charlie can delay, not as well as Cordelius can stop, or you just go something like the Melody and run it down as well. Try do the same thing that they're doing to you, but a bit faster, because it's going to take Chuck a while to get set up on the map like this, or at least perfectly. But then again, you've got Moya with a Dynamite coming in. All right, okay, we see you.
That is wild. It is such an iconic pick, I feel. For Lukey, the dynamic Michael has hit the field. Of course, this is a brawler who will nuke the safe, basically, given any option. But remember, the changes to Heist, now that the safe has shields at each 25% increment, it's hard to have a full all-in. You can't end the round on one single push. But Humble are going to try and just bully through some map control, but I want to see how this Dynamite is able to get past some of what Crazy Raccoon are working with.
Well, Lukey's just ripped a double jump on his off. He's actually going to be using the fidget spinner. Not going to be using that stun, which is quite surprising, but wants to stop Milcreo early in his tracks. They're just going to let Moya go, try get a bit of damage themselves, and Dyna on the safe is going to be a real issue at this stage. What can they do to stop it?
You can't out-damage Dynamite on your safe. This one is going to be very hard to deal with. Moya, though, gets some good damage, but already we have a Meeple Super being cycled, and this is looking about as close to all-in as you can get from Humble. They do chunk Crazy Raccoon's safe down below that 50% mark, but Crazy Raccoon on the crack pack do have their chuck here. Moya's able to throw some damage down, so this is going to be pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, Moya's just going to ignore them, not going to go for the kill, try stay up in this aggressive position here, and he's going to come out right in the middle of all three of them. Semantic, Hypercharge used, and a good gadget to keep Boss alive there as well. Tensai up top, gets the Dynamite down, and Moya will burn back to spawn. And it's bang on even now in percent.
Very close game, and now they've got to outrace this Chuck. Humble have to decide if they're going to play defensive or just go for broke here. Here's that Chuck pressure down on this stage. Crazy Raccoon have to leave for now. Humble's down to 29%, and with Boss getting picked up there, I think that was a lean back with resignation. He realizes that Crazy Raccoon has been given too much rope to work with now. Humble, this is a struggle now to stay alive in this game, and Milcreo is going to ignore them. Just go after the stage. Humble's strategy falls flat midway through that round.
Absolutely. I mean, when you saw them kind of bring that Cordelius back and deal with the offense that Humble were trying to mount, it was a completely different game. Real nice stuff from them. It was a good start from Humble, but maybe overcommitted that tiny little bit.
I mean, it's easy to be tempted into doing so. You know your Dynamite is at his best when he is going to town on that safe. But maybe just ignoring the Cordelius and disrespecting Moya to some degree proved to be their undoing. With the longer they play this neutral game, Trav, the longer Milcreo has to set up these posts.
He had a really good setup last time as well. He was hitting the safe both times. He was bouncing back and forwards. Boss and Lukey on the safe, but the same goes for Tensai and Milcreo down the bottom. They get the crack first. They do have a slight advantage, but Semantic unable to get the kills just yet, and Tensai going to get that down. Moya taking him into the realm, and they get the crack as well, but it's the same over the other side.
Semantic can't defend this 1 versus 2, whereas Crazy Raccoon are able to use Moya to dig Lukey out. He's got very good damage on this safe, but he's going to be pressured down, and the more shots Lukey takes, the longer it'll be before he heals up to full again.
I mean, that should be a kill, but he jumps over it really nicely, but Milcreo can't get to the safe in time, and he will fall. Boss now surely going to try and mount an offense, but can't really against the Buzz. And we just see Lukey taking a bit of a back seat for a second there as well. Gets within range of him, and now going aggressive is the Chuck, and they've already got the crack. Great, Humble don't, and that's surely going to be the game. 1% left. Milcreo actually comes back, but they still get it. And 15 remains on Crazy Raccoon's side as they get the set.
It was only a 5% difference, right? Humble's safe was down to 25, Crazy Raccoon's was at 30, but because there was another shield stage left for Crazy Raccoon's safe, Humble couldn't afford to go too aggressive. But they just ignore the Chuck, they let him go, they say, we can't chase him, we're midway through the map already. And for a team who we've insisted have some weak drafts, that was very well executed. Almost demonstrating they had no interest in playing Chuck and denying him from Humble with the Cordelius pick. They round out their comp with that very brawler, the menace of Heist, and they use him to great effect. Over 106k safe damage from Milcreo.
Absolutely, and not just that, they double down as well, right? They take the Cordelius first, and then they double down on 2 brawls they'd be very good against, going towards that safe and getting the damage that we saw. I love the fact that Lukey tried this Dynamite, and it did well, don't get me wrong. I feel like it was the defense that seemed was lacking a bit from Humble. Meeple, the stats, very good, but I didn't feel like it did masses, to be honest with you. Struggled on the defense, and he's the one that was there for the most part.
Yeah, you can see how this sort of plays out. They're in a good spot here, Crazy Raccoon, but Moya is able to defend them really well. First, Humble let the Cordelius get through and they say, okay, we can outrace him. They don't realize that Moya cracks the safe and then walks back up the map instead of staying there. I don't think Humble are ready for that. All of a sudden, Cordelius is able to pick them off, and then Semantic is often spawning 1v2 against, Milcrio, at least, and often Moya. And that's just not a matchup that Meeple's going to be able to win. He just dies off reach, or just dies to the buzz, right? Gets supered straight away and gets picked off. So, great draft here for Crazy Raccoon, but also just some of those small decisions, especially that Moya makes as kind of the pivotal brawler in that composition, really pays off.
Yeah, and you can see those smiles starting to return to his teammates' faces along with his there. Milcrio, as we've mentioned a few times, his happy nature really keeps them in this, and I think they've said it before as well. Humble, still only one off from taking this series and knocking Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket of their group, but they're more than back in it now with that great performance. And as you said, it's not common we kind of are praising those drafts from the East Asia region, but that is one time where we can.
I was impressed, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Good to see Crazy Raccoon have got something up their sleeve, especially going up against the final boss in their first game here at Worlds. Knockout, of course, going to be our game type for our fourth set. It's going to be off to Bell's Rock for us. Some of these brawlers like Ollie, still very popular here. Ziggy's definitely had to rise up in these knockout maps, as well as Angelo and any of those sharpshooters. You might see teams try and work, other throwers here just to collapse the map if possible. Wall break is going to be pretty crucial here, though, as well. Maybe to turn those two lanes into one.
Well, the tick is going to come rolling on in then as well. Nice early pick of the thrower. Definitely taking the one with the longest range quickly and not letting their opponents have it. I don't mind that at all. But as always, you're leaving yourself susceptible to just constant aggression at that point. RT's going to come in. It's another one of those brawlers that's just...
Let's go!
Has it all. It's got the range, it's got the mark, it's got the short range required for the late game battles, and Brock to sculpt the map to how they want it, maybe choosing not to go for a thrower, or might go for a bit of a surprise one at the end if they need to.
Honestly, and Crazy Raccoon's most played comp on their knockout maps have been Grey, RT, and Brock. Grey banned away by Humble, RT and Brock picked up by them here. So they're going to put this East Asian squad in a bit of an uncomfortable position in terms of brawler selection. Boss has the wall break to kind of nullify the thrower aspect of Crazy Raccoon's lineup, but they go with the Nani, of course, who's going to be looking to win any of those sharpshooter matchups possible. Humble might have to start thinking about now how they actually close the gap on this Crazy Raccoon composition.
Absolutely. Well, Crazy Raccoon, last pick, still here. Got to be cautious. I mean, obviously, they've kind of accounted for the fact that they're going to be breaking the map and playing some range now as well, but with Humble still having this last pick, they could go hyper-aggressive. You leave yourself open to it. Byron comes in then, got the heals, got the range to be able to fight these brawlers out in the open, and when it's a bit more closed off as well. So Humble's last pick still coming in 20 seconds to make this selection, and it's a question of whether or not they just go aggressive or maybe play a thrower or keep this range.
Yeah, it's a tough question, right? If you take a thrower, you need to be able to beat out the range of the tick, but there are no really conveniently placed bushes in order to allow you to play the Juju. Could go for the Ziggy, I guess. Could only some of that map control, but I kind of like this.
Right?
I was almost thinking of even something crazy like Buster to try and close the gap and punish these sharpshooters, but Max is going to give you the option to come forward and get more aggressive. Remember, the map's going to be opened up a little bit by this Brock, so you will have that kind of avenue of going hard to engage against this Crazy Raccoon lineup. But I think Humble have to play the neutral game perfectly here. Otherwise, they're going to be down a player before they can really start to execute their game plan.
I mean, they've got to somehow get to these max supers before giving the tick too much value, where he's going to be able to get those supers off, the hypercharged supers to defend, waste those phase shifts, and stop you in your tracks. So we'll see if Luki's going to be able to do just that. The wall break nice and early on for Semantic to give himself a bit more room to evade these shots, but he's not going to be loving life against the Nani.
No, it's a brutal matchup, and Nani can just respect these incendiary fields and continue to send these shots in one after another. Semantic has to give a lot of ground. Luki's also got to be mindful of a potential pinch from Moya. That's why that phase shifter was used there already. And Boss doesn't have a whole lot to do except sort of trade this out. Oh yeah, map not fully opened up. Semantic gets taken down. And this is what I mentioned, Trav, about the neutral game having to be pretty spot on for Humble. They make one misstep and they lose to these matches of outrange. They're dealing with these sharpshooters on the other side.
Luki needs to work for his super now for the next round, because this seems like a losing battle. 3 supers on the other side. Boss no super, Luki no super. Will he even fight it? Phase shift goes wrong as well, and he still finds that burn damage landing directly onto him. He's got a little bit of health left, but choosing not to heal up just yet. Spamming out every single shot. Tick super's even being used to try and secure this one, and it should do just that. Moya's low. Boss can't find anything, and all 3 members of Crazy Raccoon stay alive, and Humble left wondering what they're going to do.
Humble now can start the round, though, with an opened up map. They need to make use of this. Luki has that super. but may only have one opportunity to get a good engage possibility on Crazy Raccoon. Semantic also left that one square there. It's just something that Tensai can use to hide behind and try and have advantage in these sharpshooter matchups. Lane switch now. You notice that the tick has moved to the right, allowing Milkrayo to set up here to pressure Boss down. Boss in a 1v2 against two brawlers that match his range pretty effectively.
Speed's there to try and get himself another one as well. Needs to cycle those and can't, but they get a good amount of control here. Return to sender will almost bring Boss down. And a peep coming in as well. Luki's going to have to tank that one, and I don't think he's got the phase shift. Semantic might end up eating it instead. And he does. He's low over the right-hand side. Tensai smelling blood and trying to go for it.
Oh, that second shot would have been the end of Luki. He's able to dodge away from it. That hypercharge super from Milkrayo flattens Boss. Not much to be done about that. Semantic falls. Tensai didn't even need the head first. And this is going to be a pretty convincing showing for Crazy Raccoon on Knockout. A powerful comp that does powerful things, and Humble can't really stop them.
Well, this could have been, I mean, it looks like the big start of a comeback that they just mounted. Milkrayo getting hyped up as well. As we expect from him, hyping his teammates up and just being the all-round happy guy that he is. You need that in situations like this when you're trying to mount a comeback. And it's really paying off for Crazy Raccoon here as Humble seem out of this set.
And Luki was able to get map control off that first super, right? Push up, start to aggress, but eventually that ground had to be given up, and Crazy Raccoon simply took control of the game from there. So there's got to be another layer to the game plan for Humble, outside of just the max super. You need to do something with the map control you've given to your Brock and your RT.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. What is the game plan? We haven't seen anything from them that would make you think that they're going to make any big things happen. Semantic back over to the right-hand side. Once this tick matchup needs to break open that right little wall there as well to give himself a bit more breathing room, and does. Tensai still just sitting here, raining down shots, and it's more of the same. They can't move.
And Luki's not getting any damage. Enough to charge that super up. Has to stay at max range, excuse the pun, outside of what this Byron can do. Now Luki's forced to play forward. Has super at the ready, but Boss is going to get picked off. Moyas, Pete does all the work it needs to, and Luki's almost dead to one of those mines. Semantic should, bleed down to poison, and that's going to be the end of Luki momentarily. Humble have no way into this game.
I mean, this is the round that's going to decide if we go to a set 5 or if Humble will try and hold on for this 3-1. This max speed needs to do so much, and he's really not going to be able to do much with it. Semantic going to have to walk over about 10 tick mines to try and get an attack going, but falls so low in the process. Hypercharge being kept then for the nanny for a later date as he just uses this peep as it circles around and actually opens up the wall a bit more for Humble there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to peep a Max, right? Max very, very quick on her feet. Able to dodge away from that, but that is where, Moya's been sending that super most of the time. Luki's been able to dodge it on both occasions, but where is the map control for Humble? Where is the game plan? Milkrayo's got a hypercharge super. Tensai as well with an empowered head first is going to be very hard to beat. And so Crazy Raccoon are biding their time. There is no rush here for the East Asian squad.
And there doesn't have to be. Triple hypercharge is ready to roll for their side. And Humble have just been standing watching for almost the entirety of it. Hypercharge super comes in now. Luki's going to have to dash through that, but get pinned in spawn in the meantime, which means Tensai should get some shots. Boss hit by the hypercharge peep up in the left-hand corner. Semantic trying to go aggressive, finds one connection, but Luki bounced back into another shot. And Semantic, the only remaining player of Humble, gets taken down. And we're going to a step 5.
And Trav, that was not remotely close. Crazy Raccoon from start to finish on that set were the dominant team. And now, yeah, absolutely, you're starting to feel that energy. Whereas on the Humble side of the stage, looks like the air has been sucked out of the room. It's kind of tough to play at a full set of Brawl Stars when you feel like you've been beaten in the draft phase. Kind of have to walk with your head down straight back into the game after getting clapped round after round. A pretty disgraceful scoreline, I think, for Humble. Not one elimination to them, but crucially, at no point do they put any pressure on Crazy Raccoon.
It's looking bleak at the moment, it really is. Their heads are down and Crazy Raccoon's heads are as high as they've been. Real tough. 0 kills across this entire set is not the way you want to go into the deciding one. And Milkrayo absolutely flying high right now, in a really good position to try and close this one out, reverse sweep the world champions and get their revenge from last year.
So if I had to ask you what the plan was for this Humble composition.
I was about to ask you the same thing.
No, I beat you to it, bro. Answer the question, Trav.
I mean, obviously it was revolving around the max, being able to just tank some shots, dash up, but every time he had speed, no use was made out of it. They couldn't move because there was about 10 tick mines in front of Semantic when he tries to provide it. And if he goes forward there, he dies, and Luki's hung out to dry.
You're playing RT, right? So there's almost like a late game plan, at least in the back pocket for you, where RT is quite powerful, but in what we call the neutral, right? Before the map gets broken up, before the gas closes in, RT has good range, right? Has a gadget that can help secure eliminations if required, but he doesn't do a whole lot against Nani and Byron. Certainly feels like Crazy Raccoon had comp from the outset. And that is definitely a subversion of the narrative that we've really peddled about these East Asian teams, not just this year, but honestly for the last couple of years. That's been a big step up for a Crazy Raccoon that had to fight tooth and nail to even get here. Had to fight through a brutal LCQ, had to reverse sweep Casa Brawl in front of a Brazilian crowd. I don't know anybody who's going to be excited about that prospect. And now they've given themselves the chance to steal the series away from your reigning world champions.
I mean, this is the thing as well. How many times have Humble been in this position where they're at an event and it's this close? They're usually walking over teams, only dropping a set here and there.
They said, I sat down with them and they said, we need to figure out what it's like to play from behind. Because at Worlds last year, we never had to do this. We always had momentum and it felt like we were fated to win. Now, we get to see a little bit more of what Humble can do when they're up against the wall.
Yeah, pressure's on and the bans are here. Juju, Draco, and the Hank coming in from Humble. Over the other side, Hank going to be double banned out, along with the Meeple and the Mina from their side. So, Humble with the first pick, not able to get any of the ones that I'm sure they will have wanted. But it's obviously such a control-based game mode. I honestly don't know who's going to win it. You'd expect Humble to be doing pretty well on a game mode like this, but Crazy Raccoon have all the momentum on their side. Finks coming in as the first, and I really like that.
Feels like a pretty iconic brawler for this team. Humble have always looked to pick up the Finks on these hot zone matches when possible. Open business, of course, is pretty challenging because the side lanes can be used pretty easily by any of those longer range brawlers. And there's also, we've seen, compositions drafted just to break this map open entirely. We've seen like Nita, for example, to push ahead aggressively, Frank just to blow the walls up. A lot of Byron mixed in here and there. Good to see that the Draco banned out here. Both teams have made extensive use of that brawler in scrims. But the Ruffs turns up yet again. Such an important centerpiece and also a brawler that doesn't telegraph your comp intention whatsoever.
Well, it's funny you mentioned, I was literally about to say, this is the place where the iconic Frank Berry came ripped out and did such a good job. Luki on that brawler is absolutely ridiculous, and this comp with this team is a force to be reckoned with. So we'll see if that's the kind of route they do tend to lean, but the Crow was picked up by Crazy Raccoon on the other side as well to play a bit more of that range along the way. So if the map gets broken up, and I'm sure it will by the Ruffs, the Crow should have a pretty decent time.
Now, Juju's banned here. We've often seen Finks combined with that. You go Larry and Laurie as a thrower option. It's less common to see on this map, but actually has a really high win rate on open business when it's been picked up. It's going to be the Frank, though, that's taken instead. So you've got this wall break, and you've got this inherent sustain, plus speed boosts for the Frank being supplied by the Jaeyong. So really well-rounded composition for Humble, but doesn't necessarily have these huge moments of burst damage here. They're really going to be sticking to their fundamentals with this setup.
Yeah, well, clearly things have pivoted, as I mentioned just before, as the Berry Frank that I was expecting, but a different healer support brawler is going to be rolling on in then with that and the Jaeyong. Lumi rounds out the Crazy Raccoon roster. I like that. The Hypercharge can cover so much ground, lock people in place, and deal some nice damage. So Crazy Raccoon, solid composition. If they can get this map broken up, Humble going to be trying their hardest to not feed that Ruffs.
Yeah, for Humble, it's very much about staying alive for as long as possible, just accruing that capture percentage. Once the Finks can put a super field down, you can dodge away from a lot of those projectiles. I do think the Frank has to be careful of Lumi Gadget. That Grim and Frostbitten is a real problem for those slower brawlers, or the ones who want to close the gap. This game, folks, is anyone's. It comes down to a fifth set decider between your world champions Humble in a world championship rematch in 2024 Grand Finals. Looks a lot more interesting here in 2025.
Yeah, a little bit of Frostbite on the right-hand side there, and Semantic slipping and sliding, now caught in a bit of a tough situation, but Humble have control of the middle, and Boss doing a good job of keeping Milkrayo back and not feeding him. There's the Weekend Warrior dealing some good damage as well, and back to heals we go as Luki is going to require them.
Pretty easy to underestimate the burst damage that Jaeyong has access to with that Weekend Warrior gadget. The activation causes an AoE field of damage, and then your shot is empowered. Definitely something that's pretty scary. The problem for Crazy Raccoon is that they not spend much time on the point here. Boss, oh, that is dirty stuff. Another fantastic gadget activation. Able to win it out there against the Crow. And Milkrayo is too low to contest. Luki so hard to shift, and Semantic has been dancing this entire round. He and Tensai are basically playing their own side game of Brawl Stars.
And Semantic's not going to mind that at all. He's
No,
in a
he's
position
chilling.
where he's just chilling in the right-hand side and his teammates are doing well, so why change it? And I'm surprised Tensai hasn't moved out the way, tried to get Milkray over there, you know, deal some damage, get your super, we'll break the map, because nothing's changing at the moment, and Boss is still holding his own on the left. Might need some heals here for Luki as well, but he's surviving and living on.
Semantic being able to tie up the Lumi is massive here. Tensai would much rather be throwing these Morning Stars at the point itself, but they have to respect what Frank can do. It was a hypercharged super there thrown down by the Ruffs, or at least the supply drop super to empower Moya or Tensai. But Boss has just been dipping a toe onto the point here and there, being really hard to shift. Luki, much the same. Eventually the Jaeyong goes down, but Humble have enough of a buffer here to take their time, and Semantic has finally built a super.
I mean, how many supers is he going to throw on Semantic, and he's still stood there? I don't know if he's even doing anything at all, but he's there, he's being annoying, and Boss back on the zone now, has a hypercharge as well. Luki trying to move up, here's the hypercharge, and this might be the point where they lunge in, but just waiting, keeping control, and why not? Because Crazy Raccoon are doing nothing about it.
This is how Hot Zone is supposed to be played. Humble are issuing a challenge to Crazy Raccoon. Come and challenge us, force us off the point, take some risks in order to get back into the game. Boss here has to deal with the gadget now. Milkrayo has that hypercharge ready to go. Map's getting broken up as Luki wants to step forward. Semantic finally falls here. Humble's starting to lose control of this game bit by bit now. It's Crazy Raccoon who are looking to get themselves into the lead. Semantic needs a hyper super but might not have a chance to build it before the round is done. He'll open up the map instead, and now Humble have one last chance to take control. But Luki's flattened instantly. Crazy Raccoon looking for another challenger. Eventually run over the top of Humble.
I mean, somehow it looked all Humble. Eventually Semantic made the move and everything crumbled from there. Frank gets decimated, he gets supers, he gets power-ups, his teammates stay alive, and they play that long game so perfectly well. Crazy Raccoon just one off reverse sweeping the world champs.
Back we go, folks. Jaeyong and Finks here in the mid. This time Semantic is opting to play a different side of the map. Has to contend with the Grim and Frostbitten gadget. Sliding on about, but still finds himself in a safe spot. Boss wins out against Tensai, though. The Lumi struggling a little bit more against the Jaeyong. Nice gadget use there from Semantic to draw Milkrayo into his demise.
I mean, he's forced them to open up that left-hand side, which I don't know if that really helps the Ruffs anymore. And now he's just gone to the right, plays the same game that he was playing against Tensai in the previous one, but allowed his teammate to have maybe a bit more footing on the left. He is getting pinched in, and Lumi having a bit of a better time, locked down, and that should be a super provided to the Ruffs, and a power-up to one of his teammates. But Boss will get that kill and stay alive for a little bit longer, but Luki, TP's back, not going to survive, but they've got good percent.
And again, we saw this from Humble already. They had a good start in their previous round, but they let that lead slip, and they couldn't regain it. So very quickly, they're going to need to assert themselves once more. The map is opened up on the left side. It's going to be harder for Semantic to avoid this damage from Tensai now. Eventually, he'll have to properly challenge the Lumi. But Moya's fallen to Luki, and that super is now in play for the Finks. So easy to dodge those projectiles, or at least you would think that's the case. But Milkrayo was hitting those taps, and here now, the map's going to be opened up even more. Another hypercharged super. For Moya to earn a hyper, should it be required? And Milkrayo now is really pushing up.
Semantic round the backside, gets locked down, and Lumi surely deals with him, but he gets the kill, and Boss through the middle gets one as well. Everything falls for Crazy Raccoon. Milkrayo just narrowly surviving, but eventually a pinch of Luki and Boss will get him back to spawn. Now, just sitting on the mid, little time warp in there as well, keeps them in the mid for a little bit longer and buffs this zone so much for them.
Semantic's earned his hypercharge. This is big. He's had to make space and use his health pool as a resource, but it's given Humble 82% on the point. Boss, though, has got a backup. Wait now for reinforcements. Semantic can make his way through. Evidently doesn't have hypercharge to work with. It was used earlier maybe for the raw stats to try and stay alive. Yet much less shield in this day and age. Crazy Raccoon have been able to equalize the score now, 83% and counting. Humble have to make a play. Boss trying to come forward. Weekend Warrior for extra damage, but that Grim and Frostbitten's going to make it hard to pass. No chance here for Humble to break through. A Crazy Raccoon vanquish the ghost of their past, taking down your world champions in 5 sets in their debut match in Stockholm.
Well, you said what they wanted to know, how it feels to play from behind. Now they've got a taste of the whole thing. They've got a taste of losing at LAN for the first time since I think they've been a team. Incredible reverse sweep by Crazy Raccoon. Humble, they held for so long. but eventually Crazy Raccoon break through in both games and mount an incredible comeback against the world champs.
We talked about it. The strategy is about being consistent, about having broadly strong brawlers that are hard to shift. But when it comes to those shock and awe moments, the moments where you have that burst damage, that all-in potential, Crazy Raccoon have the Crow. They have the Lumi as well with filthy damage output. And Tensai and Semantic fighting their own battle for much of the game. We ended up seeing Lumi emerge victorious, being able to impact the hot zone itself.
Last time those two teams faced off against each other was a 3-0 for Humble, a very quick match. Uber, you mentioned how they said in the interview already, we don't really know how to play when we're on the back foot because that just usually doesn't happen. Humble were meant to be the winners of this one here as well. Many people have voted for them. Many people see them as the world champions this year again. And now we see Crazy Raccoon is going to be up against Tribe Gaming next in Group B. And Crazy Raccoon on the other side, they had such a rough year. Nobody expected them, or I think it was 17% expected them to win against Humble today. They had a reverse sweep against Casa Brawl already at the Brawl Cup. Now a reverse sweep also against Humble. It seems like they feel super comfortable when they're in the back foot.
The drafts look a lot better, right? I don't think they were on the back foot a whole lot in this series, really. First couple of sets looked a little bit shaky, but I was really impressed with the way they drafted the Cordelia's opener and then the Chuck closing pick there on Heist. I think for me was emblematic of this team's development in their approach to the game outside what happens in the match.
I mean, for me, it kind of seems like they started drafting well after they were 2 down. So the amount of reverse sweeps they've pulled off recently in these tense, difficult moments for them, I think you've got to say they're a team who loves playing from behind.
It looks like Humble loves to just sweep everyone 3-0. That's what they're good at, also at the Brawl Cup, but not today, unfortunately. Casa Brawl and now also Crazy Raccoon. Casa Brawl and now also Humble were reverse swept by Crazy Raccoon. They really feel comfortable when the pressure's on. And the pressure is also going to be on for our next 2 teams. We're now heading over to Group C. We have 2 EMEA teams. They know each other. It's going to be such a close match. It's Team Heretics versus Reply Total.
Totem might be a hard job, but we will get it done.
Yeah, facing Totem is the hardest match of our group because they are the land demons.
So I think Heretics are, all of them are hard workers and they are trying their hardest. I think they are preparing very hard for the first match of the tournament. We also beat them like twice last time we faced. They take it more personally than we do, but I think we are a better team and we will come up on top because they're clueless in the games.
Teams made their way to Stockholm, all crammed into one arena, all chasing the same crown. And now I'm here with 2 new talents that guide them through the journey, that guide us through every twist and turn. Kenny and Ark, are you ready for today? How has Stockholm been so far?
Stockholm's been incredible. I mean, let there be chaos, folks. We just started out with an absolute bang. Huge upset in Group B, but I think Group C, the group of death, is going to be something different today.
You asked if I'm ready, Sonny. Do I look ready? I hope so.
You look very fine.
It's the most important event of the year. It's what we live for, and it's already been up to such a great start. I mean, who could have predicted that last result, honestly?
Sparkly, I think, is actually the word I was looking for. Sparkly, also the team that we're going to watch next. Team Heretics with some very mean gameplay, usually. They have Lana, of course, one of the best tank players in the world, and they usually like to build those humps around him. Only won a single monthly final, had a bit of a rough start, brought in Zar, and with him, they did manage to close this year on a high note.
Zar, one of the only international transfers we've ever had in this game. On the other end, though, a team with a rocky go at it this year. Mari finally trying to find the missing puzzle piece, and this year it's Angel Boy.
Yeah, you know, historically, Reply Totem, they've always been late bloomers. But not just slow starts to the year, but slow starts to the entire season, scraping through at just the final hour, really. But LCQ, Reply Totem did do wondrously well. And we cannot forget, Drake now on the coaching side of things. He was kicked off the Team Heretics roster at the beginning of the year. Now he's got a chance to have the final say.
That is a nice revenge for him, a revenge match. And we already mentioned Zara and Danger Boy, both of them come into this team as the new addition, and both of them bringing in some great experience. They already played in the World Finals 2023. Last year for both of them, it did not work out. And now Reply Totem comes through the LCQ and is here to fight.
It's definitely a split prediction here as well, and I imagine for the folks as home too, this is going to be an EMEA grudge match the whole way.
And I'd say now, let's get this party started. Barney, let's bring out the teams.
Two teams bursting with raw talent. They have the skill, they have the experience, but do they have the synergy? DreamHack, please welcome Team Heretics and Reply Totem. Team Heretics have Zar, Lenan, and I, Chaos. Reply Totem have Maru, Maori, and Angel Boy.
And after what just happened in the previous match, Humble losing 3-2 to Crazy Raccoon, I don't even want to give my predictions, Ken.
It's a little bit scary. I mean, I'm kind of on danger watch after match number 2 of the day, but Team Heretics, Reply Totem, there is plenty of beef to go around. This is a very personal one. Chaos playing with the team that he previously played with last year. Drage coaching against the team that literally booted him this season. Zara, an international transfer. Angel Boy's back. So many storylines in this one.
Yeah, this was a massive 50-50 for me as well. I really struggled in terms of laying down my predictions. But, you know, you've got to remember, just so much storyline between these two teams. Chaos, of course, was an instrumental person with getting Reply Totem through that LCQ last year, getting to the World Finals and making that top 4 position. It was a massive result for Reply Totem. But as with this year, last year was the same story. They really struggled throughout the season.
It truly is where Reply Totem feels most comfortable. They need this pressure, they need to go through LCQ, and last year it worked out wonderfully for them, made top 4 in the World Finals after just coming through LCQ, so I wouldn't count them out here, even though Team Heretics has the better seeding coming into today.
Team Heretics have certainly looked in form as of recent too. They were one of the teams that stood out to me in scrims in the week leading up to this. And I think the ultimate test is when all these international teams start flooding into the same country, right? We're starting to see other strategies, how they fare against different regions. I think they've pulled up to that. I don't know if this is necessarily the #1 team, a top contender, but they're right there below that. That feels like they have the potential to go to a semifinal at least for me.
Drage, of course, playing on Team Heretics. Chaos playing on Reply Totem. Both of those two players know exactly what it means to beat the other. They're able to really analyze their strengths and hopefully capitalize on their weaknesses in that regard too. So a lot of personal grudge matches going to be playing themselves out, and I love it.
Can we touch up on how our community loves to deem one of the groups usually the group of death?
Of course.
And Group C is where it's at. That's also why we're showing you your 2 matches today of this group. We have Team Heretics, Reject, Loud, and Totem. Now those two from EMEA have to face up against each other first. It's a known matchup. They play each other all year. Are the nerves now even worse, or are they feeling more comfortable?
I definitely think there's going to be a little bit going here. Anytime it's just a personal affair, I think it just means a little bit more. And to put it in light terms or real life situations, right, both these sides want to win the breakup. It ultimately comes down to that, folks. You just want to win the breakup. Chaos not with this team any longer after getting the record 4th place, 3rd place kind of setting in the last year's World Finals. Drage, of course, literally being dumped this season, and now he's on the other side. I think this one is going to be a deeply rooted one. I think this is going to be a huge tone setter for how both these two do the rest of the way. I can't wait to see how it goes down.
We're going to be so cautious going into this World Finals of the teams that came out of LCQ. I feel like Reply Totem really were so dangerous, especially when they were in fear of being swept by Team Electros in that regard. They kept their composure, they brought it back, and I think that counts for so much. And they're not going to want to waste that opportunity. Being at LAN so recently, just within the past month or so, it's a great build-up to get to this point where Team Heretics, despite winning a monthly final, they haven't had much in the mid part of that season to go through into the World Finals.
I've mentioned it before how Team Heretics really likes to build their comp around Lena. He's going to be the tank player. He's going to be the aggression that they need to just cut into the opponent's defense. On the other side, Reply Totem leans heavily on team play. After all, they have Maru and Maori. And this is, I think, the oldest cooperation we have between those two players. They have been playing together for so many years already.
Yeah, 5 Worlds in a row now, I think, at least. And now we go into the draft as well. I think this is going to be a very fun one. This screams Alley to me from Team Heretics. It's a brawler that is escalated in the meta. It fits the playstyles of both Lana and Zar. I think this is going to be all about them trying to get what they want. Reply Totem trying to prevent them from getting a draft that's favorable. Sandy, of course, going to be one of the top selected brawlers here. Max still on the board. And of course, when Medan's not going to be banned, it's going to be picked.
I love to see that Sandy ban because both of these two teams really have championed that brawler in their scrims. It's the highest win rate and pick rate for each, so I like to see it. And there's the alley that you mentioned. Great call for that as well. I love that for Reply Totem. We've seen how dangerous Zar has been throughout the season on that brawler, so taking it off their hands, I think it's a wise call.
Mina picked up first. Makes a lot of sense, as you already said. Once Mina's not banned out, she's probably gonna be picked up, nerfed heftily, and yet still one of the best brawlers in the game. Ali was a good shot here on the right-hand side. On the other side, what do you play against her? Sometimes we see a Shade, very good on a map like this one, can make use of those walls, but he's banned out. Mo as well. What else is there?
Well, I think Team Heretics need to establish a mid, and that's what they did just now. Pam is somebody that has risen up the ranks. It's always been a little bit prevalent in EMEA, but especially with that hypercharge drop, it's changed up everything. It's honestly pretty solid. I think this is a lethal brawler. I think this is going to make things rather difficult for Ali. The way to deal with Ali is to beef up. More HP makes it harder for Ali to get a takedown. She can't 3-shot the Pam. Now we've got a healing station on the ground as well, so that's going to preserve the lives of the others too.
Yeah, the healing station for sure. It just cannot be overstated how much Pam has now risen forwards, and I think this is the perfect map for her. It's been a while since she's been in the competitive meta, but I think it's a great time to have her picked here. And now Chester. We've seen quite a lot of Chester already today as well. Wasn't one that was on my horizons too heavily, but certainly for Team Heretics, a brawler which they've played a lot in their practices. Now, the question here is, do Reply Totem bring in something like a Max, something aggressive in that regard? Because it's definitely one of the ones that they've been considering quite highly. They've already got the Janet. The Jean could have been an option for them, but I think the Janet might sort of take that idea away slightly from them. But certainly aggression with the alley. Tara going to come in. The gravity, of course, is where she's going to absolutely thrive.
Tara gives them a win condition now. You have to have a way, if the gyms are spilled out, to try and make a last-second attempt at grabbing those. This is a little bit of a safety net for them, a little bit of aggression as well. But regardless, an intense matchup for both of these teams. EMEA's number 3 taking on EMEA's number 7. Immediately, a very personal match going on here today, and it all goes down to start on Hard Rock Mine.
And like you rightly say, when there's storylines, when there's rush matches, it can get very, very scary. Very slow start in, though, from Reply Totem, so let's see whether they are still stuck yet, because we may have something going on there. We'll check in just a bit to see whether they are going to be joining the match now. So I'm going to do a little restart here as well. Looks like Reply Totem didn't quite get into the match okay.
Yeah, we're going to make sure we take care of those technical issues and let the teams reset here. I'm assuming drafts will stay the same, though. Can't imagine that was a mistake. It's going to be a tough one regardless. I mean, just by looking at the draft real quickly, a little burst of damage coming in there for Chester. I feel like that's somebody that's been sneaky. It's not somebody that I saw a ton leading into scrims, but we've already seen it a couple times today. I think it's nice just into those beefy brawlers to have that quick burst of damage. You got to be able to remove brawlers, especially ones like Hank, really early, and that's somebody that's super relevant right now.
It's been great to see how much the meta's changed as well since LCQ. Just not even with the biggest of changes, let's be honest. Just very subtle tonings downs of certain brawlers, and Mina was one of them, but she's still actually being picked up quite a lot here, which I quite like for her. I mean, having something so versatile, something so aggressive, I think it's going to really match a lot of the alley play on the other side of the field. But in terms of these two teams, again, like I said, so closely matched. This was a real tough one when it came to my predictions and working out who was going to have the upper hand here.
You know, the seeding in EMEA is so interesting to me because Team Heretics were looking at number 3 seed, Reply Totem number 7. Team Heretics won 1 grand finals and struggled to make any other grand finals the entire year, but that one win was enough to push them over the edge, enough consistency in terms of qualifying. But both of these teams certainly weren't perfect, even from getting out of monthly qualifiers. There's only 2 teams in EMEA that made every single month, SK Gaming and Novo, and just being consistent is half the battle in this region.
Yeah, like you said coming into the match, about how Zara has been, for me, one of those players that has just thrived, coming from another region. And that was the month in which we saw a massive change from Team Heretics in June when they won the monthly final. That really was all down to that roster change, and a very bold one at that to do mid-season. It takes a lot of guts.
Absolutely. I mean, a bold call as well. And, they really debated that third spot. I don't even know if Zar was technically the #1 choice, right? They got declined at one point from players from Novo. It's so funny to see how things turn out. And immediately after, Zar kicks in, and what does he do? He wins a grand finals, one of his first in 2 years. Absolutely crazy. On the other end, though, Angel Boy Drage, a pairing that's definitely an interesting duo, right? I feel like we have this establishment of Maru Mari. Just been a twosome for years. Absolutely fierce, so consistently making worlds. They've had some close calls the last couple times, but I think they've been always trying to find what's going to push them over the edge. And I really do believe that Drage could be an excellent coach. I mean, just the top-level gameplay that he's had in the past. His mindset has always been helping out with drafts anyways, and now being able to coach on the sidelines as well mid-game is even beneficial, just to have the best eyes on them at all times.
Yeah, Drage and Angel Boy, of course, former teammates, going back to 2024 LCQ. Wasn't quite to be for them. They didn't make the World Finals. They just came shy in that regard to Eternal Fire, but it's been one of those years to see Angel Boy thrive. He's had a really rough run, let's be honest, at World Finals themselves, and actually getting to those World Finals too. I think 2023 was that LCQ where Angel Boy just went absolutely crazy, but then contrasted so heavily by a bit of a lackluster performance at that World Finals. So does not want to repeat that. This has got to be a different year for him.
Yeah, and I think that's a big deal with these opening matches, right? If the #7 seed from EMEA, the last chance qualifier team of this group, can get a win early, I mean, chaos is going to be let loose. That's going to shake Team Heretics a little bit. It's going to give Totem confidence. How you start, especially if you don't lose your first life, right? This is a group stage, so everybody technically has 2 goes at this. Even if you lose in your opening match today, you get a second go at it in the elimination match later on. I think just starting with a little cushion, a little comfort, only playing 1 match today, mentally a big difference, and obviously quite literally saves you a life.
Well, it shouldn't be too much longer now, since we will be getting the draft up again shortly, and the players will be going in yet again. Just resetting as we speak, and of course with gem grab that takes a little bit of time, so it won't be too much longer now, as the crowd is sure no doubt wanting to see their best go at it. A lot of Totem fans in the crowd today, a lot of noise already resonating forwards, and that is what we want to see at a Brawl Stars World Finals.
Yeah, we are in Stockholm after all, so a lot of these European powerhouses. Totem, we already saw Humble. The SK crowd was certainly loud as well in that dominant victory over Revenant X-Spark. Plenty of fans here packing our arena on a Friday. We're going to be here all weekend long, folks. And it's going to be exciting, too. I mean, these are 2 teams that I expected this to be a close matchup, but taking our last one, for example, Humble versus CR, did not expect CR to win in the way they did. So I think we're full of surprises this weekend.
Yeah, we were just discussing before coming on to the desk how that's a great thing in our opinion, because it just means that this World Finals, anything goes, anything can happen. What we think we know is not necessarily going to be the case, and that's exciting. I think that on every level that is only a good thing, and very much looking forward to seeing how Humble recover from that, as it's a very tough group. But as we were saying coming into this match, Group C is what the community widely refer to as the group of death. And for me, Team Heretics and Reply Totem are one of the biggest 50-50 matchups. For me, it was just that Novo Esports versus Space Station, and then for Esports versus Papara Supermassive. They were my big 3 that I was very hard to decide on.
Your gut's off to a good start today. I think the world missed out on Humble, so I'll give you a little leeway there. But honestly, Novo SSG, a good one. I mean, there's plenty of ones here, and I think this is more coined the group of death out of the public eye, because there's no super clear frontrunner, right? Yeah. I mean, Team Heretics, the #3, were obviously favored with the crowd, but they're the #3 seed from EMEA. This isn't Humble's resume. This isn't SK's resumes of lands past. So the fact that we have the #1 seed from SA that we'll see later in Loud, Reject are a team that people I think are going to believe in, 2 European longtime powerhouses. Such a fun group, and truly no clue who's going to walk out of here alive.
That's why my heart just wants to give an edge to Reply Totem. Having come from the LCQ, it's a massive opportunity to just put all your practice to the test. I mean, it really is the ultimate challenge until you get to those World Finals. And to come out alive is a rare thing, and Reply Totem were that team to thrive, but my reservations there was, were they fully tested? Chapter of Happiness, of course, from the Chinese mainland region, they were able to sweep them, but it wasn't the biggest of competition for them in their experience to date. And Navi, of course, didn't really look themselves either at the LCQ. It was the Team Electros match, the golden ticket match, that they really shone through. And
were able to display such an amazing ability to stay composed. Well, that was LCQ. This is now the World Finals. That sort of winning mentality has got to remain the same.
I think the composure is the biggest thing to take away from that, right? I think now that they've seen that they can make a comeback like that, they're never going to lose the faith, even if they get stomped on a couple sets. I think that's a big takeaway. The other counterpoint would be, that was the number 5 seed of NA. This isn't the number 5 seed of NA. This isn't Chapter of Happiness. This is the World Finals. These are the top teams from the top regions around the world. I think that's the concern with the team too, just from chatting with them a little bit. Can we take what we did at LCQ and replicate it? Because this is the bigger league.
Exactly that. It is exactly that. And Team Heretics, of course, an organization, one of the biggest storylines coming into this year. Surprised us all. I mean, coming into the EMEA region, which is obviously so competitive, arguably the most competitive of all the regions in Brawl Esports, and making it to those World Finals, it's a fantastic way to start your year in Brawl. And I think with the roster, which they had at the start of the year, many question marks around it, actually, because no one really saw the pairing, let's be honest, of iChaos, Drage and Lennart. I mean, of course, Drage and Lennart played together on Esports back in 2023, but I mean, iChaos and Drage wasn't a pairing that many saw coming, and it obviously didn't work out. But I think Zar was the missing piece of that puzzle, and it was a great thing to see someone from North America come to EMEA and thrive.
It's a cool thing to see. I mean, honestly, Zar's had a huge career in North America. He's a longtime legend, got second place in the 2023 World Finals. So I think just having a veteran join this squad of kind of leftovers, right? That's what they talked about themselves. That's what they called themselves before the big signing. And I love it. I mean, it feels very, I mean, it's not the same, but it feels very humble 2024-esque, right? It's a bunch of guys who got left out of the equation. They formed a team, and now they're here. Great success to start off the year, but it all comes down to how you play under the bright lights on the world stage. Here we go, folks. Let's get this party started. Team Heretics versus Reply Totem.
Well, Angel Boy wasted no time at all to go straight for the gem, but since then, bit of static and players standing still, so clearly an unresolved issue there to look into, and we'll get back to that as soon as we possibly can. But yeah, clearly we want the players to be in the best possible place to ensure that everything is above board, and it seems that we've still got some connection issues, unfortunately.
So we'll make sure we get that squared away. Again, if we're going to have a result, we want it to be as authentic as possible, of course, and to give you folks at home a show as well. So we're going to ensure that everything is okay on the stage. Exact same drafts, though. Nothing's going to switch up there now that we've seen the drafts. Still going to be that Chester-Pam combo that we saw. Ali going to be making her appearance on this stage as well. Tara on the other end for a good X factor. So just kind of reminding y'all of what those brawlers are going to look like here in a little bit. The meta's been quite a fun one to watch, too. I think to your point earlier, a really interesting set of stuff. These balance changes took a lot of our previous big dogs, the ones especially at LCQ, brought them down a little bit. A lot of them are still strong, right? We're still seeing Mina. Cord's going to show up quite a bit. There's a few of them that got touched in that second set of balance changes on the 12th that really impacted things, but it's neutralized them, too. It's cool to see this distribution of brawlers once again.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing how the meta's settled, and we're kind of hearing that quite a lot broadly across the community, how things have just kind of got to a much more even place with much more variety, much more options of brawlers to choose from. I like that Ruffs has now found his place, that every brawler has a hypercharge. We kind of expected to see it, but it took a while for Ruffs to really find his place again, and Otis has been creeping forwards ever so slightly now in very much that kind of S-tier position for me, and of course Meeple. We had that phase where he first came into the game and it was very overpowering. Of course with the gadget, it's just very, very hard to deal with. It's so suppressive and so able to divide the map and just get rid of Bush and that kind of thing. But Kaze, you know, despite nerfs, still in a very, very good spot, and those are my kind of top ones that I'm looking for. I mean, since the LCQ, I mean, we didn't see any of her, and at least now we get to see her. It's not going to be a perma-insta kind of ban for her, so I'm very much excited to see her pop off.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at the end of this if somebody like Otis showed up at the top of those player rate charts, right? I just think there's so many safe brawlers now. They're kind of those first picks, safe picks that show up a lot in the pick rate. But one thing that I'm really thrilled about is the amount of assassins we now have. It's not just the Lily show anymore, right?
You're alone.
I'm alone. I don't know. I just think it's a nice little distribution. We got some Ali coming back a little bit. It's not all just like run the tank, walk it forward. There's more distribution now. We've even seen that alone today. So it's nice to see some support brawlers. You mentioned Colonel Ruffs coming back. Byron's been in the equation, depending on the map and mode. Gus gets in the mix a little bit. Heck, we've even got Pam running rampant right now. I mean, there's plenty to go around.
And I want a sharpshooter to tap into the Pam. I want to bring that back. You know, give me a legendary sharpshooter. I'm fully with Bobby on that side of things. I think, you know, it's kind of like, you know, predict the next Brawl. Well, pretty a mythic brawler, probably an assassin at that. But it does make it very much a daunting prospect for the best in the world to fully grasp how to be able to go around those really suppressive assassination brawlers. And certainly this year has been plenty of those coming into the forefront of the meta. But about time to kind of like just bring them down a little bit of a notch, make it a little bit more balanced. I'm really happy with where the game is currently.
Yeah, and I'm more so meant not necessarily introducing new ones, but more of a, you know, let's see if they're all at least a little more equal. It's not just the Lily show. We've got a few running around right now.
Well, speaking of running around, Barney's running around the venue somewhere. Let's go and check in to see what's going on with him.
In and around DreamHack Stockholm, there's of course a lot more than just the esports. The esports is the phenomenal part. It's right behind you guys right now. However, we're in the photo booth right here. Brawl Stars themed photo booth to be precise. There's so many cool Brawl Stars themed items that you can pick up and that you can use and go into the photo booth, take your own photos and have a lot of fun as we go. So right now, I've signaled and I'm going to do some cool photos here. I'm going to follow it around as we go. There's photo booths, there's meet and greets, which we're going to show you a little bit later on today. So many activations. You're going to have to come down and see for yourself.
Well, players are now getting to the position of hopefully being ready to go. And personally, I cannot wait for this. I've got to talk about the venue a little bit more, coming off from Barney. But we were discussing during our prep in the hotel just how far the queue went back.
Wow,
it went. I didn't end up posting it. We kind of got busy, but it's so many people that were desperate to get into the venue this morning, and the queue went all around the bridge here. It just went on for as far as the eye could see, and just great to see so many people enjoying DreamHack.
Yeah, DreamHack Stockholm packed. I can see the gift shop from our little stand up here. All the Brawl merch being bought. It's excellent to see plenty of fans repping their favorite jerseys. Totem to go around. I've seen plenty of Team Heretics, all these EMEA teams. Oh, a little rivalry on the camera too. That's respect. Trying to cover up the homies thing. That's a good old rivalry. That's some good sports right there. Nothing like two friends going at it.
I want to put you on the spot. If I have to ask you now, who you think is going to go the whole distance?
Oh boy.
It's an early stage of the competition to say.
Fair enough.
Who are you thinking?
Look, I've picked SK 2 straight lands, and they've unfortunately fallen literally as short as you possibly can against some of the best teams. Humble's officially made me nervous, so I was debating Humble versus SK. Honestly, I could go either way. I mean, obviously, SK have an extra life right now, so I kind of leaning that way if I'm being honest.
So this is for Esports versus Power Supermassive currently going on, and it's already one game to put Esports. This was, again, a massive 50-50 for me.
Agreed.
I really struggle with this, because Power Supermassive, they really, really want this win. I mean, there's a bit of a rivalry going on in that regard. But for Esports, they're definitely a big favorite, and many top players saying that they could go the full distance in this competition.
I'd be curious to see the split on how people voted, because I still think they're going to go with Foot, right? I mean, previous world champions from 2023, Sup did escape the LCQ though, and honestly, we're seeing a superstar in the making. I mean, Enraged had an unbelievable land performance, especially for how early on in his career he is. I think that was something that was a big thing to overcome, and right now this is looking like a really tough match, but obviously one game up here. Sup should be able to knock this one forward though. Filippo, low HP, gonna make it through though. This is gonna look like it's gonna be a tight match. We'll be covering Team Heretics and Reply Totem once we get that up and running, but at least it's good to see a lot of close matches, because the first day especially is kind of telling of where these teams are at. You just never know how they're gonna show up this weekend.
Yeah, really tough decision there as well to utilize the speed of the hypercharge to get the ball despite passing to Felipe, who was the lower in HP. Really, really quick decision making there from the Power Supermassive to obviously get that game to tie up this first set. But I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Enraged. Watching the LCQ back on my flight here, I was so impressed watching just how consistent he was tapping on that Angelo, which was a very strong pick for him in the Byron. And, you know, speaking to him at Brazil, I just couldn't believe that this was someone who was playing his first LAN. He is so hungry for it. He looks a little bit like Tom from Nova Esports back in 2019, but he also has that inner burning drive to play, and that's what I really felt was the similarity between them. And I think Enraged's got a massive amount of potential to still have. I mean, his career could be so long as he's so young.
Could be one of the future GOATs of this region. Could even have a good performance here on the world stage. They're going to be behind the scenes right now. We're covering Team Heretics and Reply Totem on this end, though. We're going to get that up and running. Number 3 seed versus number 7 seed. Had a little bit of delay there, folks, but we're hoping we can get you all that match up and going. We're going to wait around and see, and it's looking like they're still struggling just a tad, so we're going to be holding off on that. Good news is, though, if you need any other content, we'll still be here. We're still going to yap. It's what we do. It's what we do best.
That's the good news. The bad news is probably in predictions right now, because I can't
that's confirmed. Yeah, predictions are down the drain.
Who must the R? Be honest in the chat, because, I mean, we were united here, weren't we, on that?
Yeah, we were. Absolutely. Defending world champion, defending Brawl Cup champion. No apologies for me.
I feel like this is probably the best World Finals to bring in the Gems incentive from Brawl, because it's going to be such a tough one. I mean, this match is going to be no different in that regard. But I'm liking the pick, and the Buster, I think, is quite underrated there from Kara as well. B as well is another brawler, which is a real comfort pick for Esports, and that's why I quite like their style of play. They don't tend to always just stick purely to the meta. Brawlers like, you know, Nani as well, and that kind of thing. They really like their long-range, sharp shooters. So despite this being a very assassinated-based meta, they still like to mess around with their own ideas.
Common culprits in that ban stage too. I think you're going to see Hanks. His name is going to be called a ton this weekend. Even Squeak, though, is somebody in Bounty, Knockout, some of these Brawl Ball maps too, where I think you could see him. He's really pesky to deal with, and of course we've talked about it already. You guys have seen it if you've been watching today. But Meeple, Mina on that top left band side with the foot, you can kind of figure out just based on these. I imagine that left-hand side was playing against the first pick. Wouldn't have surprised me if that Otis on that top side was the #1 selection overall. So I'm guessing Sup had that first overall pick locked in there. Otis, 4-5 turn, kind of went with that Buster Stew combo.
This is how Foot loves to play, just staying back and waiting for the right time, waiting for that entire team wipe to make it an easy goal. But I'm liking to see the Power Supermassive play a bit more defensively in that regard now as well, bringing the ball forward. Hypercharge there for Tomsy as well. So, I mean, all in all, Power Supermassive doing very well on the defense despite a tough position. But this being in overtime, you know, it's going to be a problem.
Called out as well, but another Chester here too. I mean, we've seen that kind of across the board. I'm a little surprised. I just think the limitation on anti-tanks, especially depending on how van stages go, might be why he's showing up so much. I don't think he was super touched in anything like the balance changes, so kind of cool to see his rise once again. I know there's a lot of Chester fans at home as he's one of our legendary brawlers. And Razor's a little pop-off right there, though. Had to drop the hypercharge. Now Foot being backed off. A little 1v1 here. I mean, this set #1 with Foot, Papara, really going crazy.
Very close match, this one, you know, as I already expected and hoped that it would be. Really did struggle to decide which team was going to have the advantage, but so far it's still Papara on that defensive side. But if Gary can just bring this connection here, Thompson's in a really tough spot too here. He's probably going to fall. It should lead to the goal if Meow can push forward, but those Mo shots just didn't connect. Two of them.
Dodges from Garo shots as well, and now with 15 to go, Sup have a super available with Stu. They could march this down. I think Filippo's just going to have to tank some shots. Really is feeling like they need to be playing for overtime. Oh, they passed Meow as a super too. Garo up the middle of the map, right into Tomsy's midst, though. Just going to go to that top right-hand side, and a tie there. So this is all of a sudden 1-1. First set, and they got a tie. So we're going to a game 4 on that opening one. Plenty of bangers to start out our day.
Absolutely wild. Back to Group C, where we are still just waiting for the re-picking of the brawlers for gem grab between Team Heretics and Reply. Our main coverage will be commencing as soon as the teams have been able to reset successfully. Still a couple of issues to be able to get them moving, so we're just looking into that. We obviously want to make sure that everything is working as smoothly as possible straight off the bat. So it's definitely the right call, but we will get to it as soon as we possibly can.
Jumping in the game, or yeah, now game 4, I guess, right? Trying to be a win here for either Foot or Papara Supermassive. So this is Group D, and Rage still alive here, barely holding on. Again, just some fun drafts, and I think two teams that we were kind of on it. Sup has really felt like they've hit good form. Maybe it's a confidence boost from LCQ. Obviously, the regular season didn't go their way, and Rage wasn't with them the whole year. I will add that. So now that they've got more time with here, maybe that was the piece that they needed just to put this puzzle all together, because Filippo and Tomsy have been around for a long time. Very solid players, not quite World's Finals caliber level, but always in the LCQ mix.
Yeah, really glad you mentioned that as Meow just scores that goal for Foot Esports there. But because, you know, if Rage coming in so late, here's some huge boots to fill because Salty's an amazing player. And I was really quite surprised, honestly, because, you know, Rage has been around, but he's not necessarily been in the forefront of a lot of Brawl Esports action. So to see him be so hungry for it at the LCQ and play so consistently, I was just so impressed. And I feel like this could be a real contender, despite, you know, many kind of looking at just purely Papara Supermassive's results throughout the regular season of play in the monthly finals. Not much to say, quite honestly. And that's why going into the LCQ, a massive underdog. But right now, I mean, they're staying above board, they're staying afloat, and that's the key, really.
In terms of conversations online as well, I feel like Group D has gotten the least amount of coverage from our public, and I feel like they deserve plenty more because they're a real interesting squad. That's a nice knockdown there, though, so Foot will take set #1 of our Group D match. I think in general, though, Group D is Fear's Zeta Division, a really strong squad. Foot 2023 World Champions SUP have played phenomenally in scrims off the backs of an LCQ run that I would say was pretty smooth sailing overall. They had some trouble with a team like Team Electros in a great match, but Team Electros were one of the better teams, I thought, from that LCQ. I think if they're on this world stage, they would be a very competitive team, especially considering the North America has not been as hot recently, but they seem like a young gun team. They've put it all together really recently. I've been thoroughly impressed. I think Group D is going to show us what they're made of throughout this weekend.
I think it might be rewritten as the Group of Death, quite honestly.
Could be.
If STMN can really bring something to the table and surprise a lot of us, we are so looking for those underdog stories. And I feel like they could be a bit of a lurking team, which many might be underestimating in that regard. But certainly for the moment, Group C still holds that title as the community has spoken. And you are looking at two of those teams which really are the top of their game right now. For me, we've seen this match actually play itself out in monthly finals between Team Heretics and Reply Totem itself, and that was where Reply Totem were able to cause a massive upset. Let's be honest. I mean, that was actually the best monthly final they had in July, where they were able to beat Heretics. It was a 3-2. It was very, very close, but that was when Reply Totem knew it was make or break. I mean, despite having those additional regional slots, as thanks to SK Gaming and Humble at Brawl Cup, we wouldn't have Reply Totem here, let's be honest, if it weren't for that. But certainly that was a period in time where they had to at least make semis or they wouldn't even be here.
Yeah, humble walk so these teams could run. They already took a loss here today, so defending world champions, one of the storylines so far, already lost their first life of the group stage against the team that got second, a team without Chitampo. Milcreo stepping in a wonderful job in our previous match. Europe's been such a fun region. It always is. I feel like it's such a deep region of competition. It's been so interesting to watch. Well, for now, though, while we get these guys squared away, we're going to send it over to friends of the program. Mr. Banks, I think you've got somebody for us.
Welcome to the Player Lounge, the area where all of our players like to chill out, get their heads in the zone before they go live, or either on the main stage, and we've had our backstage matches today, haven't we, as well? I've got Trav joining me. How's it going, man? How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, always a pleasure. A few upsets here and there. My predictions are not going well, I'll tell you that right now, but I'm going to get a redemption arc going in the second half.
We are going to get some redemption, I believe. I think I might be one of the few people that actually voted for Novo as well, because we had Novo versus SSG. That was one of our backstage matches. But let's kick things off. Give a little reminder to the people that are watching from home as well. Some of the people that maybe joined DreamHack a little bit later on in the day. Some of the stuff that's happened so far. We've had SK Gaming, absolutely dominant performance on the main stage from the rip. What was it for you? You were up there, you were casting it. How did you feel about that match?
Yeah, I was super surprised, to be honest with you. I thought Revenant put up a bit of a bigger fight. They had a really good performance at LCQ, and SK looking as strong as they are, you kind of expect them to win. But, it was the end result we expected, but the journey, I kind of thought would be a bit different.
And then, of course, the talk of the town at this point, right now, in the day especially. Humble versus Crazy Raccoon. Humble looking solid out of the gates. Crazy Raccoon just started to gain some momentum, and you just can never count them out, can you?
Absolutely. I mean, we touched it a little bit on the stream when we were up there casting. The draft kind of just flipped. Like, Humble started so well, had 2 great drafts, and then the 3 following was just incredible. Like, they didn't even drop a game in those 3 sets that they managed to win. It was just all-out domination against Humble, which is, a crazy feat in itself.
Seeing Humble take that first loss, and then now they're going to be playing to survive later today is an insane thought to think. But, are they the kind of team that can hustle together, gather, and kind of get their mind right before going into a lower bracket match on day 1?
I mean, absolutely. They said I think it was Uber they said it to. They were like, they want to know how it feels to play from behind, get a bit of experience, but I don't think they intended to lose from that kind of situation. So I think it's a good learning curve for them, and I think in the long run it might help them, but they've got to get through the next game. They go into this one, obviously heavy favorite again, but they were going into the last one heavy favorite as well. So anything can happen.
Exactly. I think also there is something to say. I know a lot of people may disagree with me because everyone likes to go with mechanical skill, synergy amongst the team, but there is something to say that gives you a little bit of extra confidence if you've already performed on stage as well. Humble, they'll be going up against SK Kalalas, right, on the main stage. SK Kalalas is their first time stepping out on the world final stage. It's a bit daunting, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just taken a pretty heavy, well, it wasn't too heavy, 3-1 loss against Tribe as well. So it's going to be tough for them to bounce back from that. They don't have the experience, as you say, as Humble do. So from that position, it's going to be very hard to be against the world champion, no stage experience, and you've just lost against Tribe, who, they're kind of, at least in my opinion, that tier below Humble. So it's going to be difficult for them to bounce back.
It's going to be a tough one. Thank you so much, Trav, for joining me here backstage in the Player Lounge. Back to you guys.
Who let that guy on? Who let him on?
Oh my God.
I would have
he already talks enough. Goodness gracious.
Any chance to get in front of the camera and just show off that lovely new haircut that he's been telling everyone about. It's just getting so good.
It does rock. I do respect the haircut, I won't lie. It's been a good change up. The glow up from the young man has been amazing. All love, Mr. Trav. All jokes. Not a joke, though. There is a Fang being played on this map right now. That's a bit out there to me. Cordelius as well on Bounty. Now a little dive in here. 7-7 Blue Star Swing. Interesting draft. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of piece the puzzles together, right? We didn't see the band stage. We didn't see all that. I see who the bands were, but I'm kind of wondering what order of operations were for this one.
Yeah, Fang's definitely not been on my radar too heavily. I would say that this map, in this Bounty specifically, in Shooting Star, probably the best places for it if you are going to bring it in. Let's see whether Enrage can get any value off the back of it. It's definitely going to be a tough spot to go in. As on defense, they've got the Blue Star too, so that could definitely be a difference maker. That's what I was saying in the previous set. For Esports, they love their Nanny pick. I think Nanny's not in a terrible place right now. Not necessarily a front runner for sure, but this is Foot Esports all over. They're just picking their comfort picks.
Yeah, Nani actually shows up a lot right now. One of the top 3 brawlers. That's a good frag right there from Foot Esports. Now they're wheeling the peep as well. Gonna run head first into Gus. 9 seconds to go. Gadget pop from Navi here, and 9-7. Just enough to hold on here. I don't think Sup are going to be able to penetrate the defense. This is really well played. Foot, once again, taking a set. It's only 1-0 in this set, and the first one was a heated battle, but I really thought this one was going to be tough. I mean, we talked about it. This felt like a 60-40 to me. I really do think Sup have a chance here.
Yeah, I sat my predictions for a very long time before I sort of had to will down the hammer, and I said online that I was putting out my predictions, but I was actually going to be changing them prior to the show, and in hindsight, I'm very glad I did. But it has been like that, and you and me are very much, I think we see eye to eye a lot in predictions. I think we look a lot at the scrim data also. That is a bit of a question as to how relevant players seem to feel that is, but we seem to think it carries some weight.
I definitely think it does. I mean, how are they practicing against these teams is important. It's not everything. It doesn't end all be all, but I'm looking for outliers a lot of the times. Who are the teams that are doing better than I expected? Yeah. Who are the teams that are doing better than they did in the regular season? And a team like Sup certainly outperformed what I thought they would do, especially after being an LCQ team. So their scrim rate was well above 50% going into this. In the last 7 days, they were looking strong. I mean, I think you could say that for a whole as Group D. Foot Esports certainly in that category too, even as the number 4 seed. But previous world champions, I have no question marks about their lane experience. I'm going to take that more with a grain of salt.
I think for me, Crazy Raccoon as well are that team for me. Not just because they just beat Humble, but coming out of LCQ and stopping that reverse sweep happening for Castable to make it to those World Finals are a team which, for me in the regular season of play, didn't really look the same. I mean, the strongest roster, in my opinion, was definitely in 2024. Now, starting to get their pace back.
Well, here we go, folks. Team Heretics versus Totem. Hoping to cover this one for you all. Underway. And looking good so far. There we go, folks. Let's get the party started. Team Heretics reply Totem. Angel Boy off to the races on the left-hand side as Mari grabs 3 gems. Early lead for the red roster. DH really have to gain some map control.
Angel Boy on this alley. I'm loving him on that particular brawler. He's always been aggressive and getting a lot of value as well with a lovely pickup there of Chaos. The Nun going straight into the mid, but Mari then with the jetpack will evade it. And now look at Angel Boy again. Binding and seeking and destroying is what Ali is all about.
He is a nuisance right now. He picks up 1 gem, which is a little dangerous, but he's going to continue to be aggressive. Now Maru, free access to the left-hand side. They are lurking. Now Chaos left all alone. Going to just have to take coverage in this grass as Maru extends. Angel Boy still resting on this left-hand side. Healing station will reveal. Gadget being popped for Angel Boy. Zor trying to take him down. A safe takeoff here for Mari. Janet still flying through the sky. Red buttons galore. Purple buttons galore, but the red team taking off here. Janet now at 10, and they're going to be slowly backing away.
It's going to be a tough reset here. The White Totem have got so much to their advantage and all the time in the world. They're now making a play for it. I don't think it's going to be able to even get there in time. Mari can take the skies. Gems being split wasn't even a problem. That's a strong, comfortable start there. First game goes the way of Reply Totem.
Super aggressive start as well. They send Ali down so quickly just to get in the enemy's faces. If Angel Boy pops off like that, this is going to be a really tough set to win. Chester, Pam, Mina don't have as easy of a reverse mechanic. That's something that Tora has with that pull. Ali for the aggression. Team Heretics seem to be playing the control game here. And now starting off a new one. It's going to be Zor facing down Mari in the middle. Angel Boy once again flanking on this left-hand side. He's just lurking in this grass. Now diving, bouncing. Lana there to give him a swift kick to the face and send him back to the graveyard.
Now utilizing the shielding there of the pets. A good place. But now it's time for Team Heretics to get in this game. They've been a little bit absent. Zar staying in the middle now, getting the 3 gems of which he needs. It's Angel Boy that is so dangerous. But he's been spotted by a Chaos. Missed shots though. Super goes down. Angel Boy still lives.
That's a big survival as well, because now they have to focus their energy over there. So it's going to be a 2v2 scenario, but that allowed Totem to migrate from that top side over to the left. They've got a station down as well, so Zara with plenty of heals, and it's going to be hard to extend to destroy that as well. Angel Boy's got his work cut out for him.
Maori looking very precarious there for a moment, but staying alive. Nonetheless, those healing stations are going to be giving a lot of value over, especially when Angel Boy is on the attack here. Nice Mina connections though, but it's a struggle, and Angel Boy still survives, taking down Lenar. And that man himself knows how to be aggressive. The healing station goes down, but it's still not enough, and Angel Boy might be able to steal these out.
Oh, and a little juke as well. Gets just enough health points to back away. Now 9 gems in the pockets of Reply Totem. Team Heretics, all their loot plundered. Zar has to stand tall, and Lenar needs to extend the territory. Angel Boy unafraid though. Pops the gadget, gets in their faces. Now Maru left-hand side. Mari trying to gain the visibility, and he's going head on first. Take flight, young man. It's going to be a purple button connecting with Zar. Gadget out of desperation, but Team Heretics certainly in trouble.
Maru's going to connect here in a really lovely way. Lenar struggling to just be able to get a way back with those gems. It's a really tough spot here for Team Heretics, very slow to the mark. It's a hypercharge there from Chaos, but will it be enough as Angel Boy just scoots around the map? Maori takes to the skies. The gems are safe and sound yet again. Reply Totem will take the first set.
That looked a little too easy for me, Ark.
Yeah.
Didn't love that out of Team Heretics. I feel like this is a squad that is typically really aggressive, and that was such a passive comp. It doesn't really seem like the archetype of what I'm used to out of them, and you can see it in the kill count too. 3 for Lenar, iChaos with a couple. Zara, of course, as the Pam. I don't expect a lot of kills, and even in a mode like Gym Grab, though, where frags aren't everything, when you're looking at the other side and Mari as a Janet has as many as your entire roster, it's going to be nearly impossible to win that.
Yeah, definitely a tough start for Team Heretics. Didn't really seem to get into the game too much. I think maybe some of the brawlers there were not really what they were looking for in that regard. I know that they do love to play Ali, and Ali now in a much better spot, taken off the table, and that's again a lot to do with Rage and what he brings to the team on the side of Reply Totem. But let's see, Drop coming forward soon, and a different map. I think going to Super Beach up next, so definitely a chance still for comebacks. We saw it earlier today already, so let's see what more Team Heretics can bring.
The mechanics of Angel Boy paired with Liaison Drage, who's going to be kind of able to coach through these players what they should be doing. I feel like Drage is almost empowering these guys. Angel Boy, go get it, and then setting up the other players to make sure that they can collect those gems. A very powerful and strong start here for Reply Totem, who took a 2-0 set 1. Super Beach going to be a different story, I imagine, though. I'm not ready to give up on Team Heretics by any means, but I think we're going to need to see a step up from them. They just got dominated in that opener.
Yeah, they didn't recover very well
either
off the back of it. They just didn't really kind of respond to the situation too well for me. And that was actually my reservation when I predicted for Team Heretics instead of Reply Totem, because Totem have a tendency to be quite slow to the mark getting themselves started. And that was the complete opposite. That makes me kind of fearful, actually, for what Team Heretics may have to deal with moving forwards in this series. But for now, there's time. But that will dwindle down, as we've seen already today, that momentum of that first set. We saw it with SK. It's very much instrumental.
Losing your opening match typically does not set up for great long-distance success. Just losing that life at the earliest moment makes your run much trickier. It doesn't make it impossible, but a lot more difficult. Now we head on to Super Beach, though. So Team Heretics, an opportunity to redeem themselves. Meeple certainly in ban consideration. Mina, a brawler we saw in the previous match, probably going to be banned if you don't have that first overall pick, and I'm looking out for the little shrimp. It's Mr. Hank.
Yeah, little shrimp. Yeah,
little shrimp, big
you are
tank.
right, actually. Yeah,
little
you
shrimp,
are right.
Big tank.
It's a very menacing brawler, and it's not actually banned out, so great call from you, and I think it will probably show its face as well in that regard. But I mean, I'm seeing a lot of the big ones banned out. Cordelius as well too. Wow, this is really looking quite good in terms of the bans. Meeple though is left open. That's definitely one that I've got my eye on in that regard. Larry and Laurie as well. The Willow. These are brawlers that, you know, despite being very good in brawl, yeah, Hank first pick. Yeah, it kind of had to be. The Cordelius ban being there as well makes it quite tough. But we haven't seen Shelly be a strong answer to some things here today. I think that you've got to come prepared for that Hank and know what's happen instead. That was a brawler not on my radar.
So Ash was actually 100% what I I was expecting out of Team Heretics. So this has been the most common solution on this map in particular into Hank. And I think this was a very targeted ban under Reply Totem. So Otis normally is going to be the main man to cover Hank. Big burst of damage. You can stun him out with your super as well, and that's what keeps Hank from healing. The second best choice, though, I think, is this Ashe. And because of how frequently Otis is banned, that's why he's showing up so much in scrims. You're going to pair this with Max as your mid. Really like this start for Team Heretics. They have to be careful now if they do leave open a brawler like Meeple, who is lethal in this meta.
Yeah, I like the Meeple. I really do for Reply Totem. But I like the pairing of the Max and the Ashe, honestly. You know, having Ashe be quite slow and sluggish to then combine with the speed, it's going to be able to push it forward. Despite not having the rage, there's the Willow that I was looking for.
Yeah.
It's just such a defensive brawler in that regard. Barley's a good shout, but it's just no Willow, in my opinion. Those kills, though, no doubt going to help tremendously with Ashe and the aggression of this Max. No, it's great to see Max coming forwards now in the meta. It's going to make a big difference, especially playing into brawlers like Hank. Very easy to get overrun when you've got a Max on the other side of the field.
Quick checklist there. I was just so surprised at how quickly it happened. You see Willow, they're going to go with a thrower that does well into the Willow, typically on this map as well. Barley, they were so fast to make those decisions. Reply Totem, number 7 seed from EMEA, looking to start out hot after going through LCQ, trying to take down one of the big dogs of Europe here in our opener.
Well, a lot of work to do for Team Heretics, but they've had a chance to reset mentally. And now Zara pushing the ball forwards. Now's in a good spot for it as well. Maru's low here. They can bring us forwards. They couldn't quite secure the shot though, so that Hank going to be able to heal up in that top left. Big heal's going to come out from iChaos now. Angel Boy's in a very aggressive spot, and he is the Willow. Super shot forwards as well. Can he get the ball forwards? He gets there. Oh, the mind control! It was beautiful!
Nasty work. Super pass to the super. Mind control, checkmate. Nothing else they could have done. Maru on the right-hand side this time. Star in the middle of the map. Trying to get aggressive here. Lana already taken down early, though, so a 3v2 situation. Numbers going the way of Totem. They're surging up the middle of the map. Now a hypercharge. They have access to the entire middle.
Yeah, this Meeple hypercharge is absolutely disgusting. One of the many reasons why Meeple's creep forwards as Totem are doing just that. It's going to be an easy breezy walk through for Maru. And that's the game gone. Immediately, Team Heretics are looking very worrisome.
There hasn't been any shining moments so far from Team Heretics. Number 3 seed out of EMEA, struggling out of the gates. This is another powerful draft out of Totem. They have their aggressor. They have Meeple, one of the better brawlers in the game, and now they have another goal-scoring opportunity with Willow and their supers. They're going to have to find a way to shut this down. Sure, they shut him down on paper. Ashe is a nice matchup to Hank. It's how well-rounded your composition is, though. Reply Totem are playing better, drafting better, just all around good stuff from them.
Maru's in a heavy pinch here between Zara and Lanaz. Now, Angel Boy being behind, it does leave an opportunity for a potential walkthrough here as well, but that's the power of the Meeple gadget there as well. It's very, very strong, and it's stopped the ball, and it's tracked Zara with a dash. Lovely from Zara, and that's what Heretics need.
Little scrappy, little perseverance. Nice teamwork there. This time it's going to be Maru starting off on the aggressive. The slowdown Lana is where he can take advantage. Now a super charged up as well. Sar crippled, low HP. Maru charging back up with that super as well. 3 members from Totem walking up the middle of the map. A takedown down center lane, and he's going to dive already in the goal. It's a 1-1 situation. Totem just an ounce away from taking this set.
Looking by far the more comfortable team, aren't they? Let's be honest. A good last call. Angel Boy's low. Good connections with the robotic rats, no doubt there from Lana on that right side of Maru, who's now 375 HP. It's an opportunity, but there's no one around there to pick up the ball for Heretics.
Rat's going to chase him down. That's a big reason why Ashe is so good into somebody like Hank. It's not perfect. Hank's a tough brawler right now, but at least it's something. Zara giving them life on this top left-hand end. Ooh, a takedown, though. Now Angel Boy with the super available. Gets the mind control onto Lana. Waltzes on in. Totem take 2.
And that's why I love the Meeple, the Willow. It's just a real difference maker. And Reply Totem are looking very, very solid. To me, there's so little to say about what Heretics are bringing so far. There's no chemistry. They're being out-drafted. There's just not really much in the tank, it seems, so far. And there's only one set potentially left before they're swept, so they really do need to knuckle down now. This is not the time to, to dwindle.
Hasn't been great. Just gotta call it how you see it, right? I mean, Reply Totem have been comfortable, real breezy, and just walking goals in, grabbing gems. The mechanics look great. No complaints about the drafts. I didn't think that draft out of Team Heretics was really that bad. I mean, on paper, like I said, Ashton to Hank works out, but I just feel like there's so many good things going for Applied Totem as far as the game mode's concerned. Meeple as a mid, arguably the best that you could get on that map. And the second they get a hypercharge down, Hank can walk up the middle. Willow can get free mind controls. It's just such a beneficial brawler right now. His hypercharge is really what makes him.
Yeah, I think a lot of this for me is draft related. Before they even kind of get started, you've got to have yourselves the best head start possible. And just great mind controls all throughout that match from Angel Boy. There was another one. The Applied Totem are just high in spirits. Their gameplay is to match. And this match could be over in the next set unless Team Heretics pull up their boots. Dry Season is where we're going next. A very tough map. Bounty, a very tough mode. To get that balance, and this map is very, very tough to be able to know how heavily to push that spawn.
You know that Angel Boy is fully capable of showing emotions, and the fact that for now he's still composed, still calm. Job's not done till the job's done. He's not going to take his foot off the gas pedal, though. Thoroughly impressed with him and his resume coming into this. The fact they are able to hold strong at Team Electros, at LCQ. They've been in these spots before. They've dominated teams, but they've also been down. And I feel like that's given them a well-rounded experience. I think that's really important as a player.
Well, the crowd cheering on Applied Totem. Not too much to say for Team Heretics, but they've got to find it within themselves regardless to give themselves the best possible chance of staying alive and getting out of these group stages. Bounty for Dry Season up next. Again, another Meeple heavy map. I kind of want to see that brawler potentially kind of banned out even. It's just so devastating. Being able to shoot through the walls, that's your best bet in terms of that defense. So it's got to be up there for sure. The Mina, the Grey, as well as the Byron banned out by Heretics. The Jean, the Mina, and the Carving.
King of the nerds! Meeple off the rip, there you go. Powerful brawler. Can't fault Team Heretics for taking this. So if Meeple's on the other end, I'm curious if the Reply Totem side beef up. Ollie, one of the common culprits on this map. Squeak shows up quite a bit as well as kind of that extra damage, long distance, area control. So I feel like there's a few different builds they could go with here.
They do like a lot of Jae-Young here, but it's got such a low win rate for them, so I just kind of wonder whether that's on their minds. Max, it feels to me, could be a really great option. I mean, the mobility and the aggression of which that brawler brings allows for those spawn turnarounds on a map like this, and Ollie's another one that'd be a prime candidate to combine with it too. This is going to be the Jae-Young, but again, my concern is the low win rate.
Versus Ollie a lot of the times too. You're going to see somebody like Bell. I think that could be a long-range option that goes into them. The damage amplifier helps with Ollie. And now that you have heals on the ground and Jae-Young, who typically is going to want to stand closer rather than far away from his teammates, I think the Bell bounce shot could really help you out here. So I'm curious if that's something that Team Heretics considers. They're also going to need some kind of aggro or at least a tank. They need some health points, right? We've only got Meeple so far, but you have to find somebody that benefits from Mansion of Meeple or those stuns.
Could be a Carl here potentially, even because Lenau would be a fantastic player to get on that brawler. Bell is definitely going to cause a problem in maps like this where it's very common for brawlers to cluster. So I don't mind that pick. It's got a bit of a tough line of sight. Some of the map needs to be maybe even broken up to be able to really get the most out of that brawler, but it's not a bad shout at all. Let's see where the Squeak maybe even shows up here. It's definitely a brawler which has come forward a little bit in Bounty, so looking out for that one too. Let's see what Heretics are. I think it's going to be the Carl. I love that for Heretics. They've got to get more aggressive with their playstyle.
Two casters can put together one draft. Nicely done, friend. Now on the other end, we've got a Blue Star taken care of. We got Meeple, who's a great control brawler in this game. And I do like the Bell matchup specifically into the Ollie. It's been the most easy way to deal with it in scrims. A super high win rate when it comes to that. Ollie can really struggle. Jae-Young, like you mentioned, hasn't always been successful in these practices. I think it's a real give and take. So I really do like that as a response. It gives him a little long range edge. Blue Star is a must on this map as well. So Carl is certainly going to be able to deliver for that. Totem now with the 6th pick. Looks like Angelo is flashing on the screen. I hear his voice in the background. One of the best sharpshooters in the game.
It's a really good brawler. It's definitely one that can struggle against some of the aggressiveness of which the Carl brings on the side of Heretics. So for Applied Totem, being cautious and having the right gadgets to hand, of course, to be able to evade successfully, going to be quite important here. I kind of favor the Team Heretics draft slightly, but the way they're playing, I'm not overly convinced. That's my reservation here. But I think they've given themselves a very good chance of making it work.
Team Heretics, now is the time to wake up. Down 2-0 against the number 7 seed from EMEA, and they're already up the middle of the map. Maori has grabbed that Blue Star. Now they can play on the defensive. That's part of what you'll see at a professional level of Brawl Stars on a mode like Bounty. They're not necessarily running and gunning it all the time. If you grab that Blue Star, it's defensive. If you have the lead, don't force mistakes. Force the other team to come to you.
Looking at that slow pickaxe from Lennon, I think it's probably a protective pirouette that he's running here as well, so that should provide him a nice shield going into the spawn. But he's got to earn it first, of course. Angel Boy able to escape away there with that additional speed along the wall too, so definitely Reply Totem are giving Lennon a hard time on those lane sides.
Couple marquee moments to watch out for at home. Wait for those gadget timings, and now Zar's gonna pop that super. Angel Boy in trouble, no way to protect himself, but barely survives. Maori keeps him up. Lennon, though, he's gonna put his foot to the gas pedal, diving right on in, tail spins through, but he's gonna be in trouble, low HP. They have to line up these shots. Look at the dodges, though. Beautiful jukes coming out. Totem will hold their lead.
Yeah, there is the protected pirouette, and of course, going into Jae-Young with the Weekend Warrior gadget, that's a very, very good answer to it. So Maori is gonna be quite a threat for Lennon in that regard. Angel Boy, of course, has the Hypnosis to hand. Got to find the right timings to really gain the maximum value, though. Zar's got to heal up now before pushing forwards, and now with the hypercharge, this could be a good time to turn the tides here for Team Heretics.
They have to break into this fortress of defense for Reply Totem. Angel Boy has not done a thing. He's just hovering behind this wall. This is the hypercharge they need, though. Now waltzing on in. Angel Boy weak, doing his best to dodge and escaping. It's a bounce shot off, but Angel Boy is separated. Somehow, some way, Team Heretics weren't able to grab the lead.
It took so long to secure that one kill, but Maori on the top left-hand side is weak. But Nanda's got to go in, and Orbs can come out as well. He gets it as well. His teammates are all there for him. 9 stars. That shot, will he fall down for it? He should still be all right in terms of the stars if he does. Nonetheless, it is still going to be the first sign of life for Team Heretics to get a game.
Possibly a mistake there out of Reply Totem to walk forward and leave Jae-Young behind. He can't defend for himself very easily. Not a lot of health points on that Brawl. He can do damage with the gadget, but if left alone with 4 and a blue star on his noggin, that's just going to be an easy target for Carl to dive on in. This is what we need to see out of Team Heretics. Plenty of work left to be done, though. Reply Totem still have a massive lead in terms of set count.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned because these takedowns should be much, much swifter by Team Heretics. I feel like that's going to be punished eventually, and Angel Boy was evading so well. The slow pickaxe for Lennon is going to be great to be able to survive, but it's definitely hard to be able to earn that super much more so, much easier rather with the other star power. So Maru, on the top right-hand side, getting tapped up by Chaos now. Nice flying hook. Oh, beautiful from Lennon. Getting to that position and ensuring the takedown.
One of his iconic brawlers, Lennon, one of the best aggro players you will see put his thumbs to this game. They're feeling more comfortable alongside it, so this is the first time we're going to see a change of pace here. It's going to be Reply Totem who have to be on the offense. Like I mentioned, Jae-Young, a support brawler. Angelo, not necessarily going to want to be up in the faces of the enemies. They have to set Angel Boy up here, otherwise it's just going to be a takedown. Now they have a super going down as well. Team Heretics playing this defense perfectly.
This is looking better, but as we know, Bounty can change so quick. A nest egg pop there from Maori, just able to evade the onslaught to follow. And now Angel Boy pushing his way forwards, going to wait for his team to get the right amount of HP before making this dive for sure. Missed gadget from Maru, returned by a nice connection from Zar, but no super to follow up. He's got the hypercharge though now as well, and that could help very much on this defense.
Plenty of nest eggs going down too, so the entrances are going to be blocked. They triggered the first one of the right hypercharge down through Baru in trouble, barely surviving. As along with the speed, will be assisted, fires that shot, knocks the arrow. No connection though, Team Heretics in the driver's seat.
A great hypercharge from Zar and some massive connections, almost even a takedown. Nice there from Chaos to mark up with the hypercharge onto Maori. There's still time for a turnaround, but with that swift one onto Angel Boy, left. Lennon's going to be able to go in, but goes down as well. 2 stars is going to be there. The blue star is still with Reply Totem, but have they got the push in sync and ready? Nest egg pop and Angel Boy will fall just about safe and sound for Heretics. They get the set.
Some signs of life showing from EMEA's number 3. I like that draft overall. We kind of talked about it beforehand, but slight favor towards them. I really like that Bell matchup into Ollie in particular, especially with Jae-Young and his healing and how he wants to stick next to your teammates to get benefits off the bounce shot. On top of that, Lennon the Carl is a comfort pick. They have a blue star. It was good for the other side. Jae-Young, of course, can get you to that too. Angelo, a great long-distance brawler, but you can just see it on the kill count. This wasn't just a bounty diff. This was a skill diff.
Yeah, I feel like as well, teams, like you say, going with their comfort picks. We saw it with Esports a little bit earlier, and we saw it with SK bringing out the Shelly. You know, it's really going to be that time for me to see teams really focusing with that. I think that that's your ability to kind of trick the scrim data, to have something in your back pocket you know you don't need to practice, that you can just bring out at any moment. And Carl's definitely got to a much better place in terms of the meta, so for Lenan historically as well, allowing him to get the brawlers to shine with is where he's going to be best for a team. So for Heretics, I suggest that they kind of keep that in mind. Try to get Lenan on those real difference maker brawlers to be able to make plays like that.
I feel like they played Lana as the aggressive brawler, but they were really playing off Star. Every time he dropped a Mansion of Meeple and had a super combo, it led to a kill pretty much every time, especially in that game number 2. You know, slow start there for them in the first one, but once they get up and running, it's really hard to make a comeback. This isn't an aggressive team on the other end. Jae Young gets you some speed to get you there faster, but outside of Ollie, not a lot of health points to go around. So I think just a good build coming out of Team Heretics.
And IKS has always been the glue. On whatever team that he's on, he is the glue, in my opinion. And those nest eggs were really instrumental in defending in those final moments. I mean, Reply Totem had plenty of time for a push, a lot of utility for that push. But those nest eggs stopped them in their tracks just to ensure it. And now a real opportunity of being able to maybe even take this to a 5th and final set. They get this next one right.
Don't get my hopes up, Ark. We've already gotten one set 5 banger today. I need more. I'm craving it. I know Brawl Nation is right there with me. Hot Potato is where we head next, though. Set number 4 of this match on the way. As far as picks are concerned, if he escapes the ban stage, it's Otis and then everybody else. Chuck and Kaze, a couple of offensive measures that I'm expecting to see from these teams. There's still plenty of assassins left to go, though. Lily, Melody on the rise. So I'm curious to see how these two teams approach this unique map.
Yeah, Mina2 not banned out here could be an option. I didn't quite catch the bans. The Ruffs came through so quick. Chuck is banned, that's what I'm looking for as well. So good to see in that regard. Ruffs is a great brawler pick. I've got to be honest. I really do like that for them. Kaze open here, you've got to have that. I mean, it's just such a great brawler to cycle when you haven't got Chuck to be able to play with. Grab a Kaze, put those fan storms onto the safe and just hold the control really for me. Lumi's a possibility, I feel. It's not my favorite brawler. I mean, it is, but maybe not in the current meta. The Kaze, yeah, it's got
We're on the same wavelength. I think in terms of bans as well, when I'm looking at this, 2 of the brawlers that have been really solid into Kaze, at least in win percentage, Barry in the ban stage, not necessarily as a head-to-head, but just for the compositions that he's bringing to the table, typically going to be paired with those higher HP brawlers, higher HP, tougher for Kaze to take down. And on top of that, Shade can get through the walls, does a lot of offensive damage, just like Kaze does on that high safe, but has a better head-to-head matchup. So it's going to be Kaze paired with this Amber. This is more of a control option with a flash of damage onto that safe. I think this is more for their defensive build than anything, though.
Yeah, you called it, Otis. A great call at that. It's, yeah, I was going to say about Melody. You know, when Chuck is available, that's the brawler that I look to, but when it's banned out on the side of Chuck, Melody's still good. And that's very dangerous. I think the Team Heretics have got to be very cautious now in that regard. So, I mean, you know, just go with the aggression ideas, support the Kaze. The Amber there going to be able to burn the bush. There's nowhere to hide for Reply Totem, but you know, Reply Totem are looking with that Melody to make this a very swift affair. So you've got to have a solid defense, and they're going for the kit.
Interesting. Yeah, Kit has shown up here quite a bit, but that's not a high safe damage kind of measure, right? I feel like that's more for the pairing or as a matchup into these specific brawlers. Interesting choice here, I would say, from Team Heretics. Reply Totem playing much more what I would call the standard, the regular of what we see in this meta. But they finally come to life a little bit, and they need more. If they want any chance of surviving this opener, they need to take another set. Reply Totem with a 2-1 lead against EMEA's number 3.
So there's some Heretics fans in the crowd, of course. They're going to start getting loud, because this is the time where it's really going to be make or break for them. A bit of a failed push in. Lenan's still staying alive. Zar going to be holding himself back here. But again, it's about cycling this Kaze, going in, getting some damage, getting something to bring back that the fan storm, to be able to connect the safe is what it's about. So it's okay. They've got to be able to keep pushing forwards. That's a nice defense, though.
Chaos needs to be a pop-off brawler here. Has to be getting these frags so we can set up his teammates to get high safe damage. That's a great start. Now they're going to release the super from Kaze. Lana diving in. Plenty of critical hits going down on the high safe. They're trying to penetrate this opening level of the safe. Remember, it gets staggered. It's in 25% increments, so it's a big deal once you cross that 75% threshold.
Yeah, that's a good connection there for Chaos. They were leaving the Ruffs a little bit too long, but it has opened this right-hand side there for Angel Boy and Maori to get some damage done. That's 2 cracks of the Team Heretics safe. They've got to make up for a lot of lost time there. There's a nice connection yet again from Chaos, allowing Zar to get the pickup. That's good stuff. That's good teamwork, but they are got to start playing the objective better here.
Chaos is playing well. He's getting kills. it's not leading to damage. You have to play this objective. They have to take advantage, find enough time to move forward. This is going to progress Star up, but Angel Boy is still going to survive. iChaos being traded. Hypercharge down the middle of the map. Angel Boy circling around this high safe like a vulture, and they're already sub 25.
And that was the perfect time. Team Heretics were down, Angel Boy knew it and came in and got so much done. And that last final stage is cracked. For Totem now, this is just a dive push of which Team Heretics have got to defend. They go immediately onto the aggressive. It's a tough ask.
Totem have put so much pressure down. Now 2 high safes up. Hypercharge, right-hand side. Assist coming in on the left. iChaos now, invisible. Trying to lurk and get a surprise attack here. Just going to be sitting in this grass. Lana right there beside him. They're going to leave a lot of responsibility to Czar, who has to be perfect on defense. Sandbags going down for protection. Lana falls. This looks like a Totem takeaway if they don't act fast.
Yeah, time is ticking now, 20 seconds, and there's so much work to be done for Team Heretics. Reply Totem are in a great position now, pushing forwards, which is going to make it even harder because they just need this dive. Angel Boy going to be popping there, the hypercharge. He can just buy his time down. It's going to be surely Reply Totem that are going to be able to come out on top in this regard. The time is against the safes. That is going to be a match point now for Reply Totem. Maximum pressure on Team Heretics.
The fellas in green looking strong to start out day number 1. They survived LCQ and are now taking down fellow rivals. A personal one at that. Trage played alongside these fellas just a few months ago. iChaos, previously with this roster, he was the third that Angel Boy now is, and it's Angel Boy's world right now. We're just living in it.
iChaos creeping forwards now as well, gets some taps, but Maru comes out on top here. Continues the advance on that left-hand side, earns himself a supply drop at that, so a very good start despite no safe damage. Some utility there down for Reply Totem. It's actually going to be Team Heretics that make the first little scrape onto the safe. 2%, there's the positioning of the back of that, which is important.
Lana was running on fumes, somehow survives. Now left side, flanking up the middle of the map. iChaos trying to power up his teammate Star. It's a takedown, but gets the super off. So they get through this first high save. Angel Boy on the other end, though, plenty capable of doing enough damage to switch.
And he's been playing so well again today. Some swipes into the wall there, like as well from the Nun, so he's going to be able to sharpen that up. Maori surviving on 8 HP, and Zara can't get the connection either. So again, Reply Totem valuing their lives, but keeping that aggression of Angel Boy cycling forwards. iChaos though comes to Lenan. If he can get onto the safe now as well, it's going to be fantastic, and maybe a stage crack. It is.
Kit splashing down on this high save. Still hope yet for the Team Heretics side. Now a few 3,200s raining in Amber Falls, though. This could be a turnaround here for Reply Totem. They have to hold possession and crack for another high save. The issue? The timer. Only a minute left.
Yeah, they would like to have got it down below 25%, but it's going to sit at 30 for Heretics, and they've still got to play some defense. Cardboard box for iChaos, a hypercharge for Lenan. He's found a break. He can go for it now, but they can't leave Angel Boy 2 on his own. They've got to crack this safe quick. They've done that, but Angel Boy's going to do the same. It's going to be a base race.
They've committed. Team Heretics, top left-hand side. Super goes down, 7,000 HP left. EMEA's number 3, holding on for one more. It's going to be a second match point.
It's even going to be Reply Totem ending this here. Well, we're going to go to a 5th and final set. It's a very close match. Team Heretics are finding their flow, but it's taken some time. Can they do it again? Can we go the distance for a second time today?
2 different games right there. Team Heretics came to play in the second. They have to get pressure early. This is an offensive roster. If you're going to play Kit, sure, it's defense. If it's nice on matchups alone, you have to empower your teammates. That's not the start they're looking for. There should be a takedown on the left-hand side. Angel Boy is the man that you have to get through. Otis can do damage. Sure, Ruffs can do damage. It's nothing compared to what a Melody can do.
Good there from Czar. With his low HP, and Angel Boy can dash in if he wishes, because that should be Lenan who finds the safe yet again. Getting some more damage. Maori not going to be taken care of until iChaos gets the final word there. But Maru through the mid. Angel Boy on the right. Reply Totem are getting themselves set up.
For such an aggressive brawler, Angel Boy has been patient, waiting for the time where either Team Heretics defense slips up or he has enough of a matchup to go in. Oh, and a nice little juke there. iChaos gains space, but no kill. Maru with sandbags on the left-hand side, establishing himself, trying to make this his home turf. Mari, though, a great hypercharge. Not actually going to fall. It's a trade up the middle of the map. iChaos rushing to the left-hand side. They need to get to the 75% marker. That's a great get from Chaos.
Yeah, it really was. crucial, but the rust is still in play. Maru needs to be dealt with. Those sandbags are just there, and he's just able to use them as cover every single time. Lenar now trying to get this safe below 50% if he can. It'd be massive. That's the big news. It's actually going to be Zol that gets it done, but again, Maru is still there with Angel Boy. That safe is getting shredded. They've got to defend on the side of Team Heretics. That safe is on its final legs. The final tap is there. It's going to be Reply Totem. They get the dub.
The gruesome twosome may have finally found their third. EMEA's number 7 have sent Heretics to fight for their final life on match number 1. Who would have thought LCQ, a team from there, could possibly make fireworks happen already today? And not just that, they're the second team to do so.
It was just a little bit too late for Heretics. They found their flow, but their damage was already done. And for Reply Totem, that is the best start possible. Fantastic drafts, fantastic teamwork, and no signs of nerves. Everything you want to see in a World Finals team.
Team Heretics found it a little bit in the second half, right? We saw that third set, very strong stuff, solid draft, but Reply Totem just consistent throughout all of that. I really thought Team Heretics were going to have an edge. The same region, similar teammates, very personal, so I was kind of thinking, hey, Team Heretics have looked good. What's going to stop them from now? Instead, though, it's Reply Totem taking it.
And now, looking at the bracket in that group C, we already know Totem moves on into the semis of that group. We're going to see them again tomorrow. Now, first up, we have another banger for you. It's Loud versus Reject, also from Group C. This was another very close match here. We didn't go all the way, but it sure looked like it. We already had a reverse sweep today. Now, seed 3 versus 7. Usually, seed 3 comes out on top, but Totem said no to that. And they repeated what they already did last year. Again, Worlds 2024, they came in 4th, or shared 3rd and 4th. So they're looking always super strong when they play on stage. You could say the same about Loud. They're gonna be up next versus Reject, the Titans that have played in so many World Finals versus a fairly young team. Who's gonna take it?
Wait for me.
Insane take.
Bro, you're a fucking beast. You're a fucking beast. Let's go, bro. Bro. Come on. Focus, come on. Insane Willow, bro. No, we got it.
ラウドには絶対勝てる自信があるんで、ストレートでボコボコにします。
Eu acho que a Reject vai ser um oponente bem difícil aí, obviamente a gente sabe que são rivais lá da Zeta na Ásia, a Zeta é um time muito bom, então a gente vai bem preparado para esse jogo, que vai ser um jogo duro.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. 3 matches already down, a couple of them also played in the back, and now we're heading into one that I was really looking forward to, one that I really didn't know how to vote on, honestly. I hope your votes are looking as bright as ARC2 today.
Good for yourself. You're looking. I felt like you had to have someone to join the sequence, you know?
That's why you're in the middle, Kenny. You're still important. We love you.
Thank you.
You're doing great.
Very sweet of you to say for somebody who's predicted insanely poorly. I mean, just looking at this bracket, I already missed one. Totem took a 3-1 win over Team Heretics just moments ago.
You gotta believe in the Roman Empire. In the end, they take it here 3-1. Totem moves on. And now we're gonna see Team Heretics later today again. Because after today, 4 teams will already have to leave us. Is it gonna be Reject or Loud that follow that same future?
This is going to be a really, really tough one to predict, I feel. But for Reject, certainly a team which are fully capable. Melty and Shu with Brawl Esports for the 2024 World Finals may top 8. But their then teammate Milk Rio, who we've seen just go the distance with Humble and Crazy Raccoon and come out on top. So Batman has some big boots to fill. but I've been super impressed with him this year in that respect.
Loud's going to be a tough foe as well. I know they want revenge from Brawl Cup. It wasn't their best work. They felt like they could do better. I think South America as a whole has that sentiment.
They did do fairly well on day one, but after that it didn't look too bright for them at Brawl Cup. But yes, it's such a cool contrast between those two teams. I want to highlight that a little further here. On the side of Loud, we have 3 players that have been playing at the World Finals since 2020. Not always in the same roster, as South America likes to switch around. It's always the 6 same players, but in different rosters. And then on the other side, we have Reject, where Batman, for him, it's his very first time ever playing in the World Finals. And for Melty and Shrew, it's only the 2nd time.
That was my reservation, really, was just like, is Batman going to come out on stage and really impress and surprise? It is a very, very tough position to find yourself in. With so many eyes watching, the lights, the glitz, the glam, it can be a tough thing for even the best of the best to be able to battle against. For Adinio and for Firecrow, a duo for Lau, which have gone back the test of time. I mean, they've been together since 2021, with the exception of 2023, so it's a tough thing to face.
Yeah, I think when you see Firecrow with as many World Finals as the entire opposition, it really goes to show that these guys have been around for a long time. I will add, too, this has been a group that has lost to the world champions several times now. This could be their year.
I'm super excited for that one. We see only Trev actually voted for Reject. Lock in your votes as well on event.brawlstars.com, and you can hear the crowd roar. We gotta bring in the squads now.
This next match will cement our upper and lower bracket, and our World Finals story will start to take shape. This is your chance to guarantee a spot in Day 2. DreamHack, make some noise for Reject and Loud! Reject have Stu, Melty, and Batman, and Loud have Kyodon, Edinio, and Firecrow!
Looking very confident here, playing with the crowd as well. Reject know what they have, and they have a lot of supportive and yeah, just some good fans that are also coming out here all the way to Stockholm. They like to play some more control-based comp, which is super surprising. Usually East Asia is going to go for those super aggressive comps. They're our mechanical wizards, but they contrast that a little bit, Kenny.
Definitely. I feel like they're pretty unique when it comes to the East Asian meta. They're kind of all over the place, whether they go aggressive or those control-oriented brawlers. I feel like right now the control brawlers are a little more justified, right? I feel like for a lot of the year, hypercharges have been such a powerful asset that you can't ignore them. You have to go for those beefy brawlers, the Hanks of the world, and just run and gun with those hypercharges. So I think the fact that we got a little change of pace could benefit Reject.
It's a tough one for me to predict, but what we'll say is that for South America, they've struggled through historically to make even a dent at the World Finals. I mean, they've been grouped every year since 2022. But you got to look at it this way. You know, for Firecrow and Adino, they were together in 2021, where they made the biggest of statements. They got South America to top 4. That's the best result that they've ever had at LAN. And I feel like despite over the years struggling to really make it out of those group stages at World Finals, it's got to change at some point. And South America has really elevated me this year. Looking at Loud at Brawl Cup, fantastic results there. Castor Brawl almost making it to the World Finals themselves here against Crazy Raccoon. The region is on the rise.
And this region is one that had a couple of upsets this year as well. Nobody really expected Reject to be 2nd seed in the end. Crazy Raccoon was meant to stand at the top, but they didn't look as strong this year. Reject, as a fairly new team, still stood strong. And I'm super excited, especially for Batman. As mentioned, this is going to be his first World Finals, and it's against a team that has a couple of players in there that have been playing for 6 or 5 World Finals already.
It's a lot of World Finals. They've been to a ton, but honestly, to add on to what you said, Ark, I feel like SA are under a lot of pressure internally, right? They want to prove themselves. I think there's several reasons that way. NA, my home region, is certainly like that. SA, though, not only have they not made a quarterfinal since 2021, they haven't won a match on the world stage since 2021. If Loud beat Reject here, that's the first time you'll see a South American squad win on a world final stage. That's unbelievable.
It's a ton of pressure. I feel like Reject have had, again, a really good season, honestly. Overshadowed slightly by Zeta. I think many don't even really hear the name said much as a real contender in this competition. And it was a bit unfortunate to actually face into Zeta 4 times, you know, only managing to beat them once in the monthly final. But that was in February as well, you know, that was at the very beginning of the year. and then they suffered 2 sweeps and 1 reverse sweep after that. So they really did have a bit of an unfortunate run, but I think they are a real threat in this competition regardless.
And we already talked about them. Both the fans from Brazil and also Japan traveled all the way to Stockholm, so we want to give them the spotlight.
Another perk of being in and amongst the action right here at DreamHack Stockholm is that not only do you get to watch your favorite players, your favorite teams on the main stage, but you get to possibly meet them as well. We have a meet and greet going on right behind me with Crazy Raccoon, and as you can see on the schedule behind me, we'll have Revenant X-Spark coming down, Tribe Gaming as well. It's such a phenomenal experience for all these people to get to meet their favorite players. Come with me and follow, because I've got a very special guest waiting in the wings. I've got Jake here. Jake's traveled from Poland, am I right?
From Krakow, actually.
From Krakow. You've got a Humble jersey on right now, and you're currently queuing for the Crazy Raccoon meet and greet. What's happened? Tell me.
It was a good game, actually. They deserve the win.
It was an incredible match. What a great reverse sweep. But Humble, they could come back and win it all.
Of course they will.
Of course they will. You heard it here from Jake. Thank you so much for joining me in this little interview. We'll walk around a little bit, because this honestly is such an amazing experience for a lot of the players, maybe that haven't seen the esport yet, or maybe that haven't seen a huge amount of Brawl Stars esports live. It's in such a great location at DreamHack Stockholm, and we can't wait to see how the action unfolds.
Some of the fans that have traveled here to Stockholm are here for the very first time, and some of the players on stage have never played a World Finals before. So maybe in the future, if you just came here for the very first time, you're going to be on that stage as well. It's truly possible, and we would of course look forward to cast your games in the future. Now, Reject versus Loud, I had the pleasure to sit down with Loud yesterday to have a little chat with them, and we talked a lot about LCQ as well. They have been present, of course, it's their home region. They did not play, they qualified as first seed of their region, and I asked them if they saw something maybe from their the other 2 SA teams that were playing at LCQ that they want to do better, because in the end, no SA team came through at LCQ.
Yeah, especially it being a home region as well. I mean, that's got to be gutting, right? From Loud, you know, there's rivalries with your fellow regional teams, but you also want your region to be the best. I mean, it's certainly been EMEA for the past couple of years, back-to-back #1 seeds from that region, winning the World Championship. It used to be East Asia, SA, North America, and even a team like Revenant X-Spark from a smaller region like SEA. They're still waiting for their moment.
Live textiles right there, doesn't it? Love to see it. Dedication. But, you know, you raise a really good point. And being at the World Finals especially, being able to speak to players is such a massive thing to do. And that's what kind of changed some of my predictions along the way. When you ask a player, you know, have you done enough? And they say, I'm not sure. It kind of makes you go a bit more on the back foot. And that's what Firecrow said to me, by the way. But this is one of those moments, a 50-50 for me. But we're looking at the moment as Zeta Division versus STMN. And, you know, that's actually quite a surprising result, I'll be honest, at least in my opinion.
It's a 1-1. Many people think Zeta Division is going to clean sweep them, but Stamina still have it in them. They're taking this stage opportunity to show what they truly can do. And of course, you can always check in with those other matches also on Reddy's stream. He's covering them. Zeta Division now, yeah, not looking as strong as we might have expected, but everything's still open. It's only a 1-1, Ken.
Yeah, I mean, even a team like Stamina is certainly capable of taking a set. They're here for a reason. Obviously, the way they got here was a little bit questionable, but nonetheless, it's still a team that has Worlds experience. Tacos is a great player. They're one of the lower seeded teams. They're one of the biggest, if not the biggest, dark horse of the entire event. Zeta Division, of course, having Chatampa, but same can be said for Levi and Sigduku. They might just be wiping off the rust a little bit on the main stage.
I mean, it's the only 1-1. I'll be honest, I didn't put STMN down to gain a set against Zeta. And I think many others probably would as well. Let's see in these final moments too whether they can get something more to say, but it's going to be quite tough. They haven't been able to get a kill this time round, and I think there's no time now to do so either. But Zeta, for me, are a real contender. And, you know, I feel like that we were saying could have been a group of death. Maybe STMN have got something to say about it to make it even more so. And they have been doing that. I mean, that's really quite impressive. Struggling in that match, but to gain this set, I'm really actually overwhelmingly happy for them that they got to tie it up.
It looked to me like Zeta had the last pick in that matchup. Really like to come there with the Cordelios. Probably was the last pick, I would assume, just to jump in and get some more points at the end of the match. We have a GG box here. We have a lot of
Please.
Does he get
no
brain? Nothing. Unfortunate. Maybe the next one is better.
We're Chevin. We're going in.
Oh, we're going
more
hard.
to come.
Please.
On. 7. You hate to see it.
It's the number 8. Is that what we need, I guess, to get
need more than 7.
spray or anything like that? All right. Hoping the best for you, brother. That's good effort. Oh,
Black Friday deals, by the way. I mean, if you're looking to do it, just go straight to the Supercell store because you're going to get a lot of value there as well.
And we still have 30 tickets, of course. I think that event ends in 3 days or so. You can still play your GG matches to unlock her a little bit earlier. We won't see her this weekend, but we have Siggy, one of the newest brawlers. He didn't have many showings today yet, Kenny.
Yeah, not a ton yet. I'm curious to see how he shows up. He's a notable one for sure. He will show up. I'm just curious of how frequently it is. Have teams figured him out? Do they find him powerful enough after his buffs to really be deemed worthy of a frequent pick? There's so many good throwers right now, especially Juju, Willow, if it's Brawl Ball. It doesn't necessarily come to mind as that first thrower off the board on a lot of these maps. So I'm curious where teams will prioritize.
Yeah, it's a really circumstantial brawler, isn't it? And in terms of what stage of the draft to pick it, I can see it working really well in places like Dueling Beetles, but it really is about where, at what stage in the draft you're able to get your hands on it. I like it for that reason because the super is so devastating. So to find it having quite a nice place where it's quite balanced, I'm quite pleased with that brawler. It's going to be a very hard one to keep that way.
He is banned out here in this match, State Division versus Stamina. Again, I think that State Division had the last pick here, so I'm even more surprised to see a Mortis on the side of STMN. And it doesn't seem to work out just as intended because Shatampo on that Cordelius is taking him into Shadow Realm time and time again.
Yeah, that's a nasty matchup. I think you might be right with State Division having that last pick. I'm imagining it's the core, very infrequent pick. Taco's trying to take a little dash at it, though. Pain low, though, probably not going to be enough. This is going to be a tough one to come back from. Zeta should be sitting comfortably here, so that's going to be a 2-1 lead now in sets. Really well played. I mean, like you said, I'll say it, I'm guilty of it. I thought this was going to be a 3-0 as well. More out of respect for Zeta Division than anything. I think Zeta are a very powerful team. I think they're a team that their mechanics speak for themselves. But if they can get the drafts down as well, they're dangerous.
Say the thing, Kenny. Say the thing.
No,
say the thing, Kenny. Come on, I'm the boomer here. Say the thing.
Oh my gosh. Sunny's got it if she wants it. It's all her. It's all her.
No.
Got any numbers you're thinking of right now? Any numbers you want to speak of?
I'm on a higher level.
Okay,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Arch is childish.
I'm
sorry, Chad.
We already established the important number in Brawl Stars, especially when it comes down to GG boxes, is 8.
8's
Neither.
the number. Not 6, not 7, but 8 is the right number.
True.
We're now finally heading into our 4th match of the day here. It's Reject versus Loud, and most people at home have also voted Reject, just like the casting desk. I would actually love to talk to Trev. He was the only one of us who said Reject, and I can't blame him. It was a 50-50 for me as well.
Definitely not enough justification on our end as a casting desk. I do feel like Reject deserves some more representation. Certainly a good squad, but ultimately I'm going to rely on the experience of Loud. I think they're a better team than people anticipate. I don't think their name's been said enough, and as we hop into open business, it's going to be Reject with that first overall pick. So Pam out of the way. I think some people at home might be surprised to see this be a ban, but at a professional level, trust me, Pam is so deadly. It's super annoying to deal with, and especially on this map with all the walls, the healing station is so good for control.
Solid first pick for me. No problems with that. I'd like to see a Juju, actually. It's always been a very South American brawler pick. It's going to be one that would work out pretty well here for me. But certainly, I think the Cordelius not being banned here, keeping that in the back pocket could be a good shout for them also. But I think if they keep the walls up, then it's going to have a very, very good time on this particular map. And Draco as well, not banned out. Definitely dropped a little bit off for me, but it's still very much a scary one. Stu here as well, South American, and in my opinion, probably the best Stu player in the world is Kyadog. So I'd love to see that brawler come through. First pick Juju, yeah, it's South America all over.
You can't resist my charm. Has been very often picked up by this region, let's just put it that way. Reject here, they have the first pick, so many of the best first pick are banned out by Loud, the Meeple, Mina, and Finks all very, very good on the map like this one, but I love the Ruff's first pick because they can decide now if they want to break open the map, want to bring in some tanks or throwers themselves and not break it open. And yeah, even against the Juju, now they can just break it up. They can play 2 long-range brawlers, and they're going to do fairly well against Charlie and the Juju.
I'm curious how they're going to combat this, because I think Larry and Lori might very much be in the equation for Reject. Instead, it's Barry. I was looking out for Thrower. Larry has been a typical way to kind of go against Juju while also giving yourself a way to deal with tanks. The reverberating shot plus an extra spawner in the field. Unfortunately, Juju can sometimes just be a better version of that. Shade coming through as the aggressive choice, though. Very interesting composition out of Reject.
I'm guessing they're not going to break open the maps, right?
No, I pray not for their sake. I mean, they got the Shade going down now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great brawler to have at this stage in the draft, isn't it? It's going to be one of those times where Loud are going to make a real choice as to how they approach it. Shade is very much a regional selection by Reject also, where they just play it so well. for me. So do they go specific to target the Shade? Do you do that? And yeah, I think you got to have something ranged to. Ziggy, literally just talking about it to have as an answer. It's going to definitely deter Shade from being hiding behind the walls for sure.
Just as we talked about Ziggy, the new brawler is going to come in here and makes a lot of sense. I feel like Reject really wanted this Shade, betting out the Hank, pointed towards it, and they need another brawler who can shoot through walls or on top of walls, or I don't know how you would call Thunder in a wall. But yeah, Ziggy's definitely a good pick, Kenny.
How about a perfect storm? Here we go, folks. Reject versus Loud. Number 2 from East Asia versus the Kings of South America. Both teams on a road to redemption here in 2025.
Wow, it's a good start by Reject, getting a little tippy-toe onto the zone with his help of the berry kills. That ice cream going to be quite instrumental at keeping them afloat here, but he didn't go straight for it, and that's the right play here for Loud. He might be able to overthrow now.
Early start here for Loud, at least in terms of area control. The double thrower composition, did not expect that. Firecrow's certainly a control kind of brawler with the way his shot operates, and if you can send a super up the middle of the map, it can be deadly. You have to watch out for those thunderstorms that can rain down on you. Melty, of course, not going to do well from the distance here. Shade needs up close and personal. He is somebody that doesn't care about the space. He wants to be up in your face.
Loud approaching now, 50%. Reject have got to go a bit more onto the aggressive. Tidal Glow, but staying alive, most importantly, in that left-hand side now is broken. It's a bit late in the game, that's my question. Oh, a lovely hypercharge there from Kaidog as well, just to be able to keep things ticking over, and Melty's going to come out slow too as well. That's massive for Loud.
Wow, and they're even willing to open up this map as well. Bataman playing the berry is not going to do well into his enemy throwers, at least on a one-on-one situation. Bataman taking his time though, now needs to regroup with the others, but a Ziggy super should send them back. They climb their way all the way up to 100%. Reject couldn't even muster double digits.
Very, very good start by Loud, to say the least. I mean, that was so dominant. Bit of a speed run if Reject don't put on the brakes. Let's see how they respond. I don't mind the comp. It's decent. I'm definitely favouring what Loud have brought, but I mean, it's not to say it can't work for sure, so they've got to do a little bit more in this time round, or this is going to be a very swift set.
I feel like Loud did a really good job of taking away any value Barry could have possibly had, because now he's just overwhelmed. It's two throwers in a one-on-one that I feel like should beat it, and now he has to just focus on keeping himself up, but he needs to keep Melty up so Melty can take down the enemies. It's a really tough spot to be in. This is a much better start, though. Bataman just getting aggressive, running at the enemy, but Firecrow super will shut him down.
Firecrow will have plenty of time to heal now as well, as Kaidog just keeping that rough supply drop protected as best he can. Trying to connect the yo-yo there, but can't at all as Melty's evading forwards. But now, with the help of Juju, should keep the Shade a bit more suppressed. Hypercharge for Batman. It's got to come in now and get his teammates on the zone. Straight for Firecrow, a bit of a miss actually. He stayed alive much longer than he should have there.
Not direct contact, but still gets the kill. Melty will shred through the left-hand side. Bataman spacing the floor, now dropping a super, will remain up. This is how they have to take advantage. It's going to be a tough one for Melty here. It's a wide open space. They are throwers, so if he can get up in their face, he's going to be able to get those quick swipes and takedowns. But until then, it's going to be much more difficult. Perfect shot out of Kaidog.
Yeah, Firecrow as well with a fantastic super. Shu had really nowhere to go, and it bought a lot of time for Loud. But it's a closer match, no doubt about it. Melty finds a nice swipe there onto Redino and gets the heals of Batman as well. Kaidog struggling in this mid to stay on his feet, down to 600 HP now as he loses his teammate. This is much, much better from Reject. They've got to keep this up though.
Dino forced away. It's going to be the issue with the throwers. Sure, they can hide behind the walls, but with low HP, they can't march forward. Oh, a perfect trap there. The Cocoon going down on the left-hand end. They're trying to free their teammate. Not enough to preserve his life, though. All of a sudden, though, things evened out. Reject swept away in game number 1, but slowly progressing through this second.
Yeah, if Dino can get a Gree, it'll be massive here as the heals continue to land for Bataman. Overcharged out for Shu as well. Firecrow low here, he's going to fall down too. A massive, massive moment here to take this slow for Reject to potentially tie up this set. Kaidog there with a last-ditch attempt. It's not going to be enough. The respawns are going to be slow as well for Loud. And I don't think even the Ziggy super is going to be enough to deter them off that zone. The game will go the way of Reject. We're all tied up.
Completely different game number 2. Much better stuff out of what I expect to see from Reject. I really thought this was going to be a fairly even match. I just have question marks about both these teams, to be quite frank with you. You know, at Brawl Cup, I thought Loud played pretty well. They got some good victories. A team like Tribe Gaming, no slouches. That's FaZe #1, who were undefeated in the entire year to that point. Reject, of course, have challenged teams well, but their performances weren't the best against Data Division. So how will they fare against the rest of the world? This is going to be a great testing ground for them.
Yeah, really solid points. And Loud will go back to that first game where they had a much better start, but this time round, Reject are valuing their lives. And these Berry Hills, they are so massive, really. Batman's going to keep it up, though. Big taps coming forwards. Kyle push back now as the support from above of Shu helps to deter the aggressiveness of that right-hand side. Big in there from Batman. Finds Firecrow as well. It's a massive kill.
Massive kill for sure, because now Melty at least has a little breathing room, and if they're hovered on Melty, well, they've got Batman and Shu on this left hand now open side, so they can just 2v1 if they really need to. Hypercharge for Batman. Ooh, I think it might go to waste. Doesn't quite pop it. Better than wasting it, of course. Will back up for his teammates. They're going to group together and take well over 20% from Loud.
They've got to make the most of this moment that Firecrow has pushed forward. Shu again in a tough spot there. The Kaidog's got to value his life better with the help of his Spiderlings. It might help. Melty going round the top, though, as well to get this flank off. Forced back now as the Grigory's coming forward. Loud on 27% only, now starting to creep up, but Reject has got a healthy 55.
Ooh, Firecrow trying to hurt them, and it's not going to work out at all. No kill from that super. Now he's weak on enemy territory, and Melty can just march forward. Batman there for a couple extra pickups. Kyo Dog, Desperation, Hypercharge, diving on in, gets one, looking for Shu. It's still a trap on that top left-hand side. He's going to have to look both ways, dealing with Melty, an important one. That's their aggressive brawler, so now they've taken it back a little better, but not enough to retake positioning.
It just feels to me like a lot of the time Loud's spawn cycle is just a little bit off, and they've got to increase the communication to ensure that everyone's on their feet a bit better. Firecrow yet again with a lovely super, provides some space, gets some time on the zone onto the objective, but Dino has got to heal up on his left-hand side. He's in a tough spot now, but getting back into the game is going to be key. Loud cannot leave this zone. They've got to stay on their feet.
If they lose this positioning, it is definitely over. Melty in their faces is a problem. Adinho with a gadget now connects with Melty as well. Batman there to play point guard, trying to preserve the life of his teammates. All three Loud members standing tall, though. There goes the super. Batman taken down instantly, though. Melty, the last chance they have of getting this. He does his best, but with a Gree on the ground, Loud should be able to retake.
They're low HP, though. Can Batman do the unthinkable here? Adinho's low. There's about 3%, 2% that's needed, and Loud just about get it. That was crucial, but they stayed firm, kept composed. The set goes the way of Loud.
I would love for some pros to sound off on Twitter of how they think this draft went. Double thrower is really unique. On the other side, though, Shade with wall break. I mean, what are we doing out here? What's going on? I mean, the Shade gonna do well into the right-hand side, of course. You look at the paper matchups. Shade can pierce through the walls and get somebody like Juju, who's a low HP brawler. That's where the Assassins come to play. And in the face of that, Lao still select, I think, 6,500 HP of Siggy. It's just a really unique one. It worked out for Loud, but I don't know what to make of that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's one of those counterintuitive moments where you don't want to talk too soon. You know, the pros are pros for a good reason. They've got a plan, you know, up their sleeve, but it didn't really present itself for the Reject. That second game was definitely better, but I think there's probably better synergies you can find, and that's kind of where Ruffs, you know, is very versatile, but can also be detrimental to your comp.
Yeah, we went all the way around the world in terms of results. I mean, game number one, Loud absolutely smoked Reject, and all of a sudden I was like, yeah, maybe double throws in play, what do I know? But then you saw the adjustments coming in from Reject. Once they finally freed up their teammate Melty to get to the front lines, they were good. It's just that slow start because Shade, of course, has limited range. If he doesn't have a super cycling in, he can't progress forward on the map. It's just much more difficult. Once you hit that first super, though, the game changes. The fact that they were able to do that made it much closer. Clutch stuff from Loud, by the way. I don't think we touched on that enough. In the middle of the moment, though, if they had given up control in that game number 3, this set goes a completely different direction.
They were so low in terms of HP. I think that's what I was so impressed by towards the end of that. I mean, if you looked at how, like, everyone was below 1,000 HP, everyone. And that takes just literally a couple of taps, and that entire game and set goes the way of Reject. There's no doubt in my mind. So, great jukes. Great ability to know how important it is. At certain moments in the game, you already have to speak to yourselves and say, this is the moment that we cannot falter. And that's exactly what happened.
On the top right-hand side as well.
That's
interesting development going on today. Look, I knew I wasn't that perfect predictions, right? had no idea what we were in store for 2025 World Finals. Zeta Division in a 2-2 head-to-head match versus STMN, one of the biggest dark horses, somebody that every single person almost in this community is sleeping on right now. Somehow, someway, North America's number 4 is challenging a Brawl Cup top 3 team.
It's absolutely nuts. Again, I feel like, who is writing this script? Brawl Stars announced, 10,000 gem incentive for getting all your predictions right, and then we have a day one
they
like
crank
this.
up the heat. They crank up the heat.
Who's doing this? It's so rigged. It's absolutely insane. But if STMN do that, that will be absolutely disgusting.
Would be a huge shocker. I mean, just think about this in terms of number 1s and 2 seeds we've already seen go down today. So Humble condemned now to our already final life. We're going to be seeing them later today against SKC. And then on top of that, if Zeta Division lose that is 2 of the top 3 teams from our mid-season point. The Brawl Cup, that would already be in jeopardy. That's an insane thought. For now, though, we've got our hands full with Reject versus Loud. This is Group C in a very intense match. The winner will move on to day number 2, scot-free. They won't have to deal with another match today. Bell's Rock is where this is going to take place, and it's going to be a Doug with the first overall pick. This may shock a lot of people, but it's shown up a ton on Bell's Rock.
Yeah, it's just like, again, going down that line of the cheese comp, and Gray's still open here. So I feel like for Loud, they kind of really have to pick it up here, because you can't allow that to be paired with the Doug on a map like this. It's just going to be a very, very tough thing to handle, to deal with. I mean, some of the safer bets here, really, RT, Gus, Byron, there's still going to be options. But, for Loud, that's definitely kind of their flavor. I think, the Squeak band's quite nice. Is it the worthiest of bands? I'm not overly convinced there by Reject, but certainly Throwers, if you've got the Gray on your side, it can be very much a good thing to pair with.
Blue is certainly a targeted ban here, along with Cordelis. They are looking to remove anything that deals with the Immortal Blizzy on the left-hand side, and they're going to go with Charlie as their choice of opposition into this. This is going to be targeted at that Doug. You mentioned it. Gray, a lot of the times, going to show up alongside that Doug for these in-game scenarios where you're just passive the whole way, you're waiting around. Doug is there to heal, and those close quarters interaction is going to do great, and that's why you're going to see Loud steal that. They don't want to grant the opportunity to Reject. I will add, Byron is still available as a pairing. We saw Kit removed. A lot of the times, those are Ollie pairings, but obviously Ollie not going to be in the equation here, and I think Doug could benefit from similar brawlers.
That's a good shout, to be fair. Certainly the Ollie Byron's my favorite of the pairings, but I think as a sort of way to make Doug still have a solid opportunity, it makes a lot of sense as a fallback option here. But if Loud go to continuously break the map as well and bring something else to the equation, what's this Doug going to do? How's it going to fare? That's my kind of worry for them. The Gust is a good shout. You've got to have that shielding to pair and keep your teammates alive, because if Loud can get this final pick right, it's going to be very tough to do so with that Doug.
I'm curious if they pair this with something annoying like a pesky thrower like a tick, or if they just grab something like a Colonel Ruffs and go for an old-timey strat where they power up their allies, because they're all going to be sitting together. So if they can just use the star power that allows you to gain health points, not just healing, but total health points per round, that would make them so powerful in those in-game scenarios. So I feel like Reject are either all about commit, or they're going to play it more passive, and the all-out commit is certainly where they're going with the Kaze.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, that's a great pairing with the Gus and the Kaze, but you've got to have that timed aggression in that regard now for Loud. I would kind of like to see them break things open here. I think that would be a good way to really kind of work against the Doug or Thrower, now that you can see the bigger picture, but you've got to protect that Thrower if you do, because the Kaze is going to be the biggest of threats in that regard. So, you're going to go Rico, quite a squidgy brawler, not going to be the best into Kaze. I don't know whether I'm a huge fan of it, but we saw, at Brawl Cup, it got some insane results, specifically with like Toxic Lotus. I mean, it was absolutely disgusting here. So keeping the walls up and utilizing the Rico, that's the way that they want to fare, and I don't mind it. You've got to be committing to one of those ideas or the other. You've got to either use the walls or break them, and they're going to try and use them.
Absolutely with that Rico pick. Cheese strat on the left-hand blue side, but Loud up 1-0 as we waltz into the set number 2. Batman, though, already getting sneaky, trying to get himself into position. A nice walking cane. The more walls they can tear down, the better. Kyodog can still benefit from the outside ones.
Yeah, Batman just continuously trying to lurk his way around. Kyodog is going to have his work cut out for him there. And that was a big heal there from Shoot, keeping Batman alive, and they're able to take the right-hand side lane flank. Kyodog's earned himself a Super 2. Invisibility not going to do too much there for Batman. He is found very quickly. She's already earned the hot dog though, and that's quite a big time to do so. He hands it over as well, allows Batman to go on the aggressive. Yes, she goes down, it didn't connect.
Ooh, perfect timing. yeah, going to be eliminated there. That's a rough go at it, because I think that was obviously the strategy. They're going to power up their teammate with an extra life, so they either don't shoot him and die, or they shoot him and bring him back to life with full HP. This is a clean sweep, though, coming out of Loud. Nicely done, so a 1-0 start.
Well, Bannerman immediately going to this right-hand side lane, goes in Viz, but pretty sure he was spotted regardless. Hypercharge for Firecrow as well. That's going to be a big, big helping hand for Loud. Kaido didn't connect with the most of that. That's unfortunate for him. That could have been a massive moment.
Yeah, rough go at it. Missed Walking Cane as well. Hypercharge and super combination still available for Firecrow, though, as Ademio works the distance. Batman crawling his way up the right-hand side. Just has to find a way to punch through. Now a Hypercharge super available for Shu, and that's something to keep your eyes locked on.
Yeah, Batman needs to have more utility to be able to combine with it. I mean, that's really what you want. A Hypercharge in the cars, they would be massive, but at this rate, they're being forced back, and that's another missed connection from Kaido. Just trying to keep the control is where their minds are at, but not going to do too much more. Firecrow, and maybe gadget this potentially if he wants to. He's going to do that, and he actually gets it. Unreal from him. Great composure from that man.
They bought some time with Melty being cocooned as well. Some numbers advantage for Loud. The Immortal Hot Dog now running down the middle of the map. Super available for Melty. He's going to keep himself up as long as possible, but going to be brought back to life. Spiders incoming. Kyo Dog wasted super. Won't super matter though. Shu doesn't have enough health points to suffice. Loud cleanup here in game number 1.
That was better from Kaido. That was a moment where he really had to come through for his team there. And that was really nicely done, I'll be honest. So for Rejects there, looking a little bit shaky, not gonna lie. I feel like they've got a comp that can still certainly work, but it really greatly depends upon that Doug Hypercharge and the Kaze Hypercharge at the same time. And it never really worked out. I felt like, that was the weakness that they've got to be able to get right this time around.
Their attempts at aggression have just failed them so far. A missed opportunity with the super in the first one, and in the second go, just too early of a death. They have to have the numbers, they have to play the in-game. This is going to be a much more powerful positioning from them. Loud on the outset, going to be sitting tight. Bataman, Shu, now pairing up. Gonna back away here. It's just no death so far, just a little bullets being shed.
Bataman trying to sneak around this right-hand side to get some very important heals there from Shu along the way. This portal from Firecrow could be the perfect escape maneuvering if it's needed. Kaido finds a lovely angle down that mid as well, keeping Bataman's press. There's the Hypercharge, but there's not really much from Bataman except a Fan Storm to be able to bring to the mix here. The Loud are pushed into this back left corner, and this is going to be a tough one to escape.
Super available for Kyo Dog as well. Middle of the map, occupied by Loud. Shu trying to heal up his teammate. Hot Dog doesn't connect. No way for him to survive. 3v2 situation. Cocoon going down. Melty left all alone. Super being popped. Not enough. Shu on the outset goes down. Loud just one round away from sweeping a second set.
Reject need to start to make some moves here. Well, this could be going a very miserable place for them. And they are still looking at 0 sets on the board. They've got to find something within themselves. Kyo Dog there, we're utilizing that wall so nicely. This Doug really is keeping everyone alive, but for how much longer? Fanstorm goes out yet again. Loud are blind. Force back Kyo Dog there, just having the support because Firecrow was taking some big, heavy shots. Adino's got to make some space and try to maneuver around this bottom right.
Full house of cards coming in for Loud. Now a connection. Oh, what a super! A pop just in time from Doug. They're still focusing him down. Shu will survive. He activates Hypercharge, gets to get the extra speed. Bataman freeing him in a moment's notice. Shu, though, shredded through! South America's #1, constantly keeping Reject in check. They look fierce. They look strong. They are one set away from taking South America's first match since 2021.
I don't want to jinx anything, but this was a match that I changed my predictions on events like today. And, it's like a lot of arguments that I hear online are things like, oh, but they've always been like this way, like Humble, for example, that team that are just unbeatable at LAN. Well, good things can come to an end, And I feel like this year, above all other years, is the time for South America to really prove their worth at the World Finals. And that is the scoreline, which to me says that story. If they can keep this up, they could be a real contender against many other people's opinions. I mean, I was 50-50. This is a result that is not looking 50-50.
It's 2025. You have to do away with the past at some point. The past can help you predict, but it's not an end-all be-all. We saw Humble already lose today. Loud, South America as a whole, hasn't done a thing, but heck, STMN are 2-2 against somebody like Zeta Division. You just never know, folks. This is why we show up every single year. Just a special esports, special players, and so much work being put in. And so far, it's paying dividends for Loud. I think this has got to feel real bad for Reject too. I can't help think, Doug, not the most skill-expressive brawler, right? When you pull off a cornball strategy and it gets shut down, that's demoralizing. Reject are going to have to pick themselves up here, and I can't imagine a 2-0 deficit for any pro team, but especially off to the backs of that.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you can see it on Melty's face, right? I mean, really taking a bit of a heavy hit on that set, and these are the moments where teams have got to come together and start talking. No way! Are you serious?
I mean, speechless. It's been a day of upset. And I think STMN as one of the darkest horses here on that top right-hand side. They just showed it. Ridiculous. Folks, don't go anywhere. On day one, you already got one dose of Humble. You already got one dose of Zeta Division. Get ready for round two. They have to save their tournament lives here later on today. Reject could be dangerously close to doing so in just one set. Here we go. Pit stop where we head for set number 3. 2 brawlers I have my eyes on other than your stereotypical ones. This is Heist. So Miko is going to have my attention. Kaze, of course, is an aggressive brawler at the top of that list. 2 Barry comps show up a lot. And of course, there's some heady hitters like Bull that I love to see as a fan favorite.
Yeah, great shout. Shade as well, being that Reject have already brought it in once. Be fair to assume they might do so again. I think it's a better place here than it was on Open Business, but I mean, those are all great brawlers. I think Yotus especially is a definite consideration. Kaze for Loud, I think they could definitely do with that. It's a tough map. There's a lot of potential bans here, and you can't ban everything. So I think that, you know, those are the big ones. You know, the Bull, especially for me, since the rework, I'm really enjoying where that particular brawler lies. And the Berry can just kind of sit back and just play the long game, or have that be a helping hand for a Bull to stay longer on the safe. But certainly, brawlers like Miko, you can't really afford to leave them open.
Not to mention, too, Mina gets banned just about anywhere, but this is one of those maps and modes where she could slide through, just like we're seeing here. So Miko out of the way. Kaze not in the picture. It's going to be very first overall selection, so going to be looking for archetypes like that. Plus, just in general for Heist, does a sneaky amount of damage. I mean, not only can he heal himself, heal his teammates, but those trickling little ice cream cones can do quite a hefty amount of damage over time onto our Heist safe.
The good bans. Notice wouldn't be a bad shout, honestly. With what I'm seeing. I mean, the Tara is not my favorite, but it's definitely an option considering just like how much has been banned out here. For Loud, we've got some options. It's not out of the question at all, but I think they would have liked to have got the more aggressive brawlers, which, I mean, now they still have the option. Hank gonna come in being a big tank, but this is what I remember from Brawl Cup though, was seeing a Hank on defense. They've got to really steer clear or be very careful at this stage of the draft. I don't like it, honestly, in Heist. It's my least favorite brawler, really, to make work. It really punished Casa Brawl. That was like where I saw their draft diminish against Crazy Raccoon.
It's a good brawler, but is it a good brawler for Heist?
Yeah.
It's powerful. It's good on head-to-head matchups. Not good for a Heist safe. Yeah. I'm curious to see how this goes. Lily was the one I was expecting. So when you look at that ban stage, anytime you see a Barry, keep an eye out for Kaze and Shade. 2 aggressive brawlers that can get up in the face of Barry, and on top of that, they can do high safe damage. That's 2 pluses. Unfortunately, they're both in the ban stage. So I think that's part of the reason Reject pulled the trigger on Barry early. Lily on the other side is probably the 3rd best brawler, or at least in the mix of those other 2, right, of dealing with Barry. High safe damage and a great one head-to-head. Those are the pluses I'm looking for in a draft.
I want to see a Melody here from Reject. I feel like that could be a very good answer. I think the Hank's very much a response from the Barry. It makes it harder for him to kind of get the value and stay behind walls and just kind of get a bit of a freebie rather. Bull coming in for Reject, I really love. I've got to say, I mean, the Barry Bull combo and the Melody. Oh, this is a draft that I'm struggling to really favor with Loud. I mean, those are the 3 brawlers, especially that Bull combo with the Barry and the Melody. They've got some very aggressive ideas there.
Well, now you have a Bull that's going to be good into the Hank as well. I mean, shotgun brawler, you need a heavy hit to bring Hank down quickly, because otherwise he's just going to use his tank trait and his regular shot to charge up that super. So if he's not healing, he's not progressing up the map. And on top of that, Bull certainly dishes out more high safe damage than Hank. All 3 members of Reject are great objective brawlers. Sometimes it's not always those paper matchups. You have to focus on the objective at hand, getting that high safe damage. Otis going to be their way of cleaning up. Decent for high safe damage, of course, but more than anything right now, I think they just need some defense.
Yeah, exactly that. But again, you can mute a Melody, but it will prevent her from supering for sure, but the notes will stick around. So that's going to be a good answer, regardless. I think the Otis was definitely what Loud needed at that time. But in Heist, I like the aggressive cycling ideas. It can be, just you sitting in the defensive, just constantly defending if you're not careful. So I do still favor Reject, but with Loud having the momentum with which they've got, that gives me confidence, especially now with this Lily. I think the Kyodog, if he keeps their enemy back, it's going to go a long way here.
Kyodog gets a free shot towards the left-hand side due to that gadget, but he is met with a shotgun to the face from Shu. Melty now trying to climb his way up this map. Kyodog weak, goes down, 2v2 situation. It's just going to be a calm presence in the mid. Even if Adino escapes, that's the least of my worries if I'm the side of Reject.
Dino slows their Shu. Now with a potential pinch, Kyodog, they get down Batterman. You're going to stay here, but Adino can just sit behind the stake. He's got damage gear rolling in. No reason to move away from this until he's forced to. So Batterman might be wanting to use, I was going to say the super to be able to get behind it. I was going to go for the kill myself, but I'm not a pro player. Hey, first stage of the safe is cracked there by Loud as well, so that's a good start.
Pretty even matchup. Only a few percentage points separating these two strong teams. Melty now left-hand side, dashing away. He's going to be a huge offensive instigator for them as Kyodog keeps punching at the safe. Adino on the other side, getting extra tag. Shu can only do too much. It's Bull. He does not multitask well. Shelly, Bull, any of these shotgun brawlers, they're a one brawler at a time focus kind of person.
Oh, the safe just lingering there on 60%. There's still time here for Reject to make this comeback. Hypercharge there for Batterman. Melty's got his too, so he can get forwards and get on the safe. It could be diminished so quick, but Batterman's going to get a tap here, which he does. That's going to be massive, because that is going to be a stage crack that's going to take some time for Melty to get the bounty. No, he gets it! That's absolutely huge! That's Reject timing perfectly! What a time for it!
Massive turnaround. Loud not out of it just yet. If they take this set, they will be moving forward to day number 2, but Reject, East Asia's number 2, have something to say about it. They've been in big moments this year, not LAN. They haven't been to something like Brawl Cup where Zeta Division were ahead of them at the halfway point. They didn't have to go to LCQ because they were so strong in their region. So this is really the first time under the bright lights on the big stage to see how they handle things here. It's good to see they can deal with a little adversity.
Yeah, Reject needed a victory there. Otherwise, it was going to go a very dangerous place for Kyodog now on the safe, getting some good damage. Shu's going to be cautious here. He doesn't die himself. Kyodog now going back into the realm. Going to be now taken care of, but he got some good damage for his time there. If a couple more taps had landed, we've actually been able to crack a stage.
Adino dealt with, so now Shu can progress forward. He had his checkpoint on defense, and now he's going to turn it around for offense. Kyodog in trouble. Batterman still lurking on this right-hand side. FirePro trying to do his best to bring him down, but there's 3 Reject brawlers circling this heist safe. Now Melty backs away. Opportunity for Loud to take over.
Good defense there from Kyodog, it's going to be said, as that was a tough position. FirePro had already started moving forward, so if Batterman had stayed alive, that would have been some big damage. But now that safe will crack for Adino, as Loud will probably stay mid here a little bit and be cautious of this flank from Melty. His right hand side, he's got the hypercharge, and now with a super, he's dangerous.
Shu, nice pickup there. Batterman and Melty work to do up top. Both sides looking to crack this second heist safe. Adino hypercharge will charge up his super as well and preserve his life. Kyodog dives in. Nice tag team there coming in from Hank and Lily. Batterman doing his best to battle, but he's such a squishy brawler, doesn't do a ton of damage. He's holding on his own though. Kyodog hasn't been able to leave. Oh, and a tough miss super as well. Shu gonna be on the back heels. As Kyodog pushes forward, gonna be tough in the face of a shotgun, and reinforcements have arrived. Batterman is back from spawn.
Kyodog just getting another tap there. That's a huge moment to crack that safe at 50%. Now Loud can be a bit more aggressive, or a 4 to be at least. Batterman goes in with a nice little tail swipe, but that's Kyodog again doing wondrous work. Fiverr is staying back on the defense to ensure it too. Gets the pick of the ball, and he can stay there for Melty. Kyodog can do all the work here, stay off that ice cream. Bad placement on that berry. Down to 30% now, a couple more hits to be cracked yet again for Loud.
Once again, advantage Loud. A lot of work to be done. They still have to get through another layer of this heist save just to get below 50. 10 on the clock. Hypercharge for Shu. Goes head first, connects with the wall though. He's left all alone. 24. Oh, and he's so close, but not close enough. South America's #1 are on match point.
He's done a lot of match points this year. But I've got to say, a lot of the time this year, they've also not been sealed. Loud cannot afford to let this one linger. They've got to tie it up. because Reject have started in this set to get a bit of momentum. And Brawl is such a momentum-based game. Let's see how they will fare, but Kaidog was playing so well. Shu gets just the upper hand there at 112 HP, and the help of those Berry Hills went a long, long way. Now, Rejects are in a fantastic position.
Beautiful shutdown by Shu, and it leads to a little offense. Adinho hugging himself to that indestructible wall. Melody making her move, survives a little high safe damage alongside it. Shu getting in positioning, dives in, stun. Ooh, not enough though, had the super ready to go, so Shu off to the races. Going to still head in first, goes for two, bang!
Wow.
Shu with another! Unbelievable performance!
What a cycle. Really fantastic work. But what did it really achieve in terms of the heist damage? That's the thing, is now Loud making a massive push forwards with the hypercharge and the slow. Batman hiding behind this wall, using that gadget as well with the tailspin to try to stay alive here. Being aggressed by Adino as Kaidog again goes into the realm and keeps this battle alive with Shu.
Tough matchup for him. Shotgun Brawler's typically going to have an advantage of Lily. A great job of baiting out that gadget as well, so it's back on the timer. And from the Shadow Realm they go, and a respawn alongside it for Kaidog. Shu, the only presence in the middle of the map for Reject. Everybody just getting in the mix here. Trades on both sides, but certainly an advantage right now for Reject.
They've got to stay firm on this defense. Kaidog now coming forwards, finds the safe. It's cracked down. But in the meanwhile, Reject can afford to go on the aggressive. That's the problem now for Kaidog. Still so much to do, and Shu is defending so much better this time as well. I feel like the timer is against Loud. We've got to now play defense, but they can't afford to. Melty can just shoot on through here. If he finds the angle, finds the gap, which he's going to go for now. He's getting on the safe, no questions asked. Firecrow has got to defend now.
Excellent defense out of Loud. Could have been much worse. But as you alluded to, buzzer beaters far between now in the mode that we have. You have to crack through each 25% of this high save. Adinho doing all he can. Kaidog, though, needs to start moving. I hate to force the issue, but you're running out of time, brother.
This save should be cracked soon, but with 20 seconds on the clock, it is going to be close. And Reject can just afford to continuously go on the aggressive, which they're doing right now. Shu's on the safe, down to 10%, and look at that, it's immediately gone. It's the sets going the way of Reject. There's no time like the present.
Nobody is safe. That's one thing I have certainly learned in our 2025 World Finals opener. It's not over until you hear that bell ring, and Reject certainly not going anywhere left. This is Shu's performance of the day. 13 kills there. High safe damage galore. I mean, this man was everywhere in set number 3.
He was so important because Kaidog was playing phenomenally well and getting so much safe damage in, and Shu was the person to stop it and prevent it and just hold back. I thought Lau were going to be able to seal it, I'm not going to lie. So for Reject now, they've got a chance now to talk in amongst this next draft before it appears and figure out where the cracks do lie, because they can clearly, they can win this. There's no question about it in my mind, but it's the mentality. And that's where teams are struggling, I think, at the World Finals a little bit. It's all in the mental. But you can see there in terms of the technique, nothing that you can say to go against what, it's brilliant, but it's just all in their minds right now. But that's enough to say that we can do it.
Calm, cool, and collected for Loud still. That's the mentality you have to have. I think that one was a miss on the draft for me, though. I think it was just more of a mistake out of Loud, not where credits obviously due. Shu played out of his mind, Reject with great high safe damage, everybody doing their part. The Hank pick just, it doesn't click in my brain. It didn't make sense to me for the map in mode. It's not somebody that shows up a ton in the pick rate, and I'm sure it scrims. It's not necessarily a top ban rate on that map in particular. So an interesting strategy coming out of Loud there. I don't feel like any of these teams have really run away with a draft diff, if you will. I feel like both sides have had some questionable moments, some better moments than others, but it's led to a good match, and all of a sudden Reject back in this.
This is now a really tough position for Reject, but if they can still continuously dig deep and get these drafts right, I'm with you, by the way. I'm really not sold on this Hank. I can see that it was kind of more the thought behind targeting that berry, but it's just really tough to make work the majority of the time. So I think there's better defensive ideas. Go in to Brawl. Pinhole punt up next. And for Loud, they had a match point. They've now got to be able to earn another one. And if that keeps getting rejected, no pun intended, then it's going to go to the final set. By which point, where's your morale going to be?
Notably as well, Reject have performed pretty poorly against World Finals scrims teams during the last week or so. So if they pull this off, it would be quite a way to get to a set 5. Mo is one of my top candidates to show up in this map, and of course he's going to be on the ban stage right-hand side. No Hank, no Meeple, no Mina. Predictable bans, I would say, from Reject. So some openings available. Otis comes to mind here as the safe bet. I think Crow is certainly in that mix as well. Those are a couple of your top first pick brawlers right now at a pro gameplay.
Mina, Hank, Meeple, Mo, Ruffs, and Squeak banned out. And the first pick of Crow, very South American, no doubt about it. I think that a Buster would be a bad shout on the side there of Loud. Reject's going to be coming in. Jae Young could be a good, safe kind of starting hand for me a little bit here. Maybe get an Otis as well. It's just an insurance policy. Doesn't have to be facing into tanks to get some good value for me on this kind of map. So Ali's definitely a bit of a concerning brawler, which could lurk as well, but that's why I kind of prefer the Buster over it myself. Although it's kind of hard to hit shots, you're going to be surviving a bit longer. Gus going to come in for Reject.
Gus a little unexpected here, I would say. I think they're going to be looking to pair this with something that's going to be good in terms of range head-to-head against somebody like a Crow, but I'm curious of how they go, because this isn't a stereotypical mid, I would say, right now in our meta. We do have brawlers that are more aggressive that get paired with it sometimes. You'll see ones like Buster. Carl is an aggressive brawler. Ali has shown up quite a bit at a professional level, so a little mix of aggro that I mentioned there, sometimes a little tank gameplay. I'm curious if they grab that brawler now or wait to do it for their 6th pick as a match into whatever Loud picks.
I'm so
coming in for Reject. Definitely a brawler which has surprised me in the meta currently, coming forward just a little bit more than in recent time. But is it going to perform the best here? The Gus Shield's going to go a long, long way here. Love for Gary, love to see it. I mean, don't we all? Love to see the guy smile once in a while, though. No, we keep bumping to each other in the elevator of the hotel constantly. Every single time, it's always Gary in the lift.
That's a menacing glare as well. That's somebody I don't want to mess with on the battlefield. I think Meg partially there for extra health points as well. It's somebody that shows up sometimes. I'm not going to say it's a frequent pick by any means on this map, but for somebody like Bro in particular, really difficult to get a takedown. Stu, a very South American selection. Pam, somebody with the healing station that has risen through our ranks. And now Reject. Opportunity for this 6th pick. And I think they need some kind of goal-scoring mechanic or opportunity. I'm expecting something a little bit off the wall here, because I just feel like they need it, and they've already gone a Meg, so clearly it's going to be an unpredictable one. I'm curious to see what that is for them.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, did not see the Meg coming. That's a very rare plushie, by the way. Are they being sold? I know there's some stuff for sale, but I wasn't sure that they're bringing those ones back. Charlie coming in as the final pick there for Reject. You know, it's okay. I don't mind it. It's not the flashiest of comps on the side of Reject. Meg going to be a tough one to shake, for sure, especially if the Gus can kind of keep canning over that shielding. But, I mean, yeah, I kind of feel like with the Pam, especially on the side of Loud, and the Crow, those kind of brawler pairings can be quite strong in Brawl, and they can just kind of sit back and wait for the push from Reject and just continuously tap into it. But definitely not the drop I was expecting from both sides, obviously.
Absolutely not. Unique stuff going down in this match. Loud and Reject. Unorthodox drafts the entire way through, but whatever works to get you a win at the end of the day. Right now, Loud trying to punish Reject and end their day here. Bam now sitting on that top right-hand side, positioning that healing station. She got it very early. I feel like that's going to be an easy one to charge up a Meg.
Yeah, she's going to swipe it. Nice. And kind of trying to body block against it. Nice connection from Batman now. And Edina coming straight out is going to go straight down. Kaido going to have to defend for his life here. It's in a really tough spot. She needs to drop out of mech here just in the nick of time just to get some support from Firecrow now spawning in.
Extra speed going down as well due to the gadget. So Pam, normally not the fastest brawler, going to be able to speed her way up the middle of the map, take down for Melty, and now they've got dangerous intentions on this left-hand side. Hypercharge for extra speed, Batman with the breakaway, and the Cape Crusader buries one early.
Swift goal in the first minute of play. The speed zone down, healing station down. Loud are getting hunkered. They'll get this ball forwards. Firecrow hopping there, the shielding defensive booster is the gadget of choice. Now the Spiderlings cause a little bit of an issue, but not too much so that Loud can't deal with them. Pushing forwards yet again, maybe on this right-hand side. If Kaido can just utilize his hypercharge, it could be a goal here for Loud. They time this well.
Super available for Firecrow too. Gonna be waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kyle Dog, of course, with plenty of mobility and a hypercharge available too. Shu now running away with it. Oh, a super pass the wrong way. Dangerous. Adinho now just needs to find a kill, and a huge blunder here that grants Loud a goal.
Yeah, it's moments like that which, if capitalized upon, can be really harmful for your mental. Hypercharge there for Firecrow. Loud are wasting no time. Ball pushing her again. Can he find Kyodog? Can Kyodog go on the aggressive? They do! Look at that! From a mistake to a complete game turnaround. And Loud are yet again in a match point position.
Brutal. After being down 2 sets, clawing your way back up in the third, grabbing an early goal in game number 1. Now they have to deal with devastation. Another obstacle in the road if Reject want to come out alive.
Firecrow being aggressive heavily between Melty and Batman here though. And now Shu has the final say. Kaido needs to get this ball super it forwards, but he's not able to do so. It's a dangerous start for Loud. Reject are looking to make good on that mistake.
Wounded Warriors on this top right-hand side as Bataman is forced away. Melty low, had to pop a super and Shu. Ooh, close to going down. There it is. Outside of the mech, it's just the pistol. A little pea shooter for Shu as each side are trading blows. Slow start here, but Reject still with positioning.
Ball push to the left. That healing station going to be quite important, but again, all the damage that's dealt is going to lead to some utility for Reject, so it's not going to do everything for Loud here. Shielding goes out for Melty. Firecrow's in a good spot there on his left-hand side, but Shu makes the pass through to Batman, and the goal is there, right behind their backs, as Loud turned it.
Way to shake it off. Reject have to find a way to keep pushing. It's not impossible. We've seen what they can do. We've seen reverse sweeps already. What's one more, folks? Melty now on the defensive with the left-hand side. Bataman alongside him. Kyodog pressing this wall as Firecrow and Adinho try to work their way slowly up this mid, but with all the health points of Shu and the heavy machine gun fire, it's hard to penetrate.
Well, Firecrow takes care of the Charlie. That's massive. Melty pops the shield because they know they've got to defend this healing station down. This could be a chance for Loud here. They're going to hunker behind it and get everyone up to a good level of HP. Time it carefully. There's less than 1 minute on the clock. They can get Shu out of mech. It'll be big, but it's surviving on here.
Reject doing everything they can to cycle. Ball being pushed forward though. Firecrow. Ooh, he's close. Charlie Cocoon will go down, but such low HP. They grab a kill though. Super pass over. Melty with a breakaway on the right-hand side. Elects to not go for it all though. I think he realistically may have had a chance to punch that one through, but that's one of those feeler things. Instead though, they're able to hold off on defense. What an impressive hold.
Yeah, didn't want to risk it. Shu's out for mech as well, so he needs to get back in it and land these taps, which he does. And he's got a hypercharge too. Loud are fumbling this slightly here. I don't know whether they got time, but Kaido's going to try to make something of it. Has he got a hypercharge potentially here in his back pocket ready? It's 10 seconds. Can Loud make this push? They're low on HP. Shu is staying firm as well. Batman in the back still going to be there with 5 seconds remaining. Loud can't find the chance. And Reject survive on a little longer.
This is getting scarier by the minute. A blunder out of Reject in game number 1 led to yet another match point in this match. But nonetheless, still alive here. It's going to take everything from Reject to push this from a set 5, but somehow they are 1 game away. The Kings of South America already fighting here early on day number 1.
For me, Reject have been the more consistent team in this set. I mean, Loud were able to capitalize on the mistake, but for the most part, I mean, Reject are doing a great job of controlling this. They've got a lot of range at their disposal, so, I mean, they've got the speed zone down now for Loud, but they need the healing station of Adino. Firecrow trying to make a break, now low HP, and so is Kyodog. This is dangerous.
Kyodog barely holding on, clinging to that healing station. Has the super available, though, for mobility. Melty has to fall back. Doesn't want to risk getting vaporized by the enemy team. This is where Loud can thrive though, but this is also where we saw them stumble a little bit earlier. Once they had that control, somehow Reject were able to climb back. Reject have to take care of business once again.
Speed zone down yet again. Dino can get a healing station in a more aggressive position. It'll be massive, but that's a massive gadget from that Cookie Pop on Gus. Dino almost went down because of it. Firecrow there, slowed there by the Charlie. Or trade on the left-hand side rather, as both players go down. Is Reject playing defense as we approach 1 minute on the clock?
Gonna be kicking this one back. Shu out of the mech, and now they see it. Blood in the water. Firecrow diving in. Switchblades galore. Bataman taking a lot of heat right now as Melty has to fall back. Super being activated. Cocoon down, punches it to this left-hand side, but stole many health points, overwhelming them from the side of Lau. Interception though, Su, hypercharge, has to defend against 2, grabs it again, kick away, Super available for Firecrow. Kyodog rushing up the middle, knows he has the numbers! 1-0 for Loud.
Firecrow did fantastically well. Yes, the ball's intercepted, but the lead-up was so important and entirely him. Kyodog now with the hypercharge. Moving around his left-hand side, but the ball is pushed through to Adino, who's being aggressive from the right. Now he's got a lot of time to be able to work with here, but Shu is low, gonna get the out of the back. Shu gets the goal regardless, and the response is so quick for Reject.
1 goal decides the set. Number 1 from South America could walk away if they punch one through. They've got ball control for now. Kyodog though, forced away. A low amount of health points. Shot clock now available, and Reject defending.
Viker on his top right is Cocoon, but now out. Shu is going to be in a good spot if he can get some aggression here. This hypercharge power healing station is important, but that's a bit of a blunder, and Shu is let through. A massive takedown, but that was a bit of a mistake regardless. It's Loud now on the aggressive.
Kyodog can have supers at the ready, dishes it to that right-hand side. Shield available for Kyodog. Shu, gunfire up the middle of the map. Adino there to pepper him down. Super available. Kyodog, dangerous intentions. Not enough for a kill though. Shu rushing over, grabs the ball. Pockets bottom right-hand side. Adino though, alive, and wow! Loud answer! And for the first time since 2021, South America put one on the board.
Many had some reservations on South America coming into this competition, but for now they can put to rest. A 50-50 match, but one that looked a lot stronger when we saw it play itself out. What an important win for Loud.
Especially after seeing the caliber of teams that have gone down already today. The fact that Loud come out unscathed, impressive. Drafts were all over the place. That's going to be something in the post-game that I'm just going to have to analyze and try and figure out. But nonetheless, it worked out so well. Credit to Loud, a big win for them as a region.
This concludes our opening matches, and what 8 matches it have been. The last 2 being Stamina versus Zeta. I'm sure you heard how that went. And Reject versus Loud. We see Loud versus Reply Totem is going to be a match we watch today. We're now heading over to our elimination matches. And I had such an interesting walk back to this spot, by the way. I got almost ran over by a super happy Juan Carlos. They did win against Zeta Division 3-2. It was an incredible match. After that, I saw Enraged. Papar Supermassive has to face up against Zeta Division now in the elimination matches. So with all of our openers concluded, it's elimination time.
We faced SSG early in 2023 and we faced a tough loss, but that was our first Worlds. I'm very glad to face them again, and I hope we can take our revenge this time, especially since we lost to them in a very unconvincing manner. So I'm very excited to face them.
Revenant, you guys had a very great showing at LCQ, but this Worlds group stage is your last stop.
We're looking at a beautiful scenery, a beautiful city. We're here live in Stockholm from the Dream Hack. We're in the Brawl Stars World Finals as well. That's a little thing that is happening here today, and I'm super excited to be here yet again with Uber and Trev. I'm sure you watched the other opening matches, the ones you didn't cast to. Anything that stood out to you in particular?
Honestly, I was a little concerned with SSG coming into this tournament. Look, just the rumor mill was churning out some pretty grim tales of how they might perform here. But speaking to the players, they said, we're here to prove to everyone we're not washed. You know, like that's not a word we want to have applied to us. But this is their last chance to do so already.
I mean, looking down at this bracket now as well, you see Revenant, X-Spark and SSG, the game that we're going to be seeing now obviously as well, but it was a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest. I predicted SSG against Novo Esports. I thought their lack of experience on the big stage might have put SSG just that little bit of a tier above them, but they've proved the world wrong and proved that EMEA still has what it takes to get it done. But obviously, we're on to this match, Revenant versus SSG now, and it's going to be an absolute bang.
Revenant X-Spark looks strong in LCQ, not as strong today, a 3-0, but against SK, one of the best teams that are present here today. And Revenant X-Spark, they just mentioned it in their own interview as well, they did face SSG before in 2023, their first World Final, and now they have the chance to get revenge.
I think a lot has changed though since 2023. That was a fantastic year for that then STMN squad. These guys are the old guard in NA, but they have watched the new generation come up and knock them off their pedestal. I don't know how many more chances these guys are going to have to step into the spotlight to try and claim glory for their region. They've really got to shape up, because I would say a 1-3 result against Nova was a sloppy start to their Worlds campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a win, never mind a 3-1 loss. So really disappointing for them. And, you know, they're going to be disappointed in themselves as well. I had a little chat with Chino this morning, and he felt like he was feeling a bit more confident than they had done over the past few days. Maybe had a
oh my, they've done him so dirty.
Giga Chad Sargent versus old man Bobby. He's not even that old,
he's 25.
to be honest.
That is so sad.
Maybe it's
I
old
feel
for Brawl
old
Stars standards, maybe, but I'll tell you what, these two stood next to me are a little bit older than that.
I'm
brutal. I can't believe we're running back the Sergeant graphic as well. It's just too much, man.
I'm very much looking forward to this match. Yes, 2023, SSG did take it away in a 3-1 in the end, and they ended up becoming second in 2023 as well. Let's see if they can repeat that. Maybe they're going to win it all. Not off to the best start today. They did lose their opening match.
You are predicting SSG to win this one. That is a pretty bold, I think, take to have.
I'm going to say, because they did not play on stage yet, they're going to have the crowd now, and we used to call them the Lawn Warriors. Maybe they can do it again.
I mean, they have said it themselves. NA has not done anything since we were in the spotlight, since we were at the top. That's a pretty bold claim to sort of say that the region rises and falls on their success. Perhaps they'll feel some pressure added as a result.
You better strap in, because our players are ready. Let's bring them up.
The bracket is taking shape, and this is where things start to get spicy. This next match, one stays, one goes home. It's as simple as that. DreamHack, make some noise for Revenant, X-Spark, and Space Station Gaming! Revenant X-Spark have Response, X9J, and Sergeant. Space Station Gaming are Chino, Sans, and Bobby!
On the right-hand side here, the NA squad 13th in the end, but it has been an up and down for them this year. They struggled throughout the year and ended up on a highlight, still making it out of their own power into the World Finals. After they had come second at the 2023 World Finals, they then didn't even qualify for 2024. So it's an up and down, not only this year, but over their whole career.
I mean, I think it can't be overstated how close this was for SSG this year. They barely qualified for LCQ. Now, some fortuitous circumstances in North America, at least for them, allowed them to make it directly to Worlds, but they were expecting to play LCQ, and that was only because they turned around and won the August monthly finals after doing not a whole lot for the rest of the year. They made semi-finals, I think, in March, April, June, but never really got to make an impact in that top 2 match. So the fact that they could come out of virtually nowhere and win in NA in August, that's what got them into LCQ in the first place. Otherwise, you're not looking at these guys. There is no old guard of NA at Worlds at all.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you look at it as well, you know, they've qualified directly to Worlds because of that slight seeding adjustment. Revenant have just come from LCQ, so beating them will prove to the world that SSG do deserve to be here. As you say, we keep on saying the old guard of North America, so I love seeing them here. It's nice to see some old faces here and around. They've got to prove now that they deserve this qualification to the World Finals, because you say, it's been pretty much a pretty poor year, other than that final monthly final.
Shout out Toonie, of course, STMN alumni here. Lock-in Unk has got to be the call. Obviously, OG returns to coach this squad. Obviously, SSG had to go back to the well and find a replacement for Zar, who became one of the first few import players, alongside actually OG. I think he was basically one of the first. He went over to EMEA. So they find Chino, they fold him into the team, but
this team just doesn't have it. They don't have what they had back in 2023. They didn't have that edge, that keen edge. They weren't ahead of the metagame. They always felt like they were playing catch-up for so much of this year. I hope they've struck gold this time. I hope they've really found the right answer, because the scrim data is not compelling for SSG.
Unfortunately not. It does look compelling though for Revenant X Spark. Also, those votes look nice. Almost 80% going towards that Southeast Asian roster. We keep mentioning how well they did at LCQ. They had 2 showings at LAN events this year already. At Brawl Cup, it did not look as good. And the last time we saw them there, they struggled against Elevate, another NA team.
I just want to say here for SSG very quickly, their best game mode is Bounty. We're starting on Layer Cake, but when I say best, they have a 50.8% win rate on the game type. That's their best in the last couple of months, the lead up to this tournament. So they have struggled against these other teams representing at Worlds, whereas Revenant X Spark generally feel quite confident on this game type. We'll see the Gene already locked up here to start draft.
Yeah, I like that Gene pick. It's nice, diverse. It's pretty solid no matter what you can play it. The majority of maps and modes, but Willow going to come in as well. Just in case they bring in some aggression, I'm sure they've got the Meeple already, so that ability to walk through walls will be coming at some point, and they're going to have to be pretty defensive in that situation as well. But yeah, Willow very good against the aggression that's going to be coming in. It's the best thrower to be able to deal with tanks. So yet again, nice, versatile, diverse pick. Having the Gene to be able to pull stuff in, Willow solid against those tanks. And
so interesting to me that Gene even was left open here. SSG has the first pick and still decide to go with Meeple. It's a strat you can go with, together with a Hank, maybe a thrower. Meeple does a lot just because of the gadget alone. Now also with a new hypercharge, but still, leaving Gene open and then even getting it onto your side is going to be huge for Revenant X Spark. They have a thrower themselves. Willow, not something we see often on Bounty. I would have seen a tick, a Juju, of course, banned out here, but a tick maybe a bit more often. But I do like that Gene on the side of Revenant X Spark. I wonder if somebody's going to bring in some more aggression still. A lot of those are banned out though. Kaze, Ellie, and Ollie are usually the ones you want to pick here.
It's really hard to play aggressively into this Willow, I think, because otherwise your brawler who's trying to dive gets turned back on you and you end up giving up a ton of map control. I also think tick into the Gene, right? Being able to throw out the head here to, eat a potential pull is pretty powerful. This is the kind of map that for Bounty is uniquely favorable to throwers because of the, the sort of layers or walls. And I do think Meeple is a primary, go-to for a lot of these teams. Look to Sands to be the one on SSG who's playing a lot of the more technical brawlers or the ones that really need to carry. He's actually played a lot of the Meeple alongside with Ollie and Shade. So definitely a centerpiece player for SSG. The guy's really hungry to prove himself. He kind of wants to achieve everything possible in Brawl Stars. He's really very driven. But for SSG, this might be their last chance to make an impact on 2025.
It really could. I mean, it's so surprising to see both teams of this caliber being in this position so early through the competition. Possibility of, well, definitely one of these is going to be going out in day one here. So really difficult position for both teams. Revenant take a quick 3-0 loss to SK Gaming, so have a lot to prove in this one. And SSG, unlikely loss against Novo Esports. They're going to go with the breaks, though. Obviously, the Brock coming in, so want to try and get rid of the walls that the Meeple's going to be using. And the same with the tick.
Bobby, though, gets that blue star off the back of a Mantis of Meeple, immediately thrown at the middle of the map. Zan's going to be operating the side lanes here, and you'll see Chino just try and canvas the map with as many of these mines as possible. Response wants to disrespect the tick. Obviously, at times can be outranged in that thrower matchup, so wants to get close if at all possible, where you already have a super developed for Chino. A lot of good chip damage being done by the tick. Gonna be a little tricky for Bobby, though, to duel out with Sergeant at length. He's outranged by the Brock, and like you mentioned, that wall break will come in handy.
Yeah, going to be super hard. They're pretty much going to be focusing down on this Otis, trying to beat him down at range. The same with the Willow as well. Fast Splatter comes down, Sergeant gets the super, just about clips it on the edge. But a tick shot, he's just managed to avoid it. He's in the middle of 3 mines, though, and will go down nonetheless. Nice stuff from SSG, but instantly flipped back with the rocket fuel from Sergeant, and he's looking to secure another.
Yeah, you've got to respect the Brock here. Sergeant has been hitting some beautiful taps on SSG, and they don't have anyone to match the range of that sharpshooter. And in the background, Jay is slowly starting to build towards a magic hand should it be required. So Revenant X Spark can play both offense and more defensively and fall back across the map a little further. Chino had that head first, but wants to keep response quiet as per usual. Sergeant actually lane swaps away from the tick here, tries to make sure he gets to bully Bobby as much as possible, and it's worked a treat. Bobby's low, but the pinch is good on Sergeant. That's the magic hand, though, and Jay's able to finish off Sands.
Only just as well, though. That Otis damage almost came through and he almost got the kill. but it is just one now. They still need to try and secure another. The box comes down with the Meeple's Mansion. Can't quite get down that side. But Response flanking the right. Wants to get the shots in. There's the mute onto Sergeant as well.
Beautiful.
Rocket Rain. Perfect from Sands, but eventually we'll be able to throw it down. But the kills are there for SSG and not for Revenant. The desired start for the North American side. And Southeast Asia still not able to get much done.
It's a really nice start for SSG. One of the big issues there for Revenant X Spark is that Sergeant Clash is holding so many stars. He's the one that's getting most of these early picks, but it means that if he gets taken down, SSG almost get a 2-for-1 in terms of that star value. That's what puts them in the lead. And if they can simply trade patiently like that after taking that early blue star advantage, they'll be in good shape.
Well, Blue Star back in SSG's hands once again, and Response looking for a bit of a different game this time in terms of facing off against this Tick. Needs to do slightly better to really get better value out of this Willow, because didn't see her do too much at all throughout the previous one. Bobby was putting a good performance in against the Sergeant at points, getting kills and flipping those stars around. But X9J down this right-hand side wants to work with this magic hand just that little bit earlier this time.
It's impossible to deny Jay value from that diagonal. He's going to be able to build up super. Gene does not do a lot of damage, but as time goes on, you are going to work your way towards that important magic hand. Here's a head first, in theory, to open up some map control. It's going to be cleared, fortunately for Sergeant, but it does allow SSG back into the map. Chino needs to keep a close eye on his health bar. That well-oiled star power is going to help him shrug off a lot of this poke damage, but Response is starting to play the aggressor on the left side.
Absolutely, he's having a much better game. Here's the Rocket Rain, but he sends it right of both Bobby and Sands in the back lines. Chino just trying to do what he can to keep Response back, but his ability to juke is just so much better in this game. He's feeling a little bit now, and Sands has this pocket down the right-hand side that's been opened up to navigate through, so he's not stuck.
Chino is getting these supers. He's developed yet another head first here, and has been able to keep Response at bay for the time being. SSG are in no particular hurry here to make a gambit for the map, but Amantas of Meeple at land as well. Nothing better than that. We're going to have a slight technical issue here. We'll be back into the game in just a moment. We'll be under 30 seconds left in the round, so tune in. SSG lose the lead here as Revenant X Spark are able to find the pick off on Sands, and now SSG have got to come forward and play the aggressor themselves.
Oh, almost got him there. Jay sends out a shot down the right-hand side, and Bobber just narrowly evades it and survives. Sands coming down the right, needs to aggress. Vengeful Spirit's thrown out, and Sergeant will Rocket Rain the right-hand side to stop that aggression in its tracks. Revenant X Spark answer well by getting the second game on the board.
It's a little dangerous for SSG. They're used to playing the aggressor because they have the ability to obviously pick up that blue star and then fall back. They could rather be defensive for much of the round. But when they lose that advantage, they need to have a pretty solid plan for going forward and actually, punishing someone like Sergeant for overextending. He's a little low in max HP. That's somewhere you can find edges against this Brock. So again, yeah, blue star for SSG, but perhaps they need to be a little bit more proactive here in the mid-game.
Yeah, well, it's a nice Meeple's Mansion to start things off. Gets them the blue star pretty much guaranteed every time it plays correctly. Response this time playing the right-hand side, but Chino follows him over there as well. Fat Splatter straight onto Sergeant, still looking for the pinch regardless of being low. And can't quite get it just yet. Revenant being pushed back little by little, but Sands takes a few hits to the face and forced back into spawn.
SSG, I think, are trying to put Sands in a position to get these engagements and try and use some of that high offensive impact that Otis boasts. So Sands got moved into mid there for a moment, to try and take on Sergeant. But Jay has been very, very hard to get purchased on. And Chino's just had to play this thrower mirror for most of the game so far. And at this distance, it's really easy to pick off that head first, and it's hard for Chino to actually convert it into map control, as Revenant X Spark just see it coming.
Yeah, I mean, Response just throws a couple of shots at it. Sergeant will occasionally poke one over as well, but it should burn down just thanks to Response. Sands, Fat Splatter on the left-hand side, just trying to delay this a little bit longer. Doesn't want to get pushed back too soon. They've only got the one-star lead, so really nice stuff.
He's swapping back again.
Yeah. It's just swaps after swaps, and the Rocket Rain, I think, was interrupted by the Meeple's Mansion there. Sergeant's still not going down, but great shots there by Response, and they get one over the right-hand side, and that's going to flip it. SSG, as you say, being way too risky.
Yeah, Stan's getting frustrated, just not finding the matchups that he's looking for, and there just gets caught out as he saw a chance to go after Sergeant. Nice little Fat Splatter. This will take some map control back for SSG, but they need to convert it now. One star behind with 20 seconds left in the round. It's kind of now or never here for this bounty set. They've got to go. Sands wants to step up. Jay playing safely. Doesn't have a magic hand to work with, but there's a rocket rain that SSG can't afford to walk into. Now they're going to go. Chino pops the hypercharge just for the raw stats and needs to find response, but he dives down, and Sands is too low to peek out. There's nothing to be found here for SSG, and they simply let the game walk away.
That was very close at the end. He came out right in the middle of all of those tick mines after diving down and just narrowly survived, clinging on to the win, and they just managed to take this set home. They've got so much, though, to be able to counteract these late aggressive pushes. We've had rocket fuels, rocket rains from Sergeant to delay people from coming down their lanes, and obviously, regardless of Willow's 74 DPS and 0 kills, that ability to just be able to control someone and move them out the way towards the later periods of the game is really solid, and also, as we've just seen, that dive into the ground as well evades a lot.
Yeah, I mean, for SSG, I think the Willow pick dissuades any form of hard engage, especially because they'd already mostly built their comp out of longer, mid to longer range brawlers. So if you have an individual like a Crow or just one of those dive brawlers, you're immediately shut down by the Willow. That forces SSG into a last pick Otis, who's great at mid range and also pretty good at dealing with anyone who wants to run up on them, but outranged for most of the game by Sergeant. You saw what Sands had to do to try and find some kill potential there, and ended up exposing him to being picked off and giving Revenant X-Spark the star lead in that last round.
I mean, the thing is how much work I think it was Chino, right, on the tick had to do to be able to put SSG even in that game. The other two of them really couldn't engage much at all. I don't even know if I saw, a Bobby super in an influential moment with the Meeple. They're the kind of things that you need to get to switch the game in those later phases, and I just didn't see them coming around enough. It was just tick head after tick head. Great control from Chino, but the other two brawlers on the map were nowhere to be seen.
And don't get me wrong, I mean, Chino was trying to look for a favorable matchup, trying to look for a way to bully on the map, but Response was constantly matching him, just switching into the thrower matchup whenever possible. Then meant for Sands and Bobby, they don't really get favorable engagements either. They're trying to beat a Brock as Meeple or Otis in mid, especially with the map broken up. Brock is always going to be dominant in that kind of situation.
Solid star drop there as well. That's on the electric side. Nice little
very good
Otis. Oh, I love it. That's what I use, I think, as well. But obviously, more importantly, Revenant X-Spark take the lead against SSG. This is a big game for both of these teams to stay alive in this competition. SSG took an unfortunate loss to Novo, but Revenant got absolutely wiped off the earth by SK Gaming to be coming to this point. So they have a lot to prove after coming through the last chance qualifier. SSG have a lot to prove considering they got that seeding buff and managed to get to Worlds because of it.
In Hot Zone, these two teams actually try and force pretty similar comps. They're always trying to fight for like Juju on those bushier maps. They also like to play more of that B, and we know just how powerful Pam is right now. We see a lot of her in Gem Grab. And in Dueling Beetles, she can set up a healing turret behind the indestructible wall just to give you a small slice of healing while standing on the point. So that's going to be pretty powerful. Expect her to be pretty hotly contested. Fink's taken away, obviously, kind of the go-to in a lot of these Hot Zone games. And there it is, Juju already snapped up.
Absolutely. Lovely bands across the way as well. Seen a lot of Gale kind of slotting in a few maps here and there at the World Finals. So Juju, I like it. The hypercharge that she's been provided with is really, really solid. Buff to pretty much all stats of the Grigri. Pair that with the slow or the shield that comes along with it. Really.
Big seven.
Yeah, I was just going to ignore it. Of course, the very mature guy over here has to touch on it, doesn't he, and bang it out. So yeah, you should have seen him. Like he actually did the hand move.
It's like a hair trick, right? I can't resist. So M's available. Also, Lumi, an option here to be brought in. Hank, obviously very powerful on this map, had to be banned out pretty early, and Meeple taken away. So a lot of the go-tos here on Hot Zone have already been met with bans. There's a ton of other options. We've seen Crow used fairly extensively on this map. Mina was very quickly banned away. Don't expect to see too much of her on this map. You want to throw her, Ziggy's always an option for you, but yeah, here's the Pam we discussed earlier. I think just far too effective, and I'm surprised it actually goes so late in the draft.
Well, there's a few notable names in the crowd, Reyna and OJ as well. Obviously a huge thing for them to be here as well, supporting Tribe for sure, I'd imagine. So nice to see them in the crowd, but as you say, Pam really solid. The hypercharge recently introduced has kind of catapulted her back into the meta. Not incredible, like it's not like one of the best brawlers in the game, but definitely up there in contention on a few maps now, and especially when you're looking at the control-based modes like Hot Zone.
Okay, Lou here, bit of a classic. Something about Hot Zone is that it really lines up quite well, of course, with that area. Yeah, let's get some showdown games in. This is probably the only time we're going to get to see Mina this weekend, everybody. So soak it up.
Unfortunately, But the Lou, solid pick as well. A lot of, you know, kind of mid coverage there as well with the ice rink on it.
Carl fans? Might be feeling that that's a decent option. I think heat ejector's amazing just to zone on this map and to force teams to stay inside their bushes in their beetles, so to speak. And obviously when it comes to that hypercharged super, you have pretty good all-in potential. Otis instead going to be the option for SSG. Sands couldn't really find a niche to succeed in and has to go up against the Brock again. So I think it's pretty clear where Revenant X Spark's bread is buttered.
Absolutely. And two very solid compositions here for Hot Zone in general, dueling Beetles. I really do like the Juju pick, but with Response bringing in this Brock, how much of that grass that kind of usually looms in the mid is going to remain? Yeah. Probably not a lot of it, and probably not a lot of walls either. So the Juju, unless she's able to cycle super after super, she's going to have a bit of a tough time, I think, here.
Whereas SSG do not really have any wall break potential. This is very good for the Pam, for example, who can set that turret up pretty safely. So another strong draft here for Revenant X Spark. Can SSG style on them? Can they show some level of skill expression here with some of these, high ceiling brawlers in the Juju and the Otis? Bobby, of course, with that gadget gets a moment of invisibility. Tries to step forward. Sergeant is pretty unbothered.
Yeah, it was really nice awareness from X9J there as well to be able to just throw that Pam shot into the middle, expecting that invisibility to be there. And it just pushed Bobby all the way back straight away. He's got great control if that wasn't the case. And Sands taking hit after hit here. Bobby coming forward with the invisibility again. Attempt number 2, and this time it works.
Bro just unloaded every one of those shots. And it's just as well because they've been able to clear Revenant X Spark off the point for now. And with Grigory in play, Sergeant does have to respect the Voodoo Dolls to a degree. But SSG have been able to get themselves back in the lead, and Sands is looking for an opportunity to charge that super. But Response can, well, disrespect some of these shots to a degree and try and pinch onto Bobby, who is going to be dug out and has no bushes to work with. Like you alluded to earlier, Trav, there's no way for Juju to get that range increase and be relevant on the point at the same time.
And even less, no bush remains on her side at all now, not even back in the spawn, as Sergeant throws out that hypercharged rocket rain on top of it. And Sands taking some hits to the face from the Brock as well, not having a fun time. Percentage-wise, it's still pretty close, but you've got to question how long SSG are going to be able to hold on unless Chino and Sands start doing something down those lanes.
You see that Juju gadget's quite effective for Bobby when there were bushes that allowed him to have that window of invisibility to actually try and assassinate. Now it gives him some shield, some extra durability. But whichever way you slice it, it's really hard for Juju to find any success on this map. The wall break for Sergeant was such a great call. They've got the Amber as well. So deforestation, definitely top of the list of priorities here for Revenant X Spark, and Bobby is just going to get nuked. He's got nothing to do trying to come forward there. I hate to say it, but Revenant X Spark kind of rolled SSG in the drafts.
I mean, like, the Pam turret was there since it got put down to since she put another one down. It's just non-stop. There's nothing they can do to deal with it. Bobby couldn't get through the mid, no grass. The lanes were losing as well. And SSG is slipping away from them so fast. Really disappointing draft from them. And I'm sure Revenant X Spark are just laughing.
It's like, no kill pressure, no wall break, no maidens for SSG. Like, it is struggle city out there for them. And the fact that that Pam turret gets to get put on the forward side of the wall and still not destroyed is a little bit concerning. So SSG again need to assert themselves. It's a fat splatter to zone Sergeant away in the mid early.
Well, a lane swap is probably what was needed, I think, after that last one. What can go more wrong? Not a lot, I don't think. So why not try something a little bit different? Sergeant there, just shooting down in this mid onto Bobby. Going to be breaking that grass up once more, and another rocket rain will surely be following soon on that last remaining wall.
These gadgets from Chino, pretty clutch. Oh dear, Sergeant definitely has to respect the Otis, but eventually can step up and start that capture. It's tricky. I think you really need to be cycling these supers as the Lou and find an impactful or hypercharge that catches 1 to 2 players. Until such time, it feels like you take a little bit of a back seat in some of these rounds. Sands is trying to connect these shots, but obviously they don't do a ton of damage. It's really all about trying to, get these freezes on people like Sergeant. This is nice from Sands. I do like that he's asserting himself here. Throws that super down for zoning, allows SSG to have a slim lead.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's had more supers in this game than he had in the entirety of the previous one. So swap definitely working for SSG as they take the percentage lead as well. But now, Revenant starting to push back. Pam turret being placed down should be out of reach from the majority of those SSG players unless a fat splatter gets placed onto it. And Sergeant rocket rain onto that right-hand side. Bobby coming back through mid, Grigri available. But going to take so many shots to bring this Pam turret down.
No, look, I think this really favors SSG having the map broken up to such a degree. Bobby's been really impactful, even though we can't operate at maximum range, as Juju would like to. Now, though, you start to see them having to take a bit of a back seat. Bobby ducks into the bushes to get an invisibility buff, and we'll have access to that because there's a little bit of bush cover left. Response gets nuked down. Chino's able to hit the mute button, and Sergeant now is missing some crucial shots, allowing for Chino to pick off the PAM and get out scot-free.
That was lovely from Chino, I must say. He's doing a lot of work for SSG so far. Hypercharge comes down, can't find the connection onto Bobby, but will push him all the way back up into that top bush and give them a chance at keeping this now. They know he's invisible because those bushes just got broken by the super of Sergeant. And a rocket fuel to the right-hand side from the Brock keeps them in the lead. With only 50 seconds on the clock, they need a push onto the zone.
Sergeant pops the hyper here. Raw stat boost, of course, aiding him. It's the 20% speed increase he's probably looking for now. Fat Splatter's going to clear out the PAM turret, but X9J has a hypercharge and throws it down. The shield goes a long way. The Revenant X-Bart need to get themselves onto the hot zone as Bobby taking out Chino with a super. Jay just soaks it up and says, please, sir, may I have another? Revenant X-Spark are comfortable here on the hot zone. Chino's going to pop the hypercharge, but he ain't fooling anybody. Sergeant's happy to fight him. Fat Splatter forces him back into the hypercharge healing turret, but Revenant X-Spark are now at 88% and counting. Response can duck back onto the point. Sergeant sends a gadget shot over in Chino's direction, and SSG falls short in a second consecutive set.
I've got to point out, I'm feeling for Chino, man. He's doing so much. He's doing a lot of work for SSG in both the first set and this one, and it seems like he's got no support. And, you know, I'm not saying that's the players directly, but the draft, the brawlers that he's playing must be incredible, and he's playing well on top of that as well. I do feel for him because he's doing a lot of work against Revenant here and not getting much return.
Yeah, I mean, I really think the Fat Splatter liberal usage of that gadget helped Chino a lot in the early round to get that space. That's what allows Sands to play forward and maybe find some more of these connections. But Sands is playing the loop very safely, arbitrarily throwing super down on the point, just saying, no, we're going to make sure we have this slim lead. We can stay ahead by 5 to 7%, keep that going. The problem with that game plan is if the dam ever breaks, if you ever lose full map control, Revenant X-Spark get to push right on up, abuse that amber, take all your bushes out, and turn your Juju into a Walmart thrower.
I mean, it's really rough for SSG now. It looks like heads are kind of dropping over that side of the stage as well, and Revenant standing tall, 2 sets to 0. SSG requiring a full reverse sweep, and going off what they've been doing today, it's just not looking likely in my eyes. Obviously, these guys have got a lot to prove, you know, the fact that they even, you know, deserve to be here, considering they should have gone to the LCQ and faced teams like Revenant who are playing incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of get to skip that whole part of the competition, which is something they weren't expecting. And I think it's pretty telling seeing Bobby tweet after their loss to Novo Esports earlier. He says, I kind of had a feeling we were going to run into a situation like this. We just need to hang on.
Yeah.
Like, that's not optimistic.
It's rough words saying we need to hang on throughout the group. You want to be going into that one feeling like you're going to decimate Revenant. You know, heads held high. You might have lost, but you've still got a chance to continue your World Finals run. And yeah, those kind of, you know, tweets where it seems like the heads are going down even just after one series, it's really difficult to come back from, especially when you expect Revenant, you know, to still have smiles on their faces. They might have been battered by SK Gaming, but they've come back strong and comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that love that underdog, you know, moniker being applied to them. They're hungry, they're up and coming. Whereas SSG have seen some of the greatest heights of Brawl Stars and have really struggled to gain a foothold as like a household name at the top tier of competition so far. This is their last grasp of glory, their last chance to leave an impact on the Brawl world, maybe for good. Who knows what's in store for this team, but they really have to make something happen here on New Horizons.
Well, should be getting into the draft pretty soon, and yeah, as you can see on screen, got the kind of long range. A lot can be played here. So many different brawlers can be selected. You know, you're looking at, you can play the range, you can play short range, aggressive, throwers, literally any type of brawler can be played. So we'll see what the bans are when they come in. Brock, I mean, no surprise there. Brock's been banned out after Sergeant's performance on it in the last 2 sets. Gray, along with the Jae Young, banned out as well. Pearl, Mina, and Jean over the other side also going to be banned out from Revenant X-Spark. And just to reiterate again, no surprise that Brock's banned out.
Yeah, I mean, has been very, very good. That's a whole ban slot that SSG have been able to dedicate. That means Ollie's open. Yeah, Ollie, you can bring the Gus in here as well. That has not been banned. I think it's worth mentioning that you can make throwers work on this map as well, right? Juju is a pretty reasonable option. Very, very good with Gregory active to take that map control. And it's pretty hard to clear these bushes, especially without Brock in the picture, right? Your wall break options are a little bit more limited. I think the Pearl ban here from Revenant is super heads up. Obviously, a late round monster. If you try and set up like this sort of, like this Buster Pearl, like late round, you make the Gambit, the all-in comp is very powerful. So that's sort of been taken off the table. We've seen Max brought out on this map a fair bit. Squeak's obviously an awesome option. You have that wind-up gadget to give you basically sharpshooter level range in a pinch. Yeah. or Residue to slow people down. Feel like the former, though, is a more likely direction you're going to go in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Pearl, I think it's a great shout to be banned out. You know, you're looking at being able to dominate tanks throughout the entire duration of the game, whether you're kind of long distance or short range at the end. As you mentioned, the Max is going to come in then, and I think that's a pretty solid one overall. I was kind of a little bit questioning it just because we saw it being played in Knockout earlier, and it was really not good at all. Just hung out to dry, couldn't do a lot at all. I believe it was Humble who kind of championed it. So I was questioning it a little bit, but I'm more than happy to see these brawlers come in. You know, you can still pair it with a Buster or something like that and just run it down.
Yeah, I want the Gust here, maybe, alongside the Ollie. The Ollie Squeak combo has been kind of broken up here by Jay with that pick here. Being able to land Residue and then have Ollie dive on in makes it really, really difficult to avoid just being caught inside that Hypnosis and blowing up. I do like the Bell. Obviously, it's going to punish the style of playing closely around the Max. You don't want to group up against that Brawler, and you know, you can make use of, I think, what reverse polarity it is, obviously, to find that bouncing shot, or you just cover the map in nest eggs, as these rounds on New Horizons tend to run quite long. So you can set up like a literal minefield on your side of the map and just make it really, you know, punishing to try and move up and hard engage.
And Meeple's going to come in. Honestly, solid, really solid place to bring it in. When you look at how wally the middle of this map is, both the left lane, the right lane, behind walls. So being able to shoot through them, the entire team, and walk through them, the entire team, with the hypercharge can be a really, really good thing to have in those kind of pressing situations at the end. So we'll see if it comes down to that. Meeple, I think, is a really good pick, and they've obviously had faith in it through their past drafts as well, so comfortable on that Brawler. But we're back over to Revenant Expert for their final pick. You've got to question what they're going to pair with this Max. It's surely got to be something aggressive, but they're actually going to go for the thrower. You mentioned at the start, Juju, one of those things. Down the left, down the right, there's Bush, and even in Spawn, there's Bush as well. So extending that range and getting the damage down can be really solid from afar.
And you also, you just have pressure now all throughout the round when you have this in Juju. And if you ever get map control, if you ever get mid, your opponents are in deep trouble. Like, there's really nowhere to run, and I feel like involving a thrower here puts your opponents on a clock. It says to SSG, you cannot give up so much map control that you get forced into a corner. If you do, it is going to be so easy for us just to blow you up, or just to cycle these Juju supers and always have a virtual fourth Brawler.
We'll probably get a hit already. I mean, that Meeple's Mansion is something. It breaks up a little bit of grass there, but not a lot at all. And the more influential patches of grass are still there.
Yeah, it does have the effect of breaking terrain that it crosses, but it's really hard. You actually have to land on someone on the other side of that wall, the left side of the wall, to break up the grass behind it. So it's not reliable at all. Santi taking a bit of damage. Another Mansion's used. Sergeant says, oh, okay, I'm pretty cozy here. I'm going to continue just throwing shots at you across the map and forcing you to do something about it.
Well, luckily enough, we should be in a bit of a lull of action at the moment, I'm sure, as this knockout not starting too fast. Should be looking to just charge up some supers left to right and play it slow. A few shots being connected here and there, but nothing too much, it seems. I'm seeing the gameplay, so I'll commentate it for you. Juju is going to throw down some shots. Jay trying to get the damage done. Wonderful Squeak super in there as well. And some great shots overall. Sergeant low, but you're going to see Sans just retreat into that gas. Real nice stuff from that. Overall, solid stuff from Revenant.
So from the portion of the round that we actually saw, you could see what I mean about a clock. SSG end up being fought into a corner as the gas comes in. It's really easy for Sergeant to punish them now as they try and take any space in the map. I need to see SSG be proactive. I do not want to watch them sit in the backseat as this match gets snatched away from them. Bobby's going to go over the top here. Good catch on response. That's a great combo with the Mansions of Meeple. And there's Tino to capitalize. Signs of life here from SSG as Sergeant will simply have to bide his time and make a swift exit.
I mean, these are the signs of life we need to be seeing, to be honest with you. Sans now has a super for next round, shouldn't be using it.
Bobby cycled super as well.
Bobby's got his super as well. And, you know, I'm not going to say he was lucky to not go down, but he was on 440 HP.
It was low.
There was a few max shots coming towards him. So, really good engagement from him. Well managed and solid stuff from SSG in this second round of knockout here. Sergeant's just going to retreat into the gas. He can't earn anything else, and he's just putting himself or his teammates at risk going into the next round of feeding Chino.
Yeah, we need SSG to be proactive, just as they were in this round. Instead of just throwing out a Mansions of Meeple and hoping, I don't know, break some map up, we need to see them make use of it. They're going to walk into the next round with that Ollie super, so they need to apply it effectively.
Well, Greery Hypercharge was already placed down and it's trooped all the way up the map and been taken out. Meeple's Mansion place now as well. And Bobby going aggressive onto Sergeant, popping the super, the gadget in there as well. Can they get the trade? Sergeant hasn't even gone down. And Jay taking what a reverse polarity that is from Chino though. Great takedown to even the score and make it 2-2.
There to break through the Juju gadget, but more importantly, to take Juju off the map is crucial. Now Revenant and X-Spark don't quite have their timer aspect anymore. SSG can actually step out into the middle of the map with a little bit more confidence and look to find these catches with these Mantis of Meeple. But there aren't any elements that allow them to capitalize on that catch. Santi going to throw down that hypercharge super. Perfect location for it. He's hitting very, very hard. And Jay knows that this round is pretty much done. Chino can start to threaten him here with reverse polarity bounces behind those walls. Jay has to go for it. Caught inside the mansion, so he will suffocate.
It's going to be tough for him to win this one. Phase shift, I'm not sure if it's available, and he doesn't have it just yet. Might have been able to have a chance to be, got his hypercharge, got his super, got his phase shift as well, but nothing lined up for him there and kind of accepted defeat a little bit towards the end. SSG with a much better showing in that one, though. The last 2 rounds, really solid from them.
Determined to be active participants in this game and take charge of their destiny. Love to see Bobby looking proactive, coming forward with that gadget, landing a hypnotize. Need to see a little bit more of that. And Revenant are going to be looking to punish those moments of aggression. Good catch, though. This is going to allow Bobby to get up close and have his pick of the leader with a potential gadget shot. No connection. He will play towards the bottom of the map now as Sergeant looks to try and harass Sands away, playing inside the bushes, having pretty egregious range as a thrower, forcing Sands back into the map.
Well, Jay, just on the right side, trying to work for his super, and Meeple's mansion will be placed down again, but it's fine to throw them out because you get them back pretty quick, but at the same time, it's doing nothing at that point, rather than just, he's not pushing towards you really at that kind of situation anyway. Jay has super now in the mid. Bobby got to be working for his soon, or he's going to be in a bit of a tough situation towards the end. Speed provided, and Bobby so low here. Super veiled from response, and now Sergeant can pinch all the way back, but they choose to wait and fight another time. Bobby trying to get the hypnotize here. Sergeant should be affected by it. Good jump in, but that should be traded pretty quickly. And Jay gets the kill. Speed used as well. And the slows onto Sands. Can he get the kill here? It's close. X9J versus Chino. And Chino's low needs the super, but can't get it yet. The peaks aren't working for him. And Jay juking well. Brilliant stuff from Revenant to win that one.
Not even the positive feedback going to be enough to keep the bell in the game, but that's not a situation in which the sharpshooter is favored anyway. Sick mechanics from response there at the bottom of the map, able to dodge out and at least secure a 1-for-1 exchange with Sands. Nice mechanics on display here from Revenant X-Spark. The upstarts, the young guns here to herald a changing of the guard, so to speak. Now, they're going to sit on some pretty key abilities. Jay has hypercharged super. That is going to be crucial. Sergeant here, sitting pretty inside this now as Bobby's going to have to jump over the top, and that's a big hypnotize! But can they punish it? No! Bobby flattens them! Perfectly done. Great execute of that combo. Response is trying to head for the kills, but will be chased down by the Ollie.
Well, just one more round needed for SSG to get well and truly back in this series. But Revenant X-Spark can possibly shut that short over the next 2. Hypercharge on the right-hand side here for Sergeant as well, and Bobby got one of his own going in now. Response might need to try and super this one and get the refrag. Don't know if he'll be able to get the kill straight up. He cycled super well, and Sergeant can't make use of anything here. Bobby supers out as X9J flanking, and it's still a 2v1.
Gotta be a tough one to win for X9J, and he knows it. This is the set, though, that hangs in the balance. SSG hanging on by their fingertips, and Jay's marked up. Simply face shifts forward and accepts his fate. Finally, a mark made for SSG on the series, getting themselves their first set.
Much better from SSG there, and some great plays from Bobby on the Ollie to secure those kills. Not only is he securing kills, he's kind of sacrificing himself at certain situations for his teammates to be in the 2v1. He'll get one, he'll kind of commit for the next and have a bit of help from his teammate in multiple situations there. And yet again, Chino, 7 kills, 102, so the least DPS, but I think that's kind of expected from a Bell.
Yeah, that's sort of fine. I think he'll take what he can get in a lot of those scenarios, and he's completing those eliminations. He's getting those final hits. Right, so you see Revenant X-Spark, they break up the Squeak and Ollie combo, but there's still the Meeple and Ollie mashup that you have to deal with. And as soon as Sands hits a proper Mansions of Meeple, one that Bobby has a gadget available to use, it's deterministic. It's impossible for him to miss that combo. And in that last round, being able to hypnotize 2 players out, that is perfect stuff from SSG. It's a simple game plan that after a shaky first round, they execute to perfection.
It's just absolutely what they need. They need a bit of confidence back on their sides, and I think playing like that will put some confidence and some wind back in their sails. Really nice stuff, and you see there, like X9J just accepts defeat. He knows as soon as he gets marked in that situation, he's not winning a 1v2. It'd have been a 90-10 anyway, even if not, possibly more without that mark. So real nice stuff, and a fellow caster in the crowd, ready, set, cheering on the North Americans. No surprise there with Chino on his back.
I think he's got one of every jersey at this point.
He actually has. He actually has.
Yeah, he's gone around the world in the closet, but of course, great to see him out there in the crowd. They're trying to catch up with him, and of course, he's getting behind his NA boys, which is a region that's been maligned a little bit globally. I think expectations for NA have been pretty low, especially after a pretty lackluster showing on home soil in Dallas. At least SSG have themselves a set. They were able to get one against Novo, and that's where things went wrong for them. And it looked like it was less celebration and more relief on their faces, realizing they bought themselves a lifeline. Now, they need to look for a reverse sweep.
Well, it's Death Cap Trap on Gem Grab that might be the last for SSG, or they'll continue to mount this comeback against Revenant X-Spark and take it to the 5th and final set. Big, decisive set, this one, to keep themselves in it. So need a good draft, just as in the last one. And Revenant, you know, they need to bounce back from that loss and get momentum back on their side.
One of SSG's best maps here is Death Cap Trap, over a 60% win rate for them. Comps that they often look for, getting the roughs, you know, and getting the Otis. So one of those obviously being taken away, but SSG can work a lot with like Max. They also like to go for Sandy when this kind of map went available. And yes, Kit is a usual suspect. Something we've seen a lot from SSG over the course of the year. A hypercharge that allows Kit in Super to go about his business and actually cycle that quite effectively. So keep an eye out for Kit making use of these bushes to close the gap, and it's a bit of a Bobby special.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cardboard box is really solid as well. Just being able to go invis for a short period of time, get towards those opponents, surprise them even more by, you know, jumping out of bushes where they don't expect you. So really solid first pick. Can do it on his own, can do it on the back of a teammate as well. Provide those heals as the support brawler that I guess he's kind of supposed to be, but been doing a lot more on his own recently. Max Sandy coming in. Oh, this is a throwback and a half, this one. Listen, I love it. I love it. It's surprising, especially after that last set with Max, and also all the other Max we've been seeing today, but I'm more than welcoming it.
I mean, on this map, this brawler duo has really made a comeback. These two are also SSG's third most played brawlers, like tied for third on this map. So this is Revenant also having done the research and sort of picking into the wheelhouse a little bit more of SSG. Now, there's a couple of options still. You want to think about how you address the gem carrier. Lily still on the table, Gus still on the table. But going back to the well and picking up Otis here for SSG is not a huge surprise. Sans hoping to be able to do what Chino did on that hot zone map and really cause some problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I really like this pick. Otis really solid, especially when you're expecting Revenant to keep this kind of aggressive stance up with what they've picked so far, the Max and Sandy. Having something that can deal with a tank or something a bit more aggressive in the Otis will be a really solid thing for them. So I think that's a great shout. Still, either they're going to play this Otis in the mid and just, you know, rip it against the Max, or they're going to pick one now.
I do want to see like some form of aggression here, some form of dive on gem carry. No, it's going to be the Gus picked up. So this is certainly an SSG coded draft for sure. In fact, both sides.
They've got the gem carrier dive, to be fair, in the kit.
Yep.
It's just going to need a bit of assistance when he does, unless it's hypercharged. So really, you know, solid draft for SSG. You're usually kind of going for Gus as a gem carrier anyway, so they're going to be pretty pleased that they've managed to get that as the last pick, and then Hank for the last one of Revenant X-Spark. As I said, they needed something aggressive. The Otis can still shut you down quite hard at range, but if a max speed with a hypercharge comes in, Hank's going to be dangerous for SSG.
I mean, Revenant X-Spark have to play aggressively, right? Sandy's a very short-range brawler with great stopping power in that, in that gadget stun. And Max obviously wants to try and move forward across the map. Revenant X-Spark investing heavily in map control, allowing them to get into SSG's bushes. And the North American squad with a similar setup, but they have a decent mid-range setup now with that Otis being brought into the mix as well as Gus. Also good protection for Bobby should he want to go aggressive on that kit. I think they've sniffed out that feline menace as Bobby takes a massive bubble from response and has to back up early.
Jump comes in, X9J just going to pop his speed and try and refract some of these shots. Didn't actually provide it to Sergeant there, but he'll end up getting the kills anyway and put himself in a 1v1 against Chino. Goes for that gem as well and has a hypercharge in about 20 seconds.
Jay realized that the Cookie Popper was actually just used, so there was no risk of running into that extra burst damage from the Gus. So happy to get in his face and actually take a bit of an engagement. This puts Revenant X-Spark up to 5 gems here, and Bobby is circling around. He's looking for Jay. Instead, he'll settle for Sergeant. Pops that Sandy, takes him out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice invis there down the side of that Sandy Super, which I'm sure is using Roost Sands to keep people low and scout them out in the bushes. Sergeant's just going to go in. I think he knows he's going to die in that situation, but he just needs another Sandy Super to establish this control back in the hands of Revenant Esports. It's 6-3. They've got some time to burn. Gem picked up off their side, but they know they're still in control.
And that's more than good enough. Bobby taking those trades, taking the Sandy out of the game. Hypercharged Fish Torpedoes comes out, and that, heat-seeking mode doesn't really punish SSG too much. Sands now fighting inside the Rude Sands. He'll have to step on out as Jay still has 7 gems to his name, and Sands can't heal inside that field, so he's in a dangerous spot. Response here is going to pop those Fish Torpedoes, looking to go 2 for 1 here, but it's a tough fight to win, and he'll deliver a gem to Chino, who has to pop Super in order to have the safety to pick it up.
That's 9 gems for X9J. Sergeant in the back as well. Should only be 1 or 2 shots off his Super and gets it there. Hypercharge ready to roll, and that's going to mute them out for a second as well. Response gets that last gem, which should be refract. Bobby not going to go too aggressive, going to come back on Sergeant. He's going to die regardless, and X9J should be able to get this gem. And Chino in the bottom right, unable to do anything.
Now he's got a shield, but it's not going to be enough. Response bursts his bubble, and now SSG really have nothing to hang their hat on. Looking for a way to get at X9J, but there is too much standing in their way. Sergeant, of course, is happy to give up his life in the middle of the map, as 10 gems on the max means GG.
I mean, that was very much dominance there from the side of Revenant X-Spark. Really, really nice stuff. They just kind of had Sandy Super after Sandy Super exactly when they needed it to retake. Got in spots that they shouldn't be getting in. And SSG need to be a little bit more cautious about that. I don't think we even saw Kit want go for the gem carrier and try and flip the game. It was always on the side lanes, and nothing came of it.
Once again, SSG are hanging on the precipice of elimination here at a 2025 World Finals. Good early damage for Bobby. Thought to maybe use Super to avoid the bubble. Instead, just takes a chunk of damage, but does account at least for response. Now, though, the net is starting to close. Bobby feels some pressure, but Chino punishes Jay, forces him out of the map. This will allow Chino to get his 2nd gem to hand. Response will be dueling against Sands here. Bobby needs to be careful, of course, of that max pressure.
Yeah, got to be cautious. X9J obviously was quite low, but Bobby, a short-range brawler, I should say, shouldn't have been able to get within range of him unless he got his little jump in there somewhere. Sergeant was round the back as well, so might be able to find some Super, and actually does here as well. Sands pinned in the same position as the last game, by the way, around the back of that Sandy Super. And Chino so low. Gems are 7-2, and SSG look like they're on their way out.
And the Sandy is just so good against the Kid. It's impossible for Bobby to use invisibility to close the gap on this map. Chino, though, does have Hypercharge. So there's a great layer of protection. The knockback as well against the Sandy or Max could be valuable. But Bobby needs to try and stay hidden for the time being. It's going to be a tough ask, though. Still 2 minutes of gameplay, but Revenant X-Spark are getting awfully close to that 10-gem threshold.
Well, yeah, Chino, Hypercharge in hand as well, which can definitely turn some of the game. Great view of this here as well. The Hypercharge max coming in. That's going to be used, and it is 7-7 in terms of gems. Sergeant is going to get absolutely beamed there by Chino, and the Hypercharge comes in. Response trying to get some work done here on the Hank as well, but an invis Bobby pops out of nowhere.
Good dive!
The gem carrier, and there you go. That's what we've been asking for, but he's not getting out, but 1 gem still starts to count.
Yeah, this is going to slow things down now. Revenant X-Spark need to go on the offensive. Hypercharge Sandstorm being used. Sergeant's having to play pretty far forward. All eyes on the gem carrier for SSG, of course. They need to deal with Chino somehow. Sands goes deep. It's now 9-9. Chino's going to step forward, but it spawns on Revenant X-Spark's side of the map. And now things starting to get a little bit dangerous. Response comes back off respawn. Fish Torpedoes ready. Sergeant dove on by Bobby, and he pops him like a bubble. Response going to be muted. Forced out of the fight here. 4 gems in favor of SSG, and they're now heading for the hills. Bobby gets in the way, brings Response down, and SSG are far from done. They have no plans of just riding off into the sunset here. Bobby dies, Jay is down, and SSG aren't done yet.
Great comeback in a real tough situation for SSG there. They managed to hold on. It looked like they were kind of in a comfortable position. All the gems on the floor, back in spawn, no risks to be had. And then the countdown started for Revenant, and SSG have eventually managed to get something done, bring the gems back to their side. And, you know, Bobby, the one time he goes onto the gem carrier, it seems to work.
Now, SSG reminding Revenant X-Spark, if you want to topple these titans of yesteryear, you're going to have to work for it. Sergeant flattened there, got crossfired by Chino and Sands. Jay's down well to pick up these 2 gems, and Response has opened up the map here towards the top side, so we're split now, left to right.
Yeah, Chino and Stan's going to pick up a kill there as well. Bobby went in on response, and this is looking good for SSG. Full control, and Bobby with another super in hand. Jay back in spawn and looking to get the help of his teammates, but wants to get Sands out of here in response, and then they can establish something.
Bobby, though, cycling these supers really effectively. Still respects Sergeant's stopping power in terms of that gadget. Looking for a juicier target, likely Jay. No, Sergeant is going to be what he settles on. And Chino, of course, has a super to make it impossible to trade onto this kit.
Well, super there for Jay, and now they need to jump out of spawn. Bobby went invis there for a second. Jay going to jump on top of one of them, but he's not going to go down just yet. Just about gets those torpedoes off and heals. And Chino has the super, so not too far at risk at the moment. And with Sands in the back, even if they get these gems down, it's going to be hard to retreat.
Tough for Bobby to re-establish this map control, though. He just got killed again off spawn. This forces Chino right towards the back, but he's sitting at 8 stars. That's plenty to work with now. Hypercharged fish torpedoes for response, though. He's nice and healthy. Sands again is going to be caught out. Revenant X Spark, though, haven't found their way towards Chino, but they've gotten enough map control to start to build their own bank of gems.
Yeah, I mean, Sergeant making his way through here as well. I think Bobby just about got hypercharged with that final shot he got before going down. But Sergeant shouldn't be too far off the super, which will put them back in control again. There's the hypercharge for Sands. He gets the kill. Hypercharge back in turn for Jay, and that provides a super up top to Sergeant. But here comes
good dive
jump from Bobby. He gets it and gives SSG a lifeline.
Sergeant, though, has a chance to bring him down. It's a lot of gems going back into the hands of Revenant X Spark, but Chino's the problem. He's the protagonist. He's holding 9 gems at the moment, and Bobby's coming back in with a vengeance. Can't quite get to grips with Sergeant and can't quite build that super yet. Another push here for Revenant X Spark, but Jay gets blown to smithereens. Shot from Sands are good. Now Eyes looking over towards Chino at 9 gems, and Bobby stunned up, walks into a bubble. Countdown here for Revenant X Spark, and Chino finally has to get into the game. He's been holding 9 gems, playing safe, but now is not the time to play safe. You've got to reach for glory. Revenant X Spark retreating to their side of the map. They know it's now or never for SSG. Stand and deliver as the old guard of North America are vanquished. A disappointing end to this era for SSG, but Revenant X Spark continue to show the world who they are on the stage that truly matters.
Just relief coming out of Revenant X Spark, exhaling. They managed to get their victory, but such disappointment for SSG. We've said so many times, the old guard of North America, and unfortunately through day 1 of World Finals haven't managed to get a win on the board. They go down in 2-3-1s.
Of course, a lot of people will be called to question the future of this squad. Household names in Brawl Stars: Bobby, OG, Sands, Chino. Who knows what's next for these guys, but for now it is elimination from our World Finals as Revenant X Spark, all the way from LCQ, clinch their survival here in this group stage for now.
Well, bracket-wise, here we go. Revenant X Spark move on, and SSG gets scribbled out. As we saw earlier, SK Gaming and Novo Esports still sitting on top after beating the 2 teams we've just witnessed in a 3-0 and a 3-1 respectively. And Revenant X Spark moving on here, as you can see, to round 3 at the bottom of the bracket with a great performance.
The region of Southeast Asia lives to see another day. They're going to be playing again tomorrow. And for one of the NA teams, it's sadly goodbye to SSG. But GG's to your performance today. Yeah, we're not going to see them again this year. Maybe they're going to come back once more next year. Now, and I can't believe we say this, up to our next elimination match. It's Humble versus SK Kalalas.
Let's talk about your choice of favorite brawler here.
Normally I have a Mortar Staff for the Mortar skin, because Nightwitch Mortar is such a bad skin that I love it, and it's my favorite skin, because it's so awful. Right now I chose Leon because it's Worlds, and it's of course the World Final skin of last year, not our skin, unfortunately. And of course the Humble icons, Humble's pin that we recently got partnered with, which I'm really, really happy about.
Where are your trophies at, bro?
My trophies are sitting at 0. I've been playing the game for a long time. Somewhere around Genie release, I stopped playing my brawlers in ladder to prove to people that in tournaments that trophies do not equal skill. Because back then, after every set, you can still see the trophies of the brawlers. Nowadays, that's not a thing anymore. So I got like 1,000 screenshots with my Genie 0 trophies against the Genie rank 35, which back then was hard. Who I beat them, and I basically like was proving ladder is no skill. I'm better than you. Stop saying ladder is skill. And then I just kept it up until now, since 2020 basically.
Obviamente son muy buenos, son los últimos campeones mundiales, pero aún así, si nosotros queremos ganar el campeonato, vamos a tener que ganarle, así que mejor que tengan cuidado.
SK Kalalas, I'm really glad that you got to World Finals, but now it's your turn to just not get past group stage. So I see you forward losing to us.
Some choice words from both of them. SK Kalalas, they do say they have a pretty hard encounter next, but they do believe in themselves. They do think they have what it takes to beat them. I'm back here with Uber and Trev after a 3-1. How is this going to go now? 3-0, 3-2?
Look, I do think that reverse sweep is probably good for Humble. It's the scariest team in their group, one that they won't have to play again, most likely, if they're going to get out of it. And look, we talked about this before. Humble was saying to me in that interview that we probably need a bit of experience playing from behind or like suffering these kind of results. It's time that they have a fire lit under them, and I think this is as good a time as any.
Yeah, I mean, for me, regardless of them losing against Crazy Raccoon, first 2 sets that they managed to win looked good. I think the draft went a bit downhill after that, and I think that's what caused them to lose. You know, we said it at the start. They draft really well or they draft crazy and lose. And that's, you know, I'm not saying they drafted really, really bad, but Crazy Raccoon got their drafts together and just managed to beat them. So absolutely not out of this competition yet. The current world champions are in a great position to, I would say, just 3-0 SK Kalalas.
And yeah, once again, Humble needs no introduction. Every single LAN tournament they fought in last and this year, they had won. Also the Brawl Cup, they are the current world champions. And then on the other side, we have SK Kalalas, with 3 unlikely players to even make it to a world finals. They've been a couple of times at LCQ already, each of the 3, but they've never pushed through to the world finals. And now this time around, they didn't even have to go to LCQ. They made it by becoming 2nd seed in South America.
Yeah, and that was no accident, by the way. It's easy to underrate these guys because we haven't seen a ton of them on the world stage because they've never played LCQ, as you mentioned. But once Prozzy steps up from the sub-brawl, SK Kalalas go and win the next 2 monthly finals. These guys are a legitimate force in South America. They are very good. They have taken it to Loud on multiple occasions. They are an incredibly solid roster. Yes, they lack LAN experience to some degree, but not entirely, right? You've seen them. They've had that experience, of course, on that Draconic South America roster and Prozzy at the LCQ in 2023. These guys, again, are going to get the Dark Horse moniker applied to them because they come from an underrated region and they're not the top seed from it. I think they are very, very mechanically gifted. And we've seen Humble make some mistakes in that draft phase that could let a team like SK Kalalas in.
Yeah, I mean, for me, they've made a couple of roster changes this year, kind of bounced it about a bit, kind of see what sticks. And this is the roster that seems to do very well. You look towards the end of the year where they started to get, you know, the 2 out of 3 wins on the board, and they're playing with this roster. I say that, and then I look up and I see everybody predicting Humble, which I think is a given. You know, regardless of, you know, saying SKC have a slight chance, I think it's a given that Humble are going to be the favourites coming into this one.
I do have to add here, because it's known that Semantic likes to be anti-jinxed. Humble's gonna lose. We all know that, right?
He doesn't need any more help. Sure. It's like, look, I think that I want to see Kanan really lock in some sick drafts for these guys. They're going up against a pretty experienced coach. I mean, Dan's coached about 24 different teams.
He coached me. He coached me.
I mean, he coached me on how to card. Like, he's just coached everybody. So, you know, I think that, like, they have veterancy on this team. Dance has just been around the world collecting paychecks. So the credit to that guy. Like, he's got that Sigma male lifestyle locked in. But I don't think this is a team that you want to underestimate in that phase of the game either. I think they are going to look to give themselves advantages. I think someone who I want to focus on is Christian. Very gifted player, mechanically very, very strong. Want to see him in the centerpiece.
And we just looked at a beautiful graphic, and we have a person that is doing a lot of the work behind the scenes for us. We had a chance to talk to him, Barney did, so let's listen in.
Welcome to the side of the stage. I've got Spoo here, who is cheering on Revenant X Spark as they go up against Space Station Gaming right now. Spoo, give us some fighting words for the Revenant X Spark team. Let's go, Revenant! He's so excited and I love it. Which player out of them do you support the most, or do you just love the whole team?
I love the whole team, but I gotta shout out my boy X9J!
I'm not laughing making fun, I'm laughing because I love your energy. Right, Spoo, after this game, how are we looking right now, actually? How are we looking?
One more. We need one more. Just one more, and we send Bobby back on a plane. We're there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
I'm gonna send Bobby back on the plane. You know what? I'm gonna let him watch, because if I distract him, I feel like he might hurt me or something. Back to you guys.
And Revenant X Spark indeed send SSG back on a plane. Is it Rifle now that we call NA nearest airport region?
Yes. Oh, they've still got hope. They've still got hope. Let's not forget about Tribe is still
three other teams.
Yeah, like we can chill. We can chill.
I mean, it's not a great start, but you know, SSG are not the top seed from NA. I'm just impressed that Spoo has the time after building half the show to also get in the crowd and support Revenant X Spark. He was trying to get us to change our initial predictions in the SK Revenant game, and no one was buying it. But now I think we can start to see the vision a little bit more. So good luck to that team going forward here. And yeah, NA's number 3. They're out.
Now it's really a question if South America or EMEA is gonna lose the next team. We're gonna have to send one of those teams home, and nobody really expected Humble to be in this position. It's gonna change a lot of the upcoming days. Now SK Kalalas has to face up against them. They probably would have wanted Crazy Raccoon to lose this one. If I would have to choose, I mean, Crazy Raccoon also has double world champion 10 side, but still Humble seem to be in the shape of their lives this year. Last year already. Did you really choose Humble as your opponent for your elimination match?
I mean, it's a lose-lose scenario regardless. Like, no matter who you're facing, you're going to be playing Crazy Raccoon or Humble. So it's going to be a very tough situation, no matter who dropped down. And just unfortunately for them, I think the slightly better of the two did. So it's going to be a very difficult hill for them to climb. You know, I'm looking towards it being quite a swift game. I really do want SKC to have a bit of a say in this one. But, you know, I've kind of put all my eggs in one basket in Humble.
You make a great point. I think if you're getting out of Group B, if you want to get out of Group B in first place, you've got to beat both of those teams, most likely. You know you're going to have to, you know, beat one of them at least to get through. So I think for SKC, like, they knew what they were walking into. They knew this was going to be a really challenging group with some very experienced teams. But these guys are, like, mechanically really, really sick. Like, I don't want to, like, undersell just how good they are at the game. South America is such a volatile region as well. It's full of a real diversity of ideas when it comes to the draft and a real mix of players, but everyone out there is very talented, very passionate. So I'm glad to see them get the chance here to show what they're capable of, and hopefully they can really leave an impact here.
I'm so glad you're mentioning this already, because I had some of the most fun watching those 3 guys from South America kicking things off this year. For the first time, I think they play as a team, and immediately they looked super strong. From South America, it has been the same 6 players at the World Finals for the last 4 years. And now finally, we have 3 young players. They were only 7 points behind Loud in the end of the year. So they came super close to even qualifying to Brawl Cup. This is now their first LAN tournament, and it's immediately World Finals.
I mean, this is the thing, I haven't really been on South America this year too much. I've kind of watched it all, and I've really enjoyed seeing these guys dotted around different teams in past years. So seeing them come together and have a really good year, it brightens my day.
But let's get this match started now. The teams are ready. Let's bring them out.
DreamHack, we have already said goodbye to one of our 16 finalists. And it's already time to introduce your next 2 teams on the chopping block. Fighting for survival, it's Humble and SK Kalalas. Humble are Boss, Luki, and Semantic. SK Kalalas are Prozzy, R8C, and Christian.
I'm excited for this one. For Humble, it's time to prove that they can make it out of an elimination match, because they've never really been in this situation in a LAN tournament, at least before. They rushed through the World Finals last year, 3-0 in the Grand Final, and now, after a devastating loss against Crazy Raccoon, a reverse sweep against them, they have to prove themselves against this young roster from South America.
Yeah, I want to see Humble with some dirt out of the fingernails. You know what I mean? Like, these guys have got to really work for this, I think. Shoulder that pickaxe and get to work. This SK Kalalas team, I wasn't blown away by the sprint results for these guys in the lead up to this tournament. They definitely looked a little outclassed, but their draft idea has been quite solid. So want to see them really bring it together. It's not an individual issue on this team. It's just a team chemistry. It's a team cohesion thing that we're going to be looking for. And Humble here, like, this is it. You sort yourselves out. I mean, this is a game that they should walk into being very mad, wanting to tear SK Kalalas limb from limb, make an example of them, and reinstate themselves as the team to beat here.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of teams are going to be looking at Humble now being like, oh, they've just lost to Crazy Raccoon. You know, they're not looking as good as they have done in the past. They're free for the taking. Like, if they get through today, they're going to be playing against a tougher team as well, coming through the lower bracket. So it's going to be a very difficult situation for Humble to claw the way back through. And as you said, I want to see some dirt under the nails. They've got to, make it close against SK Kalalas. And I think SK Kalalas absolutely have a chance of beating them if Humble draft like they did in the last 3 sets.
Also, if you get all your predictions right, I think it's 27 in total. You also get some gems, I heard.
Okay, no one's doing that.
How many are still in the race for that?
Like,
very few.
You would have had to make some wild predictions. You would have to predict Crazy Raccoon to beat Humble, which is okay. That's a very spicy, but it's not completely out this world. But you would have also had to predict that STMN would beat Zeta Division. I don't know if anybody... We have eliminated most of the field, I think, with that one.
An SSG to drop straight out as well. I wasn't even predicting Novo to beat them in the first place. Yeah. So a lot of upsets have happened. So it'd be very hard to get those gems. But I'm intrigued to see if anybody manages to do it after the entire weekend. Because I think my prediction's sitting about 50% on the first game.
Oh, South America turn up. What is this? I love to see that. 44% of you at home at event.brawlstars.com think that SK Kalalas have a real shot here.
That's beautiful to see. 56% only. Humble, I think their first match against Crazy Raccoon had a lot more votes towards them. So that's interesting to see. We're heading straight into the draft here. Bans already on the board. Bell, Squeak, and Charlie are going to be banned out by the South American roster. The blue roster bans out Kid, Jean, and Mina. First pick, of course, goes the way of SK Kalalas. And yeah, no surprise that Jean and Mina are banned out here. Those two have been the most picked up or the highest win rate brawlers for a very long time on this map.
Yeah, and this is goddamn gold right. So you've got to be looking at Jaeyong, for example, a brawler really commonly brought in here. And I was doing my research and I saw that this is one of the maps where Doug is sneaky good on this kind of map, so we might get lucky and see a little bit of that here, but opening with a great, very reasonable, of course, great sharpshooter with good pick potential, and that all-in aspect of everyone diving through the portal, hypercharge giving a shield to the dimensional door. There's just a lot to love about what Grey offers you here in Knockout.
Yeah, well, we will see what Humble choose to pick back into that. It's obviously a very solid pick, as you've said. It's got so much kit that you're just able to use really well.
You know, his win rate's been terrible on this map in scrims. 32%.
I mean, the thing is, it's just... You can never count it out, though. That's the thing. Like, it's just like such a solid, well-rounded brawler. And talking of solid, well-rounded brawlers, probably one of the most we've seen, well, picked so far, along with Ollie as well. Being able to provide him supers and hypercharges and stuff and power-ups is going to be a great combination to have.
I do like what I see so far out of Humble's corner. Ollie and Ruffs. Ruffs, of course, with that second star power is going to make the Ollie a super tanky tank at the end of the match. And also, they have the option to break open the map if they decide to play the other star power. So in case SK Kalalas now decides to pick up a thrower,
yeah, buddy,
and would still be an option here, they would have something to break open the map. Uber, you were onto something here.
Yeah, I mean,
really good on
he's sadly manifested it.
Yeah, generally, I mean, obviously combines quite nicely with Grey because, you know, he can be, thrust into the middle of the action pretty easily. Obviously, really hard to kill, offers decent healing if you want to play that sort of group up style. There's like a world where you could mix a max or something crazy in like this. Want to note, okay, Janet is also a pretty reasonable option. She also gives you some all-in potential that, you know, when she's invulnerable with star power, with supercharge, rather, hypercharge, God help me, she has full mobility during that super, which is obviously something that's quite potent. Do you dare mix a meat in with this comp to try and combine with the Ollie, make use of mansions? You are trying to break the map up with the Ruff, so I don't know if that really plays as nicely here, but that is the combo we saw from SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to round this one out. I think, you know, there's still so much that you can do. You can stay passive, go aggressive. Byron going to come rolling in then. I think it's solid. It's just versatile. Be able to heal up the Ollie before he goes in, provide him with some shots in the back, and same with the Ruffs as well. It's going to be very good overall. The hypercharge is solid too. If everybody on the opposing team's bunched up, you're going to be able to get some wonderful connections with that too. It's just working towards it that's the tough part.
I want to see how this Doug gets applied here. Of course, that hypercharge is pretty nice when you throw your super onto a teammate. Like, you are able to make that aura damage appear around them as well. So let's jump in now, folks. It's Humble and SK Kalalas fighting for survival here at our 2025 World Finals. Previous world champions looking to regain a bit of face after their loss to Crazy Raccoon.
Well, Semantic brought very far into the SKC side, eventually managed to get out. A few heals from Lukey and he's back in business. RHC just going to use that flight back, take a bit of a lift off Boss. Little break here, going to go for the back walls, try to stop them from sitting that far in the spawn, and a power-up lingers in the SKC side.
And just quietly, how good are the sandbags here? I mean, 2 of SK Kalalas Brawlers have shots that can't really penetrate that, so that's going to be pretty potent. Here's a hypercharge pop by Frozzy. Raw stats, of course, and that's Christian already out of the mix here. RHC trying to go in. Luke's going to get picked up. It's Semantic. Yeah, he's comfortable. He has that super, and a cheeky little bounce from Boss. Hits the mark, and Humble start off with the lead.
Well, a hypercharge already ready to go for Boss as well. He's going to throw that down, provide it to Semantic, and he's just got to work for another super to be able to get the job done in this one now. Lukey down the right-hand side, finding some connections onto KR. And Semantic gets the little mind control in, brings him back, but a hypercharge from RHZ going all the way in. He's in the air, so he's not going to be able to be mind controlled. He actually cycled it out nicely, but he's delaying the inevitable as all members of Humble just sitting there waiting. Boss on the first shot will get it done.
Another classy finish there for Boss, and a very, very quick first game here of Knockout. The issue with the Janitor is once you pop up, you can't assist your team all that much. You don't offer a lot of utility, and yeah, you want to hope to land some of these, airdrop shots on your opponents, but you leave your team looking a little fragile when you lift off. And honestly, with the sustain that, Byron offers, plus like the way you're able to supercharge your Ollie here with those supply drops and break over the map and deploy those sandbags, Humble have a really, really solid game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is solid stuff from Humble so far. I don't know if a single member actually died in the previous couple of rounds, so solid stuff from them. And Janet had her moments. Honestly, she's cycling supers. She's doing her part for the team, getting hypercharges, doing what she needs to do. But it appeared that the rest of this SKC roster really couldn't get the job done in certain situations. Good shots again from Lukey here as he finds his super off KR. And RHD down the left-hand side, doing what he can, jumping away, back into the arms of the Doug to get some heals.
At least those Janet shots do penetrate those sandbags. The Semantic can't really hide behind those. Here's a TP forward, a trade out. Christian does go down. RHC takes to the skies, though. Semantic and Boss both looking a little bit low. And it is going to be a round win by the looks of things for SK Kalalas.
I mean, when you've got that kind of hypercharge hot dog from Doug over your head flying through the air as a Janet, that is a combination that you've got to be scared of as the other team. You can see Semantic here has the hypercharge in hand as well, so probably looking to go in sometime soon, waiting for some heals from his teammate. And the pull of the walking cane is coming through. Hypercharge is there as well, and
he goes.
Return from Semantic, trying to get it done. Pretty much gets everyone there. Janet's going to be landing, and the Doug has a hot dog above his head, so respawning in a 2v2 situation now.
Semantic needs to heal up, and he's able to dodge those shots pretty nicely. It's going to be tough for RHC. A trade, though. Boss knows he's under pressure. Prozzy is going to be an issue for him. Obviously has immense amounts of sustain, but a supply drop thrown down. Boss obviously doesn't need to make use of it, but this is going to be tough. Prozzy is a big body, but these shots are connecting here, and the Doug is going to struggle. Tries to force Boss out of the map, and clips onto him there with that last hit. Fantastic answer back here for SK Kalalas.
I mean, surprising to see Boss lose a matchup like that under pressure. He's usually really good in those situations, and he actually had the upper hand for the majority of it as well. His damage gear activates, and he just absolutely demolishes him. Really rough there, especially after he was keeping such good range for a long period of time, just overextended that slight bit.
We're back into the second round in just a moment. No smiles on the faces of Humble here. They realize they've got quite a tall task ahead of them. Now we're seeing just what this SK Kalalas outfit is capable of. Lukey's pinching on them, though. This is nasty stuff. That gadget also revealing them perpetually. The Christian gets caught inside that gadget. Prozzy very, very low. These bouncing shots from Boss have to be respected, as SK Kalalas know this round is already over.
Yeah, Lukey, stop it. This is disgraceful. Boss gets a double connection there as well. Clearly doesn't have his super for the next part of the game, but should be getting closer to his hypercharge with those connections. So don't mind waiting for that super yet again. And all three members of SKC come down the same portion once more. Got to evade these Lukey shots early on, because that's what puts them in a tough spot.
Hypercharge super at the ready here for Boss. Semantic gets his hyper off the back of that supply drop, and now this should be straightforward stuff from Humble. Semantic Going to be impossible for him to miss this next Hypnosis, especially with his gap close potential. And they'll wait this out. SK Kalalis are going to be given just enough rope here as Humble wait for them to step up. Boss going to be landing a lot of these bouncing shots, continuing to reveal SK Kalalis inside these bushes. RHC goes low, Walking Cane throwing out some antics, more than happy though to come forward. That has to be a dimensional door away for Christian, who is barely alive at 33. RHC attempts to contest, but that is going to be that for the set. Humble clean up SK Kalalis in style.
Well, a questionable second game there, to be honest with you, from Humble, but managed to get it done in 3 nonetheless. SKC had their moments, but in turn, in that last game, they didn't get a single kill, I believe. It was 0 and 2, 0 and 2, 0 and 2. So real rough stuff from them. Not the result that they will have wanted, but I think it's one that the majority of people came to expect.
The reality for Humble is that any team here at the World Finals can be dangerous. They all had to fight through a gauntlet to get here in the first place, and the South American region are no slouches when it comes to Brawl Stars. We saw that from Loud, of course, dispatching Reject earlier on. If Humble take the foot off the gas, if they stumble, they will be punished for it. So they need to be locked in. And you can see the focus on Semantic's face. He's not opening star drops. He's not waving to the crowd. He's not yelling across the stage. He knows they've got a job to do now, and the tournament life relies it.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't be, you know, messing around as they usually, not messing around, but taking things a little less seriously than they would usually against a team of SKC's caliber. You come into this one, you expect probably a sweep from Humble, but you also expect them to win their opening game, and they didn't. So, as you say, just locking in that little bit more now. They had a bit of a hiccup in this first set as well, but managed to get the job done in the end.
And pretty solid. I think if you want to talk about the draft, so you can see now what the idea is with the Janet. The Janet has invulnerability to play in the late round scenario as well as Doug, right? So, you know, you are on a clock as Humble. You need to try and take SK Kalalis down before the gas comes in. So there's some determinism there with the SKC composition. But Humble's fight so well. I think the Ruffs is really quite a nuisance, and just insta giving that hypercharge over towards Yoli is pretty devastating. Easy to catch on with the Hypnosis when that field of effect is much larger.
Yeah, well, I love that kind of combination, to be fair. I love the draft of the Janet and Doug together, being able to provide that hypercharge hot dog and just rain down Doug shots from the sky.
Yeah.
It's so tough to make work. Everything's got to align. They managed to do it once in, quite a few rounds, so it's tough to be able to get that one going. Up next, we are heading on to Kaboom Canyon in Heist. Bit more of a kind of long-distance map, but you have this push in the mid, which allows the shorter / mid-range brawlers to swoop in. Got to be careful of the chucks, got to be careful of the melodies. That base race capability is massive with those brawlers.
Yeah, and that means that Cordelius and Chaka both going to be looked at very closely in this draft. Humble are not above picking that chuck, so it's something you need to ban away if you don't want to see it. They themselves have banned it. Melody and Kaze also taken away by SK Kalalis, rather. So some of those all-in assassin brawlers already finding themselves off the table. But there's a double Kaze ban here, which means that some of those powerful brawlers might be able to sneak through here.
Well, we'll see what is going to come through. I don't think you can really take Cordelius anymore, considering the Melody and Chuck have both been taken out of the way, until maybe the later stages if they've got something really aggressive, which I don't really expect at this point. The Crow's going to come in. We saw this quite a few times at LCQ on this map, and there was one time where it didn't work very well. But solid pick there from Christian. He's got the ability to scout out the bushes. The shield's really good. The hypercharge pretty much wipes an entire segment of that high safe out. So really nice stuff, I think. A good start for SK.
And it's a go-to brawler for Lukey. His Crow has looked very, very good in the lead up to this tournament. Amber's going to be picked up. She can really dominate the middle part of the map, and Humble here are really focused on the anti-personnel aspect of their draft so far. It's going to be tough for SK Kalalis to find favorable matchups in those side lanes against either the Amber or the Angelo, and it's going to be pretty dangerous for them to play into mid, especially as they've begun their draft with a relatively short-range brawler in the Crow.
Well, got to add a couple more range brawlers to this to be able to stop this Angelo. Obviously, you can kind of go over the water as well, and they've actually gone the opposite. They're going to go for something even more aggressive that can just run in a straight line at them, pop into the Shadow Realm, come out on the safe, and do a lot of damage that way. Should be able to get those kind of tick down one by one, the breaks of the safe with that brawler. And the same with the Crow, when you're jumping in, you're going to be able to get that done as well. So a bit more of a divey comp from SKC at the moment, whereas Humble definitely opting for the control.
I do think the Lily could also allow you to bypass that dangerous middle of the map against this Amber and Angelo setup. Rosie can just sort of submarine down in the Shadow Realm and pop up in a bit of a safer location, but also neither Amber or Angelo want to be dove on. They both have gadgets that allow them to find some level of equity at close range, right? For Angelo, it's the jump away. For Amber, it's the dancing flames. But Frozzy's probably going to be happy to try and fight them when and if possible. And I think like having the backup a Bell here to set up, to maybe cover mid in some of those nest eggs, make it hard for Humble just to walk up in there is a pretty reasonable way to round this out. But where do we go to end this draft for Humble?
Well, we see SKC take the range, and we're just going to kind of go 8-bit. And I feel, honestly, you know, Bell's usually a decent brawler into that, to be honest with you. The slow pace of 8-bit, the turret's going to be there, and he's going to want to stay around it. So the Bell bouncing back and forward off that, but also you look at the, you know, the extra credits just raining down on the safe is really a difficult thing to stop. If the damage boost is there, it's going to be so much damage just in a single ammo slot with that gadget. I honestly haven't seen it played here for a while, but when it does, it can deal so much.
I think you need more safe pressure when you have Angelo in the mix, right? He just does not have very high DPS, even if his single shot damage is astronomical. Lukey wants to focus on taking down his enemy brawlers first and foremost. And here's RHD right straight away. Pops into the Shadow Realm now. And his exit location is unknown to Humble. They've not been able to reveal the Lily at all. And RHD's done very well to get so close. Taking a fight with Semantic makes sense. Flourish at the ready. Oh, buddy, that is devastating. And SK Kalalas now get the first crack at the safe.
Yeah, good trade over the left-hand side from Lukey, but it did mean that Christian and Frozzy got some damage onto the safe. It's only 12%, so nothing to kind of write home about that you're quite scared, but Semantic is marked up, and this is what I'm talking about. It's really tough for him to do anything against this Bell when he's so slow. Going to be bouncing between him and the turret now, and that mark is providing extra damage onto him as well. Boss with a super available, but just being peppered down at range.
Lily is the centerpiece of this SK Kalalas comp. If RHD can find success and find assassinations, they are going to win the round. You see Humble, the game plan is very slow. Slowly scale up in the middle of the map, take control of this bushy area. Was that a cheat cartridge there for Semantic? He's not on extra credits here.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously means he can get away from the brawlers like the Lily coming towards him, or if he knows he's going to die, to something like a Crow Jump. Now we see this established that little bit further up. It's going to be hard to break as well. But Lukey got to be cautious of getting hit by this Bell, as the bounces will be going and going and going.
Yeah, Lukey, though, has potential now to one-shot some of these squishier brawlers, you know, especially if they get tapped up. Frozzy and Christian do not have large health pools at all. And even RHD gets almost burst down. Nice dive, though. Lukey now going to pop the hypercharge, but doesn't have a super to combine with it, so won't have that passive healing. It doesn't seem to matter. There's the Crow dive onto the safe, though. And Humble need to get busy. They put good pressure down on this SK Kalala safe, though, and they've cracked it now into the third stage.
But you got to remember, that's a hypercharge from Crow for 13% to crack that safe. Not really the best use of it. Semantic's going to be using hypercharge now and placed it a bit more defensively. But they are now surely going to take the lead with RHD coming in an aggressive position here. Takes Lukey into the realm and will get him down as well. Boss refrags that. But this should surely be the second crack coming through. And that means Humble are behind.
Yeah, look at Semantics playing so aggressively here just for a little bit of extra damage. And without extra credits as the gadget choice, he actually can't burst the safe down nearly as much. Here's RHD, Boss is in deep trouble, and he seems to know it. Flattened instantly by the Lily, and in she comes. Crow dive there unsuccessful, but RHD is going to get some safe damage, and Humble are very much behind in that race. Eventually brought down by the Amber hypercharge. Humble need to set up shop, but they don't have the damage output. It's going to be body blocked here, heavily by SK Kalalas. RHD, get in front, get down, Mr. President. And SK Kalalas take this first round.
Just about hold on, and I mean in the closing seconds there it came down to the wire, just a couple more percent needed, and if Semantic could have got those shots off it would have been done, but just not enough ammo. Real tough stuff then for Humble, seemed in control for the most of it, but I don't think SKC care about control, they're all about diving in.
And the Lily play's been spectacular. It's exactly what SK Kalalas have needed. RHC's been so effective going on these solo dives, sometimes going 1 for 2, which is a fantastic exchange if you're in the position of the attacker. This time, though, things go a little bit awry in the middle of the map. Humble's comp is designed for them to set up here and never be pushed out.
Yeah, they did get pushed out quite heavily in the last one. Semantic, actually, I think he did avoid that super really well there. RHD threw it out, and there it is. There's the crack, down to 72, and they're still all here waiting too. Just ready to get this next safe bit down.
At this point, SK Kalalas can't just body block for the safe and try and stay alive. They are behind now, and it's going to be tough for them to break back into the map. This Bell is less effective when Semantic's not playing close to that damage booster. And RHD pulls up a little bit short, but finds a super to get connection. Great cheat cartridge! And Semantic just blows Christian up. Now, Boss is free to damage that safe, and Lukey can move forward.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey with this damage booster as well is going to be a lot of damage. Frozzy on the right-hand side has a jump available, going to jump forwards towards Boss, and Clearly not using those circling flames, doesn't defend himself with it. Christian on the left, low, but Semantic unable to find the killing blow just yet. RHD coming really aggressive. Nice. Semantic will go down. RHD trying to get some damage on safe, and it's the first signs of it, whereas SKC saves on 23% in the meantime.
I mean, a slow stick from Semantic. He not only dodges the Lily, but it actually picks up Christian after TPing with that cheat cartridge. Mark though on Lukey. Dangerous stuff here for the Angelo. Prozzy though, very, very low. Hypercharge pop for RHD, dragging Semantic out of the game for the time being, and Boss won't have a chance to trade him out. RHD will emerge in front of the safe and will be burnt down. Lukey's able to find that finishing blow on the Lily. 45 seconds left, but more importantly, 23% left on SK Kalalis' safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so tough to manage the safe. You know, the safe ratio. If you're going aggressive, you're leaving people like Semantic up top, but he gets the burn down damage and they keep control. There's another crack of the safe now, and it's getting down to 50. That should be that done as well, and it gives them a fighting chance. Oh, Humble in a great position to bounce back. Christian says no to that as Lukey goes down, and they might be forced to defend.
Christian eventually picked off. Humble have such a big buffer, they can afford to make a misstep like that and stay in the game. Time is ticking down. Prozzy can't reach Semantic. Even if he's marked up, he's happy to keep playing the long game. Lukey now is going to spare some attention for the safers. With 7 seconds left, SKC don't have a chance to equalize, and Humble pick themselves up around on Heist.
I mean, much better from them. They were in control from the start this time, didn't drop down, didn't get picked off one by one, and it was a much better performance there as well. Shout out to the Pastor Shield sitting in the crowd as well. Huge name from back in the day. But we're getting back into the Heist with Humble up 1 set. This one could be a massively decisive one.
Much better display, though, of what Humble's game plan is intended to be on Kaboom Canyon. Get into mid safely and set up shop. This time, though, RHD is going to emerge in front of Boss, but instantly heads turn in the direction of the Lily. It's only a 1-for-1, and Prozzy is very, very low. Now Lukey can set up that super, can heal up through that tick damage the Crow left behind. But Christian is keeping the 8-bit out of the game, so 6 taps here from the Bell, and a connection of that super means Lukey's marked up. An easy target for Christian. This guy is nasty.
Yeah, so many capabilities from Humble to avoid this super from RHD, and he's done it a few times now, throwing it out at people who can quite easily avoid it with a gadget. But now he's looking for Semantic, know exactly where he's going to be, and he lands directly on top of him, but still can't get the kill, and that's the first crack gone for SKC safe.
Now, meanwhile, Boss has been going to work in the backline. SKC safe down to 75. While we were watching them act the aggressor, they were bleeding out at home. Lukey's able to jump away here from RHC, and he's kind of caught out in the open. Super at the ready, but it's going to be a tough shot to connect, and he knows it. He allows himself to be taken down, and now Lukey moves back into an aggressor's role.
Lukey had the hypercharge available there, but thought maybe he'd be able to use it in a bit of a better situation with only a minute 15 seconds left. He might not have the opportunity to get it again. Now pops it just for the extra mobility, which he's using greatly against Prozzy, and he brings him down. Christian on the left-hand side, hypercharge to the right, and gets no value from it yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Lukey's already marked up, and Christian has the, the auto-aim potential there on that mark, but doesn't do anything to Lukey, who's been marked this entire round so far. Trapman is still living large. He is absolutely chilling. Good Amber hypercharge there, down onto the safe. SK Kalalis find it, now bleeding to 53%. Lukey's still alive, still marked up, still happy as a clam, sitting inside that damage booster. RHC, 1 shot. That is disgusting damage coming out from the Angelo. And then we talked about the anti-personnel aspect of Humble's draft. It's really shining here.
I mean, the thing is, Prozzy needs one of his teammates to be able to crack this safe before he goes in. Now he's got to hypercharge to get the same down again, and he doesn't even get the crack with the hypercharge. RHD going up this left-hand side, trying to push towards the safe. They eventually get it, but he's just wiped out upon return, and that's going to be a real tough game for SKC to win now.
There's no value to be had here for these plays from SK Kalalis. We've got to take big risks, and the payoffs just aren't there. 7 seconds left. It is almost impossible for SK Kalalis. It's definitely not an option to take this round away. RHC too low to play the game, and Humble snatch up the second set.
I mean, they just seem to have a really rough first game or second game, still managed to get the win. But this series is a lot closer than I expected it to be. It might be 2-0. Humble might have the closing capability that SKC don't have at the moment, but they're getting games on the board, and they do have signs of life.
Yeah, I also like the draft. I think pretty early on, SK Kalalis sniffed out that Humble were going to play this more long-range oriented style, and SKC would have to find a way to dive in on him. Lukey is unbelievable, but this is why you pick Angelo in this heist game. He's not really intended for that safe damage. He just wants to blow up as many brawlers as possible. And with the 8-bit damage boost, it's all too easy for the sharpshooter.
I mean, I love the way he stays not really built for damage to safe, but has more than, 2 times the rest of his teammates. Samantha, the guy who's supposed to have it, only has 24,000 there. I'm not sure how that can be right, but he was playing a big defensive game, to be honest. And thanks to this damage booster, it does put Luki in a position to get more done. We see a couple of times there as well, with the hypercharges from Crow. He needs his team to get the safe down so he can get max value. He's done it for 13%. The next time he does it for 16%, and he's not even getting the cracks.
Right, look at Luki. He's chilling. He collapses his side of the map. He usually almost always wins those 1 versus 1s and is able just to... he's bored. He's like, I better start pressuring this safe down now that I don't have a real opponent. And Iristy's trying to dive more so on Semantic than anyone else because he knows Luki can just catch it away unless it's a hypercharged super from that Lily. So much on the plate, I think, for the Lily for SK Kalalis. It's just... a little bit too hard to have the impact he needs to.
Big support for the Humble side, and no surprise there as they are the current world champions. Surprising to see them down here in the Group B elimination match in day 1. Want to get this one done and restore the faith in themselves, I think. After the previous one, they kind of expected to come in and win this. But as you've mentioned a few times, they wanted to know what it was like to play from behind. And there's no better place to play from behind than the lower bracket of the group.
Exactly. Again, Humble don't have that buffer to work with, but they're probably okay with being on their last chance. I think Crazy Raccoon are the scariest team in this group now. That's sort of been proven to us. Humble feel like they can get through the other 2 foes. And so far, SKC are looking like deer in the headlights now. Their last chance to stay alive at Worlds. It's going to be Gem Grab, Undermine, the flavor of the day.
Yeah, really solid map here as well. Kind of got a lunge for my favorite brawler, Tara, in my opinion, but I imagine it might be banned out. Really solid here. No matter what gadget you take, no matter what build, it's very good on a map like this, and the turnaround capabilities are unreal as well. But this could be the last one for SKC in the Brawl Stars World Finals of 2025 if Humble get the job done. Tara is banned out along with the Sandy and the Squeak, and then the Mo, Otis, and Charlie on the other side. First pick goes Humble's way.
One brawler we saw sort of jump into the spotlight on this map was in the hands, I want to say, of Trishant actually, over at LCQ. It's the Ali. Right? You can play super aggressively down those side lanes, and in general, you want brawlers that can really bully for map control there. Ali very, very good at just, hiding in those bushes and having huge amounts of damage. Also with invulnerability frames as part of her jump attacks. Lily, speaking of invulnerability frames, has plenty of them. Semantic now is going to have something that will always loom as the threat for SKC's gem carrier.
Yeah, got to be really cautious of that, and especially if the hypercharge is there as well. Being taken to the Shadow Realm away from your teammates' help can be a real nail in the coffin in a game like this. And especially if you're doing well, dominating the entire game, and you have it flipped on you, your mentality can definitely waver at that point.
Nina is open. That is unreal. Yeah, I guess with Humble having to look over towards Tara, Sandy, and even Squeak that allows for this very powerful brawler to break through. And now with a hypercharge, Nina is that much scarier. There's been a bit of damage taken away from her second shot, but she's so mobile. The wind ball gadget allowing her to sort of break up those projectiles and close the gap means that she is really oppressive still.
Absolutely. The Finks along with it as well, being able to slow these projectiles down. It's rare, but there's a possibility of having that to be able to stop that Lily super making connections onto you. So I love it. I think it's really good, really versatile. Solid pick from SK Kalalis. With so much of the draft still to go, you've got to have those, along with the strong brawlers like Mina, safe ones.
Here comes the Meeple, though. On this kind of map, I think there's definitely a lot of potential. This could even be like a pretty reasonable mid-pick for Boss. We've often seen him fulfill that role. So you've got a relatively safe mid option, obviously someone who can really crack open the map in a pinch and make things pretty darn unfair. But I think a decent analog here for the Finks. Because he can avoid many of those shots, even if Meeple's able to get that hypercharge super down. I think you need another strong side laner here to round things out. We've seen Luke go towards sharpshooters, but Chester is going to be the pick. I think this is someone who really shines in mid-range.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it can shine at short range as well. The burst damage that can come from that brawler is really good, whether you're 1-2 or 5 up to in the big fan shot. If you're building up to that and you get in close range with someone, you're going to be able to absolutely decimate them. So I really like that pick. Obviously, you've got the unpredictability of what super you're going to get, but for the most part, Chester's going to be safe.
How do we round this out? Otis has been taken away, so they're going to go back to the Crow. Someone who gives them some dive potential on towards gem carriers, some threat, and also is a bit of a nuisance because he'll keep people lit with that ticking damage inside those side bushes. So it gets harder and harder for Humble to hide their game plan from SK Kalalis. Pretty well-rounded drafts on both sides. we've seen Lily just be a real problem for many teams to deal with on Jet Grab. It feels almost like a matter of time before that gem carrier has to face down the sharp end of Lily's dive and often gives that bag over. So let's jump in now. SK Kalalas, what may be their last chance for survival here. Humble want to dispatch them and move on to bigger and better things, but they've stood in their way admirably so far. RAC, they're already flattened. Semantic has at least found the gem carrier, Trav.
Yeah, two gems over his head, not going to be where they want those though. So I imagine he'll maintain his aggression. It's not too bad to flip 2 gems over to the opposing side this early on into the game. Luki's super already available. You're waiting for another Meeple's Mansion catch, and he's going to be looking for KR in that situation. Doesn't manage to get it, and he's going to drop a little shield down in the mid.
Great gadget there for KR, otherwise it would have been under quite a big deal of pressure. Luki knocked up there, that is stunning, and that's what Mina offers you. Nice tornado connection. Semantic still holding all the gems though, not exactly where Humble want him to be. You really want to see Lily catch those gems right at the end of the round where you want to interrupt a countdown. Meeple's super thrown down, ideally for Boss probably to help out in mid. Luki's able to snap one up for himself now, and Semantic does drop those gems. The Meeple, though, will collect.
Yeah, doing a good job of just boxing up Prosy there, taking him out of the situation so those gems aren't flipped. And Semantic will be pleased that off his head now. The same can't be said for Christian. He's got 5 over his head, and he's just adopting the role of gem carrier now as Prosy on the right-hand side managed to pick up Semantic once more. And this is a real tough situation for Luki right now. He needs a super to be able to get out of here. Boxes himself. Oh! Away. Might be able to get away from KR here. Still in the wall, waiting for help of his teammates. Can't get caught over the right, and he survived. That's nuts. How has he done that?
Gets on the safe side of the wall, but makes sure he's not pushed into enemy territory. That is classy stuff from the young German. The Humble are up to 9 gems. Luki's able to find yet another super and cycles it, so Prosy just takes a face full of damage as he tries to step up. KR's always going to be threatening, but Semantic goes after RHC. The shield for the Crow keeps him alive, and he doesn't get enough damage off that hypercharge. Christian's too deep here. Eventually, this gadget is going to be expiring, and Boss is happy to soak up the damage himself. Stunning stuff from Humble, but man, it's all about the Meeple play.
That was incredible from Luki to be able to survive there, just picking the right moments, knowing when it was going to run out, waiting for his teammates. And I think the only time a Chester healing super's ever come into effect and actually been useful by Boss right at the end, usually the one that you don't want, he gets in the perfect situation.
He was sat with 2 gems and happy to attract the attention for Mina as long as possible. Here comes Semantic yet again. Christian wants to go on the aggressive, playing inside that gadget means the Boss really has no edge. He's going to back out, and Semantic realizes that Crow was hiding in the bushes that entire time. A terrible start here for Humble.
Well, Semantic back in spawn. Just waiting, wants to get his super. Prosy might aggress, but just playing it slow. Boss just getting beaten down. They need to get some supers. Luki will eventually find one and bait Christians out as well. There's the super from Semantic, and he gets it and wastes it.
He went for it. I don't know if he really wanted to fight Christian there. Low as he was. The Mina's going to be dodging that either way. Semantic gadgets forward, needs to find RHC. Humble need to slowly build their way back into the map, but it's tough. RHC finds the gadget and super, flattens the Lily. Because he's unperturbed here by dismansions of Meeple, all eyes are on this Mina. And Humble need to 1v2 Christian at all times. Boss going to come forward, found just the right super for that situation. But the Mina's tough to catch. Semantic go connects, finds his way in. RHC with a hypercharge that goes for nothing. The Crow just explodes. And now Humble have full control.
And that's 10 for Semantic as well. Meeple's Mansion comes down, but Christian just throws out a few shots, dashes forward, has a super of his own, not going to be able to get a couple more out because he doesn't have that gadget. RHC looking for some shots on the left-hand side, needs the super, and we don't see bosses get off. 3 of them, don't know where Semantic is, he's still sitting there, and into the realm he goes. Baits them all out, and Humble lives to fight another day.
Very tough start to the round there for Humble, but the Chester play is what gets them over the line. Beautifully done as Semantic had to try and piece together a plan to get his team back into the map after getting 3 for none at the start of the round. That is brutal and a tough pill to swallow there for SKC, who are bound to feel like there's more they could have shown here on the world stage.
Absolutely. So tough for SKC. A year that none of those players have ever had before. Great performances all year long. Multiple wins in monthly finals. And they're knocked out in the first day of World Finals. As we said, it was a lose-lose no matter who they faced, Crazy Raccoon or Humble. But unfortunately for them, they got the worst of the 2.
Their first World Finals, and at least they make it this far. They won, is they're out, but still, they're here, they're in Sweden, they got to play on a big stage, so GG's to them. And now we see Humble, still in the lower half of that bracket, has another chance to make it through to day 3. We don't know their opponents yet. We're going to find out tomorrow. We're heading over to our next elimination match. And this one is one that I did not see coming, honestly. Reject versus a Team Heretics. What are you two rooting? Who are you two rooting for here?
Oh, that's tough. I mean,
you can't be asking these questions.
Yeah, I know.
Like, my predictions.
Quick, come on.
I'm a Lenar fanboy, so I hope Heretics get across the line.
I also went Heretics as well.
EMEA biased as always. We're going to head into a quick break and afterwards, Reject versus Team Heretics.
We haven't really faced Reject in any other competitions. Well, Chaos faced them last year, but we'll know we can beat them, and Chaos did it last year, so we were focused.
It's gonna be easy with my Rico.
去年の世界大会でアイカオスのチームに負けたんで、今度はアイカオスにもう一回リベンジできるように勝ちます。
25 Brawl Stars World Finals. And unfortunately already had to say goodbye to 2 of our teams, but not everybody can make it through to day 2 and day 3. So we have to say goodbye to SK Kalalas and also SSG. Some of the Unks are gone already, so I thought I'd bring back another. Welcome back, Ark and Kenny.
Not and, just Ark, comma, right?
Who
that was a
I
comma,
mean?
right?
Nobody knows.
Hard to tell, hard to tell.
I'm giving no comment to this. I'm not playing into that whatsoever. I think I've done my fair share of unking in this event already.
You're still the sparkliest, the shiniest of us all today, so you look as young as ever. Kenny, you watched the previous match. We did think Humble would still make it through. They pull through. Did you expect the 3-0 though?
Look, it's just good to get one on the board. Honestly, yes, I still thought 3-0. I believe in the defending world champions, but trust me, just like many of you at home, I have been plenty wrong today. I believe this could possibly be the first day ever in any monthly finals, any of that I go negative. Never before have I gone negative predictions. Today might be history.
We had some beautiful upsets today already. Let's see if this one is gonna be another one. Honestly though, whoever takes this one, I wouldn't be too surprised. Team Heretics looked super strong. Not at the beginning of the year, but as soon as they had picked up Zara, they won a monthly final. They've been looking good. EMEA is a tough region and they still made it to top 3.
Yeah, Zara just had to watch his former teammates leave the competition, of course. IKS will know best how to kind of get an edge over Melty and Shu. He was able to beat them in Reply Totem's roster last year, as this is the former rival esports squad plus Batman. So definitely, though, I still think Reject can't be underestimated in this affair. They're very strong this season. Just a bit of a slow start here today.
Definitely an interesting one to watch out for. Very similar resumes between these two teams as well. 1-3 losses in the opening of Group C. 1 grand finals apiece this year. Reject, however, have made several throughout the region. They just couldn't get the best of Zeta Division more times than not.
So both of those teams have at least been able to take that one set, just for a little bit of honor still. Regardless, one of them has to say goodbye, and wow. I did not think it would be that one-sided, honestly. Reject definitely has what it takes. It was a 50-50 for me. Team Heretics just looked a tad bit better. Totem is a formidable opponent, especially on stage, so they still took a set there. I believe that this is going to help them to win this match as well. It's an EMEA versus East Asia showdown. Let's bring in the teams. Let's bring in the players. I hope they're ready. I sure am.
2 down and 2 to go. After today, just 12 teams will remain in the fight for $1 million. Going the distance from the lower bracket is a task in itself. but not impossible. It is time for your next elimination match. Give it up for Team Heretics and Reject! Team Heretics are Zar, Lenan, and I, Chaos. Reject, you have Shu, Melty, and Battleman!
We've seen it already in the interview. Reject last year as rivals did face up against Chaos on Totem. They unfortunately got knocked out 3-1. Totem moved on and got 4th place overall in the last year's World Finals tournament. And now Reject wants revenge. Is that going to be an additional motivation boost to make it through to day 2 here, Kenny?
How can it not be? I think this is not only a personal affair, but this is also a high-pressure situation. Can somebody like Battleman, who's in their first ever World Finals debut, 0-1 on the big stage, come back from that against a team and players like iChaos, Lana? Try and remember the last time those two names didn't make a quarterfinals. It's nearly impossible. iChaos since 2020 has made at least the quarterfinals of every tournament, several semifinals. These would be some historic names if they missed out on just a day number 2.
Yeah, for Lenan as well, thinking back to the 2023 World Finals, getting grouped with Foot Esports in that event, and that's one of those things which she's able to turn around in 2024. Whether that will be the same here today, it's a tough thing to say. What I will put out there is I think that these two teams are relatively even matched. I felt like what we saw from Heretics was pretty much kind of balanced what we saw from Reject, and we also need to see more from both of those two teams and a much better start off the mark. That's kind of how I felt.
So on the one side, we have a player that has never played in the World Final before, Battleman. Let's see how good he can do in their second chance of the day. And on the other side, we have Zar, a freshly added player into the roster halfway through the year. They decided to make some changes, and Zar did play in 2023, did not qualify for 2024. He can be certain, though, that Bobby and Sans from the backlines are going to be rooting for him since they already dropped out.
Got some LCQ contenders in the crowd there as well. That was OU from Toxic Lotus. It's great to see him make the World Finals. Fantastic stuff. As our first map and mode would be shortly underway. Layer Kick and Bounty. A slight lead in terms of the predictions on events.brawlstars.com in favor of Reject, but it's only by 20%.
It's tough to predict too. I mean, all of us in the casting guess going with Heretics, and at least for me personally, it's kind of relying on the EMEA region as a whole. I believe in the players themselves from Team Heretics. Just a year ago, iChaos buried 2 of the 3 members of Reject. Lana, a longtime standing player. Zar has placed 2nd on the world stage before. If there's any team that has the ice in their veins to bounce back, it's this team on the left.
Bans are already in. A lot of aggression banned out by both sides. I see Doug banned out together with Shade. Shade double ban and Ellie out of the way as well. Kaza left open and immediately picked up here. And this strat is a strat to just pick up Blue Star at the beginning and then lean back. Try to farm your supers. What I'm looking out for is gonna be Gene. Good on every single bounty map, and here slid through the bans.
Yeah, I'm looking for Meeple. I'm looking also for Ruffs here. I think Ruffs will be quite a safe starting hand here for Team Heretics if they wish to go for that idea, but certainly aggression is going to be in the back of their minds. Meeple, yeah, it kind of has to be for me. It's that brawler which has just risen so much. And what a beautiful play, might I add, in that last match where Lukey went through the wall at just the nick of time. That was absolutely unreal. So very much has got the escape maneuvering also.
Curious if somebody like an Ollie comes in to pair alongside this. I just think going health points into something like a Kaze makes a lot of sense. Hyank, kind of a similar mentality though, right? Not necessarily the brawler I 100% expected here, but I think that's only because I'm so used to seeing it in something like a band stage. I do think that's one of the names that definitely escaped through the cracks.
So far, no throwers on either side. Hick is going to be left open here. Larry and Lori, technically an option here as well. Let's see if one of those two will find their way into the draft still, or if both just going to keep going with this super aggressive approach here. Hank and Meeple, of course, is going to be the comps you play. With the mention of Meeple, you want to have either a thrower or a Hank on your side.
Yeah, there's the Gene. Great shout from you, Sonny. I'm looking here as well for like a squeak or like a Ollie for me. I think the Ollie would be good to have on the side of Reject to have two aggressive brawlers, but equally so for Team Heretics. As I'm looking at that card state, it's pretty nasty. It's going to do pretty poorly into Hank, however. So I think if Team Heretics can utilize that and ensure that the Hank is staying healthy for the majority of the time, it'll go quite a long way. Sometimes, you know, Bell gets quite a good amount of play on this particular map, but it's a bit safe for me. However, the mark could come in handy. There is the squeak that I was looking for. I think it's a pretty decent brawler to add to the comp.
Good shout by you. I'm curious how they respond with this. Willow's kind of on my mind here, to be honest with you, just given the compositions, a thrower over those walls, something that can get the mind control as well. Pretty lethal on this map, and especially considering that there are two brawlers already banned in the thrower category, it's just a real tough one to kind of deal with, especially when you can just sit back, be passive, you can play well alongside that Hank. Of course, Meeple, if they box you in, now you have Hank plus a thrower to get through that mansion of Meeple.
Willow is certainly not the worst of shouts, actually. Quite kind of rare to see on layer cake, but it can get some good results. So the mind control, of course, you know, especially when you're in that back spawn area. Great to be able to deflate the situation and just take over your opposition, send them straight back to spawn. It can also bring you closer towards your teammates and ensure this with takedowns when the mind control is over. So I quite like it. I haven't seen it for a while here, so I'm kind of curious to see how it will play out. But certainly with the Meeple combination, I mean, with that gadget, the Mansions of Meeple combined with the Willow, that's going to get a lot of value.
Two high caliber teams find themselves on the lower bracket on day number 1. A number 3 seed, historic players on the Team Heretics side, and on the other end, spunky upstarts like Batman looking to take their first on the world stage. Gonna be a tight one here. Team Heretics immediately claiming positioning. Blue Star with the side of Reject, though. They're slowly gonna try and inch their way up. Team Heretics have to play offense.
Zara just healing up, allowing Ledown to make the push. They don't want to feed into Batman too much. Try to ensure that he does not get the magic hand, as the Hank will be very good up close and personal, but certainly here's a great gadget. Ledown can get some value with that squeak super. Is going to be able to deflate it slightly.
Too much distance to overcome. Oh, and a nasty pull there, I believe. Nicely done by Batman to claim the first kill of this set. Shu with the Blue Star, typically the aggressive brawler, whether it be daggers, whether it be sliding in your face. They want to be in the action. Now they're going to be taking off down the middle of the map. Shu looks for one, going for a second, a plunge into the underneath. Not enough, though. Shu will escape and give themselves 7 stars.
Yeah, not much Ledown could do there, realistically. I mean, just below being 1,000 HP, can't leave the Fanstorm, so did his best, slowed along the way, a very tough position to find himself in. But Reject are gaining momentum massively slow, 10 stars to only 2, and the blue in their favor. Batman has got yet another magic hand. We're going to miss this time as Zara evades it. But now the Manchester Meeple ensures the takedown, bringing the stars the way of Heretics.
It truly is a free kill, especially alongside Hank, but it's just the distance they have to cover. Batman has done a great job of getting that poke damage. Constant pressure. Squeak from the distance can operate, and of course, if they need to get their hands dirty, they're going to send Shu.
I have a charge here for Melty. It might come at just the right time. He will fall, however. The connections aren't great. Zara's slowed, but there's another gadget taken away by the invulnerability there of Melty. 5 seconds on the clock. Melty might fall here. Is there enough time? That is the question. Heretics get 10, but Reject stay firm with 12. Reject will take the first game.
Really well executed out of Reject. I thought a solid composition on the left-hand side from Team Heretics, so they're certainly earning this one. The one lack in composition that I do see, sure, Zara's a single-shot brawler, medium range though. Hank, definitely not a long-range brawler when you burst this bubble, and of course Willow only has so far she can throw. So I think all that distance to cover is really important. I think this is a team that doesn't necessarily want to be hyper-aggressive on the early game. They're a little uncomfortable in these spots where they're down 1 star and Reject has claimed it early.
Shu grabs that blue star, no surprises there. A tap from Chaos. Keep the poison trickling in, but it is just the blue for now. Rejecting that's enough to go back to the spawn with their comp. I don't mind it. Again, last time round, Team Heretics fed Batman far too quickly. They can't afford to do that. That Gene is a great maneuvering ability to be able to ensure a swift and early takedown.
Ooh, Zor taking some heat right now. Has to recover. About 2,200 HP will keep him afloat. The Batman there on the left-hand side. Shu swiping away. It's Melty. Migrate. Left-hand side. Lana diving in. Super available. Does rotate it out. Falls though. Shu available. Melty low HP as well, but Chaos can't land the final marker. Reject clustered in the back of their spawn, but Team Heretics are on the hunt.
That could have been a healthy 5 stars over if Chaos was able to land the double connection, but credit to Reject. They're keeping hot on their toes. Batman now has that magic hand though. Zara's forced back. can't afford to go on the aggressive here. It's just a 2-star lead for Reject, and there's the connection. Zar falls swiftly, and already Reject are cooking.
Nasty work out of Reject. Great magic hand. Claim an insta-kill. That's one of the things you have to look out for, even against someone like Mana. You have to tread a little lightly, but especially onto those other sides. If you can get a 3v1 situation, you'll take that any time at a professional level.
I want to see more from this mind control of Chaos. It's a great gadget. Batman will fall now, for sure. He did earn a hypercharge before it. That will be coming back in. There's just a 1-star now, as 15 seconds on the clock. Batman is in a great spot, but Shu comes in. Very on the aggressive, too much so. Stars hands it over, Zar goes in as well. That's just fed over a lot more stars. Can Lenang find something here? Not going to happen. Surely Rejects will stay firm. A scrappy end to an otherwise pretty composed set for Rejects. They take it.
East Asia's number 2. Grab set number 1 in a shocker. Team Heretics just haven't found a consistent stride here on day number 1. And on the world stage, you can't afford to take breaths. There's no room for error, and unfortunately for them, they find themselves at a deficit early once again in their match number 2.
A bit confused towards the end there, honestly, because Heretics did gain the lead, just kind of went in a bit too overly aggressive towards the end, where I think they could have had a moment there to take a breath and maybe start to retreat back. But nonetheless, Reject needs to have that early start. I'm a bit disappointed so far by Team Heretics. They just really off their game at the moment.
I mean, the entire casting desk picked them. I believe around 40% it was. Ended up picking Heretics as well. Look, they may be the number 3 team out of EMEA, but when you look at the names, the legacies that these players have built, it would be a shocker if they went home on day 1, especially as the higher EMEA seed on the day. They already lost EMEA's number 7. That's a wound that they've already taken. But now to have a battle scar of going down to somebody like Reject and going 0-2 at the world stage would be devastating for them. This is uncharted territory. We've never been this close to having iChaos. Players like Lina go down this early.
It's honestly unexpected, but I think it raises the question of, like, how unpredictable is this World Finals going to be? And that on
Spoiler
one
alert.
side of the, that excites me. It does. I think it's a great, healthy thing for the industry. So I'm kind of all for it, as crazy as it might be. I mean, day 1 just has not gone the way that I expected, and I love it for that very reason.
I like being right. I love being wrong when it comes to watching Brawl Esports. And today, I've been really wrong. Just like many of you all at home, but it just means that we are in store for something special in this 2025 World Finals. Reject, of course, kicking off this match with a 1-0 lead. Team Heretics still have it in them. Layer Cake, a very different map than our next one upcoming. Dueling Beetles, certainly something different. Definitely has a change of pace in terms of meta, playstyle, and things like that. I really enjoy watching Hot Zone in general right now, and I think somebody like Pam, especially on this map, is going to show up for sure.
Yeah, it was always probably one of their best maps, let's be honest, and I love Dueling Beetles. I mean, it's kind of one of those maps that's so hard to retake. Maybe that's why, honestly. You got the long-range sharpshooters for the size, but potentially some aggression in the mid also. It's just got a lot of opportunity in that regard. I want to see a Kaze ban. It's kind of really up there as Reject's number 1 brawler, so regardless of that coin toss, I think that Heretics can't really take the risk. But I'm just honestly got to make a statement here that Lou dropping off so heavily out of Hot Zones comes a massive shock to me. I mean, earlier today, seeing it not banned, not picked, and I can't remember the last time that that's ever been a thing. I mean, it's just kind of wild to see a world where Lou is not heavily considered in this game mode.
It's interesting for sure because I feel like we have so many capable mids right now. I think somebody like Finks comes to mind, right? When you drop that super, it's just overwhelming. It slows down the shots of the other team, speeds up yours, so it just makes control really easy. Lose somebody into a brawlers like Hank, though, makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's not out of the realm of possibilities, but to your point, certainly not showing its stuff in scrims leading up to this event from our top teams.
People, Hank, Ziggy, I mean, these are brawlers which I expect to see, quite honestly. Berry, Juju. I mean, Juju coming forwards as well has been a great brawler which has been drifting away but now coming back. Well, we saw earlier a fantastic ask from Revenant, bringing in the Amber as an answer. I thought was really smart. So Juju's good, but it really cannot be picked too early because it was a massive thorn in the size of SSG there. It's just dangerous to kind of rely on those bushes.
Well, while we're waiting for this next draft to queue up, might as well check in with our good friend Barney. I believe he's waiting by the gift shop.
Welcome to what is arguably the most important area of DreamHack. It's of course our Brawl Stars gift shop. This is absolutely phenomenal the way this has all been decked out, and this is where you can get all of your Brawl Stars goodies. And of course you can't get these that often, so make sure you get down to the next DreamHack that you have available, because we've got keychains, we've got bags, we've got t-shirts, we've got incredible tops. The merch is absolutely phenomenal over here. Don't forget the bucket hats. Make sure the next time you're at DreamHack, you come down here, you check it out. But for now, there is still one more match left to play to end out day one of the Brawl Stars World Finals. And I've got to go and check it out. So, see ya.
Very cool to see, and I've got to say as well, some organisation shirts there. I saw a Reply Totem shirt in the background. I think it's really, really awesome for Brawl Esports and Brawl merch in general. Who doesn't love it? But I think it's going to make a big difference to the scene to have that at more events, honestly.
I mean, I'm glancing over there right now. There's a huge line. I do see the jerseys as well. Plenty of people in the audience have been rocking them for various teams. We got a photo booth going down. It's been an absolute blast. DreamHack Stockholm, great time. If you'll ever get the opportunity to find yourselves at a Brawl Stars LAN, it will be worth it. Inside of this match, though, Team Heretics finding themselves in a troubling situation. They've only picked up one set total in the entire day. Reply Totem getting the better of them 3-1 earlier. It's an interesting spot for both of these teams, I would say, in the sense that their resumes are pretty similar on the year. Number 2 seed from East Asia and Reject, number 3 seed in Team Heretics, very similar in seeding, 1 grand finals apiece. In terms of consistency, they just couldn't quite get over the hump of top teams. Teams like SK Gaming for Team Heretics, for example, Humble are defending world champions who even just pulled off a W earlier today, and Zeta Division, who lost as well, got the best of Reject. Like you mentioned, who knows what's going to happen today? I'm just along for the ride.
I mean, so many unexpected results, and I feel like there's going to be many more still to come. But like you say, I just can't imagine seeing players like Lenan, players like iChaos being grouped. I mean, it's just absolutely unheard of. It's just the first step. Plenty of time in this series to make a much more closer affair. Dueling Beetles, though, it is a very tough map in terms of draft, in terms of how it plays out. Do you keep the grass? Do you try to take it away? Do you keep the sides? It's very much open to a lot of troublesome brawlers.
Yeah, dealer's choice for a lot of these maps right now. I think that's something we've all found throughout this meta. So we're going to look at this. There's Lou actually in that ban stage, a thrower in Barley, Juju out of the equation. So curious to see if something like a Barry composition comes through here, especially with Barley gone. I wonder if that's what Team Heretics' intention are. Pam also, of course, one of the most played, kind of above and beyond, I would say, played the most by overall from our teams at scrims, but you never know. That's kind of what my mind goes to after reading the bans, though.
Yeah, Hank left open as well. That could be a nice brawler to, yeah, exactly, combine with that. I mean, those heals as well, if they choose to apply them in the later stages, going to go quite a long way there. So good to see the Kaze ban from Team Heretics also. Again, Reject are just too dangerous with that particular brawler, but I love your shout with the Pam. I really want to see it come through. And that does leave a question as to, like, with 2 throwers being banned, how do you deal with that healing station in an easy way? My answer to that would probably be Ziggy. Not banned in this instance, worked out pretty well today for the most part, and in this particular map, I think he gets some good value.
The thrower economy is at a pretty high right now. If you had stocks in that position, they're certainly doing better than they used to be. There's the Pam that we've mentioned several times. Just from my POV and just from watching these teams, I would call it the only tier 1 brawler, if you will. It's just been played so much more by the teams overall than other brawlers. Obviously, that doesn't include things like the ban stage, which we unfortunately can't track when you're watching these guys live, but certainly a brawler that is deadly. I think at casual games at home, you might not appreciate as much what Pam can do, but trust me, with that hypercharge and the Scrap Sucker gadget, shuts down tanks really well, gains control. It's really hard to bring down Pam, and because it's hard to bring down Pam, it's hard to bring down the healing turret. It just overwhelms you.
Barry off the hands, so Heretics can't combine that with the Hank. I'd like to see a Ruffs maybe to be able to have that break, because that could be an opportunity to be able to get an early access to that healing station. Something on that lines all the Ziggy, but it's not really a Team Heretics kind of brawler pick, at least in terms of their scrims, unless it's a back pocket idea. But that Barry pick, it's a smart one for a Reject. I like seeing this from teams where they are just able just to take away something that would have really helped their opposition and double heal. I mean, for Reject in this kind of game mode, that's kind of crucial.
Team Heretics on their side now can get, yeah, that's exactly what I was going. Meeple, I think, is a big grab right here. So it's difficult to bring down Pam. So many health points. But what I do really like in general for most maps is Hank plus Meeple. We saw it earlier, but when you combine the gadget of Meeple, the cube castle goes really well with Hank because it gets free shots in the middle. You're sitting there, you can't move, Hank gets free Ws, he charges up that bubble, can immediately burst at you. So I really like that combination in general. I do think it's going to be hard into the health points of Pam, but I do like it into Barry in particular.
The only reservation I have is like now that the gadget kind of dissipates so quickly, the Hank can't necessarily kind of charge up as much as it used to.
Everything's
Kind of why
for
Meeple's in a better
sale.
spot, but Griff, yeah, breaking things open I think is kind of wise here, whether it was with the Ruffs or whether it's with the Griff. It's definitely not kind of brawler that you see every day in the current meta, no doubt about it. But I think that it can work quite well to give them some breathing space. In this kind of map, dueling beetles can be quite claustrophobic, so I think that's not the worst of ideas. The Rejects have got such a heal-based idea going on that Heretics, with no speed, no kind of like healing in that respect, it's going to be quite a tough ask to be able to break the will here of Rejects, and they've got a third one.
Seems like a creative solution to gain DPS and a quick one at that. So now they can break walls with Griff, and on top of that, especially into the healing of somebody like Pam and Barry, you can't give them an opportunity to sit around for a while. You have to bring them down quickly. Griff can certainly do that. Draco, though, does have an indestructible gadget, which can't bring him down, and of course does really well into Hank. It's one of the better options. Now you pair that with a healing station of Pam and a thrower and support brawler like Barry. Nasty combination.
Yeah, Draco often left out, often forgotten at the moment. Just not even sure necessarily why too much, as it was such a dominant brawler in the meta. The Hypercharge, of course, being one of Draco's best displays of action. And here's Lenon really making use of this gadget while it's here. One tap, and now a second, plus the throw of his own gadget onto the shoe. That's a very healthy start here for Team Heretics.
Until Melty can charge him a super, it's going to be really difficult here to march forward. Batman there to assist his teammates with heals. Now through the walls, a big burst of damage. Going for two! iChaos slaying opponents early.
Really nice. A healing station in the back spawn. How often do you see that on the Pam side? Now, Hypercharge of Batman coming forwards, but he almost goes down himself in the process. Nonetheless, the ice cream will still litter the map for his teammates. Melty left in the last stand, but immediately iChaos responds with a double, and now Heretics are starting to get their act together.
Just disgusting combination. The super from Meeple, the supers from iChaos. I bet his DPS is through the roof right now. Melty, the flamethrower, can't even walk forward. Oh, and through the wall as well. Pushes him back. A double kill out of Team Heretics, putting on a clinic here in set number 2.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely so. Shu goes down immediately. Just 3% on the zone for Rejects. Heretics have absolutely steamrolled this game, and it couldn't have come at a better time. They have really woken up in this set.
Reject couldn't even muster 5 percentage points, let alone double digits. Unbelievable stuff. All day long, though, we've seen good adjustments out of teams. Not ruling out Reject, but man, that was strong stuff coming out of Team Heretics.
Have they still got the draft diff? Was it just a lucky break that gave them the momentum moving forwards? Let's find out, because I still think that Rejects have got some good ideas going here. There is just that 3%. Now will it be fall? They've already done more than the last game. It's a good start. But for me, Heretics have got the positioning in a very good spot. And now I'm very low here, but iChaos going to come in for his team, keep Batman low, and he's going to have to survive on his own healing there.
Great backup coming out of iChaos. Melty once again trapped. Hurdled around the healing station, but they can pierce through the wall. Zard doing his best. Hypercharge, not enough. Lana shuts that down, and already 3x what Reject have in percentage points.
Great positioning from Heretics now. Full HPs all round. Zar trying to connect to get the maximum value from this Hypercharge, but no super off the back of it. A gadget goes out yet again. It's forcing Batman to the right, shoot to the left. Melty forcing his way forwards, but shut down yet again by iChaos.
Unbelievable stuff coming out of iChaos. Frag after frag brings down the beefy Pam, and now Draco trying to force his way up the middle. The flamethrower going out. Lana popping Hypercharge. Super for iChaos. It's a takedown. Batman trying to play against him, but he's just a support brawler. What's a lone Barry supposed to do?
Zar continuing to tap into shoot. That healing station went down immediately. He stays on his feet. There's a chance. The helping hand of Batman is good, and Shu can stay on the zone whilst semi-protected here. Goes down now, but Zar from the right-hand side has got the Hypercharge in motion, getting some good taps. Rejects trying to make up for lost time here. They're doing well, but they cannot move off this zone. Heretics only require 12%.
Reject have to hold this line. Zar as a squishy brawler could struggle. Melty in hot pursuit of Lana. Wants the smoke on that right-hand side. Zar going to cut it off entirely. Now they can march on the left-hand end. iChaos, Hypercharge super. Click, no takedown. Heals galore between the healing station. Yet another one. Not enough, though. Survives the onslaught. Reject climbing their way up to 100 as Team Heretics loses its last member. Don't count out Reject just yet.
That is some serious composure Reject being so far behind and knowing how important it was to stay standing. How much more did IKEOS have to do there? He was going crazy and it still wasn't enough. And now a very dangerous scenario here for Heretics. They could be in danger of going 2 sets down despite what is clearly a very worthy comp, a great draft. It didn't work, and I don't think it was much more than Rejects fighting back.
In game number 1, Reject never got up and running. IKEOS had his way. Game 2, despite the insane amount of hypercharges and supers, they couldn't cut through the heals of both Barry and Pam. If Reject can get this turret established, Bataman cycling supers like we see right now, it could be ruthless.
Great double connection there from Lenan. Melty staying in the middle, but IKEOS now have a lovely connection with the cashback. And there's a hypercharge as well from Lenan. Support from Zar. This is looking good. It's neck and neck, it must be said. Melty being scrutinized in that mid. And Zar finds a tap onto Bataman whilst he's using super from left to right. Last down again from Melty. But again, these heals are so suppressive from Reject.
Reject have moved their way up the middle of the map. Star, a sitting duck, throws down that gadget, but won't get a kill. And it's just Team Heretics slowly cycling deaths. Lenan knows he has to act now. IKEOS popping a hypercharge of his own. Plenty of damage, but will it equate to kills? No, it does not. Flamethrower up the middle of the map, and Lenan will lose both his teammates once again.
This is a really rough spot for Team Heretics. I can't lie. Zar fires down the super, gets some good shots at the Batman. That's key. Now his team can push forwards. Melty has the flicks of flame coming out, but shouldn't be left alone now. He's in a 1 versus 3. A very tough ask. If Lenan can stay standing here with the help of Zar, there is hope still, but it's running slim. What a great gadget to shut that Pam off.
Had to cut him off, and more importantly, it buys time. Zar rotating right. IKEOS there to assist versus Melty. They brought down the beefy Hank on the right hand, and Chaos off to the races. He's trying to do his best to push forward, but can't. It's Reject terrorizing Team Heretics. Reject now up 2-0.
For EMEA, they're running out of time in this series. And Heretics know it. We need to see more. I've been really impressed with seeing how we saw Reject earlier versus now. They really have risen to the occasion. They know how much this means to them. So getting this one right, staying in the competition, it's so crucial. And you can just see how much the competition's elevated from previous years. You know, these are world-class players that have been around since even beta of Brawl. IKEOS, Lenan, and Zar. And they're in danger of getting grouped.
We talked about how Loud had more LAN experience by a mile than Reject. This is the exact same situation, if not even more possibly. I mean, IKEOS has qualified every single World Final there's ever been. Lenan, Zar have been around for a long time. The fact that Reject, first-timer Bataman are getting the best of them right now is a shocker. And if they won, would it shock me? No. But the fact that they're doing it in a 2-0 lead, the fact that they were down tremendous in that game number 1, 3% is all they could grab. And off the backs of that, 2 straight games. Fantastic performance, and now they're just 1 away from entering day 2.
It just feels like, to me, Reject are much more in control of their mental right now. You know, especially, like you say, that 3% game to start things off in that set and to bounce back, to really demonstrate that they can run it the distance. It's commendable. Let's see, though. Will Reject sweep this? Will it go the distance? I hope for us like it goes the distance, because I feel there's more left. There's still more left in the tank for Heretics. They started to really get their act together in that game, but it just wasn't enough. But this set is the most important the Heretics have played all year long. This draft has got to be a winning one.
Focused on that objective, that's all you can say. In that game number 1, they were bragging, they had more kills to win the set. It did not matter. If you have a strong strategy and keep your mind on the objective, that is all that counts for anybody trying to pursue any kind of Brawl esports career, trying to do your player best in ranked with all those bad randoms. Just remember, it's not always about that KD. Sometimes it's about getting the job done, and Reject put on a great example of that in that set 2. And in set number 3, on a new map and mode, Team Heretics have to reset. They have to be perfect the rest of the way.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah, let's pause here.
Whoa! That's the best thing in the game!
that an ultra legendary item? I'm pretty sure it is, right?
That's wild that they managed to get that. I didn't see that coming, I've got to be honest.
Oh, I absolutely did not see that coming. That was creative to say the least.
Fair play. Well, the bans are in Tick, Gray, and the Brock to the Mina, the Juju, and the Gene. So Meepo still very much open here. It's going to be the first pick. Yeah, I feel like that's a good one for Heretics. It's going to be making it count a little bit more this time round. I'm looking at brawlers like Ollie now. Byron to be able to combine with that could be a good shout. Jae-Young as well. Not out of the question in maps like this. A great support brawler. And I think the Grey ban, quite important here. It puts throwers potentially as an option.
King of Cubes has to be in this. I mean, especially on a map like Cubes, New Horizons, it's a phenomenal choice. It's somebody that we talked about pre-show, that we alluded to. We're going to see this guy's name called out a lot. I imagine his win rate's pretty good. I haven't been crunching the numbers live. I'm sure somebody at home has, and let us know in the chat. But this is a brawler that I expect to do well this weekend. To match it, though, there is potential for wall break, but more importantly, a dog treat paired with Ollie means a free hypercharge, and that's why Ruff shows up so much at a professional level.
Max, Hank, Bell, these are ideas that Heretics might gravitate towards, and I just worry a little bit about the Hank. They've used it in both their previous sets. It hasn't worked out. Do they continue to try it? With the Max, I can understand it, but I think that if they do go Hank here, it's definitely a rough time when you've just not been able to break through the might of Reject. Ziggy gonna come in for Team Heretics. Quite like it. Angelo's still open here as well. Got to bear that one in mind here. Squeak potentially here for control. What are your thoughts on Ziggy in Knockout? What in terms of the mode does it bring?
You know, to me, Ziggy strikes me as a control-oriented brawler, but it really feels like our professional teams don't treat him that way. He showed up even on Brawl Ball today, so honestly, it shocks me a little bit, but his buff was so big that I did expect his name to be called out a lot. I feel like I'm still kind of piecing it together, right? Outside of scrims, we haven't seen him in live competition, so it's just one of those things where I'm trying to figure it out kind of alongside you. With the Hank, though, now we've once again got that combination. Meeple plus Hank, Cube Castle plus Hank Bubble, and now you have a thrower to pair alongside it. Kit as the last selection, though, not only a fun one, but the Fesky Feline is definitely a menace to be worked with, especially on those one-on-one matchups, into somebody like Ziggy, into somebody like Meeple, can shred through him quite quickly.
I just don't know how I feel about it. It should work, you know, every single time, but Reject just seem to be okay with it. You know, every set so far has been Meeple, Hank. They haven't seemed to show a sign of being bothered. They keep adapting, and that's what's scary about this situation. Reject 2 steps ahead. Team Heretics of EMEA are on the brink here. They've got to do better. They've got to bring this back and give better fight.
Team Heretics clustered together on that right-hand side. Bataman there to assist on the backpack of Shu. Now Ollie will march forward. A pseudo thrower on the left hand and won't quite get trapped, but it will allow Team Heretics space. To your point, Team Heretics have gotten their way every single time. It seems that Reject are unafflicted by this Hank Meeple combo, despite how lethal it has been in practices.
Renan just going to be chilling on that right-hand side, keeping Melty and Shu forced into this mid to channel him in favor of his teammates Zar and Chaos. Lightning leads the strike here. As now Shu pushing his right-hand side lane. Great gadget. Despite that kick connection, it's already forced back the Ollie. And that exposes Melty, but staying behind the sandbag, safe and sound as the gas closes in. These yarn balls are starting to connect. Zara at 95 HP, and down goes Chaos. He's going to leave Lenan alone on his own surely here, but Zara stays alive. Not for long. Rejects come out strong and leave all 3 men standing.
It's a tough look. Certainly not what you expect out of a caliber of a roster in Team Heretics. EMEA's number 3 have a lot of work to do. Getting closer and closer to the brink of destruction and to a major upset, into an 0-2 for their 2025 World Finals.
Again, this is dangerous. Hypercharges are available to Reject, and Zar puts this one down now on this left-hand side, forcing straight towards the Ruffs, but not able to find the connection. Ziggy super out, evaded by Shu, and Bataman on this right-hand side. Don't seem very much deterred by what Heretics are throwing at them right now.
Reject just continue to open up this map as well. The more time that goes on, the more rounds, it's just going to play into their cards. Somebody like Lena can't strike if he doesn't have walls. Chaos just going to be a sitting duck in the middle of the map if they do that. Meeple, of course, by no means a long-range option.
Here's Shu, it's dangerous, and there's the hypercharge of the ELE forced out by the gadget, but Lenan is effective for the Hypnosis. Goes down now. It's the 3 versus 2. Zara and Chaos alone now, and against the odds, Zar low, and now Chaos surely going to fall as well. Reject are storming this ahead. They're on match point.
just doesn't feel like there's enough damage to go around on this Team Heretics side. They have to find ways to get kills. They're getting shots on the board, but when the walls come down, when the map opens up, Hank gets you one shot and then he has a long reload. Meeple, even if he hits all 3 shots into somebody like Ollie, especially with Kit on his back, no shot he can grab a kill. Ziggy, it's going to take a little bit too. They just have to be focused as a team onto any of these individual brawlers. Otherwise, they're going to be lacking in numbers the whole way through.
None trying to find a connection of this Kit, but can't seem to find it. And immediately, as quickly as that, now the support of this Ollie is there. The Heretics, they're stuck inside their own heads currently. Chaos down to 900, and there's the stealing of it by Melty. The 3 versus 2 now. The odds are heavily in Reject's favor, but this is a great moment for Zar to bring back some fight. 2 versus 2 now, keeping Heretics alive in this question.
Added benefit of Lana cutting through those sandbags as well. I don't think Reject are going to be on their back heels for too long, but Zar has a hypercharge available, a super more importantly alongside it. But the longer this goes, the more it becomes an open range affair. You take these walls on the left and right-hand side out of the equation, but he's going to add 2 walls of his own. Entire box in the middle of this map. Zar trying to assist, Shu jumping just to stay out of harm's way, but a hypercharge going down. He's going for the extra damage. Sandbags up. Any form of defense would help Reject here. Shu falls down to 683. Somehow they've grabbed a kill. 1v1 interaction and Melty clutches up. Reject do it once again.
That could have been a massive moment for Zar. You can see how much he's trying to keep his team alive. A tough one for Lenan. Couldn't really go for the heal up. Was forced to stay low HP, but now the hypercharge comes in. It's going to be massive as the hypnosis affects Lenan. He goes down. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Oh, double hypnosis, and it's goodbye to EMEA. Reject steal it. Unreal.
Not just the win, a dominant showing out of East Asia's number 2. In the group of death, we've already found our first victim, but I'm sure most of the world wasn't expecting EMEA's number 3 of Zar, Lana, and iChaos to go down this early. What a marquee victory for the careers of this East Asian roster.
EMEA number 3 falls to East Asia, seed number 2. And guys, we need to seriously revise our opinion about East Asia's draft. Reject's draft was impeccable. I did not really see many mistakes made by Heretics just in terms of gameplay, team play, but the draft, I wasn't a fan. Reject comes through, goes over to day 2.
I'd have to review it, obviously, but it really felt like Team Heretics got what they wanted, I want to say. I mean, they had a very similar strategy, at least in terms of the names of the brawlers. 3 straight times, 3 very different maps. Reject seemed ready to go and well-equipped to deal with it.
And this is devastating. Chaos and Lana both made top 4 in 2024. Now we say goodbye to them already on day 1. We have one more match for you in store, and I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting. Hopefully not another 3-0 though. It's going to be Zeta Division versus Papara Supermassive. Stay tuned.
Zeta is really good. I think we can manage to beat them. I think our mechanics are as good as theirs.
Better than them?
I mean, not better, but we are close to, so yeah, they're really good.
어이 봐봐라. 급이 알아 어떡해.
We're now live for the last elimination match of the day. One more team we unfortunately will have to say goodbye to. It's either Zeta or Papara Supermassive. starting with Zeta Division from the East Asia region, the first seed, another org that needs no introduction, a three-peat organization now finally back with Chitampo. And Kenny, we just discussed how well made the drafts were from Reject. I said we need to revise our opinion on the East Asian region. We always keep saying they're mechanical wizards that draft not the best. Let's see if Zeta Division is going to do better. I did see some of the match against Stamina, and it wasn't only the draft, let's put it that way.
They're certainly going to keep me guessing, right? I think one of the surefire, quote-unquote, things we had coming into this was, of course, the #1 seed out of East Asia. Of course, champion Chitampo is going to be #4 seed from NA STMN. You'd be wrong. But Esports versus STMN will be our winner's match for this group tomorrow. But right here, right now, one of the greatest players to ever touch down on the map, Chitampo, is going to be fighting for his tournament live on just day #1.
I mean, you say something that we've got to revise our opinion of East Asia's drafting, but it makes me nervous to watch this match. I'll be honest, I mean, it really, really does. A player who made second place last year at the World Finals, Chitampo now, potentially in the same risk of what we just witnessed going out in the group stages. Tomzy, Enraged, and Felipe, they are hungry for this. For me, this was the outstanding performance that we saw at LCQ. No one expected Papara Supermassive, given their monthly final performances, to come through and make it to these World Finals, but they ended up being my favorite team to watch.
Career highlight it would be if Enraged found a W against Chitampo at his first ever World Finals.
Yeah.
You made me question East Asia. Well, East Asia just beat EMEA and made me question some drafts a second ago. Look, folks, I don't know what I know anymore. I'm just ready to see what happens on the field. Levy, Chitampo, and Suzuku, to me, were possible contenders for this event. They were great at Brawl Cup. I felt like their drafts weren't even necessarily the best, but they were still going head-to-head against some of these teams off pure mechanics. This is certainly a team I'm not ruling out.
Now, if East Asia Seed 2 can beat Seed 3 of EMEA, can East Asia Seed 1 beat Seed 8 of EMEA?
I can't do the math. The math is not it's impossible.
Complicated, really. And yet still, yeah, one of us said Papara Supermassive. I'm actually surprised it's only one, because we do have some Brits amongst the casting desk, and they are backing Papara Supermassive usually.
For me, this is a really tough one, and a prediction also that I didn't ever expect to have to make. I was with Papara Supermassive throughout the entirety of LCQ. It hasn't been the case at the World Finals. I don't know, I'm just going with feelings. I mean, what more do we have to work with at this stage? Our predictions are in the mud. It's as simple as that. But we are trying our best. I mean, hopefully at home you're doing a little bit better.
As I said, I ran into Enraged before, and he was devastated that they now have to go up against Zeta and not Stamina. Not looking forward to this one, but teams, please take the stage.
DreamHack Stockholm, it is now time for your final match of the day. Looking to keep the dream alive, it is Zeta Division and Papara Supermassive! Zeta Division have Suzuku, Levy, and Chitampo. Papara Supermassive have Tomzy, Filippo, and Enrage!
Papara Supermassive on the left-hand side had a little bit of a roster change mid-season, and now with Enrage looking as strong as never before, can they beat Zeta Division? A team that we did not expect at this point. We did not expect him to be in an elimination match today, but we also saw Humble down here. Maybe it's a strategy. Maybe they want to be underestimated going into day 2.
Look, they're the pros. I'm not. Let's not giga-brain it too much, though. Just win your match. Win your match. If you never lose, if you never lose, you never get eliminated. I mean, it's just that simple, right? I would be shocked. But Zeta Division, of course, can pull off some insane comebacks. They definitely could bounce back mentally. For players like Levy and Suzuku, though, they're much more of upstarts as well when it comes to the world stage. They're surrounded by veteran Chitampo, one of the oldest, most historic players in this game. So I think having that veteran presence matters in moments like this.
I really wonder, you know, how Zeta Division are feeling, considering that I have no doubt that they did not expect to be in this position in this match. I feel like they had a very good chance to ensure that that wasn't the case earlier today. But, I mean, credit to STMN, an underdog that no one really saw coming, and for Chitampo, who won with this very organization, no less, in 2021 at the World Finals, a one-time world champion. You know, it's just crazy to me. I mean, who wrote the script?
We had so many upsets today, definitely one of them being Zeta Division losing to STMN. It was a close match there, 3-2, and I'm sure you heard Juan Carlos scream all the way here that they won was not something they expected themselves, I think. Now, Zeta Division, the last time they played against EMEA was at Brawl Cup, and Kenny, can you enlighten us how that went?
I mean, Chatampo and the team did pretty well. I kind of expected EMEA to win the event, right? Humble and SK, I think, were just a step above them, whether it be in drafts. Obviously, their mechanics speak for themselves. I think Zeta Division, though, especially in their match versus SK at that time, showed me that without winning drafts, they're still contending. It was a 3-2 matchup. They're still really good players. Draft is such a crucial part of this game. So to me, if they can give themselves 50-50 drafts, 60-40 drafts, with the mechanics they have on the field, it's going to be really hard to top them.
For me, Zeta Division are a massive favorite. You know, they are up there in my top 3, I would say. And it's kind of like wild that, you know, can you have 4 grand final wins in East Asia for Zeta? That's as many as monthly finals Papara Supermassive qualified for. And, you know, with 3 quarterfinals exits and only 1 semi-finals showing, you know, on paper, it should be a no-brainer. But Papara Supermassive had the LCQ buff. I mean, they just came into their own. They had the reply totem virus in that regard. Their entire season long was just so forgettable, and then their LCQ was so memorable. At this stage, I don't know how to call this. I don't know which way this is going to go, but either way, it's a win for Brawl Esports as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, it makes sense. We don't know yet which way it's going to go. We could assume Zeta's going to take this one. If you need another reason here, Papara Supermassive, as far as I know, wasn't really able to scrim. They're one of the only teams that didn't have a boot camp because Enrage was still at school just 2 days ago. Let's see how well they're going to do now against Zeta Division. But honestly, with all the upsets we had today, I would say Papara Supermassive chances to beat Zeta Division are super good.
I think today could possibly go down as the craziest day in Brawl Esports. And if a match like...
Best World Finals ever.
It could. I mean, it's already starting off that way, to say the least. But Zeta Division, #1 seed from East Asia. Chatampo has not missed a top 4 in years. Years plural. Unheard of from players. He could go down to #4 seed from North America and #8 from EMEA all in one day.
Wow.
They could bury a contender right here, right now. If I'm Sup, I'm looking to put the kill shot on Zeta Division before they have a chance to run away and escape this lower bracket.
Obviously, for Papara Supermassive, gaining some very much valuable LAN experience. Tomzy of the squad, you know, has the most. There's OU. They don't want to see any more Primo. No more from that. We saw it a bit from Sargent. Didn't work out too well. But yeah, that's kind of what I expect. I kind of expect to see that on the event site, but nonetheless, I don't think it's nearly as one-sided, honestly, with how Papara Supermassive held their own at LCQ. I would love to see a bit about, you know, what happened with STMN earlier for Zeta. Have they been able to shake it off since that moment in time? Let's go into our first draft.
And Kenny, you've put it into perspective beautifully. Actually gave me goosebumps with the line. If Zeta Division loses today against seed #4 from NA and seed 8 from EMEA, it would be devastating. Something that we definitely did not expect. And even if it happens, I will believe I dreamt this whole day. And I'm gonna wake up and step onto the stage yet again to start our day 1 again. Golden Gulch now, our first map of the last match of the day. Gus is going to be picked up here first by Papara Supermassive.
Keep pinching myself with the reality that we're living in. I'm right there with you. It's been an unbelievable day. This is why we watch, folks. Gus, #1 on that left-hand side. And you know what? I'll say it. Bless up. No Doug coming into the equation. I know he's fun. I love the character. Enough of the cornball stuff. Let's see some people fight.
Tank still open here. Fire as the first pick. It could be a good combination. Let's be honest with those heals, but Ollie is also still here, open and very dangerous at that. Ray going to be potentially an option here. Things like RT and Tick could also show their face, but I know the Hank is definitely a Tomzy pick for Papara Supermassive. If I'm Zeta, you got to pick it now, because if you leave it open, it's 100% going the way of your opposition. That could be the plan. Take the Byron off the field, so at least they've got that taken off and combined with the Ollie, yeah. I mean, it is going to be a Hank coming out for sure, but that's a pretty decent combo.
Deadly combo, to say the least. I think Byron plus Ollie, especially on a map like this, not only gives you the range of Byron, but it also grants you the support to empower that Ollie, to let him get in the face of allies while also healing up because of Byron. It's a really great synergy. Ollie's still a really great brawler for this game mode specifically, but because of that, the little shrimp's going to go to the left-hand side, and they're going to play it alongside Gray. Now they've got Teleport plus Hank. So honestly, Byron plus Hank, Byron plus Ollie, or Gray plus Hank, Gray plus Ollie are two very common duos that you're going to see on maps like this.
Well, final pick coming in now for Zeta. Jae-Young could be an opportunity here to be able to have even more additional speed for the Ollie to close the gap, but then we're going with Daryl. That's the brawler that, I don't know, I was not on my radar, but certainly with the Byron, plus the Ollie, plus the Daryl, that's a lot of HP coming your way. And with the support of the Byron, it's quite a dangerous prospect.
Two teams. One on the left I kind of expected to see, the LCQ squad, but defending past world champion Zeta Division. Certainly not on my bingo card for the day. Enraged in his first ever World Finals, has the chance to mark his legacy. It is number 8 from EMEA taking on the Kings of East Asia. Let's get it underway.
The Daryl could be quite good into this Hank, so if Tomsy can try to evade Tambo, that lane side has already been chosen. But it could be a little bit of a ring around the Rosie affair here. No connection from Enraged on the Walking Cane gadget. Quite rare to see Enraged miss in one of these, always so consistent to tapping. But certainly a lot of pressure mounting. Daryl has now the roll, and the way that this map is situated, it could be a long one.
Chitapo's possibility of positioning is so good because of that rollout. Now he gets 2 of them because of that super as well. He's going to be looking for an isolated kill. I think he's on the hunt for Tomsy right here. He's got to be thinking about it at least. Now Enraged rotating this left-hand side of Zeta Division does the same thing. East-west affair. Little go at the Walking Cane, but no such connection.
Yeah, I can't blame Enraged for it. If he managed to find someone just in the blind of that bush, then it would have been able to break it open. Chitapo rolling in, finds the pickup as well. 2 versus 2 though, and it's now a 2 versus 1. It's going to be Tomsy and Enraged trying to stay firm. The Hypnosis is in play. Tomsy is low, but the small to Enraged though. Superpower Massive get that round.
Did burn the teleportation, something to keep in mind, but Enraged does have a hypercharge to go alongside him. Tomsy once again starting in the middle of the map while Ollie tries to skateboard his way up the middle. Trying to keep eyes on Daryl as well. Again, he can get a sneak attack. You saw it there. A trade is not good enough though. You have to be able to bring down this Hank. If you can take down the Hank, they have enough damage just as a unit from Zeta Division to get the numbers.
Oh, what a roll from Chitapo. Now the hypercharge coming in, but look at this. An absolute stacking. The Hypnosis is being cycled beautifully by Suzuku, but somehow Enraged gets the final say. That was actually ridiculous.
The young gun strikes back. Great grab there. They needed it. They were sitting ducks, a line of them just waiting to be plucked one by one. Instead, though, it's Sup taking game number 1 of the first set. Zeta Division with work to be done.
What a wild first game. Tomsy this time round taking a lot of scrutiny from this Byron. Another missed Walking Cane from Enraged, but now hypnotized as well, but couldn't see a way in which the Tampa could have been able to do better of getting those taps in. Suzuki really punishing Tomsy on his left-hand side. Levy has the splash available too. This is a good position now for Zeta, keeping Superpower Massive in this back small side. Enraged is actually going to be out of position on this right-hand side.
Sup rotating right, slowly but surely. Filippo glued to Tomsy. The Zeta Division have all the utility in the world. 3 supers for their side, so certainly advantage in that category. But Enraged, of course, can swoop in a moment's notice. Does have the dimensional door available. Once this fog starts to close in, it's really going to force the issue.
Big taps from Filippo. What a slow there from Chitapo to help out with Suzuku. Tomsy might fall here if he can't super in time with the torpedoes. Low HP. He finds 2. It's a trade either side though. 2 versus 2 now. Chitapo falls. It's just Levy. He's going to be falling himself. And that round again goes the way of Papara. Supermassive. Zeta Division are nowhere to be seen right now, making some plays, but not being able to establish a round.
especially considering all the health points on Zeta Division side between the Ollie and Chitampo on the Daryl. The fact that a Gray and Gus are getting the job done is rather impressive. I think they're able to preserve Tomsy just long enough to get the damage, and then they clean up kills. On top of that, they're just executing really well. Great shots going down, making them count when it matters most, especially in those closing scenarios.
Well, 2 hypercharges available on the side of Zeta. Enraged has his also, but for Tomsy, for Filippo, the utility to really helping hand so far. Zeta are starting to squeeze. Now Chitampo thinking better of it. Now he goes in hypercharge in play. Tomsy there pops the shield as well. Suzuki coming in, gets the hypnosis, the heals as well from Levi. Still at 3 versus 2 now though, as Papara Supermassive still have the player-based lead. Oh, what a splash! That's massive! And that's just swung things in favor of Zeta.
Levy with some taps right there. Suzuki getting stronger with every second that goes by. Filippo sees the writing on the wall and will escape into the green cloud. 1-1 in game number 2. Sub still 1 round away from shocking Zeta Division, from taking the opening. Oh, and an aggressive start here. Suzuki lurking, pops out. Chitampo there for reinforcement, but the cavalry can't arrive quite in time. Now it's Tomsy going on the aggressive, looking for the shot just out of Enraged. Now gets the ball, gets it on the board. 3-2 scenario, especially considering how quickly they rushed up that map. I can't believe Zeta Division walked away without the numbers.
I like the approach from Zeta, going in and quickly going out, but Papara Supermassive closed the gap just enough, and a great Kuki gadget there from Filippo really did a wondrous amount of work. A tough ask now for Zeta. Can they find just one somewhere? Tomsy might be the play, but again, with Enraged having the dimensional doors, it's going to be a really, really tough thing to get anyone, really, because the ball is going to be coming in. There's the slow from Chitampo. Tomsy low again. Suzuki coming in now, gets the hypnosis as well, but can Zeta steal this enough to get this round? It'd be amazing if they do it. Tomsy's the lowest. Enraged coming in. Huge ball from Tomsy, and the finish is strong. The set goes the way of EMEA.
Super impressive stuff coming out of an unexperienced roster, at least on the world stage on the left-hand side. Got some veterans in the game as well. Obviously, LCQ appearances for several of these guys. Enraged, though, made his first debut at a LAN this year. If he goes 2 for 2 in terms of those debuts, it would be a really remarkable thing.
That is the best start Papara Supermassive can hope for here. 7 for Enraged, a massive result. Again, I can't express enough how important these first sets of starts can be for a squad, especially what I'm sure many will be seeing here as an underdog in Papara Supermassive for Zeta. I mean, they have really got so much to that name, so much credentials on top of things. Can you just imagine a former world champion going out in the group stages? I mean, it's unheard of.
It'll be crazy. I mean, look at this play right here. 3 brawlers hypnotized. Nobody survives, and it's Enraged who gets the last second shot. Beautiful performances so far. Just this replay really showing what Sub can do.
Huge taps from Enraged. He did so well, honestly, to be alive for the majority of the time. It was really commendable.
Dooku, of course, doing great. Chitampo tried to roll in, but just couldn't quite get there. Really impressive. Let's hear what they had to say.
Our time now. It's our time now.
I know. They're not ready, bro.
Oh, yeah.
We're actually gonna win, bro. I know. There's no way we lose. We're better than them.
Let's send them home.
You hear that words from Look, the coach saying, it's our time, boys. And it does feel like the winds have shifted this World Finals. Who could have predicted any of the results today? I mean, it really has been primetime marketing, as Adrian backstage jokes from the Brawl Stars team. It's a great day for the Brawl Stars Academy. I'm sure so few people will be able to really reap the benefits of having those gems because, yeah, who knows at this point?
I mean, if that's the equivalent, I'm bankrupt at this point. I mean, we are in shambles right now in predictions world, and that is A-OK. We love being wrong on this stage. Really great storylines to come out of this, no matter how you spin it. Even if Zeta survives, would be an awesome feat to accomplish. But for Sub, I think it would mean so much to take down a caliber of a team, #1 team from EA, going against the #8 of EMEA. I mean, that just, when you look at it on paper, it doesn't translate. It doesn't make sense. But math has not been mathing today. It is what it is. Kaboom Canyon is where we direct our attention next. No Finks. That's an interesting band.
for me in the last set as well, I mean, I could see the Hank coming a mile away. I think for Zeta, they've got to be a lot more cautious on shutting down what Papara Supermassive want to get in this draft, even if it means taking it off the table. The bans being the Melody, the Cordelis, and the Finks. Chuck banned out by Zeta. Good to see Finks and the Crow. And Amber, early pick there from Papara Supermassive. Interesting stuff. I think this is the place where Carl could still potentially thrive here, especially now with the meta being where it's currently at. Mina's left open here as well, which could be a chance. For Zeta, they like kind of wild stuff here. Penny's actually quite a big pick for them here, but Kaze definitely up there for me as a must-pick brawler.
Penny, a fun one. Into Amber, though, I think it's tough just because you don't get as much benefit out of the barrel, but if you do get the turret down, you can apply so much pressure. I kind of see it going both ways, right? Finks in the double ban category, despite him being more of a hot zone brawler, just the control he brings to the table, the strength of the brawler itself, it does make sense to me. I can get there. Melody, of course, being an aggro, and because of one of these aggros being removed, it makes the quality and the presence of somebody like Kaze so much higher. So I think grabbing Kaze makes a ton of sense to me.
Lily could be a very good shout here as well, just to keep the pressure on with the Chuck ban. It's brawlers like that that can really keep you kind of on the back foot. I like a lot of range of watch. You know, obviously with what Papara Supermassive are bringing, there's another ranged brawler to add to things. Angelo coming in. I quite like the idea of a potential Brock here for Papara Supermassive. Tara, yeah, it's up there in their highest play rates. They don't tend to scrim this map too often. There is the Lily that I really kind of love to see. So yeah, I'm liking now things with the Lily in play.
It's more of an occurrence, of course, in Gym Grab, but Tara being a counter into Lily, now that Sup have taken Tara, it is safer to grab the Lily. There's less counters that Zeta Division can bring to the table. Considering that Lily is more of a tankier assassin, somebody could do quite well into Kaze on paper. In the face of Angelo could do quite well, because Angelo gets one good shot, and his reload speed is so slow to charge all the way up and knock that arrow. There's the Penny that you were talking about, too. Great shout out of you.
Is it going to work? That's the thing. I mean, it's been a while already seeing Penny play itself out in Kaboom Canyon, for me at least, but I don't mind it. Did receive a little bit of an upgrade recently, but I mean, I still kind of love what Papara Supermassive got here. I feel like Tara's a really underrated brawler pick here, and certainly, even despite the kind of changes to the safe heist in Heist, it's still really viable. The pets can still get a ton of value in that regard, so good to find people within the bush. If you want to bring in Vision, that's an option there as well. It's like Enhancer, I should say, is a gadget of choice, but Felipe and Lily, he's a really, really dangerous person to have on that brawler.
Big opportunity for both sides. Sup an opportunity to show the world what they are capable of. For Zeta Division, a reminder that they are a threat, that they're a #1 seed for a reason. And to start, numbers on Zeta Division's side, it's going to be a close to team wipe, but Levy will survive. So on the left-hand end, they establish the turret. Filippo, ignoring all of it, goes to the Shadow Realm, up to this right-hand side. He's going to be looking for that L-shaped flake of indestructible walls just to try and keep himself afloat.
Great from Levy there to come in to deal with the pets, which would have been a real problem for Angelo. Felipe now staying in position, though, with the help of Enrage, getting some damage onto the safe. There's still Papara Supermassive that are the lower in that respect. Tomsy gets the trade there with Tampo, or Suku rather, and there's a crack. A very important one that's there for Tampo. Felipe goes straight back into the realm.
That's a big layer of the high safe to get through. Now they take a lead on that one. Super going down from Suzuku, so unrelenting damage approaching that high safe as Tomsy tries to operate on the right hand, and Gadget going down. Super trying to burn down the opposition. Ultimately just a couple trades. 3Ks raining down on that bottom safe. Up top though, a flamethrower. Filippo punching his way down 50 to now just under 40. It's neck and neck.
Absolutely so. Suzuki trying to stay in position in this bottom right to allow some time here. Shitame pops the hypercharge. The Penny turret is getting some maximum value, and there goes down another stage. Enrage getting some taps here, trying to defend for his life as Levy from the right hand side gets a lot of taps himself.
Zeta Division are falling back right now. Suzuku doing his best on defense. Chitampo there to assist. A burn going down up the middle of the map. Tomsy low HP though. Has to hold on tight. Suzuku being patient. For an aggressive brawler, they know they are just one strike away, but they have to be perfect. Both teams have gotten to the final heist safe. A strike through, a super from Tara. Not enough though. The final shots fall. And it'll be good enough for Zeta Division to take the opening game.
Great stuff there from Zeta, but a close match. One that I feel could go to the third game very much easily. Papara Supermassive didn't really make any mistakes that I kind of see there. Just close all the way until the end, really. The Kaze first pick, it's just, you can see why it's so good. But Filippo can continuously get behind this field of action and be a pest and keep going into that realm. try and get a better start this time round.
Angelo pierces through all of it, and as a result, Enraged falls. Shitampo glaring down Filippo, who will rotate to this top left-hand side. He's looking to approach the high safe, getting a few taps in, as Suzuku does the exact same. Daggers flying down the right hand, approaching on that high safe, as Enraged now flips the defense. This is still advantage for Sup. They're getting more damage and have penetrated that first high safe percentage.
Suzuku and Enraged there, just dancing it out. Neither side giving anything to the other. As now the pets come in, Filippo's going to stay in position here. Now Suzuki wants to make the play. Going to go straight towards the safe and try and get not too much damage, but the crack of the safe is so important now as Levy and Shitampo come for the helping hand. Gravity though for Enraged can also break this push. They will connect. Oh, but actually a little clip of that wall there from Levy.
Beautiful footwork, and Suzuku did a great job of getting just enough to get through that layer of the high safe without burning a super, so now he can use it right now. They're one ahead, 74 to 47. It's still close, but Suzuku staying alive on that bottom right-hand side while Angelo can put pressure in the mid is a big deal for the red roster.
Nice block there from Filippo. Not taking any chances. The hypercharge here could be strong if he times it right. Suzuku straight onto the safe again. Thomas is going to struggle here, I feel, but does very well in the circumstances. Can Leve crack the safe? He does. That's absolutely massive here for Zeta, who can now just go fully on the offensive.
Suzuku plays defense. Super available as well, and he's hovering over it. Alongside of the hypercharge, there he goes. Off to the races on the left-hand side. Goes for the fan storm, and looking for that extra damage as well. It will trickle all the way down to 0%. Tie ball game, folks. Zeta Division aren't done yet.
Very strong map there for Zeta. In their preparation process, the scrim days have said the same. Very, very high percentages of play rates on the brawlers, and now I'm looking at Penny. I think that was a great combination. I mean, the Penny turret was getting so much value. Combining that with the Kaze, I think it was a really, really smart move. Tampa as well, tapping away on that Andrew. 12 takedowns, 403 DPS, by far outperforming everyone in that match.
I mean, he's one of the greatest to ever do it. So the fact that he could be removed from the equation on day number 1 would certainly change things up. My perspective on Brawl Esports certainly has today with all of the upsets that we have. Of course, if Sup grabbed this one against Zeta Division, it would be another one to tally on what has been a wonderful day of Brawl Stars. The veterans aren't going anywhere yet. Levy, Suzuku, of course, newer to the World Final stage compared to their adversary Shitampo, but nonetheless, mechanical geniuses, fantastic at their craft. And that time, I think they gave themselves a much better setting in the draft, and as a result, you could see it. You could feel that difference. You know they can play.
For me, it's like the will of East Asia is just unmatched. You know, like they really are just able to just be able to shut off the noise around them. That's the thing, you know. They can lose the first set, they can lose the second set. How they can go into match point against them scenarios and still stay calm. God, like the ice in their veins is absolutely ridiculous. Sonny, are you not supposed to be around here anytime?
Oh, okay, just taking some time off, I guess. That's all right.
Let's see a show here.
All right.
Like the
I get it. I talked to him too. Yeah, I chat with him too. One of the greatest to ever do it as well.
Good stuff as we head on over to Undermine then for Gem Grab up next. 1 set apiece. And this is one that really, I feel, could very much go to a 5th and final set. I feel like they are so evenly matched, which says, I think, more about Papara Supermassive in that regard. A team which, you know, have not found themselves on the world stage. You know, Tomsy in 2023 at the LCQ came so close and just fell short. Back then, playing with Humble, you know, with Cyclone and Lukey. How times have changed, but one thing has not changed. That's Gem Grab. Playing the objective here, so important. And again, the better in the current state, it's just in a very balanced place. It makes it very challenging, doesn't it, for analysts these days?
You know, as much information now as we have with all the drafts going down, all the analysts just diving into so many numbers and scrims and brawlers, it's made our jobs really entertaining because now we get to break it all down for you with a little more education on our side, but it makes it so hard to predict at times because there's a bajillion brawlers in the game, a bajillion different strategy lines, and these guys know the ins and outs of every interaction. Whenever you watch one of these pro teams have a quote-unquote bad draft, just remember how many brawlers are on the game, just how good they are, and the fact of how quickly they have to make a decision that could cost them their tournament lives. The pressure has never been higher in this game.
Well, rough's open here for Zeta. If they want to gravitate towards it, great just to kind of break and also maybe even go for some bush at the same time. Mo's a brawler which gets to play here as well, so it'll be kind of interesting to see whether that is something which they want to experiment with. Yeah, Ruff's first pick. It's just that safe brawler pick, and it's going to provide a lot of value no matter what it's combined with.
Ruffs as a first selection too. It's just so safe. It's very dependable. Support brawler that can grant your teammate a hypercharge with a hypercharge of his own. The dog tree, of course, gives you more HP, and on top of that, more firing power. So the longer it goes, the longer you can stay alive, the better Colonel Ruffs is going to be. But they haven't locked themselves in on any particular strategy. This is why first picks can be really important. It's harder for Sup to counter Colonel Ruffs, and if they overcommit to countering something like a Colonel Ruffs, well, then Zeta Division are just going to zig while they zag. Tara, of course, going to be a staple of Gym Grab. Somebody that's really good. I discussed it earlier, but the Lily and Tara combination can work really well on Gym Grab because they both have reverse mechanics. They can grab those last second gems, and their supers are crucial. The Shadow Realm, of course, with somebody like Lily would be a nice pairing for this. But because they have Tara, it's going to make it much more difficult for Zeta Division to lock this brawler. So Sup could get risky and let it go.
That was Prawn ready.
Yeah, if Hank's left open, it's going to be a Papara supermassive pick. But Otis is also open, so I wouldn't mind that as an opportunity to maybe capitalize down. Buster as well, I think has a real place on maps like this. Let's see how Zeta feel about things. They're kind of more probably like Papara supermassive ideas, I mean, to have towards that end stage. But, I mean, Chester is an option here, certainly so. Lily, I think, could also have a place on this particular map, or Crow on those side lanes. It's definitely something which could be the case. I think Crow combined with the Ruff's supply drop, quite difficult to deal with. Draco coming in now for Zeta. That's a brawler that I didn't kind of expect to see on this particular map. I think it gets some value, but kind of more of a hot zone pick for me, if I'm honest.
Draco's cooled off, I would say, in general, overall, but it is one of those answers that people look to for Hank in particular. The fact that they have Tara on their side does help because the high DPS can help bring down Draco. Obviously, is a gadget that can keep him alive no matter what, but it is a long cooldown, so you can't just constantly be clicking that button. Of course, alongside Colonel Ruffs, it's nice to have a tank, but I think Zeta Division need a little bit more. I feel like they either have to find a way to really focus on the Hank, or they have to have some kind of comeback mechanic, and that's where Lily comes to play. So even if they're down for the count, you can still rely on something like a hypercharge or a Shadow Realm gadget to at least get you one final opportunity to swipe the gems.
And back over to Papara supermassive. Amber, Otis, I mean, these are all brawlers that could really cause a problem here, especially for this Draco. The Lily be muted out so immediately quickly for the Ollie, so I'm kind of favoring it a little bit in that regard. The Fat Splatter does get some good value in terms of awareness in the bush. He'll be going in with the Ash. I mean, not a brawler that I was kind of looking for here myself, but one that I think gets some good value.
It's really interesting because this is a very untraditional mid situation for both teams. I mean, I think it has to be Tara and it has to be Colonel Ruffs, right? They're just going for full, I mean, God, who knows anymore, right? But I just think that has to be it. Otis otherwise would have made a lot of sense to me, right? Just being able to use the mute button, leaving the enemy team useless, but they are just going to add the health points here. Number 8 from EMEA, tied up with Zeta Division, a long-time legacy in Chitampo on that red side. And now he is fighting just to claim a second set.
Well, Tomsy straight away really getting some value from Chitampo, but Robotic Rats, though, not going to be enough. It's the last stand. Keep him alive on that left-hand side lane. 3 gems over enraged. Zlevay has just the 1 in the mid. The Flames now lick the map. A little bit of time. Tomsy's going to have to be very cautious to go back to this bush.
Suzuku diving in, but Filippo already has a supercharge up. Didn't have the opportunity to use it though, and now Suzuku has recycled. Chitampo still operating quite well on this left-hand side lane with the flamethrower, and Levi has broken up even more of these walls. I think the Zeta Division win condition is if they can break open the map and hold that positioning, because once you let go, Hank with the bubble, Tara with the super, it just makes it rather difficult to come back.
Chitampo wins that left-hand side lane from Tomsy. That's massive for him. Suzuku now falls. It will alleviate things slightly on the right, as Levi can't continue to stay in this position. And with no super to break that wall, Tomsy can just use it to his advantage. Now, the tables have turned.
Sup now with full control in the middle of the map. Chitampo, though, racing his way up, grabs a kill in Rage, trades. Levy versus Enrage. Levy knows better. He's going to wait. He sees the super available for Enrage, but now with low HP, Enrage needs to be cautious. Has the cavalry coming in on the left-hand side. Oh, a devastating miss for Suzuku, and as a result, numbers for Sup.
Yeah, overextended there. And should have maybe played it a little bit safer. 7 gems for Enraged. And that Tara, as we know, can just turn the game immediately on its head. But the hypercharge there for Chitampo, getting maximum value. He's going to find Enraged now. Gravity will go out. He's struggled another hypercharge though for Enraged, and he will clear it up. But in the meanwhile, it has brought valuable time for Zeta, who gets 7 gems in the pocket.
The world's rookie was tested, and he passed. A trade of kills, but Filippo can scoop the gems. Zeta Division holding on for dear life right now. A 10th gem about to spawn. If Filippo extends, it will be a countdown for the blue side.
Suzuki running forwards, gets some big hits onto Filippo, but Filippo will heal now. His teammates can go on the aggressive with 6 seconds left. I don't think Chitampo's going to be able to get anywhere near it. Suzuki, no super, no dice. And that game will go the way again of Papara Supermassive.
Pivotal set 3. No room for error from either of these sides. They're already down to their final life. We talked about it earlier, but Group D did not get enough media attention, if you will. We talked about it in Scrim. Zeta Division, a strong roster. If Zeta Division could hold, or excuse me, STMN could hold their weight, this group got a whole lot dicier. Sup have delivered, STMN have delivered, and now some of these titans of their region, previous world champions, are fighting for tournament lives on day 1.
Tambo trying to get some value early on. Goes down very quickly. Tomsy and Filippo hunkered down that right-hand side. Guido finds Enraged. That's a great amount of damage. Oh, what a prediction as well from Suzuki. Lovely stuff from him. Leaving Filippo then all alone, forced back. And there's a much better start there from Zeta.
Wall break in the middle of the map too, so Zeta Division have much easier access to the middle immediately, especially if they get spawn trapped. They need that open space. Tomsy dancing around Suzuku. Hypercharge goes down. Suzuku claims another. Levy still with plenty of gems in hand. Flamethrower going down on the left-hand side as Filippo is backed away. Enraged, holding on to a super for dear life. The gadget goes through. He's body blocking everything. It's a trade, and Tomsy accidentally scoops a gem.
Power Supermassive now. Really starting to struggle. Hypercharge there for Levy. Going straight to the ideal candidate of the Draco of Tampo now, who's going to be absolutely decimating this left. Tomsy falls, Filippo's going to be surely the next port of call, as the Pet's now coming in for something to be able to inflict something back. I mean, Papara Supermassive really floundering until now.
Have to keep an eye on Enraged. He has a hypercharged super. You know how lethal that can be activated there. But a gadget from Chitampo will keep him up a little longer than I think anticipated. Suzuku now diving in. This is dangerous. Filippo had the super available, survives. Now all of a sudden what went from a dominant Zeta Division game is a lead for Sup.
Yeah, special delivery from Suzuku. But now maybe he can afford to go more on the aggressive, and that could be a plus. Let's see. Chitampo's too low here. He's going to have to force himself back and allow Levi to bring down that hypercharge drop yet again. But that one gem's falling in as Enraged finds all of them. They don't need the one from the mid. They can just take them straight from Zeta's pockets.
Shot clock available, and Zeta Division need to hustle like they've never hustled before. Hypercharge available for Suzuku. He pops it. Dragon's Breath goes down. 2 members remaining. Fighting against the clock. Suzuku dives in. Not enough though. Sup hold on and will take the lead against East Asia's #1.
This is getting scary. Very scary for Zeta. Coming into today, the question on everyone's minds is how many EMEA teams would survive day 1? Are we about to lose a former world champion in the group stage? It just feels to me like Papara Supermassive are handling the scrutiny so well. 10 takedowns for Chitampo, 554 DPS on Draco, and it still was not enough.
They're rising to the moment. For World's rookies, this is startling. The fact that they can do this against somebody like Chitampo, and in fairness to the other members of Zeta Division, not nearly as much world stage time, of course. They're young to this as well. It's tough. It's hard to be the best. The pressure is high for somebody like Zeta Division. They're playing alongside one of the greatest ever do it. They're playing against Sup, who have nothing to lose. They're the LCQ team, the #8 team from EMEA. Many didn't even have them walking through the gauntlet that was the last chance qualifier. And now they stand tall, up 2-1 against one of the giants of the globe.
Crazy stuff. And Dueling Beetles, I'm not being funny, it's such an unforgivable map, isn't it? I mean, when you're behind, this is not really the one that you want to see in the rotation. It's a very, very scary time. And I mean, this is just by far the most outrageous first data any World Finals in Brawl Esports history. It's just unthinkable that we are watching what we are watching right now. I would love this to go all the way to a 5th final set. I feel like it deserves to be finalized there, but for the most part, Papara Supermassive have been out in front more often than not in this series.
Look, whoever ends up winning this, well-deserved. If you're Sup, you have tackled a Titan. Unbelievable stuff. If you're Zeta, you have come back against a team that is clearly better than the world thought they were. Two great teams showing up at the 2025 World Finals, and if Zeta Division go down, I think I'll stand by it. It'll go down as the craziest day yet in Brawl Stars history. Brawl Cup was already up there for me. I remember Toxic Lotus popping off. But 2025 has more in the book for us yet. Plenty of chapters left to be written. And Sup have an opportunity to end things right here, right now, on Dueling Beetles.
Pam ban for both sides, exactly what was needed, in all honesty. Haze, though, definitely open here for Zeta. It's a possibility. Cordelius available here. Crow available also. Berry, though, is a big pick for me that I feel like is not going to be a first pick idea for Zeta. So for Papara Supermassive, some opportunities to combine a healer with something, probably a Hank, no less, because again, it's not banned. And the Pam is a massive healer that's out of the conversation, so Fink's going to come in for Zeta. It's not a bad first pick, I quite like it.
Hard to pass on a Finks, especially in this spot. You mentioned, but no Pam, and of course no Meeple in that band stage. So to me, this is one of the best, if not the best mids you can grab. It's a great brawler, and the super covers the entire ring of that hot zone. So instantly, if you stand in it, you're receiving shots that are coming at you a million miles an hour, and if you want to put anything out there, it's going to be slowed like molasses. Finks a safe first pick, can deal really well into all kinds of brawler, even into tanks. He may not be able to bring them down, but he can dive in, get a simple TP away, preserve his life, and then gain back ammo and get right back in there for the fight.
Ruffs is a great starting hand for Papara Supermassive. Being able to break just that little bit of sidewall can be very influential, and combined with anything, it's going to bring home a lot of goods. Is it going to be a Hank coming in for Papara Supermassive? A bit of a, yeah, Otis first, and then maybe have that in your back pocket for the third and final pick. I was going to say, it's probably maybe not the time of the draft to do so. I'm liking the way that they are doing this, keeping Zeta guessing. Zeta have got to be prepared now for something to come.
Safe picks, great picks. They haven't committed to any strategy just yet. They can adjust to what Zeta Division do. Everybody's been cautious so far. Nobody wanting to reveal their cards just yet. Well, now Zeta Division don't have a choice. 4-5 turn here, and they need a little flare of aggression, maybe some throwers. Those are the common ones we see. No Juju, which has been a top thrower in the meta so far. Instead, they're going to go with a support brawler in Jaeyoung. I imagine they will pair this with something aggressive. Hank's still on the board, but when you're looking in the face of Otis, that doesn't sound like too fun. In fact, no tank sounds like too fun. So will they go with a beefy brawler? Will they go with an assassin to get in the face of somebody like Colonel Ruffs? Or will they play it passive, which would definitely surprise me?
Such an important brawler to get right here, because as Zeta, they've got to read through what Papara Supermassive are cooking. And that Otis second pick, it's saying something to me, and that's the brawler to take off the field, in my opinion. So that's a good time for it, combined with the Jaeyoung, who I feel has dropped off slightly, certainly since LCQ. I think with the combination of the Jaeyoung and the Hank, Zeta might have just given themselves an edge. Let's see what this third and final pick is for Papara.
A crucial decision. Sup with an opportunity to put down a world champion on day number 1. You don't want them to escape this set. When you get to a set 5, you never know what's going to happen. This is once again a safe option. This is a squishy brawler with long range, but they don't have too many health points. They don't have much aggression. This has to be a perfect control game out of Sup.
I'm not convinced that Papara Supermassive got what they were looking for here. It just doesn't really have the synergy I was looking for, but the Otis will be a good answer to the Hank. The heals of the Barley can work, and the Ruffs to bring everyone further forwards. It's not a bad shout, let's be honest. For Zeta, this is a must-win set. The number 1 seed of East Asia are in trouble. But they're also not leaving the spawn, and that's a concern. Might have to be a reset here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it on behind the scenes, and it looks like we are confirming a restart here. Gonna make sure that Sup earn this one if they're going to take down East Asia's number 1. Nonetheless, a very passive draft at that, right? This is very defensive, and I feel like just given the year we've had and since hypercharges have been introduced, it's really rare to see all defense. Barley going to have to play from behind those walls. It's a squishy brawler. Otis, a really good shutdown brawler. but it might not be good enough into the heels of a Jaeyoung. The speed of a Jaeyoung combined with Hink in a one-on-one interaction, I can believe in it. Otis is phenomenal, one of the better brawlers, I think, in the game right now, one of the safest brawlers. Colonel Ruffs, though, not necessarily a heavy hitter either. So really interesting coming out of SUP. Two very different ideations of our current draft setting, and I think this just goes to show how many different winning strategies there are. Obviously yet to be proved for either of these teams, but we definitely have a bigger variety of brawlers now than we have maybe all year.
Well, again, just going to be slowing things down just a touch whilst we get things reset. Which, to be honest, is exactly what Zeta need right now. I mean, they do need a little bit of a timeout. So I think Papara Supermassive would love to have kept that momentum flowing. So, but on the cusp of something really quite special. I mean, one step away from doing the unthinkable. I need this to be a final set, Kenny. At that point, I don't think mind either way it goes. Our predictions are already in the mud, let's be honest. And as I always love to say, prove me wrong. It's exactly how I feel about my predictions. I'm all okay with being wrong. But whilst we wait for the match to get underway, let's head over to Barney and see where he's at in the stadium.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Treasure Hunt. Positioned just in front of the Brawl Stars Esports stage, this is the Treasure Hunt. Essentially what you have to do is you have to go around the arena and collect as many stamps as you can. There are 7 to collect, and once you have all 7 of them, you come over here to this incredible booth where you can spin the wheel and you get the option of winning a prize. It's either XP or a prize. And I can see there's so many people queuing up right here because people love a bit of merchandise and a few giveaways as well. So I think it's about time that I get my first stamp. Love it. Let's get more.
Thank you, Barney, and I'm going to have to work on those stamps throughout the weekend because I know I want as much merch and XP as possible. A lovely stand over there by our gift shop. We're just waiting a moment, folks. Zeta Division, making sure that we get every player queued away, so I want to make sure that these players are operating to their fullest capabilities. For now, though, it is SUP up 2-1. The number 8 seed of EMEA with an opportunity to bury one of the biggest foes of this entire tournament. This certainly was not something I anticipated for the day. Predictions are out the window for the world, so if you are joining us for the first time, congratulations. You might witness the craziest day in Brawl Esports history.
I mean, you're going to be going over to the booths, going at your goodies, mate. You got a job to do.
Hey, after the job, after the clock, off the clock, off the clock.
Yeah, it's been a wild one. The wildest of starts to any Brawl Stars World Finals. And to see Zeta Division behind is honestly just a situation that I did not expect to see. But Papara Supermassive, I'm sure that they did not account necessarily to be playing this team. I'm pretty sure that they were thinking it was going to be STMN. But I think that could dwell well for them, honestly. I mean, if they can actually do this, going into day 2 with that in their minds, I mean, that's going to be a really great thing to improve your mental going to sleep on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Stamina or if SUP win this in this case, the exact same situation, right? If you can beat Zeta Division, why can I not beat Foot?
Yeah.
Okay, if I can beat Foot in Zeta Division, why can't I beat whoever the opponent is in front of me? This would be a huge confidence builder. This is what legacies are built on the backs of. And for Zeta Division, one of the greatest legacies in this game with Shitampo has made top 4 straight years, 3 grand finals, 1-time champion, looking to be one of the few in rare air that take a second title. Several of those players out here today. The fact that he could be removed on day number 1, a crazy thing to say the least.
Well, again, just going to be waiting to get the draft back underway. Obviously, in a mode like Hot Zone, you've got to be fresh off the mark. We want to ensure that everything is good for all players involved. So it's a little bit of an issue just connecting in for, I believe it was Papara Supermassive, so ensuring that that doesn't happen this time round. Shouldn't be too long now, though. But if we do go the distance, Layer Cake will be that 5th and final map. So, I mean, certainly that's where I want to see this decided. But again, for Hot Zone, Dueling Beetles is a very, very tough map. If you lose control, that's really where it can be just impossible to retake. So we'll see how things will fare. But again, in terms of your predictions at home, really hoping that they're better than ours here on the desk because we are a bit in the mud.
Yeah, I was going to say apologies to all it's just been a tough day. I buried my predictions a long time ago. We held a funeral. It's been a whole thing off stage. I don't know what to say, but I'm unbelievably impressed by the caliber of gameplay we've seen here just on day number 1. The stakes only get higher. This is just day 1 of 3 for those watching at home and here at DreamHack Stockholm. It's been an unbelievable environment. The fans are everywhere supporting all kinds of crazy team. I've seen jerseys galore. Been an awesome experience so far. The fact that we've had these level of matches just adds to it.
I mean, I think it says a lot, doesn't it? When we're on the desk, I would hope to say for a good reason. But we like to hope that we are able to bring some good insights to who we think will do well. But the fact that we are just as completely blind as I'm sure everyone else is today, it's already a first, and I'm incredibly grateful for it. But for Papara Supermassive, for Zeta Division, this is no rehearsal. This is their last shot. You lose, you're out. It's as simple as that. And so far, I'm sure, for Papara Supermassive, they've got to be feeling good about this.
It's a ruthless industry, and one that doesn't have room for a lot of error. A very unforgiving game that we have here. Just goes to show the level of competition that we are working with across the world in Brawl Esports. Something special just happens every time we touch down on a LAN, especially in 2025. I feel like we've had so many more upsets, so many cool stories. The Revenant X-Sparks of the world, the Toxic Lotuses from Brawl Cup and LCQ, and now even here today, really solid squads have been upset. We'll have to see if Zeta Division can be the next one on the chopping block. Sup have a real opportunity to show what they can do here on the world stage.
And in we go. Kills out quickly from Filippo. It's Zeta that make the first move into the zone and get just about 15% so far. The 0 of Papara, but now with just one man down on the side of Zeta, a chance to make up for lost time fast, batter out from Enraged, and just trying to mirror their Tampo's movements.
Sup have to rely on control. They have to find a way to grab kills. They have great shutdown options. Somebody like Enraged on this Otis with a mute button at any time can be a real hindrance to Suzuki and what he wants to do. Super going down, but a super going out for Suzuki to try and stay up. Great takedown, going to be a trade. Still numbers for Sup, and now just a lone Chitampo has to deal with all of these young upstarts. He's doing a good job of buying time, but not enough to equate to any kills.
A nice gadget there from Chitampo to the back to Finch. They've got some good value. Levi on this left-hand side as well, really opening up some opportunity for his team. Getting some heals over to Suzuki as well. Really quite key at keeping him in play. Tomsy and Filippo really quite pushed here. Last call going out again. And look at this, it's a 3 versus 1 now. Chitampo can't hold this on his own.
Despite the lack of kills though, Chitampo and his teammates are doing a great job of focusing on the objective. Sometimes the KD doesn't matter. Focus on buying those hot zone percentages, rotating in those teammates. Suzuki on the front lines is allowing his teammates to hold on, to recharge. Heals going down, but not enough. Hypercharge from Enraged will end Chitampo here. Still have percentage points to work with, but now they need to claw their way down this map.
Yeah, this is really dangerous, honestly. And it's go, go, go for Zeta. Filippo's long on his left-hand side, but somehow comes out on top. Last call straight onto the zone. Leve forced to the left, and it's Papara that are still on the zone. Approaching now towards that 80% mark. Zeta have got to make this push count, or it's going to be a match point.
Chitampo left-hand end has to fight back. They're running out of time, running out of opportunities to show what East Asia's #1 can do. Suzuki pressed up against his right-hand side wall, releases the super just to keep up. Tomsy, though, strikes 90%. All 3 members of Sup circling, and they're going to be counting their way up to 100. Just a few more seconds, and they've got it.
All they've got to do is stay on the zone, and Zeta have got no time to make a push. It's a match point for the number 8 seed of EMEA. Zeta Division are in perilous trouble here.
A monumental moment in Brawl history. A number 8 seed from EMEA with an opportunity to take down a 1 seed, to take down a world champion.
A big start from Zeta, but maybe a bit overzealous at that. Now they lose a man and are forced to make a hasty retreat. It's allowed Papara Supermassive to get some time on the zone, 50% and climbing, and that's very good for them. I mean, this is arguably better than the last game round.
Chitampo now left-hand side, working his way forward. Filippo, Herbal Tonic on the ground to preserve the life of his teammates just a little bit longer. Zeta Division really relying on speed, aggression, and the health points of the tank on the top right-hand side to try and occupy the middle of the map. Sup finally facing a little adversity here in game 2.
Vara Massive now just starting to heal themselves up a little bit to make a push yet again. The Zeta are climbing forwards towards 50% now and staying firm. They're not going down easy. Tom's got to heal, Filippo's got to heal also. A last call will go a long way here, but so far Zeta are duking a lot of these shots.
Open space on the left-hand side now as the Rocket Rain makes contact with the ground. Little bounce back there, Chitampa will stay alive. Put a freeze frame essentially on this left-hand side. Levy there for some extra speed. Suzuku trying to stay up, and of course a pop of that super will extend him.
There's a nice hypercharge from Filippo. Good area spray on that, but is it too little too late? Zeta are now approaching that 90% mark. Chitampo's trying his best into the bottom side to give some space to his team. Suzuki's just got to stay alive a little bit longer, but so far I feel like maybe Zeta are just going in too quickly, too soon. They're going to go in together as a unit, and now Papara Supermassive have got a real opportunity now. They can stay firm in this mid. It can be done.
Unrelenting. Purple button on the right-hand side, but a mute goes through. He can't activate the super. Chitampo left all alone as Levy from the distance. Oh my goodness, a triple takedown.
This is now very scary. Zeta cannot falter. This has got to be a winning push, or it is going to be all over. Papara Supermassive doing their best to stay on this zone, and it's going to be Zeta that gets it by a sliver. It's not over yet.
Scary stuff. The air leaving Stockholm here as everybody watched to see if this would be the end of Zeta Division. Not quite yet, though. The music's calling, though. Will they answer is the question that we are all going to have to see.
The way the entire stadium there just took a breath was just honestly the loudest of silences. It's absolutely unreal. The tension is just in the air. Chitampo is honestly duking so well, but Tomsy finds the taps there. Now brings back the deficit towards that 20% that Zeta have already been able to establish.
Zeta Division, middle of the map. Chitampo working his way slowly alongside the speed of Levy and Jae-Young. Suzuku forced away though. Filippo, the same can be said for him. Not a ton of HP to work with. They have to make their lives count. All control-oriented stuff coming out of Sup. Little wall break in the mix as well. But Chitampo now on the aggressive, teleports back. That's a great use of that gadget.
Rage has got mute. Now might be a time to try to make that connection. Filippo searching to gain another last call. There is the beat on Suzuki. Lovely stuff from Enrage. A good connection. All of the torpedoes will be punished. And Enrage goes down. An open door now for Zeta. They're starting to steamroll towards that 80% mark, and Levi's still on the zone.
Levy falls. We've seen this before. Sup were dangerously close in game number 2 with well over 50% deficit. They're going to have to find a way to take down Titans from East Asia. Suzuku approaching, heals going down from Levy. Now a super going out as well, but Suzuku still falls. Numbers for Sup, once again, not going down without a fight.
And these are the moments where my heart gets in my mouth, because Zeta only need 15%. But it's Papara Supermassive that are looking to hold the high ground here. Huge speed coming down this left-hand side from Leve, getting Suzuku on the zone, but again, everyone falls. He's got to try to buy as much time as humanly possible. He's doing pretty well, but they're 5% short, and Zeta have got to go back on the zone.
5% remaining. And Zeta Division, the go time is now. Hypercharge being activated for Levy. Plenty of HP from Suzuku. Low though. Oh no! They've been forced away. 1%! What? Oh my goodness. Can Chitampo be the escape artist that East Asia needs one more time? Yes, he can! East Asia's #1 did not answer the call. One more set!
The entire stadium has their hearts in their mouths. It was impossible to see which way that was going to go. But hey, get him a wish. We're going to the final set for the last match of the day. And that's the way a day like this has to be decided. 21 kills for Filippo on that Barley, and it still was not enough to get the set. 543 DPS,
I mean, you know, we had an example of this earlier that we pointed out where kills, you know, didn't necessarily always matter. This is like the biggest exaggeration I have ever seen where KD does not always matter. 21 kills is unbelievable. The fact that there were all single digits, I think it was 3, was it, the most on Zeta Division's side?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. Scriptwriter, you got a raise from me. I'll help you on, I don't know, I'll Venmo you or something. This is unbelievable. I couldn't have asked for a better day.
I mean, look at this. I mean, that was literally Shitampo on the zone on 600 DPS. That was the turning point. If he had gone down just before entering that pixel, it was going to be a different story. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's 50-50 as it gets, and we can't go without saying 2 times in a row, 50+ percentage points, Sup had to claw their way back from, and guess what they did almost every single time? Buzzer beaters, both Rays.
Oh, I can't believe that. That was too close.
Depending on how this goes, if you are Sup, you are going to be kicking yourselves. If you are any of the enemy teams in this arena, sure, Sup is a threat, but you want to see Zeta Division put down. You want them out for the count. You do not want Shitampo getting on the run. The worst thing that could happen here is a confident Zeta Division. You need to end them right here, right now.
And this takes me back just a little bit to the LCQ where we saw Papara Supermassive really start to struggle versus Team Electros. And they were struggling to be able to lock down that match point and secure the win. It does make me think back to that, for sure, as we go into Bounty and Layer Cake. But for Papara Supermassive, if this set does not go their way, to leave the competition knowing that you are 600 HP away from it being a completely different story is going to be nothing short of heartbreaking.
It's a land of what ifs. You never know. One individual like that could define a tournament, could define a lifetime of memories for Sup. If they walked away with a win over Shitampo and East Asia's #1, it would change the way people look at them. It would change the way they look at themselves. It would give them the confidence, the reassurance that we deserve to be here. Instead, though, it could just be another day for one of the biggest Titans to ever touch down on this game.
Squeak, first picked by Zeta. I think it's quite an underrated pick, actually. I do quite like it, honestly. Juju banned out as well as the Bell and the Ali, the Kaze, the Jean, and the Mina. For Papara Supermassive. This is quite a scary map, and one in which they do play some risky brawlers on, I'll be honest. Mortis being one of them. I don't think it's the time, but hey, if it's going to be entertaining, then I'm all for it.
You know I'm there for it too. I think as a 2-3 turn, would be a sketchy one to say the least. So maybe we'll save that for pick 6. For now, it's going to be a Gray. That is much less surprising. Gray, Hank, a possibility. Gray, Ollie, a possibility. Those are 2 tandems that just work really well with Gray. Just the dimensional door that you get to teleport through, and then you send your big beefy brawler as they walk down into the enemy team's Gusto. So 2 support brawlers coming out. Now they've elected to leave their 6th pick for that aggressive or tanky brawler, more than likely. I mean, they just went all defensive 1 second ago, so I'm not going to rule it out, of course, but it just would make sense seeing a Squeak on the other side and 2 of the better support long-distance brawlers on this map.
And Ollie could work out great.
Could work out great.
Papara Supermassive, the Gush Shield, the TP with of the Grey, so I feel like for Zeta, they have to heavily consider it for their own, honestly. I just feel like that's what maybe Papara Supermassive could be cooking here. There's some very, very good bans. Shade, yeah, it's a Zeta Division special on this map, isn't it, really? And that might make them think twice. Maybe something like Ziggy would be quite a decent kind of answer to it. Zeta have got a 3rd pick coming in now. Question is, how heavily do you value this Shade pick? You know, do you go over a really, really hard counter on the side of Papara Supermassive, or do you just kind of continue with what you're kind of cooking up already?
Difficult decisions, high pressure situation, and one that will define if Zeta Division walk forward to day 2. They've got their aggro of choice. They've got their control brawler of choice. Oh, obviously it was going to be Doug. Of course it was going to be Doug. No, I can't believe we are in a set 5, the final moments of our day #1. And the Immortal Hot Dog is the one walking onto the field here for our final set. This is a cheeky strategy. This is one that's going to help preserve the life of somebody like Shade. Shade's going to be your aggro. Doug's going to sit by, heal, and in those closing moments, try and sweep away with either a great defensive push to keep your teammates up, or if you need to rush to the enemy side, Doug is going to be there to heal and keep Shade moving.
That was prawn
is Hank for Papara Supermassive. As I always say, if it's not banned, you know that this team is going to pick it. Did they go with Doug to have the Shade? I mean, Doug's a great answer to Shade, so I kind of wonder whether Zeta picked it for that reason or because in the hands of Papara Supermassive with the Grey, it could do equally as much against their own. Either way, this comes down to one single set. One of these two teams will proceed in the competition C a day two, but for the other, they are going home. They are getting root.
David versus Goliath to end our final match of what has been a special day number one. Sup with an opportunity to make the memory of a lifetime on the other end. It could be Zeta Division just looking to get the job done once more, to meet expectations to start off game number one. It is Sup, however, taking the first kill. Blue Star still resides with Zeta Division. That is a plus, but nonetheless, a scary prospect.
Well, Levo in this mid gets punished heavily there from that critical gadget. Tampo, Suzuki, working his right-hand side, but there's one hot dog down. And so far, Papara Supermassive are doing immensely well under the scrutiny. They've yet to concede so far. Tampo here is very low, pushed away from Tomsy. This is falling out of control very quickly.
Yeah, the cheeky strategy not paying off so far. Hank traditionally is going to be really good into Shade as well because he can get around those walls. He has more health points, so Shade can't hit 3 critical shots and just take him down. They're going to try anyways, though. Suzuku up the middle of the map, teleport through. Tomsy gaining more HP, but they have to triple focus him. This is nice, but the walking cane could be even better. Nice follow-up there from Filippo. Beautiful tags going down for the blue side.
Still a 4-star lead and the blue for Papara Supermassive, but the hypercharge of the Shade is very, very brutal. If Suzuka can find a hot dog in time and connect it, it could be stars. There's big taps from the Tomsy, who's forcing his self into the mid to get away from this. He's out of position. He still finds the kill regardless. Gush Shield in. It's keeping him present. It's 13 stars to 8.
And they're tacking on even more. Chitampo grabs the blue. This is now doable, but Zeta Division have to press forward. Tomsy charging up with the bubble. Is Chitampo going to be falling to half HP? His teammate there to assist. Hypercharge is being clicked. Now Chitampo can go through the walls. They're trying to get Tomsy first. Hot dog available too. It's 16-14, and somehow, some way, the Wizards have done it again. Magic once more. They held on for as long as they could, but ultimately, the other side able to cling.
Look at that look from Enrage. That's the look for a man that knows one more game is all it takes to bury a former world champion. Can Papara Supermassive do this? Will Zeta Division answer the call with 2 back-to-back games? It's looking bleak. I've got to be honest for Zeta.
The strategy did not come through in game number one. Sure, it came down to the final seconds, but it was complete control for the most part for Sup. They had to rely on some crazy mechanics, and while they were so dangerously close, it was a trick they couldn't quite pull off. Filippo rotating with Enrage on this right-hand side. No bloodshed quite yet, just a blue star pickup for Zeta Division.
I feel like this might be a different kind of game, play itself out, but it is still Zeta. They've got to make the play, or else they will struggle. As it looks like Papara Supermassive are still going on the aggressiveness. A situation with the hot dog coming in to keep Zeta in the mix. Push to the right-hand side now. Tomsy staying on that left. It's going to be really quite brutal for Zeta here.
Super available for Tomsy as well. It's still Zeta Division on their back heels. Super available for Suzuki. Plenty of heals to go around. A nice walking cane doesn't quite grab the kill yet, though. Suzuki needs to be careful. Burned the hot dog, which does give him an extra life. So no super to keep them alive any longer. It's still stuck, circling, hounding the enemy side.
It's hanging by a thread. It really is. Papara Supermassive from his right-hand side of Filippo and Enrage, trying to find the angle, and down goes Levy. That's going to be Papara Supermassive in the lead. Can Tomsy get it out? He's got the hypercharge. He should be okay. And Zeta going to have to regroup.
Chitampo and his teammates are running out of time. Supers available and hypercharges at that. Purple buttons could be the solution they need to pick this one up.
It's go time for Zeta, hypercharge for Levy. It does find connection. Will Tomsy be slowed? He is. Can they find the stars off him? Hypercharge will keep him in the mix. But there, Chitampo goes down. It's still 2-1. Can Papara Supermassive hold on? They've got 4 stars. Tomsy falls though, but the blue is with Papara Supermassive. They extend the lead. The Brits have gone and done it. They've tamed the beast of the East. They've done
The curtain has fallen for one of the grandest acts Brawl Stars has ever seen. For the first time, Chitampo, one of the greatest escape artists you've ever seen, could not escape the box. A tough one. They had him on a tightrope, and somehow, some way, the rookies to the world stage, the number 8 seed from EMEA, Cinderellas from LCQ, have held on for dear life and buried one of the best.
I mean, you think that they've won the World Finals with how much of a response they've got for that victory. What has been today? What have we witnessed? This is without a doubt going to be the craziest Brawl Stars World Finals we have ever had, and there's no question about it.
There is nobody sitting anymore. Everybody's standing, walking up to the stage, congratulating Papar Supermassive for a massive win against Zeta Division. And the math does not really work out today. Seed 8 beats Seed 1 after all. Huge congrats to them. And not only the masters are standing, I'm glad Kenny's still standing as well. He's shaking next to me. I was holding my breath, almost passed out myself.
I'm the young kid, guys. Come on, I'm the one that needs the cane. I've got the bad leg, okay, and I'm still going.
Please guide us through the groups here, guys. It's been the last match of the day, but the action continues tomorrow.
I mean, this is unbelievable to say the least, and we're only just getting started. To remind you at home, this is day number 1 of a grueling 3 days. And if you haven't seen it already on stage, I'm here to tell you right here, right now, if you're any team participating in this tournament, you are not safe. Expect the unexpected. Come back for day 2, ready to go, folks. It's going to be an insane weekend.
Expect the unexpected, including these waffles. Be quick to get it now, to claim it on stream. And yeah, this is what it's all about. You call it a grueling 3 days. I call it fantastic. Best Worlds ever. I want to reiterate that one as well. I'm having so much fun so far, and I hope you have fun too. Any last statements of the two of you here? We had so many upsets. We had Humble lose 2-3 versus Crazy Raccoon, a huge upset and a reverse sweep in the end. We had Zeta Division losing to Stamina, now also to Papar Supermassive. Both was a 3-2 in the end. That is truly devastating for them. And again, the first time Chitampo does not reach top 4. Kenny, you put that so well before. That gave me goosebumps, the idea of it. Then I said, if it truly happens, I'm gonna have to wake up finally from this stream today. And how did the pinch work?
No, it worked too well. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. What a day it has been. And I guess major congrats to one of the Brits who did end up picking them. Unbelievable stuff from Banks. He is on a prediction master kind of run here this weekend, I'll tell you what.
Someone has to be.
Any last words from you, Ark?
I mean, whatever you came in terms of assumptions for the World Finals, just forget it. You know, just throw it out. It for me says a big statement of we don't know how this is going to go, nor do you at home. I mean, if you get your predictions spot on in this World Finals, I mean, you deserve more than 10,000 gems in my book. It's just gonna be amazing.
I think they knew nobody would ever be able to actually get all the predictions right. I hope it's going to continue just as exciting tomorrow. Some more upsets, please. We want them. And I hope you're going to tune in again as well. Make sure to head over to eventoprostars.com to lock in your predictions for tomorrow. To everybody who actually head out to Stockholm to join us here live, thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your night.
with the thing I've always said that I have wanted was standing next to me. And I don't ever want to let this go, this feeling of freedom. So don't you ever stop the way you always seem to believe in me. So raise it up to all of those who make us feel like we belong. Let's raise a glass and let them know that they're the ones that make us strong. I spent so long just trying to find the right way, but I couldn't find the map. Then you showed me there's no one direction to take, that I can make my own path. And I don't ever want to let this go, this feeling of freedom. So raise it up to all of those who make us feel like we belong. Let's raise a glass and let them know that they're the ones that make us strong. So raise it up.